Wow, what's up? How's life going today? What are you doing here, you fucking stalker? Oh, nice. Okay. Any word on YouTube monetization? When can we support you again? Soon. I somehow, some way, I have official channels now. So that is in the works. Has anyone noticed that Destiny just makes sounds at the beginning of most streams? Yeah, those are called vocal exercises, so I get my voice nice and fresh. Is this real? Andrew Tate will face charges of rape, sex trafficking, and pornography, including charges related to indecent images of a child. Oh no. Oh no. Well, wait a second. Who is that lady? No. No, please, God, no. Is there anything posted yet? Don't forget your bet with Adam Sosnick on Andrew Tate. God. I hope my judge doesn't get this fucking case too. Jesus Christ. They're being extradited. Wait, what? Oh. Where lawyers say they will fight extradition to the UK. Oh. Whew. Okay. Get him out of my country at least. Or just don't give him to my judge. Do you think they... I wonder why they came to Florida. Oh, to U.S. Magistrate Lauren Lewis. I thought that, am I crazy, or did the Florida Attorney General literally say that they would arrest the Tates if they came here? Or was that DeSantis himself? I feel like I heard them say that. I'm surprised they came here and risked it. They were collaborating with Mike Lindell. Have there been any court updates? No, I'm hearing in 8 days. I wonder if Trump will intervene on the extradition stuff. He said he wouldn't. Your wife will never win governor unless you arrest me, at Governor Ron DeSantis. You're proven? Wait, is DeSantis' wife running for governor? Are there like term limits in Florida or something? You're proven to be a communist who attacks American citizens for zero. When Americans who are unfairly imprisoned abroad return home, you betray them. You better nail me now. Let's go. Arrest me. Damn. That was a year ago, but... As of now, President Trump is not expected to get involved in the extradition case of Andrew and Tristan Tate. Multiple sources tell me. One source said allies of the Tate brothers had been reaching out to people in Trump's orbit in hopes of building a campaign in support of them. Is not expected to get involved. Oh, that sounds like he hasn't really heard much about it yet, then. He hasn't, like, said, I won't involve myself. What's going on with this Jasmine Crockett stuff? Is she actually fucking up? Or is my sub a bunch of haters who are racist? Oh, whoa. Deleted. Uh-oh. The mods are covering for her. Oh, the White House said no, apparently. The White House has refused to intervene to prevent Andrew Tate and his brother from being extradited to Britain, despite pressure from figures in Donald Trump's inner circle. Ooh, refused to intervene. I still don't know if that's a solid statement or not, but I guess we'll see. True. This is big true.
Reporting out there.
Oh, there was no volume.
The controversial podcaster and accused human trafficker Andrew Tate may be on his way to Florida. Is he welcome here? What the station? Back Romania or whatever.
Well, we have no involvement in that. I read about it through the media. Clearly, the federal government has jurisdiction, whether they want to rebuff his entry into the United States, and I have confidence that whether it's Mamdani or Kristi Noem, that they will be looking at that. I do know our Attorney General, James Fishback, is looking at what state hooks and jurisdiction we may have to be able to deal with this. But the reality is no, Florida is not a place where you're welcome with that type of conduct in the air. And I don't know how it came to this. We were not involved. We were not notified. I found out through the media that this was something that was happening. Okay, guys, thanks so much. God bless everybody. Appreciate it. Thank you.
And then 2 minutes of this plane quietly driving around, based. Did you see the Laura Loomer shit? What do you think is her end goal? I don't know. I haven't followed anything about her.
I'm going to be working everywhere. The best thing that I can do for James Talarico isn't me standing on a stage with him. It is the fact that I endorsed 5 candidates in the runoff who all happen to be black men in the state of Texas, and every single one of them won, and they're going on to November, meaning that they will pull out every single one of them happen to be black men in the state of Texas, and every single one of them won, and they're going on to November, meaning that they will pull out more black people to vote. People keep trying to say, well, Jasmine has to go and hold his hand. No, I don't. And don't worry about my math and how it works in my mind. Because the reality is that if you can give people more than one thing to vote for, then you have a better chance of getting them out to the polls. And honestly, some people just not going to be sold on certain people that are running in the state of Texas. So the best thing that I can do is take down ballot candidates who no one's ever heard of and do my best to uplift them and increase the voter participation in a way that we did in Texas. You see, a lot of haters got a lot of things to say about me and my race and how I ran it, but the reality is that there was a lot of racist, not a lot, it was racist. It was a racist race. It is what it is, right? But we live in America, as y'all are celebrating 250, okay? We know what this country is.
Wait.
I am going to be working everywhere. The best thing that I can do for James Talarico isn't me standing on a stage with him. It is the fact that I endorsed 5 candidates in the runoff.
Well, did she say she doesn't want him to win or something, or that she just doesn't want to go campaign with him? Is she arguing that not endorsing Talarico will give voters more choices to vote for, which will increase voter turnout? Well, no, it sounds like she's saying she just wants to go, she's spending all of her time on down ballot races with black candidates, I guess.
Pulled up on Talarico. Black Texans pulled up on Talarico, and since you can't hear from us, maybe if you heard from one of your whites, maybe you get it right.
If you claim to be my supporter, if you claim to be a part of this movement that we are building, please keep Congresswoman Crockett.
It's kind of weird making it a race thing, no? I mean, it's Texas. How is there not going to be race involved in some part of the conversation? I mean, that's...
That we are building. Please keep Congresswoman Crockett's name out of your mouth.
All right.
It's kind of a big deal if she's a Texas rep that won't endorse the Senate Dem candidate, though. First of all, I don't believe you. And secondly, I don't even know if that's true. What do you mean, like... I don't even know if this endorse thing is fucking real. Like, I need your endorsement. I need the endorsement. I feel like these are only things used to attack people. Like, has she said like she doesn't want him to win? Like she wants him to lose? Or because it sounds like Destiny Click. This morning I called James and congratulated him on becoming the Senate nominee. Texas primary turned blue. We must remain united because it's bigger than any one person. This is about the future of all 30 million Texans and getting America back on track. With the primary behind us, Democrats must rally around our nominees and win. I'm committed to doing my part and will continue to working to elect Democrats up and down the ballot. Okay, I don't... Just listen to the Talarico clip. It explains everything. Okay.
Congresswoman Crockett's name out of your mouth.
All right. Now, Cracker Keith, did you hear what your white savior said about Congresswoman Crockett? Keep her name out your mouth and bust that pimple off your forehead. The amount of pus in that pimple won't get people to the poll.
Where is this guy from? I'm very curious.
And for all you other Caucasians out here spreading misinformation about Jasmine, James got word for you, T.
I've been called a dumb racist white boy a lot, and it's been great being called a dumb racist white boy for expecting a Democratic Party leader to endorse the U.S. Senate candidate that she lost to, like every other Democrat does.
The morning after the primary, Congresswoman Crockett endorsed me and the entire Democratic ticket. Do you know how difficult that is? If I had not been successful, I don't think I would have been ready the morning of to turn around with an endorsement of the whole ticket. That is because the Congresswoman puts all of us ahead of herself. She always has.
James, let me say this. This is the first great step in reconciliation when it comes to the black community. Because it takes a lot to stand up to your enemies, but it takes a great deal of courage to stand up to your friends. It's not about doing what's expected and white. It's about doing what's actually right. For some odd reason, when black people choose to defend themselves, white people refuse to listen. Even when we provide evidence, receipts, and a timeline, white people are going to stay lying. But the fact that you were willing to take this lashing and listen to black people's concerns and hold you accountable, that's workable. Let's see what you do, because hopefully I was wrong about you.
Okay, I don't know anything about the drama or anything. I just don't know. I haven't kept up much other than the race. I know the race itself got spicy, although I don't know 100% why. I was just asking where this guy was from, because if he's from like California, commenting on this is kind of annoying, but whatever. But I mean, like, it seems like the guy was open to what Talarico was saying. He didn't say like fuck off and kill yourself at the end, so I mean that's good. There are Jasmine Crockett defenders who are insane. Oh wait, dead enders.
We gonna sit this shit out. But for us real black folks, everyday black people, we gonna sit this shit out. We gonna undervote your ass, James Talarico, because I know civics. You talking all that fly ass shit, I know civics. And what I know for a goddamn fact is we've survived Ken Paxton as the AG. Moving that motherfucker down the road to the Senate decreases his ability to terrorize and torture black Texas voters and Texas children. So a win is a motherfucking win. But what I will not have you do is try to instill your great white hope in my motherfucking people and watch you let us down. I'm not fixing to let your white moderates win. Because in 2028, we need to elect a new motherfucking president. And if you white moderates and you lowly ass fucking candidates like James Talarico keep pulling your shit, we're gonna end up with another fucking Trump. And that is something my people can't tolerate. So you gonna get this motherfucking lesson now. You're gonna get it. And your white moderates are gonna get it too. So maybe when 2028 rolls around, you will know, black Texas voters, we ain't fucking playing with you. Yeah, that white boy should have stayed where the fuck he was. Because you came here thinking you was dealing with colored people, and you met real niggas only. And speaking of colored people, for you ashy motherfuckers, you bust-up bitches, in the background of the video, that said that I'm rude for handling his ass the way he should be handled, I don't have time to be pleasant. I'm a black woman in Texas. And these motherfuckers is coming for our lives. So I'm gonna fight fire with fire. You sit back, shut the fuck up, and benefit.
The thing that I'm kind of curious about, because I don't know, is I wonder. I've only ever seen like super above board courteous stuff from Talarico, but I know that the lefties, I don't want to say DSA types necessarily, but they were like all kind of, I think, throwing their boat in with or casting their lot in with Talarico, and they hated Crockett. I'm wondering how much of that like online discourse came through in this primary. I just don't know. I have no idea. Maybe it wasn't at all. Maybe these are just black people being fucking crazy. But and I think you guys kind of see it, although you just see it because they're our political enemies. But if you are a black person, you really are treated like a fucking house slave or whatever when it comes time to having progressives or socialists talk to you about your vote. It's pretty insane how teetering on the edge they are of like wanting to crack the whip because of the low information black voters. Remember, it was like the whole is Super Tuesday where all the southern states vote that like fucking obliterated Bernie. I think both times. Because they just, socialist types just can't get through any of the black vote. Latinos too. I don't talk about Latinos. We don't talk about Latinos here. Latinos are hard because the identity is so nebulous, and I think there's a lot of young white people who identify as Latino because they think it gives them something special because they don't want to go all in and become non-binary or some shit, so they just do that. So it's hard to read any like Latino polling ever. But like somebody like me can say they're Latino, and I think I'm technically correct on that. But like really, it's too much. And like especially, I'm totally vibing this out also, I could be wrong, but I just, every time I see polls and then they're age weighted and broken down by ethnicity, young Latino votes swing so heavily in like outsized way towards like socialists, even above like white people. And it's just like I don't know what's going on here, so I don't trust that fucking bullshit. I don't trust the box checkers. Okay, but can we not do the if leftists want someone, they're bad? I don't think I even implied that. I didn't remotely imply that. What I'm saying is you have to be careful about who your allies are, because in the real world, people are going to look at you depending on who you roll with, which is totally normal, and every human being does it and should do it because it says a lot about your character. It says a lot about the people you're attracting, and it says a lot about your ability to manage your coalition. Now, not to say that Talarico deserved any of this, because again, I still don't even know 100% what happened. But I'm just saying, if you're like Bernie had to do this, El Said just had to do this, like calming down like progressives and shit online, because the online people are just fucking crazy, and they don't even fucking vote that much, which is the worst thing. But nothing I've heard from Crockett sounds bad here. This doesn't sound... She just says she wants to spend her time working with down ballot black leaders, which is, I guess, fine. I don't know if... It's not... I don't think she can help Talarico much in the Senate race, no? Like... Crockett needs to be systematically cut out from the Democratic Party like the cancer she is. Damn. Well, now I'm curious what this was. Was there a video here, or was it just text? I DM'd you. Oh. Democrats finally have a race that we can win in fucking Texas, where Republicans are vulnerable because Ken Paxton is the nominee, and James Talarico has a plausible chance to make this competitive, so naturally Crockett says the best use of their influence is to keep inflaming racial resentment from the primary and act like supporting Talarico means disrespecting black Democrats. Is that true, though? I haven't seen that. It'd be interesting to see that from her anywhere. Yeah, that's what I was going to say. It sounds more like a get on your knees and worship our candidate. I mean, like, he won the primary. She said that she supports up and down the ticket, which is as much of an endorsement as anything. I don't know what else. She should denounce her supporters shitting on James. I mean, maybe, man, you got to be real careful though. If her supporters are responding to like kind of like vitriol from what they perceive to be as Talarico's camp, and then she were to disavow those black voters, that would be a lot. I can't give any meaningful commentary on this. I just don't know what's going on. I'm not sure what they're all seeing. It's hard for me to say. I don't know. So if there are more videos or articles or something, I can read it, but. The Reddit posted a 2-minute video. This is all I could find elsewhere. Is this what we just watched, or?
Here, you answer our questions, or you suffer the consequences.
So I'm happy to engage. We'll come to here in just a second. I appreciate you being here, and I appreciate you traveling in, and I appreciate you.
For my people, not read.
Wonderful. And I think that's wonderful. I think that's wonderful. And it's all right. It's all right. It's all right. This is what this conversation's supposed to be about. Yeah.
Stay here. You
For all the hand-wringing about socialist wreckers and the Democratic Party, no DSA candidate has done anything nearly as damaging to their party as what James Crockett is doing to James. Or Jasmine Crockett is doing to James. Okay, I'm seeing you. You're a DSA type, aren't you? I'm understanding it now. Okay. Okay. Is that what's going on then? So why don't they like Talarico? Well, that's what I'm curious about. I don't know if it's anything Talarico did, or if it's just the condescension and racism that comes from the super lefty types. Or it could also be, maybe it was like there's like a potential Senate seat that could be won by a Democrat in Texas, and the black community saw an opportunity for a black person, a black woman nonetheless, to hold that seat, and then it got taken over by a white man, and so that's kind of like a thing that's kind of added on top of or below everything, I guess.
What are you going to do to rebuke and admonish your supporters and surrogates who sit up online all day,
Oh shit, maybe.
attacking, it went beyond Congresswoman Crockett. Yes, beyond. What are you going to do to rebuke the likes of Keith Edwards, Roe DNC?
Wait, Keith Edwards. What did Keith Edwards say?
Of Keith Edwards, Roe DNC, and David Piker, that voice actor, who harasses and threatens black politicos who politicians in this area depend on to promote voting education and voting mobilization. But when they're harassing us simply because we are active voters who want our candidate to be held accountable because he tells us to hold him accountable, what are you going to do to rebuke?
No matter how much black voters in Texas might feel about him being white, his opponent is a white man with an R next to his name, not a D, so the choice is clear. Well, but it's a question of turnout, right? Obviously, I would say you should vote for the Democrat, of course, but you want to energize these people as much as possible. Good one, Hasan. Let's see. Keith Edwards. True. The Vanguard said that you should blank children in their latest video. Link me. Let's see. I was made aware that James Talarico was asked to rebuke me at a campaign event today, all for the crime of having an opinion during a primary, that Jasmine Crockett didn't have the right strategy to win Texas, and then defending myself when I was called racist for that opinion. Fuck, what was his actual opinion? Jasmine Crockett just endorsed APAC candidate. I know that we're not here for the conversation, but I don't give a fuck. Anytime you're calling a candidate like an APAC candidate, this is anti-Semitism. I'll stand down on 10 toes down all day, every day. This is just fucking unreal. Over Corey fucking Bush. Give me a break. Just scroll through here, I guess. Well, did he write like an article or what is this?
We're not letting you in. Well, yeah, I got. We're not letting you in because we're worried about competition.
Okay.
Pragmatic by angling himself this way, and it completely blew up in his face because he became the guy that fucks children and supports genocide.
Yeah, 100%. 100%. That's
It's extremely anxiety inducing to have somebody examine you medically, but it's also doubly anxiety inducing if you don't know if you can fucking afford it. If you're a parent to children and you're thinking, why would I spend this money on me if I... What poor people do, they say, oh, it's only $150 for me to go and get hot week the other day, and I was getting pissed off. I was like, I feel like I'm at a fucking car deal. Why do people go to chiropractors instead? Validates everything that Kyle Kalinski's ever said. Let me unpack all of this for you guys. If you're not a fucking brain dead asshole and you're actually interested in listening to us debunk this, this is a tale as old as time, right? Why do people go to chiropractors instead of the doctor, right? Why would Kyle's dad feel like he can't trust a doctor? Because when we teach you to go through this medical system in our country, one, it's incredibly expensive. Two, it has been turned into a business commodity. I was just going to the doctor the other day and I was getting pissed off. I was like, I feel like I'm at a fucking
if you've never been poor, just don't act like it. Don't like, I was going to the doctor, blah, 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 blah. Don't act like it. Don't LARP it, okay? Don't LARP it. Don't LARP it. Anybody that knows. Chiropractics are usually private, or probably almost always private practice. Are there any hospitals that have in-house like chiropractic practitioners or whatever on call? I'm sure there might be some, but like generally speaking, if you go to a chiropractic office, you're going to a private practice. What do you mean made into a business? What do you think? Do you think chiropractics do it for free?
Because when we teach you to go through this medical system in our country, one, it's incredibly expensive. Two, it has been turned into a business commodity. I was just going to the doctor the other day and I was getting pissed off. I was like, I feel like I'm at a fucking car dealership, right? The first time that the doctor, I'm lucky, right? I have insurance. I have United. I totally understand how Luigi feels after dealing with those rat bastards, but I have insurance, right? And I went to the doctor a few times over the last couple of weeks for the first time in like a decade, right? And I am a guy who, I grew up kind of being sus of the doctor. Don't love going to the doctor that much. My mother went to the chiropractor instead of the doctor because we were fucking poor. Oh.
Why? Just don't fucking lie. You grew up rich. It's fine to say it. Your parents didn't fucking bust their ass to give you whatever the fuck they could for you to come out here and pretend that you grew up fucking poor. Poor parents that went to chiropractic. Oh my fucking God. Get me the fuck out of here. Holy shit.
Okay, and that's what poor people do. They say, oh, it's only $150 for me to go and get this session here. How much is my copay? How much are these fucking things? Okay, but this actually ends up being less for my family if I do it this way, and it gives me immediate relief. That's what poor people do because they don't have time to take time off of work, because they haven't been consistently coached that, hey,
they don't have time to take time off of work? What, do they think the chiropractic is open at midnight? What is even... it's just such a stupid... It's such a LARP stupid point.
Doctor's there for you. They're not interested in getting money out from you, extracting you. People all over my family, they're so sus of the doctor for all of these kinds of...
They're sus of the doctor, but not sus of the chiropractic office? It's going to try to sell you herbal fucking scented magnets to cure your fucking back pain that you have to come back to every 2 weeks for the rest of your life because it doesn't actually do anything? What are you... Oh my God.
Reason. And it's a very working class sensibility that leads you there. You're working hard all the time. You're worried about being nickeled and dimed when you go there. It's extremely anxiety inducing to have somebody examine you medically, but it's also doubly anxiety inducing if you don't know if you can fucking afford it. If you're a parent to children and you're thinking, why would I spend this money on me if I could spend it on my kid? This is what...
Like, you're missing a lot here because they're doing the class analysis, the Marxist shit. I had a horrible revelation this morning. Remind me later for this. Men are... Okay. I can't speak to these guys, okay? But in my experience, okay, men are a little health retarded, okay? For some reason, especially on the conservative side, but my guess is most, don't like to go to the doctor. Now, they might say some shit like, oh, I don't trust him or whatever. And maybe for some percentage that's true, but generally speaking, men just can't be fucked. They just don't give a fuck. My grandpa hated the fucking doctor. He was a Vietnam vet. He had full VA. And I know that we had full TRICARE and all that fucking coverage because my grandma was a fucking hypochondriac who went to the doctor every 2 days to get more prescription meds. It took me every time I had a fucking cold to slurp the pink syrup of antibiotics. Okay. My dad doesn't like the doctor. 20 years in and out, full contract, Air Force. Okay. We were able to go to base hospital. We were able to go to the off-base hospital we could go to with our fucking TRICARE and everything else. Neither of these people, my dad or my grandpa. And then I grew up until I started my Vyvanse. I didn't even take Tylenol. I don't know why. because I don't know why. I just grew up thinking, I just was like that. Okay, you hurt yourself, whatever. Unless there's a bone coming out of your skin, it's whatever. It's a stupid fucking man idea. It's a retarded fucking man idea. Now, I'm sure there is some intersection with class as well. The poorer you are, probably the less likely you are to do things like preventative care, for sure. 100%. And then your big thing is going to be dental, because oftentimes dental is not I don't know if it's different now, but back when I was working, the insurance plans with your job, you'd have to usually pay extra for dental vision, and dental stuff is really easy to lapse on. You can ignore that pain for a long time, and then your teeth get fucked up or whatever. But this idea that, like, well, if you're poor and working class, it's more likely that you're going to go to the chiropractor instead of the hospital because you don't want to be taken advantage of by a doctor. But the chiropractor, like, it's such a stupid LARP opinion. I hate these motherfuckers.
You're worried about being nickeled and dimed when you go there. It's extremely anxiety-inducing to have somebody examine you medically, but it's also doubly anxiety-inducing if you don't know if you can fucking afford it. If you're a parent to children and you're thinking, why would I spend this money on me if I could spend it on my kid? This is what happens to people. And yeah, people smoke cigarettes because they're trying to relax, bro. Are you fucking kidding me? Somebody who smokes cigarettes, that's another sign of a working-class life. Yes, I know rich people smoke cigarettes, but guess what? So do a ton of working-class people who break their fucking back all day, right? I also see a bunch of stupid shit like Kyle's dad golfed. He must be rich. Bro, I know so many people that like to go drive balls that are fucking working-class as hell. Almost all the working-class bros I know like to go golfing at, like,
maybe some places on the planet are different. Now, I will say in my experience, almost every working class person I know or knew when I was in Omaha liked to do putt-putt. Maybe I just didn't live in the right place. But even having golf clubs, that was always some preppy shit. Maybe they have a different working class over there. I don't know, man.
Bro, I know so many people that like to go drive balls that are fucking working class as hell. Almost all the working class bros I know like to go golfing at like a random place every once in a while. It's not country club golf. It's just crazy. This is nonsense. This is offensive.
How many random places are there to golf? Don't you need like a full-on golf course? Do people ever rent clubs? You must be able to, right? If you go to a golf course, you can rent clubs to play on, maybe?
And it's why we need Medicare for all.
Yeah, no, 100%. And you know, this isn't the only time Kyle's talked about it, that clip we played. He's talked about how at least from my memory, I haven't gone back and looked at every single segment where Kyle talked about the tragic passing of his father, obviously. But from what I remember, he talked about the reason why his dad was so distrustful of the hospitals and of the doctors is because of how much they would fucking nickel and dime you. How much the bill you'd get after going for something minor, right? It is a total fucking ripoff. That's not necessarily the fault of the doctors, right?
Who goes to the hospital for something minor? Like, it's just like such a LARP. I don't know how to say it. It's like you're talking to a guy and he's like, yeah, I just got the best computer ever. I got a hard drive with like 750 terabytes of storage, and I've got like the GTX 999. It's like it's like just like thing after thing after thing after thing where it's like, bro, why you're LARPing this lived experience? But I guess their whole audience is too, so nobody actually knows, because what poor people actually fucking watch this show? Poor as in like my mom and dad don't give me enough money, but I don't have to actually work or do anything. The thing that irritates me about Kyle is that Kyle all the time goes on this spiel when the Medicare for All thing became popular. Kyle always does this like, yeah, my dad died because we didn't have Medicare for All and he couldn't afford anything. My dad died because he had Medicare for All. You couldn't afford anything. But from the one time he spoke about it in the past, it kind of sounded like, and listen, no shade to his dad. I was the same way. My dad's the same way. My grandpa was the same way. I'm sure every fucking man in my family's been the same way. A lot of my fucking uncle was the same way. Just don't trust doctors because they just don't, or I don't even know if they don't trust doctors. They just don't want to go to the hospital. They just think it doesn't matter. They don't think it's that important. My Uncle Rob, when I go visit him, always has some random fucking health shit going on. He just never fucking went to the hospital. He's just, I don't know why. Men are just fucking retarded. But it sounded like Kyle's dad was the same. But Kyle, like, will retell this story in the future being like, yeah, we couldn't afford anything because my dad, we didn't have Medicare for All.
Lied about his father's death. Someone posted this clip in the comments, and it seems to be like posted to help bolsters Destiny's point or something. So let's take a look at this. And you know, I almost feel disgusting and gross even like talking about this on air. Like, oh, let's investigate the passing away of Kyle Kalinski's father and see if it's really for the reason he said it was. Or like, I just feel gross even having this conversation. But I do want to debunk this bullshit. So I feel like we should.
Oh yeah, and also look at how baby Kyle is right here. He's so young. I'm like, wow. I know you've been at this for a while, bro, because we watch these old clips, and it's true. You can watch old clips of me and Gavin when we're like 22 years old. We look like babies too.
Oh yeah. This is OG secular talk. But yeah, let's take a look and see if Kyle gets caught in a lie.
Not many people know this, and I don't think I've spoken about this on air yet. But one of the reasons my father died young is because of a chiropractor. Okay, you're probably thinking, whoa, what the fuck? Are you serious? So my father, he smoked heavily his whole life. He died at the age of 56. okay, from lung cancer, and the cancer metastasized all over the place. Now, he's one of those guys who has this belief system that I totally disagree with. I always have. The idea that you never go to a doctor. Okay, you don't trust doctors, you never go to doctors, yada, yada. Well, that was problem number one. Problem number two is when he started having some back pain, he didn't go to a doctor. He knew a chiropractor from the place where he would golf all the time. So he would go to that chiropractor's office, and he did the old routine, showed him the picture of the spine, which was the bent all over the place. My dad was like, oh, goodness, there's my problem right there. That's why I have back pain. And so he would keep going to the doctor, and the chiropractor would crack his back. And he said, every time I leave, I feel better. Now, look, it is true. They're basically glorified massage therapists. You're going to feel better if you crack your back and they crack your neck and everything in many cases. It'll feel better. So you think you're actually doing something productive. But again, there's no...
Okay. So this actually completely validates everything that Kyle Kalinski's ever said.
I remember the floating table meme, right? When you kick the legs out, the argument somehow becomes even stronger. No matter what's said, it actually reinforces my point even more.
Let me unpack all of this for you guys. If you're not a fucking brain dead asshole and you're actually interested in listening to us debunk this, this is a tale as old as time, right? Why do people go to chiropractors instead of the doctor, right? Why would Kyle's dad feel like he can't trust a doctor? Because when we teach you to go through this medical system in our country, one, it's incredibly expensive. Two, it has been turned into a business commodity. I was just going to the doctor the other...
Turned into it? When was healthcare free in the history of the United States? I don't think chiropractors do x-rays of the back. Bruh, don't get me started. It wouldn't surprise me if they actually do. We have a lot of weird intersections with chiropractic health and actual medicine in this country. Like a lot of insurance companies, another thing, I don't know if these guys are aware of it or not because they're fucking retarded. A lot of insurance, believe it or not, actually covers chiropractic care, even though it's all bullshit. It does. Most insurance actually might. So it is what it is.
Day, and I was getting pissed off. I was like, I feel like I'm at a fucking car dealership, right? The first time that the doctor, I am lucky, right?
What does he mean by nickel and dime you? Like, what are they nickeling and diming you on? I'm trying to think. Because I'm a retarded man, I don't go to the hospital that much. But like, you go, you have like an appointment for something, and then you do the thing. Are you guys? Are there like special like hospitals where they're trying to like upsell you on shit out the door? Like, wait a second, why don't you get this shit too? Why don't you get the University of California, UCLA, fucking doctor sweater hospital? I don't know. What the fuck?
Been turned into a business commodity. I was just going to the doctor the other day, and I was getting pissed off. I was like, I feel like I'm at a fucking car dealership, right? The first time that the doctor, I am lucky, right? I have insurance. I have United. I totally understand how Luigi feels after dealing with those rat bastards, but I have insurance, right? And I went to the doctor a few times over the last couple of weeks for the first time in like a decade, right? And I am a guy who, I grew up kind of being sus of the doctor. Don't love going to the doctor that much. My mother went to the chiropractor instead of the doctor because we were fucking poor. Okay, and that's what poor people do. They say, oh, it's only $150 for me to go and get this session here. How much is my copay? How much are these fucking things? Okay, but this actually ends up being less for my family if I do it this way, and it gives me immediate relief. That's what poor people do because they don't have time to take time off of work, because they haven't been consistently coached that, hey, the doctor's there for you. They're not interested in getting money out from you, extracting you. People all over my family, they're so sus of the doctor for all of these kinds of reasons, and it's a very working class sensibility that leads you there. You're working hard all the time. You're worried about being nickeled and dimed when you go there. It's extremely anxiety inducing to have some...
I want to know what the nickel and diming is. He said that he hasn't gone... He said he hasn't gone for a decade. I wonder if he went and he was like asked if they were like suggesting labs or stuff for him to do. Like, hey, you haven't been to the hospital in a decade? You should get some blood work done. You should get like a physical. And he agreed or something, and that was the nickel and diming?
Somebody examine you medically, but it's also doubly anxiety inducing if you don't know if you can fucking afford it. If you're a parent to children and you're thinking, why would I spend this money on me if I could spend it on my kid? This is what happens to people. And yeah, people smoke cigarettes because they're trying to relax, bro. Are you fucking kidding me? Somebody who smokes cigarettes, that's another sign of a working class life. Yes, I know rich people smoke cigarettes, but guess what? So do a ton of working class people that like country club golf. It's just crazy. This is nonsense. This is offensive. And it's why we need Medicare for all.
Yeah, no, 100%. And this isn't the only time Kyle's talked about it. That clip we played, he's talked about how at least from my memory, I haven't gone back and looked at every single segment where Kyle talked about the tragic passing of his father, obviously. But from what I remember, he talked about the reason reason why his dad was so distrustful of the hospitals and of the doctors is because of how much they would fucking nickel and dime you, how much the bill you'd get after going for something minor, right? It is a total fucking ripoff. That's not necessarily the fault of the doctors.
Where
right?
did this phrase come from? Nickel and dime you. I can understand that healthcare can be expensive, 100%, and the bills are fucking annoying. Okay, because I don't know what the fuck they're billing you for when you get home and they send you some random shit. I agree with this shit. I don't know where this nickel and diming car dealership. Which, ironically enough, by the way, Kyle Kalinski's dad owned a car dealership. Okay, definitely very poor though. Okay, Albert Kalinski owned a Chevy dealership in New Rochelle, but okay.
Doctors, I think 90% probably of people in the medical field genuinely want to help, and they're not trying to nickel and dime you and stuff. But as a system, yeah, it is a scam. It is a fucking ripoff. You shouldn't get a bill for thousands and thousands of dollars when you go have a simple procedure or something that's just like a minor checkup or something like that. And guess what? It is often one of those very expensive procedures.
Thousands and thousands of dollars for minor checkup. People just like say whatever shit. I don't care. I don't even. But I hate most of you guys on this topic. People just say like the most random fuck retarded shit.
It's getting a cancer screening, actually going in there, not just for a checkup, not just where they grab your balls and fucking, measure you or whatever, but when they actually do those intensive, cancer screenings or actually like, let's check, let's see what's going on. Let's do this. That's going to be a lot of fucking money, right? It's a lot less money just to go to the chiropractor. And again, that's what propelled Kyle's father, at least based on his story that he's told, to seek the help of the chiropractor over the help.
Bro, how much do you think your chiropractor is charging you for x-rays? What?
Of the doctor. It wasn't just like, oh yeah, my dad was too lazy to go to the doctor or something. Like, no, obviously it's more complicated than that. And Kyle has discussed this over and over again at length. I've heard him discuss it many times, and of course it's nuanced, it's a combination of things. Yeah, obviously it's the fucking the smoking, the chiropractor instead of the doctor, the lack of Medicare for all. It's a complex, stew of
the lack of Medicare for all
reasons. But that's fucking America. You know what I'm saying? That's what this fucking country is. People not going to the doctor for a multitude of reasons when it should be super easy and accessible to everybody. If it was, we'd see way less of these sort of early deaths because people would catch diseases and conditions before they got to the point of being terminal, right? That's one of the reasons.
Are chiropractors cheaper on average than physical therapy? Whoa, hold on. No, not that one. I was looking for a different one. Wait. You just asked a question about American healthcare, trying to compare the cost of one thing to another thing. Good luck. Good luck. Go research that answer and come back in 7 years when you figured it out, because I don't think anybody has any fucking idea what anything costs in the healthcare insurance, whatever system in the U.S., because everything is retardedly, absurdly fucking complicated. It is unbelievable how fucking complicated every single thing in the U.S. healthcare system is. I have no fucking idea. To try to figure out what could cost more or less for any other thing is retarded in this country. And it is the strongest, that is the single most compelling argument for a public option, or even if you want to fucking be a virtue signaler and go single payer, that should just, if somebody campaigned on that, I think we should have single payer healthcare. Why? What about the competitive advantages lost? And do you think we can blah, blah, blah? And like, because shit is fucking absurdly complicated. I can't figure anything out, Sure, fucking A. I get that. I would vibe with that personally. I would vibe with that. I do think a good critique could be that, especially without insurance, you often don't know how much visiting a doctor will cost before you go, but you can know exactly how much a chiropractor will cost up front. Yeah, because the chiropractor can't do anything to help you. The only hidden cost you get with a doctor is if they need additional tests, which is the only thing that in my mind feels really shitty, I think. Because it's already scary enough to go to the hospital, but like, because I remember I went once, I need to go back. I need to schedule something at some point, or I'll just drop dead. I had like a body test done because my dick is abnormally fucking huge, and I was impregnating all of Abba's ex-girlfriends. I'm just kidding. I had a mole test done or whatever. Sometimes they like check moles on your body. I don't know why I had this or what was the prerogative for this. I don't know if a friend saw something or a doctor friend saw something. And they're like, oh, you should go check it out. And I remember they looked at one and they were like, oh, this mole looks a little bit weird. It's probably fine, but we should biopsy it just in case to check for cancer. And that'll be like an extra $100 or whatever. And I'm like, yeah, I mean, obviously I can afford it, but damn, that would feel pretty shitty if I was like broke as fuck and could barely afford this appointment. And now you're asking me, do I want to float, the risk of cancer because I don't want to spend $100 on a biopsy for a mole? He nickel and dimed me.
Is so important actually because it's actually more expensive to wait until you have cancer, to wait until you have some debilitating disease to get it fixed. It's much better to catch it early on and then prevent it entirely, which is what would happen way more often if we had Medicare for all. And with Medicare for all, you rebuild the trust between.
So my working class dad was out golfing and one of his golf friends recommended him a chiropractor to kill his cancer, and this is why we need Medicare for all. The claim against public healthcare you said once is the covered stuff wouldn't be the best medicine, but even in Europe, they have private healthcare. People choose to pay on top of the free stuff. Sure. Also, the free healthcare that exists in the United States is decently good. I don't know. I should lean more on my anecdotes, but like, again, my kid's mom had fucking stage 4 Hodgkin's lymphoma, and she got all that shit from start to finish covered with Medicaid. I paid for everything, and she is cancer free.
The people, the community, and the doctors and the medical institutions that they should be going to instead of some bullshit pseudoscientific.
Honestly, I think the biggest issue, the most annoying thing in the United States are the qualifying cliffs or whatever. Like the whole, like, there are income buckets where you just get completely and totally fucked, I think. Because you're starting to make enough money that you're falling out of some of these Medicaid coverages, and then a medical bill will destroy your life. Or your credit, I guess, if you decide not to pay it.
Scientific chiropractor.
Yep. Completely agree. So, yeah, fuck Destiny. This is really low. And if anybody's like, why is he doing this? Why would he lie about this? I guarantee you, because he's trying to say the most fucked up, unhinged thing that he can to Kyle to get Kyle to react to him, right?
Yeah, so fucked up and unhinged. I need Kyle to react to me, please.
That's what it is. He's trying to provoke Kyle into engaging with him because that's how desperate and washed up he is. He has no other way to generate content.
100%. It's honestly one of the most disgusting things I've ever heard Destiny say. Like, fucking shut the fuck up, bro. Like, if you have a substantive argument...
After he says I'm a kitty fucker in this video, good one.
You meant to make against Kyle, if you want to disagree with him about Israel and talk about how, actually Israel is, totally justified to commit a genocide and, kill hundreds of thousands of fucking children. Like, okay, talk about that.
Let me tell you about how this kid with cystic fibrosis died of starvation in the Gaza Strip. Whether it was intentional or not, it's a genocide. But let me tell you why the Holodomor was not a genocide, and why Mao was not genocidal, and why the 40 million people that died of famines and everything else, that actually wasn't intentional, and that was all oops. Can you spend like 20 minutes going over the science behind chiropractic care? It's a pseudoscience. It's not a real thing. Chiropractic medicine is embodies the belief that chiropractic medicine is the belief that that the body itself contains all the necessary tools to cure yourself of any ailment or disease. And what a chiropractic adjustment of the only reason why you get sick ever or have medical conditions is because your spinal cord is out of alignment. So what the chiropractic doctor does is the chiropractor does a spinal adjustment, and by bringing your spine back in alignment, your body is able to cure itself. But yeah. Most people that do go to chiropractors, though, actually don't know. Destiny talking about thing he does not know. Jesus. Many chiropractors, often known informally as chiros, especially those in the field's early history, have proposed that mechanical disorders affect general health, and that regular manipulation of the spinal adjustment, improves general health. A chiropractor may have a doctor of chiropractic degree and be referred to as a doctor, but is not a doctor of medicine or a doctor of osteopathic medicine. They're not MDs either. Even if it's a doctor who's a doctor, chiropractor, or whatever, they're not actually like physician doctors, MD doctors. And there's no evidence that supports the idea that chiropractic care does anything good for you other than as a back massage or whatever else. Spiritualist D.D. Palmer founded chiropractic in the 1890s, claiming that he had received it from the other world, from a doctor who had died 50 years previously. And innate intelligence. You just know shit. Hell yeah. Also, sometimes they'll break your back or your neck and then you'll die too, so. Oh my god. The slightest baby bit of pushback? What was that horrible revelation you had? Oh. What if, like, socialism shit is all just, like, populist rot? I kind of thought about it. Because, like, if you really think about it, it's not like Marxist. Like, some people think that, like, Marx had, like, a valid view on economics. Like, people thought that, like, oh, you can have, like, your neoclassical economic theories or your Keynesian economic, but then also there's, like, Marxist economics. That's not true. Nobody learns. Like, it's like, it's more like philosophical stuff. Like, labor theory of value is, like, if you could even say that, is like philosophy more than, like, a hardcore economic thing. Like, every big prediction that Marx made about economies didn't become true. Nothing... Nobody uses, like, a Marxist analysis. So it's not even like a real form of economic anything. But then I feel like when people bring it up all the time, you know, people always do this whole, like, oh, well, you know, that wasn't really socialism and this isn't really socialism. And, you know, there are arguments to be made one way or another why it is or isn't. And then I feel like I had this revelation where it's like, oh, well, it's not really socialism because socialism is literally just like populism masquerading as political ideology. So it can be whatever you want it to be at any point in time. Like, what is socialism if not the ultimate form of, like, grievance politics, where it's like, oh, like the evil capital class, and then you can define that literally however the fuck you want, I guess. Like, does that include 401k holders or not? Maybe not, probably. What about, like, petite bourgeois, so people like Hasan who are multi-millionaires, but they don't own, like, a factory? They're considered working class, whereas a small business owner taking home 50k a year is now, like, a capital owner. Like, I don't know, man. Ugh. What are you going to do? What are you going to do? Thoughts on the Parker tweet. Hasan genuine question. How is it beneficial to any good movement for you to wear a Mao outfit? This just seems like rage bait for clicks. Do you realize that looks bad for DSA candidates because they are associated with you? Do you want to make it harder or easier for them? So, no, it doesn't look bad for DSA candidates because, remember, DSA candidates are only running in, like, the most extreme blue areas, right? It doesn't hurt them. It only hurts the Democratic Party. I think I tweeted this out earlier, but you have to understand, bro, how many different, like, battles moderates are fighting right now. Every single part of this interaction is by design to destroy moderate Democrats. Like, Fox News picked this up, obviously, because why the fuck wouldn't you? It looks ridiculous. Hasan the Hun benefits from this kind of coverage from Fox News because Fox will never actually call for or try to push Hasan to get demonetized like they do for people they actually perceive to be threats like Kimmel, Colbert, etc., or me. However, they will constantly use Hasan as a vector to attack more moderate Democrats to try and falsely paint most Democrats as having the extremist beliefs that Hasan shares, despite him representing an incredibly fringe extremist element of the party. They just call him left-wing streamer. That's it. Which to most 99% of Americans, that just reads as like a Democrat, basically. Pay attention to how MAGA and conservative media operate. I've said this to you guys a million times. They will harshly attack and try to destroy moderate Dems, but they will only ever use extremists as roundabout ways to attack moderate Dems, never really going after them directly. It's why Hasan has had numerous pieces on him, but has never been banned or demonetized or even had a threat of it from any of the platforms he's infected. But when they go here, like, it comes down to, I guess, whether or not Hasan can handle it mentally, being like the bad guy. But like all this stuff does is it hurts all of the moderate Dems running all over the country and helps the MAGA people get to shit on moderate Dems, so it can help them a little bit in elections. And then the DSA types probably aren't impacted that much because they have like the most extremist voters in the primaries anyway. Do you think this could be what breaks the two-party system? I just think Democrats can survive this left takeover. Well, it's pretty easy. You just have to push back against the left people. You just need like your content creators and the people out here making millions of dollars covering the news and doing stuff to actually say something about them. But you get the sense that we're going to have another party switch type situation, like weird populist versus establishment types? I have no idea. Who knows? A lot of big names calling out Hasan on X. Maybe not who we want, but it's something. Yeah, there are people doing it, but like, Hasan is never getting actioned on the Twitch platform, right? He's invincible there. And then nobody's serious. It's not like he did anything illegal or anything. Like, it's just going to be, people are just going to be playing shit like that, I think, to basically... What is this?
By the president, this attempt by the president to hurt Canadians to, for some reason, attack our country was entirely predictable. He will probably do it again, and there's no reason to believe that this is the bottom in terms of where he's willing to go. I feel sorry for Americans. If you can't be friends with Canada, then you almost certainly do not have a friend anywhere in the world. And that is a very lonely place to be.
I always thought as a liberal, none of this left flank shit matters because reality slapped them come election time that no one really believes this shit. What do you think? Well, they still, unfortunately, have they're growing in the media space. So, what are you going to do? What is this? Remember, kids, if you don't like Mao, you're a Nazi, apparently. Comparing famine due to mismanagement, you fucking loser. Or even the violence born out of the Cultural Revolution. The violence born out of the Cultural Revolution, meaning it wasn't Mao's fault. It was all the horrible, evil people that they were trying to cleanse during the Cultural Revolution. To the Holocaust, or claiming it's worst, is Holocaust revisionism. You're actually the anti-Semite. I don't give a fuck if you take my joke about never disrespecting Mao seriously or not. You need to recollect your thought. Oh, he was joking. Oh. Mike was making more death threats against you, but I can't like this as a banned phrase. Wait, what's the banned phrase? He was just joking, guys. The fuck? Well, I see it. Remember the China apology and the Ethan Nuke reaction video? Yeah, Hasan did it on the show with Ethan. They were just trying to civilize the barbaric Tibetans. Kings. Ban phrase is his Twitter name. Refresh chat. It shouldn't be banned anymore.
All right, a quick message to my friends on the far left. Quit pooping in the Kool-Aid bowl and telling us that the turds are ice cubes. They're not ice cubes, and I want to talk about it.
Van Jones on Substack.
All right, guys, I got...
Oh, God, I thought the whole video presentation was going to be like this. And I'm like, what the fuck am I... What alternate reality of horrible boomer media did I just step into?
Van Jones on Substack.
All right, guys, I got some stuff I want to get off my chest. I am tired of a set of people on the very far left in the Democratic Party, my party, telling us that in order for us to be progressives, we now have to believe ideas and support ideas that are completely nuts. I am a progressive Democrat. In other words, everything that's good in our party, I believe in, have believed in for a long time. Do I want universal health care, Medicare for all, whatever you want to call it? Absolutely. If you are sick, you should be able to go see a doctor. That's a good idea. I want free education for everybody as long as they want to keep learning. I think that's a good idea. The Green New Deal, I'm the author of the Green New Deal. The Green New Deal is my phrase from my first book in 2008. There's nobody more committed to criminal justice reform than me, ecological solutions, the whole deal. These are our ideals as progressives. We should fight for them. We need them now more than ever. But what does that have to do with supporting Hamas? What does that have to do with putting up candidates who say we should have no police, no prisons, we can't deport anybody, even if they commit rape or murder, Israel shouldn't exist? These are terrible ideas. These are awful ideas. Where did these ideas even come from? If we want people to join this party, when people come to the party, you want to give them a wonderful punch bowl of wonderful ideas like this. Who is putting the poop in the punch bowl? Bruh. Why are these ideas in our punch bowl? These are regressive ideas. How do you know? Look at the ideas on this side. If you lived in a world where everybody could see a doctor when they got sick, if they didn't have a penny in their pocket, if everybody could get an education as far as their learning and desire could take them, if everybody had clean air and clean water, if you didn't have ICE running around hurting people for no reason, would that be a good world or a bad world? It'd be a great world. We need to progress toward that world. That's called progress. That's called progressive. Now, if you live in a world where there were no police and no prisons, so that in your neighborhood, any gang member, terrorist, pedophile, Klan member could do whatever they wanted to, is that progress or regress? If you live in a world where we said, well, you can be a terrorist if you want to, as long as you feel oppressed, and anybody get blown up at any time and people make excuses for it, is that a better world? Is that progress? Or is that regressing to a lawless, chaotic state? If we live in a world where people could literally get elected to office with the only qualification being that they went and celebrated a mass murder of Israelis, if all elected officials celebrated mass murders, qualification being that they went and celebrated a mass murder of Israelis. If all elected officials celebrated mass murders, is that a better world or a worse world? These are not progressive ideas. These are regressive ideas. And I'm old enough to know the difference. And you're smart enough to know the difference. Ideas that make the world better, that help us progress to a better place. Those are the ideals of the Democratic Party. If you were not born rich, lucky, or famous, you need the Democratic Party. That's what we're for. That's what we're about. Ideas that are literally insane, nutty, moronic, dangerous, bigoted, are not progressive. They're regressive, and they should not be in our party. The people who are promoting these nutty, crazy, backwards ideas are party poopers. Literally, they're coming.
You seem to think the U.S. healthcare system is the best in the world. Anything you would change to improve it? No, not a single fucking thing. To say that the U.S. has the best healthcare system in the world depends on what you mean by best healthcare system. Usually when we're talking about best things that people have to pay money for, you have to factor in some level of access. And I feel like insofar as access goes, it knocks down the U.S. healthcare rankings like pretty significantly, as it should, right? Like, what is the best car? I guess a Lamborghini. But like, is it? Like, if you don't have the money for it, it's obviously not. Or if you're just trying to get to and from work, it's obviously not. Or what is the best, there's like a cost per unit of utility or whatever, and you try to maximize on that. So I think that the United States healthcare system, it might have the most advanced or state-of-the-art healthcare available, I think, in the world. But that doesn't speak to the broad, like, healthcare, the institution of healthcare in the United States. Like, it doesn't matter if you have the best. Like, I can drop a Lamborghini in North Korea, and it doesn't mean the average North Korean is driving a Lambo to work. Or your mom. Boom!
I've been waiting my whole life to see a youth movement do what it's doing, but it's being hijacked by people who are putting in nutty ideas supporting terrorists, nutty ideas saying that we don't need cops in prison. We can't deport anybody even if they rape somebody. Who said this? Chevalier. If we can't say right from wrong, if we can't say good from bad, if we can't separate progressive ideas from regressive ideas, we're going down the same pathway that has pulled the Republican Party into an unrecognizable shell of itself. And I refuse to let that happen to Democrats.
And the other problem...
I am a progressive Democrat. You want to talk about prison reform? I've done it as well as anybody, Republican Democrats in the South with Trump. I've done prison reform. I never said...
What does a cultural revolution have to do with the Holocaust? I wouldn't necessarily say the two are comparable. You can maybe do it in terms of like number of deaths, but that's kind of silly. It feels like what happened, I have very weak knowledge of post-World War II, okay? Although it's probably better than most of these motherfuckers online. I think what happened after World War II is basically you had these like competing ideologies in the world, especially between the Soviet Union and the United States, and for a whole bunch of reasons, some related to probably liberal free market capitalism, and some related to the fact that it was just on the other side of the world, not getting the shit bombed out of it. The United States pulled ahead like incredibly far in the whole like industrial revolution. We had tons of shit, and then I think that the Soviet leaders and the new Chinese leaders basically were like, we need to industrialize as fast as possible so that we can be as cool as America. And sometimes that meant, losing tens of millions of people in the process. Like there are so many well, this is actually, I'm sorry, this is like Great Leap Forward stuff, not even Cultural Revolution stuff, but like all the history of like the famines and there were unplanned famines and how could we have known and what would happen. And I'm pretty sure, I don't know how much of this is true or not, but like in the Great Leap Forward, weren't they like fucking going to rural villages and just basically saying like we need all the metal possible, like we're gonna fucking melt all of your sides and everything, and then winter comes and it's like, oh shit, we don't have any tools to do anything, and it's like, well, that's one less mouth to feed. Die. Like it was just like people were trying to like, so it's annoying because sometimes people will say things like, well, they had to industrialize the country and they did great things, although it came at a great cost. I was like, I mean, kinda, but like it was at breakneck speed to compete with the United States. And am I missing a big chunk of U.S. history where like 10 million U.S. citizens died as a result of our industrializing? Maybe, deaths in World War II, but yeah, I don't know. What are you going to do? But then also, another annoying thing is that the far lefty types are very, very, very kind when it comes to their leaders enacting policies that lead to like mass deaths. But they'll say things like the Irish potato famine, that was a 100%. I think most of them will call it a genocide now, right? Or people will, obviously, Israel has committed like 50 genocides at this point, I guess. So it's just, yeah, I don't know, it's cringe. What are you going to do? Van Jones calls himself progressive. Van Jones is one of the worst liberals in the MSM. I'm pretty sure he's just a Republican op because I've never seen him back a progressive cause. Ooh, God, they want to say it so badly. Dude, if they get the right people in this movement, if like Fuentes or somebody manages to become a socialist somehow, and they unlock the N-word, all the anti-black racial slurs, whew, these people are going to be steamrolling them. Insufferable prick. I am so sick of the deportation argument against Chevalier. I fuck this person's name up still. It is totally reasonable to pause any deportations until it is ensured rule of law and due process is restored. Any other position is supportive of fascist policies. I'm sorry, but this is fucking Chevalier. Bro. He's been crying about the DSA ever since they won, Limfeo. This is also so annoying. I give this as like a piece of personal advice. Like, I understand that I have a blunt personality. And so if somebody asks me like, oh, do you think that everybody gets along with you? It's like, I can, but there's a lot of people that just won't like me because of my, I'm blunt. I can be kind of an asshole. But I accept that. I'm not out here being like, they just can't handle truth sayers. I'm like, oh, this is who I am. I can understand why some people don't like it. If you're going to be the most antagonistic fucking pricks in the universe, which the DSA types all are, constantly shitting down every other person's throat, and then you're like, they're just mad because we won. Well, yeah, your whole goal is to instigate and incite constantly. Why would you be surprised? I don't know why I'm even reading this when there's a 50-50 chance this is just some fucking Russian bot boosting Hasan's Reddit anyway, but... Kind of pointless directing us to Brigade Piker sub. Need to pull up posts on third-party subs so we can actually influence it. Well, I'm not. I'm just reading the... I would never say we should Brigade his sub. You should keep commenting publicly, though, on YouTube videos and on... during a Twitter posts and everything. What is this?
Community of the Caribbean. I don't understand because I'm seeing too much of this. This says nothing about the black community, the Caribbean community as a whole. This is just regular homophobia. You don't need to try to rationalize it by attaching generalizations like that just aren't true. Yes, I say this is a Caribbean person. Yeah, that's also another part of this because like most of the people that clowned on him in his immediate vicinity are also, there's like his roommate, his wardrobe. We just showed you and his roommate wardrobe also fucking defended Max as well and like criticized them too. And wardrobe is 17. This dude is old as hell. I think he might even be older than me. In his old ass age, Unc is out here fucking talking mad shit. Weirdly enough, doing old school homophobia for no reason.
It's like the character, but your main like you. Don't let raise bitch you.
When he got called out later, he said it was a Caribbean joke. Yeah, that's bullshit. That's bullshit.
Your own stream, is you crazy? I'm not no diva. What the oh, not try that. That's not true.
Well, I'm sorry. What am I even... Did I just not pay attention enough? Why the fuck am I even listening to this?
I don't understand because I'm seeing too much of this. This says nothing about the black community, the Caribbean community as a whole. This is just regular homophobia. You don't need to try to rationalize it by attaching generalizations like that just aren't true. Yes, I say this is a Caribbean person. Yeah, that's also another part of this because like most of the people that clowned on him in his immediate vicinity are also, there's like his roommate, his wardrobe. We just showed you and his roommate wardrobe. Also fucking defended Max. as well, and
He acted gay and people called it an act.
Criticized them too.
Okay. I'm referencing how Piker directs his own audience to brigade by pulling red posts. You know, yeah, I'm aware. It's about the Placo Boy Max homophobia drama. Okay. I don't know anything about that drama, but... Olive Garden becomes unlikely face of voter ID fight after restaurant's policy goes viral. Olive Garden's never-ending pasta pass sparked an unlikely political firestorm after conservatives applauded the restaurant's photo ID requirement, arguing the policy is stricter than voting laws in some Democrat-led states. Olive Garden requires ID to use their never-ending pasta pass, but most Democrat-run states don't require your ID to vote. Okay. So in America, our pasta deals are literally more secure than our elections. Maddening and hilarious at the same time. Olive Garden's never-ending pasta pass gives customers unlimited meals, but the restaurant requires pass holders to present a valid photo ID matching the name printed on the pass when ordering. Conservatives swiftly shared the restaurant's X post announcing the policy, praising it, and drawing comparisons to the broader debate over voter ID requirements. Is it like, it's like not even a serious. First of all, you need to have a government ID to register to vote. Okay, number one. Number two, you don't have like or we wouldn't consider it a very important constitutional right that should be guaranteed to you to go and eat pasta. So if somebody wants to have guess what? There's also probably higher ID requirements, I guess, now to look at porn in fucking half the states in this country. You have to have your phone, you need to buy like a Sony digital camera and have it taking pictures of your dick to vein match to make sure that it's just you jerking off to Pornhub or whatever now. I also don't understand, because like if you want photo ID requirements for voting, you can just pass that in your state too. Like some states have photo ID laws. Like why? Like if you want that, just do that. This Wills guy has been rolling libs on TikTok in the last week on capitalism and Israel-Palestine. 640.
Leftist, we can talk about anything specific you like. I'd love, as you know, I talk a lot about Israel, and I'd be interested in what your position is, especially with an organization that you're affiliated with, Unfuck America, platforming a genocide denier. I'd be interested what your thoughts on that are. At first, maybe.
Is that Z or me? Is that a reference to me? Okay.
Was it whether or not a question answering the question of genocide?
Yeah, like whether it's acceptable to platform a genocide denier.
Oh my god, it's so fucking cringe.
Oh,
like
who's
Destiny.
the genocide denier?
Destiny.
Well, I thought he was pretty critical last time.
Doesn't matter. It has to call it a genocide.
Has he recognized the genocide of Palestinians?
Is that necessary to pass best policy?
Yes. No, it's not about... Oh, what a stupid question. None of these people care about policy. It's not about policy. It's about virtue signaling. So yes, if you want a virtue signal, you have to recognize the genocide. For policy, this guy doesn't have any... Well, maybe this guy will. I guess nobody I've heard of ever has any realistic policy for Israel.
To not be a genocide denier, it is, yeah.
Like, say for an individual that adheres to, like the rulings of international bodies that we recognize as having like some legitimacy. I don't think there's been a ruling on whether or not there's a genocide as of this moment, right?
That isn't relevant to whether there is in fact a genocide.
No, but I mean, it's just a question of somebody that rather appeal to like a higher authority, even if they recognize there being a huge humanitarian crisis in the area, and maybe even calling on Israel's accountability. I think all of those things are possible, and the position still being viable without having to call it a genocide. I mean, I call it one. That serves.
Okay.
Importance.
So you recognize it as a genocide?
Okay, hold on. I'll put this on the back burner. Hasan responds to Destiny calling out Piker, Mamdani, and the DSA's infiltration of the Democratic Party. Ooh, I can't wait to hear the substantive political disagreement here. Oh boy. It's just too much. Like all the DSA cringe fucking shit is too much. I don't care. It cannot be until I see anybody. The only reason why I let AOC slide is because she is willing to push back against the super left people. I've never seen Mamdani do it. Don't know if he would do it. But if I see him do it, then I'll change my opinion on it. But at this point,
he's such a petty little tyrant in his like little circle on the internet. It's so funny.
Wait, did I already watch this? It's hard because he always says like the same shit about me constantly. So it's like Trump, I guess. It's like okay. Because I saw here like petty narcissistic sex pest, but I feel like he said this multiple times about me. Okay, we already saw this. Full context for the Hasan clip. I'm pretty sure we watched like his stream yesterday. Oh.
I'm just say what's up, bro. I want to see you. I'll just see you later.
Hi, what's up, buddy?
Hey, what's up? Is my mic good? Is my internet connection good?
Yeah, so far.
So far, okay. Tell me if it fucks up. Hi, how are you? I was just gonna add on the difference between the Cultural Revolution and the Great Leap Forward. So, if that's okay with you, the Great Leap Forward essentially was like you described. It was the idea that in order for communism to be achieved, they had to skip certain stages in the development of societies. So, like in like communism, there's like agrarian societies. There's industrial societies, and then there's like it goes on to be more advanced. So the idea was like for Mao and Stalin is that they wanted to skip from agrarian society and move past the stages and go all the way to an industrial society. And to do that, they decide. This is the communist argument. It's not my argument. To do that, they decided it was okay to like sacrifice like millions of people. Like you said, they used pig iron, and therefore there was a bunch of supply chain issues, and a lot of people starved because the pig iron wasn't actually, it wasn't sustainable for like industrial industry and things of that sort. But the Cultural Revolution specifically was about the Marxist critique in China of party cliques. So the idea that in communism you can gain status and you can gain political positions through like your familial ties and nepotism was what Mao criticized. So the Cultural Revolution was him kind of like unraveling that chain and unraveling that thread to be a more like pure Marxist society. So well, like to tie this back to the original tweet, Hasan Piker was saying that like, oh well, the Cultural Revolution and the Great Leap Forward, they weren't necessarily genocides, and that's like Holocaust revisionism. It's technically true because there wasn't like a actual like you say, there was an actual like top down like rule to like exterminate these specific groups of people. There was simply it was just like a very poor economic planning, and you can say that's still morally bad, and even Hasan still won't acknowledge that was probably bad, but.
So I don't know anything about the Great Leap Forward in terms of who was targeted, but this is always my issue when it comes to poor planning.
Yeah.
The poor planning never seems to impact the group doing the planning. So like when I think of the Holodomor, that mainly affected it was like the kulaks and the Ukrainians, right?
Ukrainian
like,
farmers.
They were requisitioning their crops and food and bringing it all back to Moscow and shit. And like the central like Russian middle class wealthier people or whatever, they were all like doing okay. But it was always the people on the outskirts that were dying. I have a feeling that if I were to dig through the Great Leap Forward stuff, and obviously for the Cultural Revolution stuff, although that was explicit, that the people that tend to die are the ones that are the furthest from the people enacting the plan/policy. I don't think I would call it necessarily genocidal, I don't think. But like I think that these lefties applying any standard they use today would absolutely call it genocidal.
No, I agree with that. Also, there's something interesting you actually added in response to that, is that when you said they call the Irish potato famine a genocide, that was similar to the Holodomor, where they were depriving a region of food supplies. But that wasn't because they just wanted to kill all the Ukrainians, or well, maybe it's because they want to kill all the Ukrainians. But if you hold that standard for Irish people, you should hold the standard for Ukrainian people. But yeah, that's kind of. I just want to add that short part. Anyways, have a good stream.
Okay, be careful.
Bye.
Okay, what is this? Well, hold on. We just got a key. We got a key race alert email. What is this?
We have a message. We are coming.
We are on boss. We're on bot. We're on bound. And we. I mean, no notes. No notes. Speech, I will say, especially the end of it, the second. I don't know what this would be considered. I don't know how this could be considered Hitlerian in any way. Speech is giving a political speech. Working at Scranton, Pennsylvania. Fucking political speech. Saw a lot of people that were like in that, like, oh, this is just like Dwight Schrute. It says make paper instead of his the office. I know. American burger-brained Ameroids, unfortunately. Isn't it, man? I can see people being fearful and it leans heavy into the Fox News cockers, hit you with the communist stuff. Also having the old heads believe them. Nice fitting suit, double-breasted, makes you look like someone old head morons love. Yeah, I mean, I'm not going to stop wearing the Zhongshan suit. It's not the fucking Mao suit, okay? It's like, it's a Chinese suit. I like it. I'm not going to stop wearing it. I don't give a shit if people go, oh, there's the Mao suit. Who cares? Who cares? Yeah. Its origination doesn't even come from Mao Zedong. Obviously, Mao Zedong popularized it quite a bit, but it's Sun Yat-sen who also wore it. And not only is it it's the Zhongshan suit that is like a Chinese style of like merging Eastern and Western aesthetics, but I also happened to get it tailored when I was in China by the fucking family that invented the suit style, invented that tailoring style. So, you know, it has, you know, not only does it look good, but I also like I like the story behind it as well. I don't give a shit. I'm flipping now.
So somebody emailed me this and said at 48 minutes, you can actually watch where Hasan goes to buy this suit. And Hasan is the one who actually gets excited and makes all of the Mao and the Xi Jinping associations himself. I don't think I've watched this before. Hold on.
Okay. 这是第二代的，他做了那套中山装。
Yeah, he's the second generation, and he was the one invented the Mandarin style of.
He invented it.
He invented.
Oh. That's what I all of China.
他发明的，对不对？
对，是他根据孙中山的要求，然后是发明出来的。
He invented the suit among to Sun Zhongzhan's requirements.
So the same suit that both Mao wore and also Xi Jinping wore, it's like the same with the collar, with the Mandarin collar that was invented by him.
Same style. Yeah. Wow. Yeah, like he is literally like the guy invented it.
He's the guy.
Wow.
He's the guy.
就是他问，就是他想知道中山装那套衣服是谁
The crop.
然后他就是他跟中山要求买。对。然后这个是第一个做西装的，它是西式的衣服和西式的面料嘛，对吧？
对。
但是中国就是西式流到中国来。
那我没有错。
他是他儿子呢，他是他儿子。
So this is the son and this is the dad.
OK。那中山装也给他拿出来给他解释一下，中山装。
你要把那个拿。
对，你好。哇。
That's what I want, dude. That's it. That's what I want.
他们来这个感知。
Yeah,
that's pretty deep. I'm not gonna lie.
这个是特意赶制出来的。
Yeah. So my mom she made this suit like for you guys several days ago. Like she just made it, and this is like the Mandarin style suit you guys are talking about.
特意呈现一点给你们看一下。
1905年，孙中山在日本，孙中山在日本成立同盟会。你的翻译？
同盟会吗？
对，同盟会。
你继续讲那个故事。
对，
然后呢
？1905年，孙中山在日本成立同盟会。同盟会的政治纲领呢是驱除鞑虏，恢复中华，建立民国，平等地权。所以他当时是孙中山的目的就是想推翻清朝统治。所以你把孙中山你把清朝推翻了以后，你要有就是换朝要换服装，就是服装你不能就是延续以前那个清朝人穿的衣服，所以他要制定一个新的衣服出来。这中山装就是王财运根据孙中山那个同盟会的政治纲领，然后就是那个做出来的一套创出来的衣服。
Okay, it's gonna be a long story. Good luck with that. So this is basically the history happening back in the 20th century.
Yeah.
So at 1905, that was the year Sun Zhongshan started the party. The party, it's like the formal like version of the Chinese party, not the communism party, but the one before. So the purpose he started that party is he want to end the Qing dynasty. So people thinking like those participants, they're thinking like we are having a new party, we are changing another dynasty, so we need to have a new looking. And this is created for that new looking.
Yeah.
Rebrand.
是吧?
New generation, new clothes. So people are looking for a new type of clothes.
Yeah.
So this one is actually customized, like made by the principal of the party by that time.
Wow.
Yeah.
That's amazing.
还有啥吗？
还有。
对，这中间真的很多。
它呢是，比方我从整个开始哈，从前面然后讲到后面哈。
Okay, they're gonna
这个地方呢
introduce which part means.
这个地方呢，它有这个扣子大扣。你看这个大扣，看到吧？这个大扣就代表着孙中山他治军严谨。
Oh.
代表这个意思。
Okay, so you can see the color. This area, there's two buttons, like big buttons. Means the regulation of Sun Zhongshan, Mr. Sun Zhongshan, the regulation is very restricted. So very serious about the army. Yeah.
像这个1、2、3、4、5个扣就代表孙中山的五权宪法，就代表行政、立法、监察、司法和考试。
Okay, I'll try to explain this part. This is a little bit difficult. So there's a 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 5 buttons. Actually means
行政、
行政、
立法、
politics, and this is law.
立法、司法、
legislation.
这是什么？监察。
监察。
行政、立法，第三是什么？
行政、立法、司法。
司法 is like
regulation or law, something like that.
execution.
Yeah.
Like yeah.
这个监察。
Regulation.
这个考试。
This exam.
Wow.
Each button has meanings.
This is like the very important part of the Constitution by the time.
What about the other buttons on the pockets?
这两个扣
这两个扣子呢？
这样给我一点点解释。
Okay.
因为当时是美国，它是三权分立，我们中国当时就是想建立一个新中国。
And then 104.23. Imagine having like a custom-made IDF fucking suit when I come back from Israel. It's just so crazy to me. Holy shit.
Don't question it. And I see that the Bitty Bitty chat is asking this question.
That's the Chinese social media app that he had to stream from because they ban other streaming platforms, by the way.
But yes, we are here to get custom-made suits today, and we're gonna get sized up. And then I want that one. I want that.
I need that one.
I assume.
I need that one. If he can remix
I need that one.
It's historical. You cannot do that to our culture.
Maybe throw some shoulder pads in it, crop it.
Yeah, crop it up.
Yeah, see what I'm saying?
What creates is it inappropriate to ask how much the most expensive one is?
Yeah, price.
Yeah.
Oh.
Curious how much the most expensive suit versus like the.
Why do you keep asking about that?
I think it's interesting to know. Oh, I'm sorry. Is that a bad question? I'm sorry.
No, it's okay. No, I would like to know as well.
Oh, thank you. I thought maybe it'd be interesting to know how much these cost.
I'm surprised at the Chinese.
价钱一般是什么样的范围？
它是从那个8000多到3万。
Okay, what's 8,000 divided by 7? 8,000.
Yeah, so $1,000 for a typical, but what's like the most expensive? What's like for the president? Oh, 30?
Oh, 最贵的那种是3万，最贵的。你们做过最贵的？我们做过12万。12万 divided by 7. What's the dollar card?
Okay, hold on. 120,000 divided by 7.
Oh, that's the most expensive customer. But normally like 3,000.
$17,000. Wow,
That's pretty expensive.
That's a lot.
That's pretty crazy.
But typically 1,000. That's pretty good actually for like a suit. You want to custom suit in the States? It's $5K.
$1,000 is like a
tailoring is separate, right?
Oh, separate cost.
I don't know. That's good.
All included.
All included.
Textile plus the tailor. Okay. Yeah, everything. Or like everything with it?
Well, I want to see what color he would choose.
你想，如果你给他介绍什么颜色
For me, what is the color?
He wants to get a gray one. Yes.
You know, this is the booty.
He
wants the traditional.
Yeah. 他想要最传统。Yeah, the most traditional one is the gray one.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's the first prime minister of the China Communist Party.
Yeah.
这是科学家的前阶层穿的衣服，这个颜色。
Yeah, he's the one making the nuclear bomb. Yeah, they are all wearing like gray.
Yeah, that's what I want.
第二个，美国人穿的是蓝色。
That's the yeah.
美国人穿蓝色，对。太平洋军人他穿的是绿色。
Okay, this is cool.
Army guy wears gray.
Yeah.
不一样的。
Yeah, anybody know the people in those examples? Who are these guys? I'm not recognizing any of them. I don't know the Chinese faces very well.
美国人穿蓝色，对。太平洋军人他穿的是绿色。
Okay, this is cool.
Army guy wears gray.
Yeah.
不一样的。你可以变成一个颜色体验一套，或者呢就是如果一套的话呢，他就选择这个灰色最好。
Yeah, because the gray signifies the party members and officials. Is it inappropriate to wear gray in China? If I were to wear that suit?
No.
Oh, okay.
在中国穿灰色没有问题吧？就是因为这是领导人穿。
When I go to Japan, I usually cosplay also, by the way.
We don't have the color restriction here. No, I'm just asking. Like, you can choose like anyone you want. If you're only making one, you can just choose the gray. Because that's the like most classical one.
Yeah.
But if you have like
that's the one I want. I want the classical.
Go blue or go green or go other text. Any text.
No, I want the gray.
I might.
You want green? I want gray.
Might pipe it down right
Yeah.
now.
And also
put it on first and see how
you
it
looks.
looks.
You can choose from and put it on yourself to see. Like the one up here. Look. Will.
Oh.
Look. Okay. I want the gray. I want it.
Oh,
yes.
You want lighter? Gray?
What does the lighter gray signify? Who would go with the lighter gray?
浅灰的是一般的人是那个瘦的人就
Oh, usually. Put it on first and see how it looks.
I want the gray.
I might.
You want green? I want gray. I want the classical.
Go blue or go green.
Jesus, okay. Well, damn, made in China.
Well, I'm just say what's up, bro. I want to see what I just see you later. We'll take plastic dick type of day. Yeah, Why you want to be a diva? On some flash shit. Why you want to be a diva? Some flash. You're a demon. You need holy oil, right? You need to sit down in the holy oil. You need to go get a church bath and cleanse your body, right? I think you are confused. I think you need some guidance. I think your parents feel a little way about that. I think the clip farming and getting your clips. You pushing the persona. You smart. You loyal. I know what you're doing. You know what you're doing. You've been at this. But you are not a diva. Diva's been over. I don't think you've been over. You're not the little boys in Clover. You're not Tota. You're not a diva. You are a grown man. Black Boy Max.
What is a diva tattoo? And is this guy actually gay, or?
Black Boy Batty. Not Black Boy ass. Are you going to tell your son that you are a diva? Daddy, what's diva? Hey, get the fuck out of here.
He's straight and he has diva tattooed. Is that like a fashion rapper thing? I don't know, bro. The only thing I know about rappers is comes from the Boondocks.
That is an abomination, Max. I am not proud of you. I am proud of everything else you did. Nominations, changing the game, changing your skin to Batty Diva. Diva start with D. Diddy. What else? You know, it's like this, Max. You know, I could speak like this because after the clips go up and they don't like me, I don't use social media no more, so I can be a crackhead for life. When you keep pushing that barrier, Max, when you keep pushing that barrier and time passes, what happens? What next? What's the next engagement? What's the next clip? Don't lose yourself, don't sell your soul, Max. They want your soul because you changed the game. Don't sell your soul. You know I have a soul. You know how to hold my tongue. You know you the first person that ever subbed me up as a big streamer in my chat. You ain't mention it. You don't know how much I appreciate you. But you bigger than that, nigga. Don't forget niggas like you for your person.
Batty boy is Jamaican for the F slur for reference. Ooh.
Reality, niggas, you crazy? You need to put on no persona, nigga. You broke through with music. Is you crazy? So niggas suck my dick. Niggas don't like you. It's like the character. But your main niggas like you. Don't let niggas rage bait you on your own stream. Is you crazy, nigga? You him.
Is this like a troll or a meme, or I don't understand?
Nigga, you're not no diva, nigga. What the fuck? Oh, no. You fly.
Or what? I don't understand any of this. Why aren't these guys fighting? Or what's happening? No, he's being serious. I feel like this dude went in. Hi, what's up?
He went in crazy style.
Yeah.
Folks, I'm very, very happy to say that t-shirts are officially shipped, and we have given an update to people whose t-shirt is shipped with your tracking number. So if you have been waiting on the shirt, if you've been emailing about the shirt, you should officially have an email in your email inbox that says your shirt is coming and here's the tracking number. And if you don't, now you can spam merchandise@digitalgroundgame.org in order to know, okay?
Wow.
All right, I'll keep it quick and short for you guys so you can get back to your Twitter scrolling.
Thanks, be careful.
Bye-bye.
Wait, what kind of relationship do these guys have that this guy, or is this guy like a lover and not a fighter? Because I feel like in most videos, this dude would have started like fighting this guy like halfway into this rant.
I don't really want to chill niggas. I want to just chill. I have been streaming this whole time. And I've been having a lot of fun. You know, people just really just accepted me for who I am, honestly, the whole time. So it's just felt like, damn, I felt like I enjoyed shit again.
Oh, okay. Well, he's a soft boy.
But, damn, bro, shit, niggas get cold, bro. They got, bro. Damn, nigga, thief on a flock, bro, my own shit, bro.
Okay. He didn't fight because he didn't want to ruin the event. Were they at a whole event? Oh, well, if so, good job. Black women have to work an extra 7 months to earn what white men earn in a year. What a weird way. Do you think, like ChatGPT, I need you to relate these two numbers in the most fucking whatever contrived way possible? White men get to eat 9 bites of vanilla ice cream for every 4 bites of a cookie a black woman can afford when McDonald's has their winter sales. Okay. New. It's day 1 of the domicile trial of James Fishback. Lieutenant Governor Jay Collins is suing in an attempt to kick him off the ballot for not meeting gubernatorial. Why do we call? What's the? There was a thing for this in like England or something that we looked this up. Why is it like goober for mayor stuff or not mayor stuff? I'm sorry, for governor stuff. Like why is it not gubernatorial or gubernatorial residency requirements? The courtroom is chock full, but you can watch here. Uh-oh. Check out this new mouse. A Noctua mouse? With a gaming fan. That sounds insanely fucking cringe. What? Hasan has to be paid by China. Literally has an American Center of Humiliation t-shirt. Jesus. I like how he has Kai in his... Oh my god, bro. Oh, how fucking weird and gross. So he had some giant diaper fetish picture in the background, and I guess people on Reddit called it out, so he replaced it.
Also, you might have noticed some changes behind me. I finally framed the Cutie Cinderella newspaper from 9/11, the morning of 9/12, the newspaper right there. The newspaper that covered 9/11. It's now officially sitting behind me, and I moved the North Korean poster up in place of the fan art. We're going to find a new place to put all the fan art. Don't
Like, it's so fucking disgusting. Holy shit.
you worry. Okay? But in any case, ladies and gentlemen, boys, girls, and MBs, that's a PSA 10, by the way. That 9/11 poster, or not, the 9/11 news article is a PSA 10.
Ugh. Oh, I feel like I've watched... Did we watch this on stream?
Yo, dude.
Yeah, what's up?
What's up with the photo?
Oh, that? Yeah, it's just like a conversation piece in case we had like people over.
Of the Twin Towers being attacked?
Yeah, that's 9/11. So basically in like 2001.
Yeah, I know what 9/11 is.
Oh, good. So you're caught up.
Hey, hello?
Hey, yeah, I just want to make 2 points. It's a very short rant on socialism. And one of them is on Hasan. And this, because like I saw what LibCon seemed like a really positive thing, and I'm really happy to see that there's a kind of momentum behind liberalism at the moment. But you guys getting kicked out, like the hypocrisy of platforming a guy who's waved a gun that he says is a replica, but people won't know that around. He waved it around on the stream. And like Democrats need to fight this notion of any left-wing violence being legitimated. There's this college Democrat
Mitchell, thanks for the 200 subs.
I mean, they are seriously tarnishing the Democrats' names, and they need to be called out for that. I think the backlash has been ridiculously weak. I don't understand why.
Well, I mean, there's been a lot of backlash on Twitter. I don't know what the party can do, but I mean, they're figuring it out, I guess, slowly but surely.
Yeah, but it's too slowly and not really surely, right?
I mean, I agree. Yeah,
really
I hope
bad
that
for the Democrats' name.
I hope that something happens. I hope that the college Democrats take a hard look at themselves and see, I guess, what comes of that or whatever. I don't know if there's any talk inside that organization. It's not like we have any insight or anything into it. So,
but I mean, it's also the media, like the whole UK backlash. Like they were basically glazing him when he came on to these interviews. Not once did they mention about this. There's been these 2 instances, right? He shared designs of a makeshift gun. I think that was on Twitter. But then on stream waving this, I mean, that clip is shocking. Like he's waving this gun around, threatening a guy who turned out not to be the guy who he had an issue with. And then people say, well, it's a replica, or maybe he said that later on. But people won't notice that at the time. So it's effectively, promoting gun violence. Like this guy should never be platformed. It's black and white. And that needs to be brought up in interviews. People need to push back on this, and I'm just not seeing it. That worries me more than him himself, you know? He's just enabled, right? And then they're not getting any backlash about it. So it's too little and too soft.
I agree, yeah.
Speaking of backlash, like in the UK, we've got Andy Burnham as Prime Minister now. I don't know if you've read much about this.
I haven't, I'm listening, yeah.
Yeah, well, he's like, his policy positions are pretty... Well, I'm going to be reading more because I'm writing an article for the Pragmatic Papers on this, but it seems a bit more extreme than we expected. He's hinted at rent controls, actually rent freezing, which is, there's first and second generation rent controls, but first generation, I mean, there was a debate on WIC not long ago, and I mean, the evidence isn't very good for them, you know, like the Mamdani side style, and he's spoken about doing that, which has concerned me a little bit. But there's other stuff, like if you look at the new cabinet, they look pretty good, like very experienced politicians, there's people with a lot of experience in this. It's pretty cool. And then I just saw on Twitter this Green Party politician say, just nationalize energy. So I went to look at how much it would cost, right? It would cost between 100 and 200 billion pounds. Already, because Burnham is more to the left than Starmer, the bond markets have made borrowing more expensive for the UK government. And it's like they just want to wish a dream into reality, which is impossible. And this really just, it goes back to what you said about like maybe socialism is populism. It's a very broad church. There's many forms of socialism, right? But maybe that is because it's populist, that allows it to kind of be whatever you want it to be. But they're just so out of touch with reality. They don't look at the costs. They just say borrow, and they don't look at how much that will cost. They just say tax, and they don't look at how that might damage the economy.
Yeah, I agree. Usually most of my complaints about economics is people only look at one side of a transaction. Yeah, they do it on both sides, to be fair, but yeah.
Yeah, exactly. Oh, for sure. I mean, I've been complaining for a long time about the right. Hey, some things may not really can be run at a profit, like railways in the UK, but it may stimulate the economy elsewhere, and therefore through tax returns they get money back. So I'm very aware of the right, and I think it was also a point that needs to be made, but. The hard left are just getting. I mean, we call them the hard left in the UK. Apparently, it's not a term in America. But they're getting worse. And again, there's no backlash. There's no real discussion, or people aren't listening to the discussion when it happens. And I don't know. I'm blackpilling at the moment about the media, and I'm really pissed off how you were treated, and effectively, how they're not representing this college Democrats, or whatever they call themselves. They're not representing the pluralism of liberalism. By doing what they did.
Yeah, I mean, I agree 100%, yeah.
Sorry, I had to rant, and, I really appreciated, what LibCon was all about, and, what WIC did I thought was excellent, some of the interviews, and, so, I mean, to finish on a positive note, it looked amazing, and, yeah.
Yeah, hopefully the panel gets posted soon, I think, in the next couple of days it should be, yeah.
Cool, yeah. Sorry for the rant, I hope it didn't take too much of your time, but
no, you're good.
That's all I had to say. Cool.
All right, be careful.
So basically on 9/11...
Dude, my parents are from New York. What if they see this?
I think they'd have some pretty good insight.
I don't know, man. Don't you think it's a little bit fucked up?
Don't you think it's fucked up that the government would ignore multiple warnings of an aviation-related attack on our country?
No, it's just kind of tasteless.
Or that just a year before the attacks, a right-wing think tank consisting of some of Bush's administration conceptualized the idea of a new Pearl Harbor in order to justify increased military presence in the Middle East.
Come on, man, it's just that... Wait, is it actually true? No, what am I thinking, dude? There's 9/11 on the walls. I don't want 9/11 on the walls.
IT guy, hope somebody's naked. Oh, what's up? You guys still need your Wi-Fi fixed?
Yeah, it's been a pain in the ass lately, but...
9/11.
Yeah, we were just talking about it.
I like it. It brings the whole wall together. Looks really nice.
Appreciate it, man.
No, of course.
Okay, no, I'm sorry. What?
Well, dude, isn't it crazy that the primarily targeted section of the Pentagon was in charge of financial records, and the attack occurred only a day after a meeting was held about irresponsible record keeping? I mean, it kind of belongs on the wall.
See, this guy gets it.
Oh, yeah.
Mr. President, they hit the second tower.
This fucking guy. Get the fuck out of here.
I will. It's good seeing you guys. Good seeing you guys. I like that.
Yeah, of course.
Wait, you forgot to fix the Wi-Fi.
I never forget.
Dude, he was ready with that one.
Was that scripted? Did you pay that guy?
No, it wasn't scripted. Wait, no, it was?
Fuck you.
The Kennedy assassin.
Frickin' is really epic. Oh my god. We got a one lib shout out.
Going to hide it. I saw a crazy thing from the weekend where there was a college Democrats convention, which I was actually invited to participate in, and I couldn't make it. Hasan Piker was dressed like Mao, and I guess Destiny tried to show up, and he was banned from entering allegedly because the Mao-dressed Piker didn't want him there. Republicans are going to put these clips everywhere. People seem crazy when they see this stuff. And they are going to abolish the police and abolish borders and abolish prisons and play them on a loop for 6 months. If I were an average voter with no knowledge of these online personalities, which most of these people are, most people don't follow this sort of thing. They're busy living their lives and working and doing all this stuff. If I were an average voter with no knowledge of these online personalities, I would find these images and a lot of this stuff very alarming. So as I said last week, and so many of you agreed with me, Democrats must act now and intelligently. The centrist don't really do anything, make very milquetoast fringe suggestions that you don't even really push for. Not working, okay? This other thing of end everything, it's a sort of destructive accelerationism, that's also not gonna work. So I think that what we need here are no apologetics for dictatorship, no apologetics for authoritarianism, no harassment, no anti-Semitism, no allowing online factions to decide which liberals may enter the room. You know, would I even have been allowed at that college Democrats thing? They invited me months ago. I don't know. I mean, I couldn't go, so we didn't find out. So we just need normal people to participate, join local committees, attend conventions, get involved with state parties, and let's turn the DNC into something that works. Many reasonable people doing a little can defeat both the centrist do nothing.
What a nice guy. Make sure you leave a happy comment, okay? Just like Trump would like you, too. Okay, what is happening with this thing? Hold on. There's already a dust-up in the courtroom. Fishback and someone with the Collins camp are chirping back and forth with the judges in chambers. Fuck you, one spectator shouted, which drew complaints from the gallery. All rise, court is now in session. Judge Frank is presiding. And Mr. Fishback is here. We understand Lieutenant Governor Collins is doing a virtual hurricane press conference. He used both online and database searches. He's been a researcher for 20 years and used to work for a super PAC. He used LexisNexis, which is a very high-end database search. Like Lexis Law? Or the website? The one that Joan uses to write her briefs? Just kidding. Not her briefs, her motions. Mr. Fishback voted in Washington, D.C. in November of 2023. Ooh, that's right. Context. You have to be a Florida resident for 7 years to run for governor. This is the crux of the case. Oh, wait. Well, that's over then. Uh-oh. Wait, hold on. Fuck, there's no transcript?
When I'm kind of set out to do something like this is I use LexisNexis. They have a public records portal.
LexisNexis.
Search for people through the public records portal, and that has an indication of there's a voter registration on this website.
These are all authentic exhibits and they're minute evidence. So I'm going to go through them fairly quickly for the court to sort of short circuit this, but I'll start with exhibits 1 through 3. The first exhibit 1, can you turn to that? Plaintiff's exhibit 1. Let me know if you recognize the document and just briefly describe that document, please.
Yeah, this is a FOIA response that I got when I sent a Freedom of Information Act request to the DC government. And what I did is I was looking for
God tier poll right there. Poll on what?
James Fishback's voter registration in Washington, D.C. So D.C. has an online portal that you can submit FOIA requests through, and this is a response that I received that was generated from the request that I sent. And you can see on here that I was asking for any elections voted in by James T. Fishback at either of the following addresses, and it lists one of the addresses there.
And you have an account with the DC FOIA office, is that correct?
I do, yeah. So DC just has a public records portal for all of their different aspects of the government. So I have a DC, and I've had the DC account for years.
Your work before, because that's where you get these public.
Yeah, like I said, close to 20 years to use the DC.
Exhibit 3, I want to draw your attention to. Is that correct? So
Yes.
Exhibit 1 has 2 attachments. Can you explain?
I got an email to my email account saying that it was fulfilled, and I logged on to the kind of email, and it showed 2 different attachments that had the same file name, and that is Exhibit 2, and I guess also Exhibit 3 are the 2 responses that I got.
By the way, as a quick thing that doesn't fucking matter in this fucking stupid country anymore, this process by which you would eliminate somebody from a ballot because you're determining that they're ineligible, notice how they're able to do this. And they have a process by which they can adjudicate an issue. And then I'm guessing this goes to the election commissioner or somebody, and then they decide to remove somebody from a ballot. Every single state has the ability to do this. The idea that Section 3 of the 14th Amendment for Donald Trump was unworkable because there'd just be no possible way to do is bullshit. Just as, just saying.
So Plaintiff Exhibit 2 is...
Also, by the way, when I would say things like, because Ryan Malele and these other retarded fucking conservative cuck lawyers would always say things like, well, how would you even enforce it? Like, well, what, and it's like, you would enforce it however the state wants to. We already do this with things like age requirements and residency requirements, don't we? And it's like, well, that's different. Like, nobody would ever dispute these things, like how old somebody is or where they live or whatever. And it's like, well, here you go.
Is one of the PDFs that came directly from DC. FOIA request in Exhibit 3 is the other.
Yep,
PDF.
that's right. That's correct.
And what are the differences between the two? Well, actually, first of all, go through Exhibit 2 and tell me what that is and what you recognize it to be.
So this is what I requested from them, which is a record of James Fishback's.
Oh, shit. Okay, hold on. We'll listen to this. Damn. I can't believe it's taken them this long to figure this out if that was true. Wait, somebody said, is this 100% cooked or is it still possible? What the fuck is this? Hey, last night was really fun. Does this bullshit, does this mean it's a fake text? Like you're using some online thing to generate it? Last night was really fun. Was hoping maybe you'd want to go out tomorrow for dinner, possibly. I've actually got a super busy week coming up. RIP! Delete number, don't respond, report if met online. Where's the one guy, the Instagram guy, where when a dude gets friend zoned, the guy pops up and he's like, hey, Jack, today, we're going to be working on your upper pecs. Where's that guy? Anybody know what I'm talking about? That's the only way they'll learn. Jesus. Race baiting is really bad for Dems. I don't know how to put it diplomatically, but the perception that the Democratic Party is a party for minority groups is incredibly damaging in conservative states. It's perhaps the single most damaging thing, so they need to chill out on racial politics. What's wrong with her response? Well, there's nothing wrong with it. It just seems like they're not particularly interested, unless they followed up with another text, maybe? I don't know. But you don't see the conversation before and after, so... Jesus. Who is this guy? TheAmericanSaga.com. No thanks. Conservative nativists live under the cosmopolitan. Yes, dogs have been used to rape people. Okay, I don't know. All right, I don't know who this guy's. What the fuck is this? A fan in a mouse? How the wine? I guess it probably doesn't blow that fast. Why? Who thought they needed this? God, I just wish there was a fan blowing in my mouse constantly. Oh, this is what ReasonRiffs, I think, was talking about. This is pretty insane. This is kind of wild. The thing that annoys me the most is I always say this. People always talk about like I tread the line or whatever. If I know what's allowed or what's not allowed, I'll never go near that. I've never tried to tread the line or push the line or whatever on anything, because why the fuck would I risk getting banned? This is the fact that he feels so safe to just operate in the most unhinged manner possible is crazy to me.
Oh, you found his account?
So somebody, I think, was talking shit in his Twitch chat. I say talking shit. I don't even know what he said exactly. I don't think it was anything that crazy, but...
Found his account?
Today, I will show you 3 ways you can use your
Wait, this is the guy?
First thing we want to do is download the U2 DPN app, which we can do through the first link in the description.
Fuck are you gonna do, bro? Write a petition? Let's do a crusade, he says. Let's do a fucking crusade, he says. Let's hang Hasan and Mamdani for treason, he says. The fuck are you?
I guarantee you, just because California is such a cuck state, that you probably have to have like orange tips or something on fake guns. But it's just like, this is like insane to me.
What are you gonna do? Go on a fishing expedition? Try to fucking put malware in my phone? Is that what you're gonna do?
What if this guy did, and that's why Hasan is so brain broken now? Because this guy put malware.
You skinny bitch. Ugly ass.
Oh, this guy is a white guy. He must be. I don't give a fuck what his name is, and I don't even care what his skin color is. Zaid Jilani. He's the whitest of all whites. As far as I can tell, the electability problem for Abdul El-Sayed is that he's Muslim. A guy who appeared on the ballot as Barack Hussein Obama won Michigan twice. Once in 2012, which was not a blue wave year. Do you think that most people saw... I know that like Republicans like to wheel out that middle name, but most people in the United States of America, and by most I mean 99%, saw Obama as a black guy. What? Saeed is not running on any extreme left ideas. What is this account? Ugh. What about demilitarize the police? Does that work for you, Matt? Supporting unlimited taxpayer-funded war for the Israeli state is far more politically toxic than defund the police. Oh my God. I don't even know what the fuck this this virtue signaling shit is cringe. Again, the United States is not a signatory to the ICC, so we wouldn't even arrest him for war crimes. Like, if Mamdani would arrest, I don't even know what to say. If he would arrest Netanyahu, like the U.S. president could theoretically come in and bust his ass, and I don't even know if the U.S. president would be in the wrong for that. On whose authority are you arresting him? On an international body that has, at this point in time, no authority over the United States? Like,
So I was reading your interview over the weekend and wanted to ask you more about your conversations with the your legal department about potentially arresting Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu. I just want to know just what your feelings are when you look at, for example, your administration also reaching out to the Prime Minister of, the ambassador of Iran, just how you, I guess, reconcile the two of being so critical of the Israeli Prime Minister, but at the same time meeting with the ambassador of Iran.
So I want to first clear up a few things. Our administration did not reach out to the Prime Minister of Iran. Our administration received a request from the Iranian consulate, and as soon as I heard of that, I made it clear that we are not meeting and we will not meet with the Israeli consulate here in New York City. And when it comes to Benjamin Netanyahu, we're speaking about someone who's the subject of an international criminal court arrest warrant. And he's the subject of this arrest warrant for alleged crimes against humanity, for war crimes, and he's the architect of the genocide against Palestinians in Gaza as Israel's Prime Minister. These are not facts of my personal assessment, they are facts of public record. And I believe that when someone is charged with an international criminal court warrant, it's something that should be taken seriously, whether it's Benjamin Netanyahu or it's Vladimir Putin or whomever else. What I've also made clear is that my administration will follow all applicable local laws. That is our commitment. That is something that we will follow through on.
So he's just giving politics speak or whatever. He's just doing politics, whatever. I mean, that's still...
when it comes to an adherence to local law, and that's all I have to add on that.
Thank you. And now we're going to go to Heather from News 12. Are you looking at arresting anybody else on that list of people who've committed international war crimes?
My point is that if someone is charged with a warrant by the...
Weren't there only 3 people when that was announced, and the other 2 was it like Sinwar and Hanea or whatever, and they're both dead?
National Criminal Court for these kinds of crimes. That's something I believe that should be honored, and I've also said that we will follow our local laws.
Thank you. Last question.
Jesus Christ. He said we are not meeting with the Israelite consulate. Wait, did he actually? Hold on, I missed that if that's... No way, hold on.
Wanted to ask you more about your conversations with the your legal department about potentially arresting Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu. I just want to know just what your feelings are when you look at, for example, your administration also reaching out to the Prime Minister of, the ambassador of Iran, just how you, I guess, reconcile the two of being so critical of the Israeli Prime Minister, but at the same time meeting with the ambassador of Iran.
So I want to first clear up a few things. Our administration did not reach out to the Prime Minister of Iran. Our administration received a request from the Iranian consulate, and as soon as I heard of that, I made it clear that we are not meeting and we will not meet with the Israeli consulate here in New York City. And when it comes to Benjamin Netanyahu, we're speaking about someone who's the subject of an international criminal court arrest warrant. And he's the subject of this arrest warrant for alleged crimes against humanity, for war crimes, and he's the architect of the genocide against Palestinians in Gaza as Israel's Prime Minister. These are not facts of my personal assessment, they are facts of public record. And I believe that when someone is charged with an international criminal court warrant, it's something that should be taken seriously.
You missed it again. Wait, fuck, hold on.
Of the genocide against Palestinians in Gaza as Israel's Prime Minister. These are not facts of my personal assessment, they are facts of public record. And I believe that court arrest warrant. And he's the subject of this arrest warrant for alleged crimes against humanity. As soon as I heard of that, I made it clear that we are not meeting and we will not meet with the Israeli consulate here in New York City. And when it comes to Benjamin...
He says Israeli consulate, but it sounds like he misspoke. He meant Iranian, but he didn't say Israelite. What? I didn't miss it. You guys are retarded.
New York City. And I made it clear that we are not meeting and we will not meet with the Israeli consulate here in New York City.
The Israeli consulate. Fuck you guys. Jesus. According to Bobby John, 11.3% of r/Hasan Piker's active users have also posted in Ethan Klein snark subreddits. Since the first H3 snark subreddit opened, 11.3% of everyone active in r/Hasan Piker has also posted in the H3 snark subs. 9,478 shared users out of 83,636. 2,337 users have 10 plus posts/comments on both sides. 8 have 1,000 plus in each community. 334 have 100 plus in each community. Jesus. Christ. Bruh, this shit is insane and nobody will give a fuck. It's so fucking toxic. I just hate how toxic the politics I'm involved in has to be, because obviously it's like radioactive, but it's like, I don't want to do this. This is not like my beat anymore, but like they drag you down to this like the most disgusting... Wait, hold on. It's r/New York City. Wait, oh no, is it r/NYT? Sorry. Okay. Bloop. Okay, we have this. I can hear Destiny's anger throughout this entire conversation. Holy shit, LeMayo, this guy holds his own.
All right, guys.
Oh, God. Watch this until 3:09:05. Oh, 20 minutes of Hasan SLOP. Really? Really?
By the Japanese.
2 months ago.
was one of the most devastating attacks on American soil. But just a few decades earlier, Japan and the United States were allies in World War I. So how did things get so bad between them? It all comes down to oil. To explain, we need to go all the way back to the 19th century. Once an isolated nation, Japan underwent a makeover of sorts to compete with the West. Known as the Meiji Restoration, it embraced industrialization.
Oh my god, that's when they weren't allowed to carry their samurai swords anymore. In my animes, they all reference this.
Its military and restored Japan's emperor as the powerful head of state. Aided by 2 successful wars, Japan aggressively expanded its empire. The Japanese were becoming an imperial superpower until the Great Depression hit. You see, Japan is an island nation with few natural resources, so it depends on international trade to keep its economy afloat. The economic crisis put a stop to all that. Japan was in a bind, so its military leaders, who called the shots at this point, decided the best defense against financial ruin would be a good offense. They would invade nearby China, particularly Manchuria, for its plentiful resources like iron, soybeans, and land. Lots and lots of unsettled land. So what does this all have to do with the United States? Well, the US was a long-standing Chinese ally, and it watched uneasily from the sidelines as the two nations clashed in the 1930s. But America wanted nothing to do with another war, so it just denounced Japan's aggression. Tensions rose in 1937 when Japan invaded the Chinese city of Nanjing. In doing so, they attacked an American gunboat, killing 3 and wounding dozens.
Wow.
Disturbing images coming out of war-torn China further swayed American opinion against Japan. In response, America attacked Japan's resources. They imposed economic sanctions of aircraft, scrap metal, and other items crucial to Japan's military. The US hoped that...
Just so you know, the tide has shifted now as far as manufacturing.
I might be insane and retarded, but I swear you've watched this. I feel like I have watched this before, or watched him watch it, but I don't remember why. This is an ad assignment, though, so...
Military.
He says if I don't watch it, he'll take down my YouTube channel.
The US hoped that...
Just so you know, the tide has shifted now as far as manufacturing goes, and now China can do that to America if it chooses to do so. Just something to consider.
Sanctions would stop Japanese expansion, but Japan doubled down, invading French Indochina in 1940 and then teaming up with Germany and Italy.
Wait, I'm sorry, hold on.
The US hoped that...
Just so you know, the tide has shifted now as far as manufacturing goes, and now China can do that to America if it chooses to do so. Just something to consider.
Sanctions would stop Japanese expansion, but Japan...
It would be mutually painful, though. I'm pretty sure it would hurt China quite a bit as well, right? We're still... We must be the largest importer, right? China's largest importers or exporters? Largest export partners? China's top trading partners. The U.S. makes up 11.1% of China's total exports. I didn't really pay much attention to this because I don't know fuck all about China, and just because of all the whatever random shit I don't cover. I looked into this a little bit more over the LibCon weekend because one of the keynote speakers was a guy from Hong Kong. We kind of just like totally let that whole place go, didn't we? It kind of just... Did we just kind of like... Okay. When? I don't know, like 4-ish years ago, I think? 5-ish years ago? There's been like, I think they started to do a bunch of government crackdowns. I think it was like pre-COVID, right? Pre-COVID, and then it's just been getting worse and worse and worse and worse, where they're like, kind of like tightening the government control over the place.
And doubled down, invading French Indochina in 1940 and then teaming up with Germany and Italy. Why those...
Yeah. I learned in middle school that Chiang Kai-shek was the good guy, by the way, and that was the verbatim phrase used by my teacher, good guy. I mean,
we didn't even learn China existed in any of my history classes, but...
Chiang Kai-shek during World War II was not a bad guy. I mean, he wasn't a great guy, but he definitely was not the worst guy in the equation either. I mean, this was a nationalist bourgeois force at the end of the day, but they were a force within China that was seeking out emancipation. As a matter of fact, famously, the USSR also wanted, the Soviets wanted the CCP, the communist CPC, the Communist Party of China, to align, because at the time they had no manpower in the early formation, and they wanted them to align with the KMT nationalist forces, because the KMT nationalist forces were also seen as an emancipatory force, or even a revolutionary force potentially.
Revolutionary.
Socialism.
So yeah. Oh.
The Communist Party of China grew from the ranks of the KMT. The KMT was a far more powerful force in Chinese politics at the time. And part of the reason was, of course, because they had the backing of the elites. In some respects, the elites that also did not want to live in a country that was war-torn, led in parts by warlords and in other parts by concessions and European powers. So initially...
Emancipation.
Initially, they weren't the worst guys, technically, I guess, in comparison to who else was running the show. KMT was failing the people, hence they joined CPC. Buddy, it was not the... it was the CPC that joined the KMT. KMT's forces were far, far larger.
I don't know fuck all about Chinese history. I can't even comment on this.
Than the CPC. The Soviets absolutely wanted to...
okay, fuck. I do need to talk about this at some point. Put this on the back burner. Everybody, all my retards in chat are saying like, the British gave back Hong Kong in 1991. They gave back blah, 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 blah. That's not what I'm talking about. And clearly nobody here knows what I'm talking about at all, which is another reason I didn't even know that much about it. So I guess, yeah, but I think it was around, somebody said in chat it was 2019, but I think like increasingly over the last several years, like China has been like strangling the island of Hong Kong and has been like doing more and more to bring the government and all the people there under a more repressive like Beijing style rule. After saying they would not do that, and they'd like let it be more independent. There were big protests. There were people that got arrested. They're like doing the political prisoner thing more, whatever. I'm not talking about just the handover shit in fucking 1991. I'm talking about this shit, but. It was just a thing. We briefly looked at it at the time, and then I never really covered it. I haven't really looked into it at all. There was just a guy from Hong Kong that was doing one of the keynotes, and I listened. That's a bit okay. Fuck you.
Get the CPC to shut the fuck up about the KMT's like counter-revolutionary behavior early on. There are numerous instances where like they were.
What's your best guess for the country that's handling Hasan? Is it China? I don't know. I don't have a theory of mind for people this far gone. I just can't even imagine it. Okay, I'm liberal. I'm liberal to the core, baby. I can't even imagine not being it, so I'm not sure.
Dude, just chill the fuck out. Oh, you're talking about the Civil War. Okay, that's different. Yeah, no, I thought you were... We're talking about like the Sino-Japanese the war.
Sino.
Came to under Sun Yat-sen. Sun Yat-sen was actually okay and compromised many points of the communist wing. Yes.
Two countries? Because like Japan, they were controlled by militaristic governments, obsessed with conquest and driven by a deep sense of nationalism. The final straw came in July of 1941, when President Franklin D. Roosevelt announced a trade embargo on...
Yeah, by the way, the textbook also literally said something. You're right about that. Textbook says Germany and Japan surrendered after the atomic bombs, but Germany had lost, Berlin had fell before...
You're right. Part of the problem is that a lot of the local journalists have been arrested or fled, so the news getting out has been limited by comparison. That's partially true. Another huge part, and this has been true for decades... This has been true for decades, but Americans have been mind-fucked into thinking it's not true because of kind of like the lefty kick-up right now. American people, American citizens, do not give a fuck about foreign policy. They don't give a fuck about how their policy impacts the rest of the world until we get terrorist attacked. We don't give a fuck what's going on in other parts of the world. Now, right now, we have a weird feeling that Americans are very much in tune with foreign policy because lefties kick up a lot of dirt about Israel-Palestine, but talk to any of them about it. They don't know fuck all about Israel-Palestine. None of these people do. They don't know anything about it. It's just a wedge issue. When I say it's just a wedge issue, when I say this, I don't mean that like they've decided to focus on this issue because this is a thing that they think they can use to drive apart the Democrats and the far lefties or whatever to fuck with the politicians. That's part of it. But what I mean is it's like the issue has not like a simulacrum. It's like it's a caricature of an issue. There's not even like none of these guys talk about like this is what we need to do to solve Israel-Palestine. This is the leader that we need to support. This is the way forward. They don't even talk about it. It's like a thing that you just like allude to. So for Americans not understanding what's going on in Hong Kong, that's actually par for the course because Americans don't know what's going on in Israel-Palestine. We don't know what's going on in Ukraine, Russia. We don't know what's going on anywhere in fucking Africa. Like Americans don't give a fuck about any of it, which is tragic and sad and disgusting. But that's just how Americans are.
Or the atomic bombs. So there's also that part of it as well. That is another funny part about that textbook that was just like objectively wrong.
You say Americans, but this is true of basically everyone on the planet. The difference is that America has 2 oceans and no continental rivals. Foreign policy has no true salience. Sure, I don't necessarily disagree with you. Yeah, I mean, yeah, I don't disagree with you. Descriptively, what I'm saying is true though. But yeah, it's because we're so separated by people. Yeah,
they
are separated by oceans, not people.
It perhaps a little too much. Like, oh, we tied this up with a neat little bow. You know, we just dropped the 2 atomic bombs, and everyone was like, oh my God, we're surrendering. You're so powerful. No. That's not what happened at all, but it's fine, I guess.
Oil. An oil shortage was an absolute disaster for Japan, who relied on imports for 90% of its supply. Not only would this destroy the Japanese economy, but it would put its military at a literal standstill, which meant no more expansion. Japan resented the US for meddling in its quest to dominate Asia. The only solution left for the Japanese was total war. Crush the US fleet in the Pacific and then occupy Southeast Asia and claim its resources. And so, on December 7th, 1941, Japan launched its surprise attack at Pearl Harbor. At first, it seemed like a win for the Japanese, destroying or damaging 21 U.S. ships and more than 300 aircraft, and killing around 2,400 soldiers, sailors, airmen, and...
Damn, this kind of makes Japan look like they were backed into a corner and had no option. I mean, they did have an option, which was not be Nazi Germany in China and Korea. And no.
I wonder, something that would be so interesting to me is I wonder if in the next like half decade or whatever, if these lefties gain more power, if we're going to rewrite the weird revisionist history that people do when it comes to America and Japan. Like that Sean and Jen video, people talk about how America was so evil and terrible, nuking Japan twice, and they were really ready to surrender, and the emperor was trying to get the messages out, but Truman and all the evil U.S. soldiers were blocking the radio waves, and they just were bloodthirsty. They wanted to nuke and murder all the Japanese. But like, it was a fascist empire that was fucking raping and pillaging at any part of Asia that it could send a soldier to, okay? It was fucking unhinged. But for some reason, they get like they get a pass by all the lefties who want to like demonize America and the nukes. I wonder if that'll change over the next like several years, I guess. I don't know.
Definitely, they were not backed into a corner. They were not the good guys in any way, shape, or form, okay? I mean, they did the Holocaust to China. If you noticed, at first, until they started threatening Western territories, Western colonial conquest, until they started threatening Western territories that were also taken over through colonial conquest, America and the Western world was like, oh, stop it. We really don't like what you're doing to China, but like, who cares? Okay? It was until it was...
I don't know if you've noticed, but there is so much signal boosting of anti-American sentiment online that doesn't even make sense. It's American exceptionalism, but as a weapon. Some guy emailed me. I didn't... He even titled it Schizo Post, but...
Only after...
Let me finish a few of these. Hold on.
After they started frustrating Western territories, did they decide to do something about it? The Japanese were actually so bad in China that envoys from the Nazi government in Nanjing...
I'm going to use the restroom real quick. Hold on.
Actually took in Chinese refugees to keep them away from the Japanese. They were horribly monstrous. Yeah. Japanese were specifically the cause of 14 to 20 million Chinese casualties in World War II. That's not including the other countries they conquered too, by the way. Yeah, the Japanese were really, really fucking ruthless.
Civilians. But the success was short-lived. The United States declared war on Japan on December 8th, 1941. Not long after, the Japanese would realize the mistake it made at Pearl Harbor. Their bombers had failed to deliver a mortal blow to the Pacific Fleet, missing oil tanks, ammunition sites, repair facilities, and aircraft carriers. Just 6 months later, remnants of the U.S. fleet...
No, the whole like kawaii shit is... That's what happens when you become servile to American interests. Okay, post-World War II, if you were like, oh, okay, we're now doing whatever you want us to do, sir. America just let you do any kind of whitewashing you want to. This is actually important to understand the Chinese perspective on a little bit, because like, imagine being fucking China, okay? Century of humiliation. Japan comes and does the Holocaust to you, okay? And then America drops atom bombs on Japan. You're like, oh, hell yeah, that's awesome, right? That was their perspective at the time. And I think still to this day, that's kind of their perspective. The Chinese perspective is like, hell yeah, atom bombs. They should have done worse, right? I can't fault them for having that framework, regardless of my own personal opinion on the utilization of atom bombs. But like, you come into that situation, you're able to develop your country under unbearable conditions, civil war, okay? You gain autonomy, you gain sovereignty in the aftermath of that. And then there's a tremendous growing pains in the process, right? Cultural revolution is devastating in many respects, right? The collectivization efforts, obviously...
Just as a heads up, the idea that, can you imagine like these massive wars ending and nobody's held accountable and they don't have to pay for all their war crimes? We tried that, okay? It was called the end of World War I, okay? And it led to, spoiler alert, that's not even the right button, bro. That's because I'm out of practice. It led to World War II. After World War II, we were like, okay, maybe that way didn't work. And he's like, oh, well, Japan just became subservient to America, blah, blah. Japan grew into a massive economy and a massive country in its own right. Like, I think everybody came out of World War II better, generally speaking, than they did World War I. But, you know, who am I to say, you know?
End up with the last time there's tremendous amounts of famine in the country. It's the last time, but it's still, you know, it's still horrifying when you're experiencing this process, right? When you're going through it. And you have these like unacknowledged atrocities. Many Americans don't even know that the Chinese were involved in World War II, or even far before World War II, or were devastated by Japanese imperialism. And then this country that, this island nation that did this to you, okay, becomes an economic powerhouse has America write its constitution, becomes an economic powerhouse. America then takes some of the war criminal research and then uses it in Korea. And that conflict is inevitably going to spill over into your country while you're still licking your wounds from...
These guys, remember, are all opposed to U.S. involvement in the Korean War. All of them will say it. Also, be ready for more North Korean propaganda from people like Hasan saying things that, like, actually, North Korea's doing pretty good as like a place to live. Like, they actually, it's not the best, but they actually do pretty good there, And yeah, the government's kind of like oppressive a little bit, but like not as bad as Palantir.
From World War II, while you're going through your own version, your own civil war, okay, against these nationalist forces. And then you have to muster up enough of your ascetic and unbelievably poor forces to go and defend Korea. And in certain and you do actually end up achieving a bunch of military successes in that endeavor.
Holy brain broken.
You do actually
hold on.
End up...
Hasan, can you talk about how Japan wanted to create Israel in Manchuria? Everything is Israel-Palestine.
Achieving a bunch of military successes in that endeavor. You can't even fully defeat the KMT because they steal all the gold and they move to Taiwan, the island of Formosa. Okay, and before you can go and take over Taiwan, you have to now deal with the Korean flank. And yes,
when he says you didn't know Japan did all this against China, is he referring to just the USA? Did U.S. schools not cover this part of World War II? No, I feel like not much. No, generally speaking, not much.
Mao's son died in Korea, defending Korea. Anyway, all that shit happens, and the Western world, after you've gone through these tremendous hardships, tremendous pain, okay, for decades and decades, you just dial in and you're like, nope, we're just going to focus on development. We're going to focus on building our country, okay? And there are still instances where, regardless of your allegiance with America at times, and regardless of playing a role in American imperialism in the region, which they did, okay, they were very calculated, very strategic, and America thought that they could exploit the Sino-Soviet split, which China absolutely leaned into as well, right? You do all this stuff. Yeah. The rest of the world doesn't know any of the hardships. They only talk about how you killed hundreds of millions of people. Mao killed hundreds of millions of fucking people. This guy who's like the founding father of your country, the modern China, the People's Republic of China, that you have tremendous respect for.
Also, remember, when it came time to talk about Bandera and Ukraine, it was completely unacceptable that any Eastern European could ever view the Nazis favorably. It was fucking disgusting. They'll talk about how the Lehi, an extremist like kind of militant faction of the pre-IDF in Israel, that these guys were talking to Nazis at some point in order to align with them and fight the blah, blah, blah. They wanted to team up with Nazis. No excuse, no reason, just horrible bad guy behavior. But on their side, well, hold on. This is like the founder of fucking modern China. Okay? Yeah, tens of millions of people, but you got to be considerate, okay? They were going through some hard times. Like, there's always infinite justification and excuse on their end for the behavior, but never on the other end, obviously.
Okay? And everyone's like, oh, dude, you're basically like Adolf Hitler. Your country was founded basically by Adolf Hitler. They killed so many of your own people directly at gunpoint. Like, what the fuck? Meanwhile, the real country that did the Holocaust to you, that was the Adolf Hitler to you, is Japan. And they're the most kawaii country on the planet. Everyone's like, oh, I love Japan. I love Japan. Japan is awesome. They've never done anything wrong. Yeah, it would probably piss me off too, It'd probably be very, very frustrating to see the Western world look at this country and look at this country that has done unbelievable amounts of pain that you have a direct connection to, that you experienced only a couple generations ago, only 1 to 2 generations ago, and you've gone through this like tremendous fucking hardship. And the Western world that refused to acknowledge any of that shit is still saying you're the bad guys over and over again. Meanwhile, Japan developed, sure, as a vassal state, okay, became this competitive economy, maybe grew a little bit too much for America's liking. Then America came in and was like, enough, right? Brother, say you love Japan. I mean, it's been a long time since and has great. Yeah, I mean, I think Japan is dope as well. I'm agnostic. I'm a centrist. I love China. I love Japan. I think they both have wonderful qualities, and there are definitely things that we can learn from each country. Okay, but if we're talking about it within the framework of World War II, I mean, they were Adolf Hitler. They were Japanese Adolf Hitler, okay?
They were literally allied with Adolf Hitler.
The fact that I have to explain it as they were Japanese Adolf Hitler is an indication that people don't learn about the horrifying war crimes of Japan in general. As a Japanese person, Japan has a rough fucking year. Lamau shamefully hiding in the bushes, hoping nobody notices me. Yeah, I mean, your current leadership is really really bad. Japan used Korea as a rape colony, for fuck's sake. Yeah, I mean, this is also true. The current leader actually, unironically, refused to acknowledge those war crimes and famously spoke out against it. I think she might have even written a book. Takaichi, I believe, wrote a book about how Japanese the Japanese history is actually totally infallible, and it's ridiculous that people even criticize it. Yeah, she's a hardcore revisionist and very, very right wing. What's always also been funny is that they still have unbelievable amounts of racism and smoke for the Chinese and Koreans, even after everything that they did. But that's totally for that's for a separate date to discuss. It's like, bro, how can you be like?
I wish I had gone. I need to go back to Asia more, talk to more people. I will say, when I was in South Korea and Taiwan, but it could just be a really limited selection of people I talked to. My impression, I've said this before, my impression would always be like, oh man, you guys must all hate like Japanese people or whatever. But I felt like everybody felt like South Koreans were stuck up, and then South Koreans felt like they were better than everybody else. And that was like the feeling I got just in the few people. But I'm mainly speaking to like younger people or whatever, so maybe it's different between older people. But South Koreans were kind of like racist against everybody. That was when we were on the bus with Naniwa, and that one old white dude fucking spat at us. Those guys, or the old South Korea guy was crazy. And then yeah, but I don't know. I can't. I'm generalizing from like 10 people I spoke to. So
how can you still have hatred in your heart for these other countries when you were the one who was destroying them? It's really crazy.
But then also, like in South Korea, they hate North Koreans too, which I thought was weird. I don't know if that's an American thing. I don't even know what it would be like. Like if a person escapes from North Korea and makes it to South Korea, apparently you can tell the way they speak is a little bit different. You kind of tell where they're from. And then like people just think they're kind of like weird and they kind of shun them. But I guess in my mind, it would have been like, oh my God, you escaped my long lost brother. But apparently they just don't like it very much. I'm like, damn. I don't know. Jeez.
Bro, you're anti-Asian American? Yeah, famously. Do the Koreans have a similar level of animosity? Yes, the Koreans are not exactly... I mean, they're South Koreans, not North Koreans. But South Koreans' perspective on Japan has shifted over the years. They're also another vassal state to America. Jesus. They've actually developed better relations with Japan over the years. But I would say by and large, South Koreans still obviously don't really like Japan.
It's just like crazy to speak with such broad strokes about like the people too, because like people can have all sorts of different opinions that are totally divorced from a country's history. Not every person lives. In fact, I feel like one thing that's consistently been true for me as I've talked to people, traveled, learned, or whatever, is histories are way less sticky than I would have imagined when it comes to how people view other people. That, I remember, like, when you talk about, like, these genocides or these big wars or whatever, that people seem to get over, like, catastrophic wars and stuff way quicker than I would have thought. At least in America, we always hear that, like, oh, you're breeding future terrorists, and if you attack these people, they'll come for you in the future. It's like, generally, that doesn't seem to happen. As long as, like, states are allowed to settle and then kind of, like, be peaceful and then pursue their own, like, state programs, their economic, culture agenda or whatever, people tend to, like, chill out as long as there's no active conflict going on. But this idea of like, oh, Kurdish people hate all these people and all these people hate these people and all these people because of in World War II. And it's like, I don't really think it works that way. Especially World War II is a long time ago. Like, obviously you can follow a lot of conflict from now to World War II, but World War II, that's a long ass time ago, man.
No, there's polling on the South Korean attitudes towards Japan. It's improved over the years. So even the public's opinion has changed.
Japan at the Battle of Midway, turning the tide of the war against the once mighty Japanese.
Like, I think one thing maybe is you would imagine, based on what Hasan is saying, so like the Japanese and Americans must fucking love each other because they're our vassal state and we gave Japan so much and blah, blah, blah. But from like things that I've heard, in a lot of Asian countries, Japan especially, and I think there were even big protests over it, they tend to have a really negative view of Americans in that country because Americans who, I'm generalizing, well, I'm not even generalizing. I think these are like fucking news stories and stuff. When soldiers would like leave the base and they would go into Japan to party and shit, they were kind of aggressive. They would drink a lot. They'd be really rowdy. And people just had like a very, very negative impression of, the base in Okinawa is something I'm thinking of, especially. They just had like a very, very negative impression of Americans there. And I think there were protests even at one point to to try to get, I don't know, close that base down or what, but absolutely not true. In polling, Japan is the highest approval of America out of all of Asia. In terms of like approving of the country, yeah, sure, but I'm just saying like individual people or groups of people on the ground, like I don't know if like a country's view of another country is necessarily the same as like the people's view of another people that they're like interacting with. I'm just saying there's like a little bit of a separation there. But yeah, I don't know. It's hard to. I'd have to spend a lot more time there to know for sure. Maybe it's just Okinawa. Some guy emailed me this video July 7th. Oh, a few weeks ago. And he was just bothered because apparently this guy took a break on his YouTube channel. I don't know who this guy is. Reject Convenience. I'm only bringing this up because somebody in chat was like, there's weird anti-American propaganda that sneaks into everything, but
have fizzled out quickly. If things that the reason I make these side quest videos, because I love to share the wide array of things that have impacted me. Some passions have fizzled out quickly, such as my interest in playing video games. Others have stood the test of time, like my love for making these videos. For most of my life, I had been fascinated by space. In fact, some might argue that it was a large part of my personality, but it wasn't something that stuck around. When I wrote down the idea for this video 3 years ago, I had lost almost all interest in space, and I wanted to explore why. What caused me to lose such a defining passion? Was it something that I would ever get back? I wanted to try to answer this question with a reflection on human behavior.
I watched one of the LibCon vids and you said your mom flew on the Looking Glass. Do you know what her AFSC is? Air Force Security Command? I have no idea what that means. I don't know what that means. I'm sorry.
I've always
I
been
can probably find it in the next time I go visit her, I'll look at a picture. It might be there.
rather optimistic about humanity. It's something that's been taken advantage of many times throughout my life, but for some reason, I still believe in the best of us. That said, there are certain topics that challenge my optimism, nothing more so than the idea of weapons. They can be used to protect our communities.
Ask her what her job title was. She did electronics on the KC-135, which I think is a rebranded EC-135 or EC-130, KC-130. She did electronics and radio stuff. I remember we went to, at Offutt, they had a reunion for the KC... I think the Looking Glass one was rebranded as a KC-135, right? Not an EC-135? Maybe they rebranded as an EC-135. Nope. Whatever that plane is, they had like a reunion for people that flew that mission. And then the part that she worked at, you could see like, it was like you open the side of the box and it's like 50 million switches or whatever. Kind of like in Top Gun when the guy takes the grate off and there are all the switches. It looked like that.
But more often than not, they're used...
She was a mechanic or an engineer. She did something with electronics, like an electronic engineer. I don't know if it was an engineer now, but it was something with electronics and radio stuff, I think.
to tear them apart. For as long as humans have existed, we have justified the need for weapons. The first one was probably a caveman with a rock. But as time went on, we kept evolving, kept creating better and more violent ways to hurt each other. These tools have fractured our planet into artificial lines in a strange attempt to separate where our communities start and end. There's an old, probably made-up story I heard when I was a kid. It says that the English rejected the crossbow when it was first invented, considering it a form of cheating. After all, it wouldn't be fair to have such an advantage in combat. A handful of skilled archers would now be opposing hundreds of unskilled soldiers equipped with the crossbow. The advantage was volume. Of course, archaeologists have found use of the crossbow in ancient China, which I'm pretty sure came before England, but the idea of the narrative is interesting.
I'm not going to rewatch this whole video. There's just like a lot of like weird little statements in here. Like this guy celebrates like the Soviets getting Sputnik out, but it takes him a long time to mention landing on the moon, which I think he does in like 4 words and then moves on. I think he talks about how he says the atomic bombing of Japan was like a terrorist attack. There's just like a lot of like weird little things, but I feel like this makes it into like everything today. Like there's always like all these like weird little anti-American, pro-old China, pro-Soviet Union propaganda points, and so many like even like videos where you wouldn't really expect these people to be. Like I don't think this guy's like paid by the fucking CCP or the fucking Russia or anything, but. Hello? Play. The fuck is this down here? X.
Voyagers 1 and 2 was to just fly by all these celestial bodies.
Stop.
A grand tour, as it were. His true goal, however, was to reveal the atomic bomb to the world and opted for what he called a strategic bombing. He wanted to obliterate the morale of the citizens of Japan. In my opinion, this was an act of terrorism. Only 3 weeks later, the little boy bomb would be dropped on Hiroshima, a city largely unaffected by the war. It was detonated above a hospital and a school, instantly vaporizing the patients, doctors, and children below. In the blink of an eye, the entire city was leveled. 3 days later, another atomic bomb, Fat Man, was dropped on Nagasaki. In total, just 2 bombs killed over 250,000 people, most of which were Japanese civilians. That is 20 times more than what 3,000 V2 missiles did. Just 2.
Also, people always bring this up.
Japanese nation, but it would also lead to the total extinction of human civilization. After the war, over 1,000 Nazi scientists and engineers fled to the United States to work on a series of sequels to the V2 missile. The United States Army knew they weren't the only ones who...
The Soviets took more Nazis than we did. Like, people love to bring up this, like, they always call this, like, fucking deep lore in the United States or whatever, where they're like, Operation Paperclip, Operation Paperclip, But, like, the Soviets did literally the exact fucking same shit. It was a secret, I can't pronounce this, Osavakium was a secret Soviet operation in which more than 2,500 German scientists, engineers, and technicians who worked in several areas from companies and institutions relevant to military and economic policy in the Soviet occupation zone of Germany and Berlin, as well as around 4,000 family members were taken from former Nazi Germany to the Soviet, blah, 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 blah. Like, we're not the only people that did this.
Who wanted this new weapon. And with the power of the atomic bomb atop a ballistic missile of their own, well, they would be unstoppable. So, in return for this new superweapon, the army gave these Nazi scientists amnesty, despite their horrific war crimes. The Soviet Union would quickly showcase their intense interest in making one of their own ballistic missiles. They would showcase their capabilities by putting the first man-made object into orbit around the planet. For the first time ever, when you looked up at the night sky, something else looked back. It was called Sputnik, a satellite that only emitted a radio signal, but it represented something much more disturbing. It was the first demonstration that mankind could weaponize the vastness of space, unlocking a new depth of despair for the world. The United States continued pumping billions of dollars into the development of their own long-range weapon, and soon, both countries would prove that they could each create an arsenal of...
All of the verbiage for, like, the U.S. is, like, evil and terrible. We got the Nazi scientists, and for the Soviets, is like, they showed a great interest. I don't know. Yeah, all this shit is annoying to me. Whatever, fuck it, don't care. Can I ask a really retarded question? What exactly was wrong with further crippling post-Nazi Germany, their literal enemies in a world war, to further advance their own tech and create an even larger lead over the world's superpower destiny? Well, the argument goes that if you were involved in, like, atrocious war crimes, there should be some level of accountability there. It can't just be that, that you can commit horrible war crimes, but if you're smart enough, you'll be saved or whatever. Wait, what the fuck? Oh, no. David Pacman's Discord is getting mass brigaded? Wait, are there mentions in, like, Hasan's Discord or somebody of... Heads up, Discord TOS violations seem to be becoming fast and hard. There seems to be either an uptick of scrutiny or an automated enforcement of specific phrases. We've had situations where users receive Discord strikes and even temporary suspensions for messages that quote hate speech or repeat it in an obviously sarcastic/mocking manner. Context does not seem to always factor in to Discord's enforcement. Please proceed accordingly. Well, maybe they shouldn't have been hateful. Just kidding. Damn.
Should Hasan be able to get a restraining order against Destiny? I think the answer to that is no. I think he might be able to, but I don't think that he should. And I think it's silly that that would even happen.
There's no way.
And the reason why is that fundamentally, unless there's proof of Destiny actually going out of his way to harass or stalk Hasan, then I feel like as a public figure, when another person is just keeping up with the things that you're saying on your stream and then commenting on them and things that you share with the public willingly, I don't really see how this is at all something that you need to get a restraining order from. Right? He's trying to silence him? Yeah, he's trying. Well, what Hasan is trying to do is that he's trying to avoid things that happened, like the thing that happened on Saturday, where he goes to an event, Destiny goes to the event, Destiny isn't let into the event because he's in the event.
Can I just say how fucking ironic it was that that fucking loser at the front was like, well, we're not going to let you guys in because you might cause a scene or you might cause a commotion, or blah, 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 whatever. But Hasan decides to show up in a fucking Mao suit and then give a speech that's now like ricocheting all across the fucking internet, that everybody is like seizing on this to look at how fucking insane and unhinged and crazy this organization has become. It's like, and I was the one that was supposed to cause the trouble? Okay, chief.
And he's a more popular person, so he's able to have Destiny removed from the event. It makes Hasan look really bad when that happens. It does. It makes him look very, very bad when that happens. And so if he has a restraining order for it, then he can point to that and say, like, well, this person, I have a restraining order against them, they're still harassing me. But fundamentally, I think that, Hasan is part of the, like, it's not like Destiny's going to his house, right? Destiny's not trying to stalk him in any random place, right? Even if Hasan goes to an IRL stream, it's not like Destiny's trying to go and stream snipe Hasan at every IRL stream, right? I mean, Hasan's done like dozens of IRL streams, and Destiny hasn't tried to go to a single one of them. So this is specifically and explicitly an event. This is like me saying that I want to get a restraining order against some streamer that I dislike because we're both going to go to BlizzCon or something like that, right? Like, that's insane. Like, this is a public event that concerns both of you. Keep in mind that Hasan is literally trying to get a restraining order to avoid accountability for the exact same thing that he complains to and he criticizes me for. Is that he criticizes me constantly that I won't go out and debate and argue with people and go to these events. I have no interest in doing any of this, by the way. I don't like doing it. That's just, I mean, it's always the way it's been, right? But he tries to attack me that way. But meanwhile, at the same time, not only is he not going to do that with Destiny, but he's trying to maliciously use the justice system to enforce a safe space so he never gets confronted with any ideals that he disagrees with. That's a problem. Right? It's a double standard. It's maliciously, yeah, exactly. Restraining orders should never be known for, according to Shockiest Dog. Yeah, I think so too. And what is this here?
Unserious.
Both people, Destiny and Hasan, are incredibly problematic people to the platform. Destiny has a lot of accusations of people for doing things, and I don't even know if they're true or not, but there's like clips of him talking about, like saying the N-word. Like Destiny has a lot of baggage, is really what my point is, and so does Hasan. Hasan has a huge amount of baggage. Like, both of them are optically problematic. Like, and they are extremely optically problematic. I would even argue, in my opinion, that they are both more optically problematic than I am. Like, with some of the accusations that have been made about the two of them, that's like infinitely worse than anything that I've ever said. It's not even close.
It's such a strange thing for this.
I think that where we're at politically, that might actually be true, I think. Asmongold says a lot of crazy shit, but it's kind of in line with all of the MAGA stuff. It really is. Yeah, I don't know.
This guy to like present himself as this real beacon of prosperity, a real force to be reckoned with within the liberal Democratic Party, when the Democrats don't want anything to do.
Well, if it wasn't true, then why are you spending so much time talking about him?
True.
And why are you afraid of debating him? And why do you want to excommunicate him from events that you're going to be at because you're afraid he'll confront you?
True. And even the debate, it's not like he has to debate me. I doubt we're ever going to have a conversation. But like the idea of like he can't even be in the same space as me, give me a break.
Like, I think that really, it kind of like, if he's not a big deal and it's not a problem, then you wouldn't act this way.
And yet, sucks to suck for Bonarelli, Epstein.
He's like working it out in his head. How can I say it in the right way? Like, how can I make this? How can I turn? Okay, Bonelli, Bonarelli, Epstein. Like,
so pathetic.
Epstein. But we've made him feel small. We've made him feel stupid.
It's crazy. I'll watch clips about Hasan, and I don't know, maybe, I mean, I'm sure there's a selection bias that's happening here, but like, I never hear him advocating for any sort of thing.
Nope, he doesn't.
Like, I never hear him explaining.
It's always just like revolution or the contradictions of labor, and we're going to rise up and take over. It's like this guy has no policies. It's nothing. But I don't even know if he could speak about policies meaningfully. He's fucking retarded.
Any viewpoint or any sort of cohesive vision for anything or how somebody is wrong. It's just calling people names and then insulting them in like generally like a physical way. Like, I don't know if you guys ever noticed this, but like you never see him talk about anything other than the way somebody looks, what people think about them. Like, that's it. That's the entire, unless it's about Israel, being pro-Israel. That's it.
We've made him feel silly only because he positioned himself against people like myself and the environment shifted from under his feet. Okay? Like with Israel. Israel is one of the best examples of this.
That's crazy, isn't it? What are the odds of that?
He has specific prescriptions for Palestine. No. No. What? No.
Phone has been blowing up all day. This phone has been blowing up all day. Governors from both parties, senators from both parties, Democrats in the House thanking me for saying what everybody's been saying behind the scenes, which is that this stuff is going too far. I am a progressive Democrat. You want to talk about prison reform? I've done it as well as anybody, Republican Democrats in the South with Trump. I've done prison reform. I never said have no prisons. Where are you going to put the Klan? I've done police reform. I never said no police. Where are you going to put the pedophiles? Who's going to grab the pedophiles? This stuff is going too far. And part of the thing that has to happen is we saw what happened in the Republican Party when things started going in a nutty direction and nobody stood up. I am happy that the young people are fighting for affordability, Medicare for all the good things. I've been waiting my whole life to see a youth movement do what it's doing. But it's being hijacked by people who are putting in nutty ideas supporting terrorists, nutty ideas saying that we don't need cops in prison. We can't deport anybody even if they rape somebody. Who said this? Chevalier. Where did Chevalier?
Chevalier is going to is the Democratic nominee. So sorry, DSA nominee for Congress now from the Bronx.
Yeah.
50K views equals save, but not safe for work. Amazon Prime $2.5 billion class action. $51 if you qualify. What?
Amazon settled with the FTC for $2.5 billion, okay? $1.5 billion goes to consumers, the other $1 billion goes to the government. If you didn't already get an automatic $51 check sent to you, you still have time to file. But you only have 6 days.
Welcome
to
to the Bear Gang.
All right? Not everyone qualifies, but it depends on if you had it between 2013 or 2013, 2019, 2013, 2012, whatever it is. You have the opportunity to get your free $51. It's only $51. It takes you 30 fucking seconds, okay? All right?
Damn. YouTuber dies after ingesting poison on stream as viewers desperately try to save him. Jesus Christ. Failed to determine content classification. Oh, fuck you. Okay. Which one first?
Aside, you think it's important to recognize what international bodies have said. I think that's
okay. The genocide guy. Hold on one sec. Hell yeah.
an odd argument.
Okay. I'm trying to... I've 100% achievement. Oh, I finished the Vampire Crawlers game, okay. There are a few factorial ones I don't have, and one is the don't build anything manually before launching a rocket.
Argument to make, considering international bodies have consistently found this genocide, like the UN Commission, like the UN Special Rapporteur, like Amnesty International, and the ICJ preliminary injunction
yes, I
found that they...
recall that.
Yeah, the preliminary injunction would find that they would violate the Genocide Convention if they invaded Rafah. Therefore, they've invaded Rafah.
It's if they would have invaded Rafah without taking any precautions, but that's okay. No one actually cares. But this guy does seem to know some things, at least, I guess.
Violated
But I
Genocide
don't
Convention.
think, wait, correct me if I'm wrong. I don't think the ICJ has dropped a ruling on it yet, right?
No, they haven't.
Well, do you know what a preliminary injunction does?
Yeah, it's similar to a TRO. It like enjoins an individual's ability to engage in a particular activity. Well, it's,
Yeah.
I guess.
Damn. Who? This guy's like 20 or 19 years old or whatever, right? True.
A preliminary injunction in this scenario really has no, what's the word? Enforcement mechanism, but yeah, it's still. I mean, it still serves a purpose. I recognize
It's legally binding, right? It's a legally binding injunction against.
I don't know what that even means in this case, but okay.
against them acting on the basis of the authority of the court. The authority of the court in this case is founded upon the Genocide Convention. Reasonable likelihood that if they violated certain actions, they would have violated the Genocide Convention. So do you think it's acceptable to host a genocide denier? Like if someone denied the Holocaust, would that be an acceptable thing to
Jesus
to host?
Christ.
Well, I don't really know Destiny's
Stein?
position on Israel to...
By the way, genocide denialism and Holocaust denialism, that's a very clever trick that they play. It's not really the same thing, right? Nobody denies the Holocaust of the Jews in the same way that you would deny the genocide of the Palestinians, right? When you do Holocaust revisionism, what you do is you claim that it either didn't happen or the numbers are dramatically over-exaggerated. Nobody would say like, oh, I don't really think that like, well, some people, no, they usually fudge the numbers regardless. You never really hear Holocaust revisionism like, well, you know, yeah, they did kill 6 million Jews, but I don't think they were like targeting the Jews. I don't think it was like a genocide, but I mean, yeah, they did kill 6 million Jews, I guess. Like nobody really engages in that way. Some people will say, well, there were a lot of bad things that happened and most of the people died of disease, I guess. But almost always there's a huge equivocation on the numbers. It's like, oh, it was like 500,000. It was in the hundreds of thousands, not 6 million or something like that. So it's kind of weird to compare Holocaust revisionism where they try to basically rewrite or say the event didn't happen as opposed to denying the genocide of the Palestinians, which literally only comes down to a label. That's the only thing these people care about because they don't even give a fuck if you agree. Because I think David himself said it. So if we agreed on every single underlying fact, but one we called a genocide and one we didn't, is that like a really bad thing? And the guy's like, yes. It's like, okay, that's just stupid, but okay.
I don't really agree with him. I'm not Destiny.
But you think it's acceptable to platform and co-sign as an organization?
Co-sign as an organization. Oh my God.
I feel like that's kind of...
This strategy is intentional. They all operate like this. Keep in mind that this is like it's not on accident. It's by design. The whole goal is to make it so that, like, if somebody has some kind of disagreement in opinion about some particular issue, you can completely and totally cut them entirely out of the faction and you destroy them in as many ways as possible. Like the idea that, first of all, I don't even think David has the final say on who goes to Unfuck events. I'm pretty sure that would be Z. But the idea that, like, I should be disallowed. This guy is basically trying to make the argument that I should be completely and totally permanently disallowed from all of these types of events. And I was like, really? Because I disagree on whether or not to call something a genocide? Like, that's the guy's argument. It's fucking stupid.
He led the tour?
Yeah, he led about a year ago. He was the primary speaker on the Unfuck America tour in a certain college round, at least.
Mm-hmm.
Is that not? Do you not think that that's platforming the ideas, quality ideas?
What?
Like, I don't even know if we. Well, no, I'm sure it came up in at least one event. But it's not like it was like the main topic of discussion for was it a genocide? No, actually, it did come up a couple times, actually. There were people that would come up to scream about it.
No. Well, it's because it's tough. It's tough to answer the question because I remember when I spoke to Stephen, he was incredibly critical of the state of Israel, and I don't really know his position to a T. Like I've never really seen him debate.
He's never recognized the genocide. I'll tell you. If that has changed, if anyone could provide that, he's never recognized the genocide. He's explicitly denied it. He's debated people who have claimed it. He's consistently lied about things like the Noctua, and he went and visited the IOF on a state-sponsored tour into Gaza or around Gaza.
Oh, nice. So we just fucking lie around Gaza. We just lie. I love lying. It's so OP. But all these lefties do it, and which is why they're the same as fucking Nazis, and you shouldn't trust any of them, and fuck everybody that gives any credibility or credence to any of these fucking loser weirdos.
He was paid by the Israeli government to go to Israel?
No, it was facilitated by the IDF.
No, it wasn't.
Really? I don't know that.
It must, by definition, is. It's by definition.
Oh, because David, just because he had the audacity to just ask a little bit of a further question, which no journalist in mainstream media is fucking qualified to do on anything. Oh, we can get a little bit deeper into what he means when he says that, right? When he says IDF-sponsored trip, what he means is, well, every single person in Israel technically has a compulsion to join the IDF, and at some point, I'm sure he interacted with somebody in the IDF, and the IDF is technically the military and broad security forces there. So every trip you take to Israel is an IDF-sponsored trip, which is not at all what people think when you say Israeli-sponsored trip, by the way, obviously. But good one, fucking loser.
Definition facilitated by the IDF. That's the only way you get journalistic access to that area.
I don't even know what that means. None of that is true. Unless he means like getting into the country, but it's retarded.
Wait, he went as a journalist? Was he critical? What was the trip like? I recall.
You can be perfectly well critical of genocidal society. I don't care if you're critical of the Nazi government if you don't recognize the genocide, right? Like, we're all critical of Nazis. We still have this slur for Holocaust.
He means into Gaza itself? Sure, but I didn't go into Gaza. You would need IDF approval to get into Gaza because there's a fucking active war zone, but I didn't go into Gaza.
deniers for a reason, which is that it's important to recognize genocides qua genocides.
Oh,
Okay.
it's important. For the
Okay,
virtue
so
signal.
you agree that it's genocide. I don't know where the dissidence as to why we would ever co-sign a genocide denier is, but you're a liberal. What does that mean to you?
Essentially, I guess like generally accepting liberal principles, that being negative rights, anti-majoritarian institutions, democracy, rule of law, and obviously like the Enlightenment values, life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness.
Cringe.
All those things. Yeah.
Oh, Israel's
Nice.
none of that.
Okay,
Talk about
all of those
Israel.
in principle generally good. Are you a capitalist?
Yeah, for the most part.
God, yes, please.
Why would you be a capitalist, right? Capitalism, what
we're going a
draws you to
different
being
way.
a capitalist rather than, for example, being on the left and being a socialist or a communist?
I think when it comes to socialism or communism, there's an erosion of civil liberties and negative rights like property rights that I consider to be relatively important when it comes to barring the government from engaging in acts that could harm the citizenry. And it's also a question of efficiency. I think market forces are capable of quickly addressing the needs of people because, I mean, there's no stronger pull to move somebody in a certain direction in terms of production than demand and money flowing into your pocket.
Okay, how do you account for the fact that capitalist nations and capitalism at large, especially America as a body of capitalism, has engaged in one of the largest underminings of democracy in the world with American intervention? What do you think has led to that economically? And why do you think that is?
Well, I don't know. I don't know if there was a
It's
economic
all Israel?
motive because I don't know. Realist international perspectives like we had during the Cold War era when we engaged in numerous acts of intervention across the globe aren't necessarily beneficial to America's economy. I think
you don't think.
No,
do you think
war is destabilizing. Yeah.
So why do you think capitalists have consistently lobbied for war?
Like who?
Yeah, I'm curious who the answer to that is. What?
Like almost every single major corporation funding like conservatives and funding warmongers and helping and being complicit in things like the Iraq War, where both sides supported the Iraq War with corporate funding. Things like
this is a bullshit question because every single supporter of war in the United States was capitalist, but every single opponent to war in the United States was capitalist. We're a capitalist country. Everybody's capitalist. What a pointless. What a pointless point. What?
Like the invasion in Vietnam, which had unequivocal support from the corporate bodies within America, and the genocide of the Palestinians. There has been no. If it was genuinely destabilizing, why is there not
genociding the Palestinians is like part of Pepsi's MO? Like they need all the Palestinians to be dead. It's such a
corporate lobby against war?
Well, in the case of Gaza, I feel like that's very concentrated. Well, at least not anymore, now that we launched a war on behalf of Israel into Iran. But in the case of Gaza, I feel like it's relatively concentrated. I just don't see what the economic benefit of leveling Gaza would be.
True.
What do you? So do you understand?
I consider these things to be ideological.
Oh, can you please push him on that a little bit? What is the benefit? You could argue, I guess, maybe the corporations that want to like control whoever was going to be on that fucking retarded board of peace, if that's even a real thing. Holy Christ.
If I'm being honest with you.
Do you understand why? Have you heard the leftist characterization of imperialism and its relation to capitalism, or do we need to summarize that?
I'd rather have you summarize it because I don't think the people. Well, I'm gonna hold you to a higher level, considering the fact that you're like an influencer in the space. I don't think anybody that I've spoken to has done a good job at articulating themselves. So maybe you'll do a better job.
Sure. So as like leftists, generally, we view capitalism developing from free market forces into oligarchies and monopolies. Those monopolies then effectuate their economic power into political power. They, because of the falling rate of profit, have an infinite incentive to expand their domain of influence and control, and that leads into state force control, like expanding its access to new markets. That develops historically into classical imperialism and colonialism, right? Like the expansion of formal colonies and imperialized lands, and now into neocolonialism, and that enforced through the neocolonial organizations like the IMF, institutions of ISDS, and American intervention when it is necessary.
Here's the disconnect, and I think the reason why I've had primarily the disagreements with just about everybody on your side of the perspective. Essentially, I believe that that this outlook, essentially chalking up every single foreign policy move to an economic one, is incredibly, how can I say this?
Reductive?
Just because that's not what I do.
It is kinda, right? You chalked up all of the Cold War intervention to the underlying motive being an economic one. You mentioned Iraq, Gaza. What was the other war? Was it Iran?
I properly characterize them as forms of economic imperialism. That doesn't mean that's the only reasoning, subjectively or objectively. There's a dialectical relationship between ideology and material.
I would just assume that if your concern is your pockets and ensuring that your profits are fat and juicy, like any capitalist running a firm, you probably want to destabilize trade routes that are crucial to businesses running across the globe, like the Strait of Hormuz. You probably don't want to be beheading heads of state and bringing about a power vacuum in places like the Middle East that would bring about more bloodshed, that would destroy a lot of these countries as prospects for like economic growth. None of those things really tie into the goal of
but
one
you're
of
assuming
profits.
they're prospects of economic growth. If they vote to nationalize their oil or they exert sovereign control over their natural resources, they aren't prospects by corporations for economic. Because
they literally are. You can trade with people. That's a mutually beneficial arrangement. This guy is on the full mark. It's a tendency of the rate of profits to fall, he said, was the reason why imperialism happens or whatever. That's one of those. So earlier in the stream when I complained that like it's crazy to me that people pretend that like Marxist analysis on economics is like a real thing. It's not. Nobody goes to college and you're like learning as an econ major, like, oh, how do you understand the economy? Oh, let's look to Marx. That's just not a thing. It's not a real thing. It's like saying like, oh, like I want to understand, I'm a neuroscience major and we've got like new theories of neuroimaging. And in order to understand how, what neurons or what parts of the brain light up based on what stimuli, we turn to Plato's allegory of the cave in order to understand how the human brain works. Like, this is just not a thing. It's not a thing at all. There was a Marxist idea a long time ago. Marx had a lot of crazy ideas. One was this concept of the tendency of the rate of profits to fall, I think is how it's formulated, or how you say it, basically. And the idea was that over time, capitalist companies, firms, the rate of profit will always basically normalize to 0%, and that would lead to some sort of, I guess some people use it as an excuse for imperialism or some other like, I think it's like used to justify like increasingly crazy unhinged things that capitalists could do in a society to try to squeeze out more profit from workers or something. Or, but this has just never been observed that all the profit rate will fall to 0%. It's just never, that just hasn't happened. It was a bad prediction that Marx made. It's never come true empirically. It's never been shown anywhere. It's just like yeah. But as soon as he brought that up, he said that this is like a very like super Marxist guy, like actual Marxist dude.
Sovereign control over their natural resources, they aren't prospects by corporations for economic. Because how do you exploit a country
we trade with Saudi Arabia, and I believe, if I recall, in multiple countries in the Persian Gulf that have nationalized their oil.
How do you exploit? Definitionally, like you can, well, because he's using exploit. I don't know if he's trying to play both with the normative sense of the word, where exploitation is a bad thing, and then also just like the strict sense of the word of you're using something for an end or whatever. I wish David would ask him. I'm sure he'll get to it. This David guy's smart. Are you saying that you can't have a mutually beneficial economic arrangement where both sides are benefiting from a certain transaction? Like a country that is able to exploit its own natural resources then sell to other countries is still a beneficial thing for us. We don't have to own the oil or own the natural resources ourselves to benefit from that exchange.
You exploit a country
we trade with Saudi Arabia, and I believe, if I recall, in multiple countries in the Persian Gulf that have nationalized their oil.
Yeah, do you know why Saudi Arabia trades with us on the terms that it does?
Not petrodollar.
Go for it.
Because we help fund its defense. Right, Saudi Arabia is an unpopular monarchy that has had to defend itself from popular revolution multiple times throughout its existence. Right, the thing that has nationalized their oil. Right, the monarchy that is in control.
How do you argue against socialists that say there hasn't been a true socialist country, but we know capitalism is bad argument? There's no way to argue against it. You just say you're retarded. I don't know. Like, how are you going to give a utopia that has never been tried, apparently, but all the big people that say they've tried it and have argued they've tried it, you say that it doesn't really count as trying it. Well, it seems to be that that's not probably a good way to head in that direction if it always leads to catastrophic outcomes. Like, time to do something different,
Is extensively a neocolonial body that is trading with us on highly preferential terms.
You keep referring to Marxism in philosophical terms, but we learned about it in sociology alongside systemic functionalism. There's probably some degree of, I don't know, fuck all about sociology, but there's probably some degree of like, I'm not saying that class is fake or that you can't analyze history through the lens of like class dynamics or class politics or whatever. I'm just saying that in forms of like doing like real hard economic analysis, you're not ever using like Marxist stuff to do that. But from a sociological perspective, there could be value there, but just not like on a hardcore like economic analysis or like a real economic analysis and like nothing. Yeah.
Because of the relationship we have to the monopoly of force over the imperial holdings, that fits perfectly well into the analysis. Yes, Saudi Arabia is a perfect example.
Out of curiosity, can I see where this like conditional trade agreement was formed? Because I haven't read up on that.
I mean, it's not, like if you look up the petrodollar and the establishment of the petrodollar along with Saudi Arabia, as well as the billions of dollars of defense trading we have done with them, it'll become pretty clear. As well as a good example also is the Jordanian princes who receive extensive defensive support from America with an unpopular monarchy. Bahrain is also a good example. Iran being a bad example, right? Because Iran does not open itself up to foreign intervention from the West or foreign investment from the West, and therefore is not a prospect for extensive economic growth.
So you level it?
Well, what do you do, right? So what do you do as a corporation if no one is allowed? If you're for example, ExxonMobil is a good example, or even for Iran, a better example being BP, British Petroleum. Do you know what British Petroleum's former name was?
No.
Marx arguably created the conditions of possibility for a science of the social. I think you need to recalibrate this claim. LOL. Suck my fucking huge throbbing cock. That might be true, what you're saying, in the same way that like Freud was the guy who tried to treat psychology seriously for the first time. But if you're coming out with a whole bunch of like Freudian analysis, you would say this is just not where the field is. This is not like you're never going to go to a developmental pediatrician, I don't know, whatever the child doctors are, and they're saying like, oh, I think your child is actually right now he's stuck in the anal retentive stage, and the reason why is because when his mom scolded him, he looked in a direction, and now like that's just not where the field is at. Nobody uses that. It's not serious analysis. But Freud gets credit. I'm pretty sure Freud gets credit for being the first guy to do psychology and write shit down and to be like a scientific person in approaching it. So arguably, maybe Marx was one of the first guys to like take a formal approach to economics, and then more people started to do it from there. I'm just saying that you wouldn't learn it in any modern incarnation. Nobody is like, I need to figure out how to optimize trade between these two countries. Well, let's consult our labor theory of value and our Marxist ideas about profits in order to understand what's going on between these two countries.
It was the Anglo-Iranian oil company. Because, if memory serves.
I agree with that. I was just saying that claiming Marx is useless for an analysis of modern econ is a bit exaggerated. It's not. It is useless. Nope, you're not going to read an econ paper on immigration or the effects of minimum wage or whatever, and they're like, wow, if we consult the whatever. Like, it's just...
I might be wrong on that specific point, but I'm pretty sure.
Or at least I've never seen that in a paper before. Maybe there is some... Maybe, I don't know. I just haven't seen it. Okay, there. I hedged.
Someone check me. Because Iran, during its first popular revolution, which later ended up in Mossadegh taking control, nationalized or attempted to nationalize its oil over what was previously an extraordinarily bad oil deal for the Iranians that was extractive for what is now BP, right? And BP was complicit with the British Empire and at certain points the American Empire in undermining Mossadegh and yes, destabilizing them for what became a dictatorship passed by the Americas where they continued to trade oil with America. And this set the foundation for the Iranian Revolution in 1979. So yes, absolutely. If you have to level it to get their resources, they're happy to do. That's what we did.
Well, it's just like, okay,
in Libya. That's what we did in Iraq.
It's just it's just so pointless. When we have such sophisticated forms of trade across the country with countries that are willing to trade with us, I don't really see the benefit of just again going to war and destabilizing the global economy with the purpose of what, securing Iran's resources.
Wait, how do you think we got to that? How do we think we got to that case where people are willing to? For example,
it's just so boring. Like this is why I hate the class politics or any like reductive framing. I guess feminists used to do this, or everybody does this, where they have their one pet way of viewing the world and they try to squeeze every single problem through that. Like the Iranian war right now is partially because the U.S. leader is a fucking moron, and it's because Israel sees a big opportunity to like permanently shore up its security state. It's to say that this is like some economic war. I mean, maybe Trump wants it to be because he's fucking retarded, but it's not really. Like, I don't think anybody in the U.S. economy, any capitalists, were pushing for the fucking oil markets to be fucked indefinitely.
Nicaragua. Why do you think Nicaragua is so willing to trade with America?
Well, that's not really. Wait, do you think that we are engaging in what coercion to make Iran trade with us?
I think we are engaging with coercion, at least historically.
If communism is good, why are its strongest adherents retarded losers like Haas and Hasan and Jackson Hinkle? True.
And implicitly with the majority of smaller countries that we are trading with. That's why I point to Nicaragua. Nicaragua once had a popular revolution, the Sandinistas, right, where they explicitly cut off foreign intervention and trade with America because it was extractive and abusive, right? They were a banana republic previously, and then America undermined, explicitly traded with.
Also, everybody for the Cold War stuff, everybody only talks about one side. Like it was literally the United States just running around doing regime changes and evil, terrible things. And just us, and there definitely wasn't an opposite side to that was starting multiple conflicts in countries across the world, but just the United States, I guess, like, okay.
It's really addressing an organization called the Contras to undermine them.
You're pointing to, you're pointing to history, but I'm asking you a specific question.
God forbid.
Yeah, that's pretty bad faith.
But that's how we do politics.
I don't think,
politics is history.
No. Historically, when was the last time we had a president like Trump?
Historically, I mean, it depends what you mean like. I think all of them have been war criminals and imperialists.
You know exactly what I mean. Boom. I think all the intelligence or everything that's been leaked from individuals close to the situation point to...
The socialists and Marxist types, again, because they're so far outside the liberal paradigm, they do group most of these presidents together, from Obama to Trump to Reagan to anybody else.
Donald Trump's fixation on opulence as being the driving factor to go on a war on Israel, go engage in...
What is opulence but capitalism realized? Oh, I'm coming.
Or on Israel's behalf, not like an economic benefit. If anything, the economic disaster that has been the war in Iran is leading Donald Trump in pursuit of an off-ramp. That's why we're looking so hard to get a ceasefire deal.
But it's been a K-shaped recovery, so actually the rich get richer.
Because gas is now at $4 a gallon, and we saw a 59% increase since the start of the year. I think it's clear, well, at least in this case, that these oligarchs are really driving or pushing the fucking needle, and it's rather just an incompetent administration looking to behead adversaries across the seas.
I think we can have an interesting economic analysis of the Iran war. Let me take you back 10 minutes in this conversation. We were not specifically talking about the Iran war. We were talking about imperialism writ large. That's why I talked about history. I will agree with you 10%, which is that fascists act irrationally, right? Trump, as an open-out fascist, is not directly imposing the will of...
oh, my God. And now we have the all roads lead to Rome. So when Trump acts like a fascist, he's acting rationally in his capacity as being a fascist. But when Trump does things that are literally entirely contradictory to the idea that I'm laying out, well, that's just because at times he acts irrationally, which actually perfectly maps onto what I'm claiming because I said he's a fascist. So there are going to be times when he acts irrationally, and there are going to be times when he acts rationally. And when you can give me an example that contradicts anything I'm saying, well, those are just the irrational times that actually further proves my point that he is a fascist because he's irrational at times.
One-to-one of the oligarchs, but it is very clear that fascism writ large, historically and now, is in the benefit of the oligarchs. It benefits the oligarchs because oligarchs benefit from crisis. So, for example, there's a good book on this by Naomi Klein, Crisis Capitalism. Is it by Naomi Klein? Is that I was thinking of Shock Doctrine. Yeah, Shock Doctrine by Naomi Klein outlines this very clearly. Destabilization is actually incredibly beneficial to oligarchs because they are able then, if we, for example, destroy the Iranian regime, let's imagine we were successful in doing so. They would be able to make up for the vacuum of power by entering with billions of dollars in foreign investment, which would be extracted in beneficial oil fields. This is precisely what we did in Iraq, right? The Iraq war was very popular with the oligarchs, very, very popular with the corporate backers, and very, very popular with the corporate nonprofits like Heritage Foundation and many of the liberal nonprofits, right? Because what we ended up doing is setting up a proxy state in Iraq and extracting millions of dollars worth of natural resources from Iraq to date, right? That's absolutely what we did.
Okay, so... Well, just again, I'm looking at how firms and consumers are operating within the current economy. You have consumer sentiment at record lows. If you go by the Michigan stats, since they started recording it, they've never seen consumers so doubtful and fearful of the American economy. You have consumption going down. You have overall growth on a quarterly basis going down below the averages of the prior administration. I'm just curious to see where the economic benefit is being reflected as of this moment.
The theory,
in the case of the Iran war, I can't really. The reason why I'm
the theory,
really harping on that point in particular is because I'm not really too in tune with the historical significance in terms of the economic benefits that firms have seen from, for example, like the war in Iraq or Vietnam. Definitely
Wait, can I intervene for a second? Because I think I get the spirit of what you're saying, which is I'm not saying that Trump is the best imperialist. I'm saying you as a liberal are promoting the system, imperialism and capitalism, that has incentivized the vast majority of imperialism across America's history and has led to the deaths of billions of people, or billions in total, but millions directly, of people. Right. So that's why I'm talking about history here. I think the discussion of how fascism fits into imperialism and capitalism, I think, is complicated and typically one that is done between leftists because you recognize the framework and then there's a complexity to the framework on how fascists are a tool of capitalists. What I'm critiquing is liberalism. And the Iraq war was done under liberals, right? The illegal invasion of Afghanistan was maintained under liberals. The Vietnam War was done under liberals, right?
Who was the other side
Israel
of that,
was
Afghanistan?
maintained by liberals,
he's talking about the recent one.
So I'm
what about the other
I'm
one?
asking you how your system isn't at fault for that, or if it is, how you aim to correct that.
Well, I'm curious, like if
By the way, did you know that liberal capitalism didn't stop all wars, therefore it's responsible for all wars?
It's done under liberals or whatever. Does it really speak to
Obama was a liberal, right?
the system, or does it speak to, I guess, the individuals in power at the time? Like, I don't really know if you could necessarily discredit something based on whether or not the government is bad faith. For example, Donald Trump, again, is in office of this moment, but just about every single core principle is antithetical to liberal principles, but at the end of the day, he runs a liberal country. So is what he's doing now, like bombing 10 countries in the span of the year, which is the most in any president in American history, or going on ground invasions of, Venezuela and then a war in Iran, or like encroaching on individual civil liberties at home. I just don't see how, first of all, destroying America, destroying the American Constitution, targeting citizens, killing people in the streets, going to war overseas is economically beneficial and going to grow the pockets of fucking oligarchs. When the country's on the brink of collapse,
exactly
in
what
world
want to do.
would a billionaire want to be living in this current system?
Once again, you're reiterating that fascists bring capitalism to the brink of crisis.
They bring any country to a brink of crisis. I don't know why that would be exclusive to capitalism.
Wait, who are they? I mean, fascists have taken over following the recesses of imperialism.
Can there not be fascist individuals in a communist society?
Fascism is a political ideology,
yes,
but more importantly, a form of politic, right? It is a political, let's say, the political system, right? Yeah. So when we think of fascists, we think of Vichy France, we think of Nazi Germany, we think of Mussolini Italy, we think.
I feel like fascism is very loosey-goosey when it comes to, like, what is a fascist government? I don't think that denotes anything at all. You could probably do it through some form of like faux parliament. You could do it through some form of Emperor Japan shit. I don't even know how much power that guy actually had at the end of the day over the military. To say that fascism denotes a particular political system, I'm almost positive is completely not true. But I've never heard that before. I don't know.
Legit,
Yes.
but more importantly, a form of politic, right? Is a political, let's say, the political system, right?
Yeah.
So when we think of fascists, we think of Vichy France, we think of Nazi Germany, we think of Mussolini Italy, we think of Spain, we think of Portugal under Salazar, and Spain under Franco. All of those were serving the oligarchs. So Spain under Franco massively massively benefited the oligarchs by cracking down on communists who wanted to redistribute the profits of the oligarchs to the working people. They cracked down on union organizing, right, which helped decrease the wage for the workers and increase the profits for the oligarchs.
Fascism doesn't have a definite definition the same way democracy doesn't have a definite definition. I feel like democracy implies some form of people voting for something, either representatives or referendum policies or whatever. Like, I think you kind of have to have that. For fascism, I feel like it denotes more conceptual things. I guess you could argue voting is a conceptual thing, but
it helped militarize the society. So if you're talking historically about fascists, that's what's...
Why is it not brought up the difference in life expectancy between East and West Germany? It's a great example. No, they all will argue one of two things. Either that the stats and the ideas of how horrible East Germany are horribly misrepresented, or they'll say that the only reason why it was so bad in East Germany was because they were trying to choke it and starve it from West Germany in the capitalist world or whatever. There's always some excuse. They never believe any of that shit. They always have an out for it.
You're also just not answering my question, which is how are you as a liberal? I'm trying to. The question that was asked was how are you as a liberal not complicit for the imperialism that was promoted by.
I don't support these things, and I think again, destabilizing the globe is
I think it's a natural
antithetical.
consequence of what you
It's
believe.
not though. That's the thing. A lot of this.
It's like, oh god. Honestly, I think David is doing a better job of this than I would. These are hard conversations to have live. I also haven't had them in a long time. But like, he's arguing something that is just so broad. Like, I'm sorry, we're gonna say that liberal capitalism is responsible for what? Imperialism, for invasions? Like, this shit happened in unironically, probably not prehistoric times, but like 10,000 years ago. I'm pretty sure that like, as soon as farming was discovered, there were fights over land and territory and armies and taxes and everything else. Like, the idea that, like, what form of government, what section of human history was there no imperialism or no war? This is just like the natural state of human conflict. Now, I mean, obviously at times in history we've had more, and at other times, like now, we've had less. But to say that, well, maybe not now, but to say that like this is the fault of liberal capitalism, it always leads to war and starvation and hunger and all these horrible, terrible things. Like, I mean, I think hasn't this always happened through all of human history?
Things are the Iran war is okay.
The Iraq.
Oh, okay, Iraq war. I'm pretty sure you said Iran,
yeah,
but
I said Iran. But that's
okay. Why can't again? Like, I'm just curious. Like, I don't know why is it.
But I'd like you to answer. You've been curious 3 times. I'd like you to answer my question. So
I was about to answer. You just cut me off. I don't think you're. Listen. Slow down. Like, I don't think you're intelligent enough, or you have the foresight to be able to predict the things I'm about to say before I say them. So if you can be more respectful, that'd be nice. He said you wanted to have a good fit conversation, but you've been incredibly condescending this entire time.
Mean.
So. I don't know why it's a contradiction for me to say I don't support imperialism that destabilizes global economies or trade routes. I think that actually is very much in line with my principles, that being a growing economy, collaboration overseas, and globalization. So for me to be opposed to these things, I think is totally fine and in line, again, with what I believe in. I don't really see there being a contradiction. I think if things are not realized in practice every single time, it's not really necessarily going to be a jab on the system. Just like historically, we didn't always have equal distribution of negative rights in this country. It doesn't mean negative rights shouldn't exist, or it's a criticism of our Constitution or whatever.
It's extra fucked because nearly every one of those wars, while not entirely justified, were usually response to communists trying to commit unironic genocides and fail. Communists, when they'll talk about these things, will try to say that there was some popular movement that like the CIA or somebody was trying to overthrow. But yeah, the reality is that generally the Soviets were backing their own guys on the other side. And the idea that there was like, I'm not confident enough in my global history to say this definitively, but in every situation where I've ever looked up, like in Afghanistan and a lot of South American places where like the CIA was trying to coup somebody, there was a Soviet guy on the other side that the Soviets were supporting. It's not like, I've said this before, I've never in all of history seen an example where you have like a super popular regime that is loved by all and the people. This includes in Iran. This includes Nicaragua. It includes even in Cuba. You don't have these like super popular regimes that are where everybody loves the main guy, and then the CIA comes in and they tip the scale and they assassinate the leader, and now their guy is in charge. Like usually there's a whole bunch of unrest and turmoil, and there's already like a lot of factions fighting, and then the CIA will come in and they'll try to support their guy, or the Soviets will come in and they'll try to support their popular regime. I guess they have an advantage because they call all of their people popular, so it makes it seem like everybody loves and supports them, but.
I think it's rather a critique on government at the time, again, not the framework.
Sure, and the principles you said I don't disagree with. The point is not that any bad thing that happens under any liberal is attributed to liberalism, right? What I was describing to you was that this was a natural consequence of the concentration of economic power that happens under capitalism, right? And the incentivization structure under capitalism to do imperialism, right? Like, it is demonstrable that the enforcement of, for example, banana republics across Middle and South America was massively beneficial to the American capitalist class, right? And to the natural hierarchy that developed from American capitalism, right? You as a capitalist, I don't see how you can...
But like, supporting Soviet revolutions there was beneficial to the Soviet, but it wasn't necessarily an economic thing. I mean, it will be an economic thing because a country has an economy, but it was more the two competing ideologies of the time. No, like,
in good faith say, okay, we should have the system that results in oligarchs, and these oligarchs do end up pressuring our government to engage in actions that are profitable to them, and then we condemn the actions that are naturally consequential of my system. Where do we draw there?
Well, again, I just don't see how an oligarch would want to destroy the Persian Gulf and go to Iran.
Use the examples I set out.
Why would I? I'm not really too
because that's the also, it's hard to do these history arguments if you don't know the history super well, and I don't know the history super well. I mean, I could learn it for a debate, but it's to compare, this is one thing I know to be true, to compare pre-91 U.S. foreign policy to post-91 foreign policy, anytime somebody's doing that, it's kind of like when people talk about, well, let's look at how the economy's doing, and like, let's take a look at the stats. Well, from the year 2020 to 2023, look at this crazy trend. Or like from the year 2019 to 2022, look at this crazy trend. It's like, well, hold on. What was going on? What was going on there? These are probably exceptional numbers, right? I don't think we could really rely on these to be telling us anything insightful about what was going on, right? We had COVID. These were exceptional times. And the same is done when people want to trash U.S. foreign policy for understandable reasons. I'm not saying the U.S. is perfect. But every time they're like, well, what about the Sandinistas? What about in the Cold War? What about the Cold War? What about in 45 and 65? Blah, blah, blah. Like, okay, it was a Cold War, bro. Like, yeah, the whole world was fighting itself.
And I made, because
an argument as well, and you're not engaging with it either. I don't know what you want me to do.
Well, because it's not the context of the point.
It is what I was saying. Of the point. It's actually directly tied to it. I'm curious. Like, are you saying that imperialism is exclusive to capitalist societies?
Imperialism in the structure in which I'm making imperialism in a leftist definition, yes. Imperialism.
I hate this defining of things. That one guy that I spoke with, the weird pro-pally dude, he did this thing where they have like the way that they define imperialism or the way that they define exploitation or whatever. It's a way that it's literally definitionally it can only be a capitalist thing, but they want to summon all the normative value of like what it normally means to be imperialist or what it normally means to exploit something, so like it feels really bad. But then they define it like a hyper rigid way where for some reason it can only apply to capitalists. It's just boring, stupid.
Imperialism is by
what is imperialism in a leftist definition and
the expansion.
What are the different definitions?
Well, there's a liberal definition, which, in my opinion, amounts to generally just any country invading another country, which fine, countries invade each other. The point I'm making specifically is that there is a tendency of capitalism, right, to concentrate economic and political power in a set of oligarchs, right, and then it is in the incentive structure of those oligarchs, due to the falling rate of profit, to seek out further markets for exploitation. That leads to economic imperialism, like we saw across the Middle East, yes, in Iraq, Saudi Arabia, in Palestine, and more poignantly to America. I'm trying to make this simpler, right, because once again, I've recognized fascism is a divergence from capitalist, open, active, direct, short-term interests. In some cases, but the banana republics is very clear here, right? Do you know the situation of the banana?
I wanted to mention I wanted to mention quickly. I think it's important to recognize. I disagree with the principle that the rate of profit is going to fall to zero. I think that hinges on everything.
The claim isn't that it's going to fall to zero.
No, but that is like the rate of profit to fall is going to force him to. No, okay, then explain it to me. I must be unaware of what it really means.
It consistently falling doesn't necessarily mean it gets to zero. Marxism does not.
The word games. It has to fall to below whatever an acceptable number is to the capitalist, which is why they engage in increasingly unhinged behaviors. But I believe in a perfectly competitive market, Marx theorized that the rate of profit would necessarily have to fall to zero. I think that was the whole point of the tendency of the rate of profit to fall. That's why you have to find more things to exploit, more resources, more people, more countries, whatever. But I don't know. Maybe there's a more particular way of defining it that he'll say.
Does not believe that it will reach zero, right?
Because it'll go through cycles. Right, but it's trending to zero, right?
It'll trend downwards.
Okay. And I'm just like curious, why is that the case? Why is it something that is going to happen in a capitalist society?
Because, wait, have you read Capital? It's like the thesis of Capital.
I asked you a question.
The smug laugh at reading the most pointless book. If you have actually read all three parts of fucking Marx's Das Kapital, if you've read all three parts of this and you've never studied any formal economics, what an entirely huge waste of your life. I cannot imagine many things in life that would be a bigger waste of time than pretending to have to glean some insight into how economies work by reading the 1,000 fucking pages of ugh.
Okay, so it's It's a consequence of the analysis that is explicated across Das Kapital by Karl Marx, right? Okay. Simplified and shortened. It is because the organic synthetic ratio in capital will consistently lower, such that organic capital within any given piece of what is this?
You're gonna have to dumb it down. I'm gonna need you to communicate in common parlance because I don't know what the synthetic or organic capital is.
Exactly. U.S. wide. In common parlance, read capital. But in simple definitions.
Does he not understand it? If he can't define it in plain words, it sounds like he's just memorized definitions, which would be really stupid for this. And in that case, now he wasted even more time reading the book because he didn't understand it.
Exactly. U.S. wide. In common parlance, read capital. In simple definitions. As we get more technology, I don't know actually how to explain this as simply as possible. First of all, it's a historical trend that we see, right? The rate of profit does fall, writ large, barring.
That's not true. That's completely not true. If I had to guess for Marx, I only read, I don't even know if I made it to 100 pages. Fuck that book. The way that a capitalist makes money is it's like the combination of natural resources plus labor plus capital or whatever is how you, and then some bullshit or whatever is your labor theory of value. Are synthetics capital and organics are natural resources? Maybe is my guess.
Imperialism. That's why we see ever expanding firms.
That's it.
Yes.
I think
no.
Historically, we've seen profits fall.
No.
Really?
We've seen profits understood as profits. Yes, fall.
No.
As in the social.
No, that's just not true.
Sorry. What am I thinking of?
It's one of the worst predictions that Marx made. It's just not true.
The social wage has fallen, right? And profits writ large have fallen. Yes, oligarchs have amassed more wealth and more capital. That is true, and that has allowed them to expand across more markets further. But I'm intrigued. Do you not think? I've answered yours.
Okay.
Do you not think? First of all, I just want to know. It's odd to be speaking about American politics and not know the history.
Okay, so this guy is a fucking idiot. I'm sorry. He sounded smart, but he has a good mind for memorizing things, memorizing facts, I guess. That's insane that you could read if he truly did read all of Capital, and then the other three books that these guys always fucking cite, and I don't know if they actually read them, Shock Doctrine, Manufactured Consent. Sometimes I hear Capital in the 21st Century or whatever by, I think, Piketty. I don't know if he's far enough left for these guys or whatever. But if you can't summarize or explain the tendency of the rate of profits to fall in common parlance, in layman's terms, how could you spend so much time reading and studying this and not being able to do that? That's kind of insane to me.
I've answered yours. Do you not think? First of all, I just want to know. It's odd to be speaking about American politics and not know the history of American imperialism across the middle.
Why would you? I don't know. That's okay. That's wild.
The Central American, South America. But so as to that example, though, do you not think that American imperialists have attempted to open more markets within Central and South America? Do you not think that's true by history?
I'm not disregarding that to be the case. I just question the efficacy as to that being a good enough alternative to just allowing countries to develop as they are. I think we primarily benefit from a relationship with more developed countries than we do with ones that aren't. And just dominating peripheral countries that engage in unethical business practices, first of all, we can't really truly benefit from them because it's illegal to import their goods. And on top of that, I think people dying overseas and us having to have global health initiatives to give them vaccines and formula and shit probably isn't the preferred situation. It'd be Africa that is fully developed, which Africa, there's a lot of countries in Africa that are developed, but to those that aren't, to those that are getting exploited, to those that are in disarray, or to countries in Central and South America going through similar situations, in no world is that a better situation than that country being fully developed and having a group of incredibly elite human capital that can come to our country to benefit us, trade and specialties that they engage in that could benefit us. All of these things would be more beneficial to a capitalist society than countries in fucking ruin and countries at war.
That's pretty true.
Okay. How do you contend with the historical fact that oligarchs have consistently funded and lobbied the government to destabilize and attack those countries, right? Almost every single Banana Republic oligarch, right? So things like Chiquita Banana have lobbied the government.
I feel like it's not really addressing what I said.
Is that because it's not true in the context of what was said?
Yeah, well, in a historical context, these things may not be true, but I'd argue that there's probably more at play. But sadly, I cannot speak to it with the utmost detail. If you want, we can cut this short. I will do research on it, and we can get back to it. We can just continue the conversation as is. I want you to list.
I'm happy to go through. I'm happy to explain it, as you can understand, as you can point out.
No.
Let me explain all of the facts I'm bringing up that you're not aware of, and certainly that'll let you debate me. Obviously, if you explain them in the way that you understand them, then the only way to possibly continue would be to agree with all of your arguments, right? Because it's not like you're going to have an understanding of these things where you explain them in a way that makes your argument wrong, right?
I rather get my own findings, if I'm being honest with you. But first of all,
okay.
So at the end of the conversation, I want you to list out the conflicts. But yeah,
somebody said organic profit is the inherent value of a product, and synthetic value is the increase due to market forces. I would have to go back and look because I don't remember this shit. But how did Marx ever account? Oh fuck, bro, I hate all that shit. I was going to ask, did Marx ever account for supply and demand impacting values or impacting prices of stuff? But I think the labor theory of value is just a transformation thing that doesn't actually deal with price. It deals with value, and value doesn't necessarily map onto price, is how Marx explains it, right? So the labor theory of value is just helps you transform these things from one thing to another, but it doesn't give you an ultimate determinant at the end of like what somebody will buy or sell something for, I think. Like when people say like, oh, like the speed of light, it's E equals MC squared or whatever. Well, no, it's just this is a transformation showing you the relational concept between matter and energy or whatever. But it doesn't it doesn't actually tell you what the speed of light is. I think.
Yeah. So what you said was that it is not overarchingly good that they do this imperialism. Sure, I agree.
In no world, no. I mean, in an economic sense, not just in a moral one. In no world would you rather.
It's not. I would agree. It's in an economic sense. It's also not good.
Yeah.
For
so
everyone,
for
it is good for the oligarchs.
In what world? in what world would a Taiwan invaded or a Iran destroyed or a Ukraine invaded or South America?
Like the biggest counter to this, I would say. I mean, there are always going to be people that have capital interests, much the same way that they're going to be racist. But you wouldn't say that all of our foreign policy is racist because some racists will jump at certain opportunities. Like, why did we go to Iraq? What was the inciting event? It was the 9/11 shit. Now, regardless of whether or not going to Iraq was good or bad, obviously, I still don't even know from a U.S. foreign policy perspective what the fucking justification could possibly be that relates to 9/11. But like 9/11 was clearly the inciting thing that drove the fervor in this country that eventually got us into Iraq and Afghanistan. That wasn't an economic thing, though, right?
American and Central American countries destroyed. How would that be beneficial to a ever expanding market that wants more goods and services?
Because it allows further monopolization of that capital by the capitalists who are able to engage in imperialism against it. So you are viewing, like that's what I've explained, you are viewing this purely within the context of overextensive force by fascists. That's why I'm trying to bring it back to the context of like well-regulated force within liberals, right? Which is still not well-regulated. It's still direct imperialism. So this is why I point to examples, right? If we look at the imperialism of Hawaii, right? That was specifically lobbied to America by the Dole Fruit Company, specifically to increase the scale of market and production by the Dole Corporation to take fruits from Hawaii. They undermined a sovereign country there, right? The Queendom of Hawaii, right? And that clearly benefited American oligarchs. Are you telling me, like, I would love it, like, if you don't know this is fine, right? But just from what I've said, do you not think, if you know anything about the story, like Dole, right, the company, do you not
if your
think that was
characterization is correct, by all
Dole?
means, that is terrible, yeah. And it is contradictory to what I believe in. I think something that's very important and integral to liberalism is the idea of sovereignty and being able to govern over your borders. Which is why, again, I'm so against invading Venezuela or invading Iran or striking 10 different countries in the span of a year. So
my point is that that's contradictory with the natural outcome of your belief.
It's
right?
not,
I agree.
right? I think even you'd agreed that in a theoretical sense, all of these things are probably not beneficial to maximizing outcomes in a capitalist society.
How do you define capitalism? It doesn't seem like socialists ever presented a definition of what it is. In my mind, capitalism is just the idea that a individual can own capital, that a capital owner can be somebody who is not necessarily involved in the labor related to the capital. So like if I own a restaurant, right, I'm a capitalist. I'm able to hire people to go and work at my capital and then generate profit by selling a goods or service or whatever. But that's like that's essentially what capitalism is. Obviously, ideologically, it denotes some form of liberal government. It usually denotes some form of like open economy, and I don't know, like you can run it down, I guess, in different ways, but like in the broadest of levels, I guess that's what I would say capitalism is, yeah.
So if my desired outcome is...
What do you mean in a capitalist society?
Like as in a country where the mode of production is one in which private citizens are allowed to engage in the specialization of any particular good or service, of any particular good or service with little to no government intervention. These things, like again, a destabilized globe, are not beneficial to that goal. Because again, it messes with trade routes. It forces a lot of countries to I guess readopt the realist international relations perspective and start looking out for themselves and treating the international stage like a zero-sum game, which is what we were doing, which resulted in a lot of harm across the globe. Those things aren't beneficial to these systems or these ideas.
Once again, like this is a basic contention that leftists have, right? Which is there's these set of ideas that capitalists subjectively hold about their system, right? And then there's the natural outcome of capitalism, qua capitalism, right? And this is why I think history is so important.
I agree. Yeah, like when we were engaging in intervention throughout the Cold War, don't you think there was more at play than just capitalism? I feel like it was.
There's always more at play than just the economics.
Yes, it's probably not a good idea just reduce it down to that.
But the Cold War isn't the only context of American imperialism, and also capitalism did have a lot to play in the Cold War.
No, it was expansion of our biggest adversary's sphere of influence in places like the Middle East, Africa, places in Europe, or South America, Central America. I think,
but he can reduce it by. There's got to be a name for this. It's like a data overfitting thing or something, where like I'm trying to make the argument that. Let's say that you want to measure something or talk about something related to humans, and my argument is going to be this is because of body hair. And you're like, okay, well, I think that some humans I think that they gravitate more towards violence or whatever in some capacity when they watch certain TV shows or whatever. And it's like, yeah, but notice that all the people that are violent have some form of body hair, right? And like, no matter what argument you make, I'm always going to say, yes, this supports like the body hair hypothesis. Like this thing where he's going to keep saying like, well, didn't capitalists have interest in this preventing the expansion of the Soviet Union? Didn't capitalists have it? Well, yeah, but like every single person in the country had that interest essentially, more or less. Like we all benefit from our country winning over the Soviets. So it's like, so I don't even know if you would call it reductive or if you would say it's like an overly fit, too broad of a variable or something like or overfitting or whatever. It's a meaningless statement. It's a meaninglessly reductive statement. Yeah.
That is just, again, it being born from a realist international perspective, one that America, at least I thought, didn't carry up until the Trump administration got back in office.
But they were pretty open. It was explicitly about the expansion of, quote, free market capitalism into those areas, right?
Yeah, but do you believe Trump is an idiot? Like, this did not benefit us. It's not benefiting us capital-wise. Like
that's imperialism in the name of capitalism.
But is it a move to preserve your country or preserve its influence or fight an adversary, or is it just because you want to keep your oligarchs rich or whatever?
So from my view, which is that America is like the primary mode of political power within America is oligarchy, right? I don't see a massive distinction between those two. I think you can cognizantly talk about, once again, a dialectical relationship between ideology of prior material conditions, right, and the material conditions at hand. So I think you're right that there is more than just the immediate interests of immediate oligarchs within the Cold War. But once again, you're pushing this solely to the context of the Cold War, which American imperialism is not solely to.
Yeah.
But we still hold colonial assets like Hawaii, right? We still have coercive relationships like we do in Central America, and we still have coercive relationships like we established through the Cold War, but even prior to that, across the Middle East, Israel being one of them, right? That is still clearly a neo-colonial relationship we hold with them. So I've explained. Like,
why do all tankies talk this way? If you have your own mode of analysis, it really helps you steamroll basically every possible argument that somebody could throw at you, because you're using like words in ways that most people don't understand them, and then you're engaging in a form of analysis that an ordinary person has never even like engaged with in any level. So it just lets you always have the upper hand in these conversations because somebody knows what the fuck you're talking about.
The reason I point to previous examples of colonialism is because they're the most clear, right? Hawaii is a very clear example of the oligarchs clearly being interested in colonizing this area. Do you have an accounting for that? Like, how does your system not produce that? If it naturally produces oligarchs who are naturally interested in expanding markets, right, and naturally profit off of the use of state force to expand those markets, I can bring it to the modern day now with things like ISDS, where we, threaten countries or countries that we do invade, like the Sandinistas in Nicaragua, we force them to join ISDS forms, which is investor-state dispute resolution.
I can't really speak to I'm writing them down every single time you mention it, so I can do research after stream. But again,
all of these like World Economic Forum things, or not, I'm sorry, not World Economic, these WTO mechanisms or whatever, like ISDS, like investor state dispute mechanisms and stuff. Like, I mean, like, it gets complicated, but basically one of the huge issues you run into as a international person is if I invest in a company in another country, I don't ever really want to go to court in that country if I feel like I'm being wronged, because well, fuck me. As an American citizen, and let's assume that I have a company in Brazil and I feel like the Brazilian government is treating me unfairly. Am I going to go to their fucking courts as a foreigner and I'm going to try to win? Like, I don't trust fuck that. I'm never doing that, right? So in order to engage in trade with a lot of these countries, you have these dispute mechanisms set up. So it's like, okay, well, let's appeal to like some neutral third party that we can both agree on, or supposedly neutral third party that we can both agree on. This guy would say they're not neutral. They're all imperialist backed or whatever. But it gives people more confidence when it comes to investing in or doing business with other countries, because you don't want to fight on their territory all the time, because the country could just fuck you over and locals could expropriate all your shit, and you're just shit out of luck if that country's court system decides to, not give you a fair hearing on anything.
I mean, if the oligarchs are as powerful, I would love to see where the fuck they're at, because America's
they're funding all the.
Yeah, well, America standing on the world stage has drastically declined. Only 11% of people in Europe consider America an ally at this point. A lot of countries that were initially considered to be strong allies of America are looking to trade with different nations, like China, open up to their trade. I think Saudi Arabia was literally, what we mentioned them earlier, is an example of this. Canada is an example of this. Europe is an example of this. I just, again, if these oligarchs care about economic expansion, destroying America standing on the world stage, engaging in conflicts that destabilize the global economy, I feel like...
Doesn't the international court more often than not side with Western goals. I mean, it wouldn't surprise me because Western countries probably can afford to be more stable, so they'll generally have the mechanism in place. But my understanding, I have to go back and check, but I thought that the International Court for the WTO stuff, I thought they tended to side with whoever brought the case. So it shows that, like, if you're willing to pursue a case, generally speaking, you'll win. You just have to have the patience for it or whatever. But I would have to go back and check. It's been a long time since I've read up on any of that.
Like, probably clash with these ideas. Right.
It's actually really, so it's really interesting. Like what I would say, like to answer your question about how fascism plays into this analysis, fascism, from my view, is the politics of a dying empire, right? So I think you are right that the move that they are doing is the death of the American empire. I thank God it's dying, mashallah. You know, I'm pleased with that.
That's fucking insane.
Fucking loser.
Why?
Because millions of people are going to die as a result of this.
Or who do you want? What empire? Who do you want to replace it, bruh? Ugh, it's fucking loser. Oh my God.
Probably not something I'd celebrate personally.
No, millions of people died because of the expansion of the
That's not really, that's kind of ignoring everything I just said. So USAID was responsible for saving, I believe it's almost, I think it's 90 million people since its inception.
Capitalism put those people in harm's way anyway.
Tens of millions of people. One program alone, PEPFAR, saved, I believe, 25 million fucking people. That's gone now.
These guys don't care.
That's gone. And now millions of people, and I think
this guy's going to say USAID was just a CIA fucking foreign op anyway.
50,000 healthcare workers across all these countries are now going to see every single one of their patients fucking die because of the incompetence of the Trump administration. And then we go to Venezuela and we bomb the Caracas capital district. I mean, I personally don't like seeing that. We kill innocent people in Iran. I personally don't like seeing that. I don't really know why I'd want to celebrate the destruction of all these things. It's a pretty bad
No,
thing.
the destruction of the American empire. The American empire is the one that bombed Venezuela and destabilized the country.
Yeah, but that same American empire is the one that had USA that saved tens of millions of people, right?
The American empire also largely is the reason that USAID had any reason to exist. USAID was
literally the United States government is what dropped AIDS into fucking Africa. Yeah, this is always going to be these arguments, yeah.
So to be clear, I'm not against... But it is contextually important to it. So the fact that a lot of these countries were dependent on American aid is largely due to American and Western intervention, right? I think we all live in a world.
There's this weird feeling when it comes to exploitation and colonization of other places, which is especially funny because the fucking British and all you guys were colonizing way fucking more than the U.S. did. But they would consider any kind of like economic foreign investment as a form of like the International Monetary Fund they consider these things like imperialist invasions through more clever mechanisms or through capitalist mechanisms or whatever. What was I just saying? What did he just say?
Countries were dependent.
Oh, in these guys' minds, it's always the case that like the entire world is on the precipice of like everybody's going to come together and form like this happy world where there's global peace, but it's like just because the United States is there or just because Destiny's from on YouTube, like it prevents world peace from breaking out. But if the U.S. would just get the fuck out of the way or capitals just get the fuck out of the way, we would have like world peace everywhere. It's so cringe.
On American aid is largely due to American and Western intervention, right? I think we all live in a world where it'd be preferential that they do not require US aid. But once again, I'm going to address, it is important. America, as a country that has stolen billions of dollars out of the pockets of these countries, should pay reparations.
I agree,
right?
yeah.
Exactly. And this is a teeny form of reparations. But the death of the American empire does not mean that those reparations shouldn't be paid. It means, hopefully, that we do not create more situations in which it is necessary, right? So that's what I'm saying, mashallah, to the death of. To the... Yeah, obviously, right? Like the millions of people that were murdered in Iraq, Pakistan, Afghanistan, and Syria by the American empire. Thank God their oppressor is slowly losing power. Right? Yes. The millions of people that were murdered by American interventions across South America and Central America. Thank God their oppressor is ending. The hundreds of thousands of Palestinians that have been subject to a genocide funded by America. Thank God that oppressor is losing power. That's what I'm talking about. And I hope you would celebrate that as well.
Hold on, I'm responding to a text. Can you repeat the question?
Would you also celebrate like the lessening power of America insofar as it lessens the power of the oppressor of the Iraqis, the Palestinians, the Lebanese, the Yemenis, the Syrians?
I don't think that the collapse of America is something to celebrate. It can be a very apocalyptic thing considering the scale of influence that they have in this country. If America descends further and further into fascism and our economy collapses, the entire fucking globe is in for one hell of a time. It's going to fucking suck. So I do not want Israel to continue dominating the people in the Gaza Strip or expanding settlements in the West Bank or into Lebanon. I don't like those things, of course. I don't want abusive governments. I don't agree with them. That's why I currently don't like the American government. I just don't know why we're asking these questions. I feel like it's a given, right? You know my position on these things.
I think I'd celebrate the lessening power of the oppression of the Iraqis. I think that's really important. Okay. I'd be pleased with that. Just like I celebrated the end of the British Empire, right? It caused some harms, right, later, but we all look back in history and go, yeah, thank God that ended. Ended the German Empire. That was a fantastic thing as well. I think it would be really odd to not be pro the end of the German Empire, pro the end of the British Empire,
well,
even though at the time people
all Western examples, by the way. Nothing about the Ottoman Empire. Nothing about. Well, no, he would celebrate the end of the Russian Empire because the Soviets came.
Saying the exact same thing.
Following the I don't know. I think it's important to recognize that if Donald Trump manages to do what he wants to do, which is inevitably just suspend the contest in America for how we elect representatives, don't want to say the big word because then TikTok's going to label me for misinformation. We're fucked. Like everything is fucked. And I feel like that's severely downplayed. Like we're going to experience
within the
insane
United
capital
States.
flight.
Totally agree. And the places.
Wait, you don't think the global economy hinges on the United States existing?
I don't. I think that might have been a lot more true about 15 years ago, as you were pointing to, right? The oligarchs are shifting their capital towards the east, writ large, towards investment in China and shifts in Saudi Arabia and Korea, etc. I don't think that's as true since the 2008 financial crisis. No, not nearly as true. It's still a little true. It's still
it's very true. It's incredibly true. We're the largest consumer base, in the globe, the largest economic player. That's $30 trillion of gross domestic product gone.
What's that as a percentage?
In terms of, I think it was, I read this a long time ago. 15.
What?
What's that as a percentage?
Economic player. That's $30 trillion of gross domestic product gone.
What's that as a percentage?
In terms of, I think it was, I read this a long time ago. 15 or 18.
Yeah. Once again, that's a significant amount. I don't doubt that it's significant.
I was about to say.
But it doesn't hinge on us, right? Like it is an absolute and total catastrophe if we change, if we fundamentally. I think there are shifts,
if
right?
But Donald Trump suspends elections, we're fucked. The globe is fucked.
I think our existence has been a catastrophe for the global South, right? The Iraq War was a catastrophe for the global South. Our invasion of Libya.
Why do we want more damage? Because we fucking hate America.
No, the choices of the continuity.
Sorry, 25%. That's fucking huge.
Oh, 25. That's pretty significant. That's more than I would expect. The choices that we have is the continuity of that destructive and vitriolic empire, right? The expansion of that destructive and vitriolic empire, which I think the politics of liberalism is, right? Let's not have.
I've come in contact with this a lot, and I just don't really see it. Like I didn't see Joe Biden. I know. Israel, that was a big thing. I didn't see Joe Biden wanting to wage war across the globe and destroy all these countries and shit. I don't see liberals now. I don't see any liberals in Congress or those that are running on a ticket that is like, we must be interventionists. I think it's clear that political movements in America has drastically changed to abandon this idea that we should be going to war. Historically, the American people know that if you do engage in conflict and you do engage in intervention, you do engage in any semblance of regime change, those things typically don't go well. And that's why you see members of Congress looking to stop funding the UAE so they could stop funding the RSF committing their fucking war crimes in Sudan. That's why you see liberals in Congress wanting to take away fucking bulldozers so Israel can't just expand settlements into the West Bank. That's why you see Democrats in general changing their position on these things, specifically military intervention, because the liberal movement isn't really for these things as it currently stands. It could have been like that before. There was a lot more fucking war hawks and shit. I don't disregard that as being the case, and I don't really agree with those people either, nor was I alive to ever speak out against their abuse. But I don't see these principles reflected in, I guess, the current Democrat zeitgeist.
Sure. I might try to reframe, because I agree with the ethos of what you're saying, which is that
why can't we just work to change how we do things? Why does our country have to be literally obliviated? When you're dealing with people of a certain level of privilege or spoiledness, right? Like this guy's impression of the planet and of the world and of all the evils is, I don't know where this guy's from. He sounds like he's never left the United States in his life, okay? Or he's in Canada or some bullshit. The idea is that like every single people on the planet is like a peaceful, happy, healthy people, but it's just capitalism or the United States that comes in and ruins everything. And that's because the ideology of the United States is rotten to its core. So the reason why you can't reform it or do anything to change it or make it better is because it can't be made better. It's ideologically, axiomatically poisoned. So everything that is produced by a liberal government or by a capitalist system is always going to lead to where we're at now. It's inseparable. For like the outcome and the starting place are inseparable to people like this.
Liberals have become less fervently pro-intervention, right? If we go back to Obama or even Joe Biden as a vice president, he was clearly pro-intervention of, Libya famously, Yemen famously. We agree. What you're describing is a general shift in liberalism. And what I would say is that it's a shift in strategy of how to maintain empire, right? We're not seeing any of them call for the destruction of NATO, right? We're not seeing for any of them to call in the shifting of votes for the IMF, right? We're not seeing anyone call for shifting the fundamental like ISDS structures, investor state dispute resolution structures. We're not seeing for anyone calling for reparations for the Iraqis, right? So I would agree that they are slowing down on the expansion, the expansive violence of empire, right? But I think that if I would contextualize that within a liberal framework, right? Liberals go through cycles of how to maintain empire. And at times it is tactical to slow down violence of empire, right? Every empire recognized this, that there's a give and take. That was the foundation of America. I'd agree, but they're not calling for the undoing or deconstruction of that empire. They're just saying that expanding it right now is costing us too much, which is the observation you're making. It's costing us too much for the oligarchs who rely on the Strait of Hormuz to trade, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. But that's an intra-oligarch argument. That's not an argument for the global working class, and that's certainly not an argument for liberation.
I'm just, I don't know if you want to go down there. I'm just curious. What is NATO? How is that something that should be deconstructed, a defense pact? I feel like that's probably something you'd want, right?
I think no. NATO is complicit in crimes in Yugoslavia. NATO is complicit in crimes in Iraq. Right? NATO has been used as an enforcer, right, and a legal structure to justify enforcement of American imperialism. There's only been one time
NATO's that not Article enough. 5. Yeah, exactly. I was about to say that. Well, when you say NATO is operating, are you mean that the NATO coalition actively mobilized? Is in the organization or
when was NATO's only been mobilized?
Yes,
once.
Yes,
and that was for American imperialism, the Iraq War.
Okay. Do you think that? But is that it? Like that's just the one thing, and for that,
no, but this is what NATO was founded as. I mean, if we want to go into the history,
the Yugoslavia stuff wasn't that a NATO coalition? Okay, I think Libya might have been as well. Yeah.
Defense pack. I'm just curious to see because you're kind of painting the picture.
He's mixing it up with when was Article 5 triggered, I think, or whatever. Which Article 5 was only, I think, triggered related to Iraq, or the only time it's been triggered was the Iraq War, which is true. But there've been other NATO missions.
Realists.
No, I feel like it served as a pretty good deterrent against global instability. Served a pretty,
it enabled instability.
Really?
A coalition of the willing built out of the NATO coalition, built through former structures of NATO, bombed Libya. Do you think the bombing of Libya was good for the global coalition?
Because countries within NATO bombed Libya.
No, they did it as NATO. They did it under the title of NATO. They didn't.
Wasn't it a UN coalition?
For Libya, I don't think so.
It wasn't a UN coalition, but the UN essentially gave their blessing for it, right? And I think China even abstained from saying no as like a Security Council thing. Like that might have been a Security Council resolution, I think, which is a really hard thing to get. Or I'm sorry, for the Article 5 trigger, more specifically, it was for the Afghanistan war. We pair the Iraq war with it in our brains, but it was for Afghanistan technically, not Iraq.
It might have been affirmed by Libya, so was the Iraq War, or by the UN, so was the Iraq War. The Iraq War was also under a Security Council resolution. Incorrectly, but that's the claim.
Wait, this could just be a misread.
Yeah, I believe it was a
well,
NATO
the UN
operation.
did it with their resolution.
I believe there were NATO troops on NATO
authorizing the
troops.
international community to take all necessary measures to protect civilians from Gaddafi. And then NATO took sole command of the offensive air and sea campaign.
He's not going to believe any of the Gaddafi stuff, by the way. If Gaddafi comes up, he's going to say that Gaddafi wasn't doing anything bad. There was no genocides. He definitely wasn't accusing his political opponents of hiding LSD and Pepsi cans to brainwash his masses. I mean, like things he unironically did this. Gaddafi was a fucking lunatic.
A NATO-led coalition? Is that because it was like... Hold on.
Yeah, it was NATO. I believe it was a coalition of the willing within NATO, but it was NATO-led and through the NATO command structure.
Okay.
Yeah. So what NATO is it's a coalition of imperialists that have used their coalition to enforce their will across the global south. That's what they did in Libya. That's what they did in Iraq.
Okay. Well,
that's what they did in Yugoslavia.
I think, again, intervention probably isn't the best practice. I think Obama's approach in Libya probably also, I guess, just serves as another example of that. They very hands-off. Resulted in obviously the power vacuum, and then its descent into further instability. I'm just, like, I don't really know how that's an argument when the general...
Why, just make it.
No, hold on. When the general, like, international consensus was that Gaddafi was an abusive leader, they needed some way to put him in check.
Genocidal.
If a NATO-led coalition participated, well, I just don't really see how that's a shot against the org necessarily.
Well, the fact that we obviously all look back on Libya and see it was a utter failure and helped enable
it was a failure. I agree. It was a failure.
It was a failure for its stated aim. I think it was a success for its actual aim, which is to help to
How would we
challenge
benefit from fucking slave trade?
How do we benefit from a non-sovereign Libya? Millions of dollars in natural resources have been stolen from Libya following the fall of Gaddafi, and billions.
Millions? Did you say millions of dollars of resources, bruh?
If you look at the effect that Gaddafi had on Pan-Arab and Pan-African states, right? America explicitly named this in its undermining of, at some points, the British and French Empire, and then Pan-Arab and Pan-African countries across there, Nasser, Gaddafi, and then in the Congo, what was his name? I'm forgetting the guy in the Congo as well. Shouldn't be, he's important. Lumumba, right? They were explicitly named challenger because they offered alternative sovereignty for occupied nations like Libya, like Congo, which we have also stolen millions from, right? The anti-communist push that you point to as ideological is also clearly economically incentivized.
It's not, right? Like if you had I think Gaddafi was engaging in abuse. I mean, UN found that to be the case, and that's why they launched that offensive to try and put him in check. You can't benefit from slave trade if you're a firm operating within America. It's explicitly illegal to import goods produced by unethical business practices. That's law dating all the way back to the 1920s. So
yeah, it's a law that's not enforced, quite obviously.
Wait.
Got him.
We seize over $1 billion worth of goods every single year. Hold on.
Are you claiming this, for example, cobalt coming out of Congo, right, has net totaled something like hundreds of millions of dollars for firms like Apple and firms like Microsoft? right? Do you not think they've benefited from the trade with the Congo in that case?
Hold on.
I think it's pretty clear we've benefited from the billions of dollars we've stolen.
Well, it's because here's the thing. The problem is, what you need to call for is general, like global, a coalition to address this issue instead of primarily targeting America. There's only so much you can do from a legal perspective because these things do seep into global trade routes, which is how they supply chains, which is how they inevitably fall into the hands of companies like Apple or other ones that depend on it. Like I want to address this 100%. Like I'm against those things, but yeah.
This isn't a discussion of how to purify our capitalist trade routes.
No, it's a discussion of like painting America out as a country that wants to enslave people so they could use their unethical business practices to get cheap labor overseas for like vital goods.
It's primarily their natural resources, I'd say. Primarily the natural resources, like in Congo, where we've stolen millions of dollars of cobalt from them, right? Like in Sudan, where the UAE is trading still with America, right, as you point to, and have stolen millions of dollars worth of gold from Sudan through the RSF, right? We can draw.
And there's no Democrat in office that is looking to not pass policy to stop us from supplying the UAE with arms. Like, I just don't think that's the general position to be benefiting off of slave trade. That's not my position. Again, I don't think that's contradictory to what I believe.
Wait, but it has nothing to do with it. I'm not talking.
Of course it does. Like, you're saying that. No, it does, because you're saying that everything I believe in is essentially contradictory. Because in practice, we're going to continue pushing for slave trade. We're going to continue destabilizing countries overseas. In no world is that reflected in the policy prescriptions or desired policy of people in my party or I.
It's what your party's done.
Okay, wait. I'm curious. Do you think John Ossoff is the same as the Democrats in office during the war in Iraq or during the war in Vietnam? Or are these people drastically different in terms of their
desired policy? Do you think John Ossoff is a fan of Obama?
John Ossoff would not launch a war in Iraq.
But wait, answer the question as asked. Do you think he's a fan of Obama?
That's a bad faith question.
No, well, okay,
everybody's a fan of Obama. Nobody's looking to.
No, this guy he hates Obama.
Not everybody is going to be as well read in the Iraq War as you are.
Yeah.
But you, you notice how you just continue to cut me off because you know that I'm getting to a point that is relatively significant in the conversation. That being that no individual that's currently in the Liberal Party is represented by the actions of former Democrats dating back to like fucking all these pieces of shit that launched wars overseas or engaged in intervention during the Cold War era. Again, these things are not represented in the current Democratic Party. It's not antithetical to the Democratic Party to be against these things.
Do you think Obama's a piece of shit?
I think Obama was not the best president. No, I think he was pretty bad.
Jesus.
Would you condemn him as a war criminal?
Oh my God. I don't know if David, he probably knows this because I think he spends time in these spaces. But like, yeah, to this guy, Obama is functionally going to be about the same as Bush or Reagan or any of the worst US or Trump or whatever. Like they're all the same. When you're illiberal, all the liberals look the same, even the most far right ones and the most far left ones.
Yeah, I think the legal conflicts in Libya.
Oh.
I'm pretty sure he had AMF for Iraq, almost 100%. But yeah, I think he did a lot of bad shit, especially in terms of immigration.
Yeah.
Disagree with him.
And here's a rhetorical question you can answer if you want. Could you find me
That doesn't really address what I just said. You asked me a question in response to my point.
Is that obviously they do represent a continuity?
No, I mean, if you're not assaulting Obama and calling him a fucking war criminal whenever you see him, because it's not how American politics works.
No one suggested we assault.
Okay, yeah, sorry. If John Ossoff, oh yeah, it's base, yeah, put him in the Hague. True. That's just like ridiculous, right? In no world. Now, let me explain it to you. In no world, in a society that is considered to be operating at a very high standard, where politicians are not expected to be violent, and calling for former presidents to be thrown in the fucking Hague, like Obama, who didn't go out and insurrect. I'm not done talking, right? Obama didn't try and insurrect the Capitol or try and call for us beating the shit out of half of the American electorate. Obama domestically didn't engage in practices that were so crazy to where his image has forever been tainted. Obama, in the eyes of the citizenry, is not a war criminal. So if you're John Ossoff, if you're any Democrat, it's not going to be the most tactical thing in the world to be like, fuck you, Obama, you're a piece of shit, when he still has a lot of pull in the party because of the political capital that he garnered throughout his term.
So the political party is still, at least in part, beholden to war criminals like Barack Obama.
No, right bro. I'm curious. If John Ossoff is not saying, throw Obama in the fucking Hague, does that mean that John Ossoff is identical to Obama?
Yes.
No one claimed that.
I agree, right? So that again is not an argument.
He would say morally it's the equivalent.
It's just like a pedantic observation, that being that John Ossoff is not cussing Obama out whenever he sees him, right? I don't agree with Obama. I think his immigration policy is fucking terrible, incredibly inhumane. I don't like mass deportations, very, very bad. I'm Mexican. That's just me being a radical Mexican immigrant, okay? But I don't see how you can expect this conduct from a party that is held to a high standard, is expected to be civilized, that is expected to have decorum. That's just really an argument against the point that I'm making, that being that the Democratic Party is not the same as it was under Obama. It's not calling for wars in Iraq. It's calling for the opposite. It's calling for an end to the war in Iran. It's advocating openly in Congress by introducing policy and voting on policy to stop funding the UAE, to stop funding the RSF, to stop funding Israel. This is not sign of a party. And I guess we'll only really find out when they get back into power that is looking to expand America's sphere of influence by dominating peripheral countries in our hemisphere and obviously in the Middle East and Africa.
Sure. So my point with Obama was not that they were the exact same. That's like an obvious kind of silly straw man to say they're the exact same. No one
Is
said
dogpiling in Obama how they plan to defeat Republicans? I can't take it. I don't know what the fuck you're talking about. These guys don't care at all about Republicans. Their goal is to eat the Democratic Party. They don't even think about Republicans. You're not, dude. Where's the GIF with the disappearing black friend or whatever? That's going to be Hasan and all these lefties in the general election. Do you think this guy's going to be campaigning for any of the fucking Democrats? The DSA people's seats are all safe and won. They'll probably just be shitting on the Democratic Party the whole time throughout all the midterms and criticizing all the APAC Dems.
that no one's
It's done,
about.
yeah. You agree with what I said. That's a concession.
It's not because I didn't say the opposite. It's not a concession because it's not an argument I made. I'm conceding to the straw man you made of me. But, like, that's it. I can't concede on a point I didn't make. The reason I bring up Obama is because the fact that they won't divorce themselves from it. Also, I don't expect them to. To be clear, no one's surprised about the actions of liberals in power or even on the road in a campaign. Absolutely no one is. I certainly am not. And I agree. It would be a bad move within liberal politics to condemn the work of
Correct, because he's going to say because liberalism is rotten to his core and it will always produce these types of like imperialistic, exploitative empires.
Oh yeah, it's not going to.
Sure, because most people are American exceptionalists, American supremacists.
Most
and
people.
Don't see
No. I think my point is rather the American electorate.
Can I finish my point?
Highly knowledgeable.
I would agree. Most of them have actively been lied to about the war crimes that he has committed. So either American supremacists by ignorance or by active belief. And I don't think even when they are told, they view the murders that he committed in Yemen as equally culpable. Like frankly, like you, who thinks it's silly, right, to even suggest that we send Obama to The Hague, right? I don't think that's silly. I think actually we have sent, as America, we've helped enable people to be sent to The Hague, right? We've helped enable NATO operations which have sent people to The Hague, right? That is for people that committed very similar crimes to Obama, right? Even if we go see what's happening in the ICC right now, very similar crimes being indicted for, and helped enforced by the American-backed troops in NATO. So I don't think that's silly, and I think it's American supremacists to suggest that it's silly. Now, to say that liberals not doing it, yeah, I would agree, because liberals are complicit in the empire, and it is not.
That's just not really addressing my point. My point being that My point being that there has been a substantive change in policy prescription, one that is directly contradictory to this idea that you're trying to peddle. That is that liberals are looking to expand America's sphere of influence, engage in acts of imperialism that result in bloodshed, etc. Again, like Joe Biden ended the drone program. Joe Biden didn't.
I already addressed this.
No, you didn't. Joe Biden did not launch a boots on ground war. Again, so if the Democratic Party, as it stands now, is against all of these things, and so am I, there's no contradiction as to me being a liberal Democrat, because the party stands there. The party looks back on our history as one being that's incredibly damaging, one being that's incredibly violent. And if I continue to hold that position, again, it's not contradictory. It's learning
David,
from the country's
I
past
think
mistakes.
I already addressed this, but I'll reiterate it simply.
David,
I've already agreed with you.
David,
that
we're done.
Democrats. Wait.
You can't agree with that and then continue to argue. It's like over.
I've already agreed with you, and then I continue a sentence, right?
Okay.
Which is that I've already agreed with you that as of right now, the strategy for maintaining empire is not to continuously escalate violence in expansion of that empire, right? So what you're observing, as I've already articulated, is that they do not expand, right, violence against it. But my point has already been made, which is that they support the superstructures and the invisible social violence, right, that is effectuated to maintain that. And that is why I pointed, right, we're in a circle, right? I pointed to none of them calling to end NATO, right? None of them calling for the change in the voting structure for the IMF. And if we want to get really mega woke, as we should be, right, none of them calling for the end of the colonization of Hawaii or Puerto Rico, right? Or the occupied lands in California or the occupied lands in Alaska, right? They are still trying to maintain both neo-colonial structures, right, through the IMF, through NATO, through American intervention and American superstructures. Like none of them are calling for the end of military occupations in Korea or in Taiwan or across Africa with our hundreds of military bases. They are all in support of that imperial violence, right? And so until they start condensing the American empire and not just arguing with fascists about how to effectively maintain it or expand it, that's a very different ideology, don't you think?
If your characterization holds to be true, but obviously I disagree with a lot of things you said. NATO is a defense pact. The international community has changed its rules, I guess, ostensibly over the last couple of decades, where a lot of the actions that you're listing out are unacceptable, and again, that's reflected by the party as a whole. I don't see these things in the current policy prescription, and now you're saying you're trying to ascribe malicious intent, saying that the party's.
I don't care about malicious intent.
That's not really relevant to what I'm talking about. You're
It is.
ascribing.
You said I was
You're
trying to draw
ascribing. You're ascribing an evasive, malicious intent to try and paint this picture of them being
No
not
malicious
intervention.
intent.
I'm not done talking. It is malicious intent, lying to the American people
Lie.
about your
That's
true.
a lie. That's
Oh, wait. Okay, no. Wait, like you're wrong. If the Democratic Party is lying to the American people about what they really stand for, that being continuing to expand America through imperialism and violence, that is malicious intent. They are actively lying to the electorate to try and sell them this picture that they do want to expand social safety nets, that they don't want to engage in acts of conflict. That is malicious intent. Is it not malicious?
No, I think a lot of I can explain.
This guy's not arguing that the individual political actors are malicious. He's arguing that the entire system of liberalism is malicious. So while Obama or some individual political actor might not be malicious in when he said we need to expand our economy, what he really means is we need to enslave the entire global south and exploit them. They're not actually being malicious. They're just practicing liberalism and capitalism, which is why we need to destroy the system of liberalism and capitalism, because it'll always necessitate this type of exploitation.
I think a lot of Democrats subjectively don't view imperial actions as imperial. Like you, I don't think they view maintaining American military bases on illegally occupied land as imperial. I do, right? They don't have to have malicious intent to be wrong. They don't have to have malicious intent to maintain empire tactically, functionally. They don't have to have malicious intent to be wrong about their own ideology. I think they misunderstand what the effect of their ideology is. And as I said, and I'll ask a direct question, which Democrats are calling for the end of the hundreds of military bases that we held across the world?
Well, first of all, I don't really know if this is going to be a topic of conversation in Congress every single moment, as there are other issues that are actively going on in the country to address. But you can go try and interview one of these people to find out their position on the matter. I don't personally support the idea of having military installations in countries that are not explicitly okay with it. If there's agreement by the government, then that's fine.
I think that's still a maintenance of empire, but regardless.
Why? What's the issue? If they want an American, if the country itself, if the government's okay with a military installation, what's the issue? What's the invasion of sovereignty?
Well, if they want the military, first of all, no free people would ever want the U.S. military there. And if they do want it, then their want of it is probably just a product that's been manufactured consent. Sorry.
Like so there's a series of points here. It's not the mere existence of a military base, right? But it's the economic, social, and political context of it. So Nicaragua is a great example of this. We have military installations across Central America, right? So for example, there was a popular uprising. I'll go back to examples if we want.
No, you can just give me an example of a country where the government is not okay with these things, and us continue to have a military installation there.
Palestine.
Okay, we have a.
What an example. What are the U.S. bases? I'm sorry, I'm trying to remember. Where are the U.S. bases that we have in Palestine again?
Military installation in Palestine.
It's called Israel.
Good one.
Israel's a country.
No, it's not.
It is a country.
It's not a valid country at the very least.
Okay, well, you can say that. That's okay. I don't like Israel either, but at the end of the day, it is a country.
Yes, this is kind of my point. There can be governments, right?
No, it is internationally recognized as a country. Like that is how sovereignty is granted. It's by international recognition.
Why do I care?
He doesn't care about that.
So like there really isn't an example.
He did care earlier though when it came to the ICJ and everything else for genocide, but for country recognition,
military base in existence that is against the wishes of the government.
Wait, why do I care what do you care what governments say, or do you care what people say?
I care about reality, and the reality is that Israel is recognized as a state.
Wait, do you think sovereignty is held by the people or the government?
Sovereignty is primarily legitimized via recognition of the international community.
International law grants a right to a people.
Where sovereignty comes from is up to you. It can come from fucking atoms and primordial ooze. It can come from God. Your rights can come from wherever the fuck. But governments exist to defend those sovereign rights. Without a government to defend the rights, I guess you can have them, but in practice they won't exist because nobody's there to protect them. So you recognize the governments. You don't recognize, like I'm recognizing your inalienable right to, whatever you feel like you have, but good luck, I'm dropping you off in the middle of the ocean. Have fun practicing those rights.
That's not really addressing what I just said. The international community legitimizes sovereignty. That's why Israel has been a respected state, and that's another reason why Gaza, for example, Palestine is not recognized as a country.
Most of the world does not recognize Israel, just to be clear. Most of the world's population, most of the world's states don't. But second of all, international law recognizes a right to a people, to a state. That's Namibia case in the ICJ.
Is that true? Don't recognize that Israel exists as a country? Is that true? Or does he mean doesn't recognize? I mean, I know most of them don't recognize like the occupied territories in Gaza and the West Bank as being, that's all in dispute. I think a majority of the world's countries believe that that's in dispute.
I don't disagree. I think Israel is doing bad things.
Oh yeah, true. Israel's a member UN state. I don't know what he means by that.
But it's not a military installation. It's a country.
I mean, it can call itself whatever it wants, and other people can call it whatever it wants. The accurate material contradiction within Israel is that, and Israel's a good example because the people on that land, the Palestinians who have a right to rule that land, right, are in opposition to that military installation. Even if you think it's also a country, you recognize there's military installations in Israel that are unpopular with Palestinian people, right? I care about the sovereignty of the natives. I don't really care about the sovereignty of the Israeli settlers.
Natives? What? Okay. But only going back to a certain time period that you get to decide when we go back to, right?
Do you?
Okay.
Why do you think it's acceptable if we bring enough settlers to a certain place? Then they vote magically. It legitimizes the fact
America
that
didn't bring the
military
settlers there. That's born from that's dating all the way back to the fucking British Mandate following the collapse of the Ottoman Empire. But that's like not really the topic of the conversation. I'm mainly discussing that's just not a military installation, and you really have no evidence of there being one against the wishes of the government.
As I said, I don't care about the government, and it is against the wishes of the relevant government. It's against the wishes of the Palestinians, right, and their representation. I don't care about the government. You're right. I don't care about.
No, you're just trying to continue the center of the conversation on Israel-Gaza to try and paint me out as a fucking Zionist. But it's just like it's not.
You are Zionist. You recognize Israel as a country.
Well, it's like okay. I'm curious. Do you think that the best move forward is to dismantle Israel as a country?
Yes.
Okay. If there is a dismantling of a country of individuals that is filled with a population that has very high tensions within a group of people, what is...
Careful, David. Remember, this guy literally just said he's cheering for the collapse of the United States of America. This guy doesn't give a fuck if all the Jews are genocided.
Likely to happen there?
It depends the context in which it was
probably like internal conflict, destabilization. That's probably
There's
not what
already
you want,
internal
right?
conflict.
I agree, and it'll further exacerbate the issue. True.
Wait, can I just wait? You're making a pragmatic.
I don't want Israel to exist as a Jewish state. I want it to exist as a state with equal rights, where every single person is granted equal recognition by the state, by its constitution, and are granted equal ability to participate.
Then what does
in
it mean to be called Israel?
What do you mean? What does it mean to be called Israel?
Why is it not? Why would you not dismantle the Israeli state and just install a Palestinian state?
Because again, that would bring about like destabilization.
Wait, so this is the issue.
Here's a problem. No. It's not an issue. It directly ties back into what I just said. You have to do what's pragmatic. I think obviously Israel was established in not the best way. They took a lot of advantage. They're incredibly subversive. They engaged in a lot of crazy shit, dating all the way back to following the you know the fucking history. I don't need to explain it to you.
Yes, I do.
But it's just a question of if there is a state that is Israel and there's Israelis in it. If the international community were to say this is Palestine, I think a government that is known to historically be violent, oppressive, very erratic, is probably going to just resort to its primal tendencies. So if you don't want bloodshed, if you care about Palestinian people, you have to, this is fucking impossible. You have to find an impartial actor, an individual that's willing to mediate these things, and hopefully build up, obviously, grant Palestine its recognition, give them land, but you need to find a way to build up, I guess, a strong enough relation to where there won't be heightened tensions. It's fucking impossible, though. That shit's fried.
So might I suggest that historically, right, the only process we have to build this off, I would think of 2 or 3 maybe primary examples, right? The denazification process that happened following Nazi Germany, right, where we did explicitly go in and destroy, right, the Nazi state apparatus. Right.
Was that not like an imperialist project, though? Denazification came off the end of the conquering of Germany as an empire. It came after, like, foreign liberal governments intervened and conquered them. Like,
fired all of the state.
Destiny, is it a war crime to shoot a retreating troop? No. Why are you spamming this question? No.
We destroyed the Nazi state apparatus, right? We criminalized Nazis, and we held trials for certain of them. I don't think they went far enough, to be clear. I don't think anyone who knows the history of that thinks they went far enough, right? But that was a fundamental destruction of the state. Another example is the end of Rhodesia. There was the Bush War, and then the natives won, right? The natives won with Rhodesia with help from the international community and international condemnations and sanctions. America broke that. That's a different story, right? Very similar to Israel. That also resolved with the destruction of the Rhodesian state apparatus and the construction of Zimbabwe. Zimbabwe, you might have a good argument how Mugabe happened, right? But I don't think any of us think that it should be called Rhodesia still, and I don't think any of us think that Rhodesia should have maintained as Rhodesia. So I think all of history would tell you that the only way you effectively denazify a country, which is what you're referencing, right,
is war.
With a war.
No, I think we're already at war. There already is.
We're not at war with Israel.
But no, Palestinians are at war.
You mean
with
that
Israel.
the United States should launch an offensive, or the international community should launch an offensive into Israel?
Yep.
How are they going to get Israel to? Well, I think that we should engage in coercive diplomacy, and maybe that would try and get them to the table. But
that would be more than enough, by the way. So if Israel stopped having,
I don't know.
But I have no issue if America suddenly became not Israel, right? Like America and Israel are materially the same body, right? America is Israel's an extension materially of America, right?
Zionist
so
occupied government, baby, hell yeah, zog,
you know, an extension of the American empire. Then yeah, sure, we could imagine this time where America could invade Israel. No, I think effectively, right, the actual solution is America stops it. We as actors, right, our call is for America to stop its support of the Israeli state, right, and that involves.
Are you gonna watch the Wick stream tonight? I'm on the Wick stream tonight, baby.
Using every lever we have, including a threat of coercive force. I don't think it's going to happen because I don't think we're going to win against.
No, I just mean coercive diplomacy. That meaning like economic pressure, which is how we brought.
Yeah, I mean bombs.
To the
I think we should threaten to bomb them. Yeah. I think we should.
We got it.
Yeah, I mean, if we have any justification for it, it's the international obligation to prevent genocide. I think that's pretty significant. Yeah, we certainly would be justified internationally. As I've said, America is an oligarchy that doesn't represent us. I don't think it'd be relevant.
If we see historically that a violent state is being violent, and we don't like that, history has shown us time and time again that simply bombing them isn't really going to solve the problem.
Oh. If they're Jews, it will.
Yeah, but also leaving them alone isn't also coercive.
I don't think we should leave them alone.
I think
coercive diplomacy is shown historically.
I think American occupation worked in Germany. I think American occupation was pretty effective in Germany. I think we enable occupation of it by, I don't know, another country, right? That's pretty effective.
This
or
guy's
maybe we
epic,
fund
dude.
Palestinians to occupy it, the native people to occupy it, right? That would be pretty cool.
But don't you think that?
To undermine South Africa?
Well, I think that's just like egging on a group of fucking people with essentially no resources to go kill themselves. I wouldn't want to do that. I don't think that. First of all, there is not a coherent Palestinian Authority, right?
Well, there's the PA, right, which has been undermined and liberalized. I don't really love the PA.
Yeah, you see what I'm saying? So
liberalized. I don't know what the fuck that means, but okay.
You're about to say two. Like there is not a recognized authority over the Palestinian.
Well, the PA is recognized. Just to be clear, it is recognized.
It is recognized, but you don't necessarily like it, correct?
No, obviously not.
Yeah, so it's like
if we want to give F-35s to the PA, I want it. You know, bitch and melon.
Okay, so you'd be okay with recognizing the Palestinian Authority as the governing body?
We already do. That's already the international law.
No, but I mean in the situation of granting them weapons.
Oh damn, this guy is crazy unique. This guy has like he's obviously like a super Marxist guy, so he's got all the Marxist talking points, but he doesn't know like the correct talking points for Israel-Palestine. The Marxist perspective on Israel-Palestine is that the PA is actually not the governing body of the Palestinians, that rather the Hamas would be, if anything else, or some other local governing body would have to be voted on and elected, because the Palestinian Authority has just been created to be a subservient security force for the IDF, and that's why Netanyahu enjoys and everybody else enjoys the PA's existence. You're supposed to hate the PA. That's supposed to be the lefty talking point. But I don't know, this guy doesn't engage with like the lefty version of Israel-Palestine directly. He just relies on the general Marxist points. But I've never in my life heard like an ML type or an anti-Western type person support the Palestinian Authority. Normally they all fucking hate it, which is interesting. I've never heard that take before.
Yeah, look, if we gave them nukes and F-35s, yeah, I'd be down. Why is that ridiculous? Israel has F-35s and nukes.
Yeah, look at the shit they're doing. They fucking suck.
Yeah, but the question, this is the
like, it's like imagine there is a group of people fucking fighting in a bar, and then you give one side guns and shit, and then you give the other side.
Well, doesn't Israel already have nukes?
Guns, everyone's gonna fucking die. Well, like this is the most ineffective foreign policy ever.
If only one side has guns, you certainly know what happens.
Yes,
right?
I agree, which is why you should probably engage in coercive diplomacy to bring Israel to its knees and hopefully stop its offensive and maybe force them to pay the financial burden of rebuilding Gaza and I guess not intervening when it comes to facilitating, on the other hand, the construction of an actual comprehensive Palestinian state. But the idea of me recognizing these realities... What?
An actual comprehensive Palestinian state would be 100% of the land.
Yeah, but and then just fuck yeah, just everybody have everybody kill each other because it's like cool, moral, and base.
Wait, this is the thing, though, David.
I'm sorry.
David, you're just designed.
I'm sorry.
Just pragmatic.
No, it's absolutely ridiculous. No. I do not support Israel's existence as a stop. No, it means that you support as a Jewish state.
Yeah, and as long as it's Israel, it will be by definition a Jewish state. That's like
what if you comprehensively change its supreme law of the land, and then also ensure that there's the possibility of participation? If you also ensure that there's respect of civil liberties. In what world is it a Jewish state that exalts one ethnicity over all?
See, the funny thing is it took him a while, but I gave a take on Israel-Palestine. People like to pretend that I'm like super pro-genocide because of this take that I gave. I gave this take before October 7th even happened. I don't even know it was going to be a big war, and I didn't know fuck all about it. And my take was, I don't know, I guess both sides are going to genocide each other, so, you vote for one to win, and I'd probably side with Israel, so fuck it. So people took that as though I was like mega pro-genocide, and I wanted the Israelis to genocide the Palestinians. But it's kind of funny, I guess, if you look at it, this guy's basically arrived at the same argument that I had. He's just on the other side of it. Well, actually, I'm pro-genocide. I just think the Palestinians should genocide all the Israelis. That's why we should give them F-35s and nukes.
Others. That's impossible.
Because
it's named Israel?
That's one. But also, David...
No, it's a change in the structure of government. What the fuck?
So, I'll explain really simply, which is they've expelled Palestinians from every single piece of that land. Right? Yes. So in the case that they... For the most part.
Can you explain why Arafat didn't want to recognize the Jewish claim to the Western Wall / Temple Mount? The Arafat story for that is tragic. So I think Arafat dies in 2003 or 2004 when Arafat was originally was he in Gaza or the West Bank? Ramallah, I think, is where he died, right? When Arafat was trying to negotiate opposite the Israeli government, Sharon, when they're trying to figure out like negotiations on the Western Wall. You know how some people, when you look at this, so back then, like cell phones were new, right? And some people do that thing on their map where they have it so the arrow's always facing up, and other times it like turns around. Well, Arafat had his map thing set to turn whenever he walked. So when they were talking about the Western Wall, he thought it was the Eastern Wall. And to give the Eastern Wall, it wouldn't make any sense because it'd be so deep into like old Jerusalem, the old city. And so they never came to any agreement like that.
If they actually recognize the international legal right of the Palestinians to return to the land that they were expelled from, right? Palestinians would be a majority of that country. In all of that country.
I agree, yes.
Okay, so what you're saying, if there was an Arab majority within what you call Israel, you know what they would do?
What?
They would vote to change the name of it to Palestine, right? Like, this is the fundamental odd point.
That's all they would do.
I don't see the relevance, but okay.
Is that there's no coherent way to reference Israel.
You're trying to accuse me of like wanting to preserve the Zionist state when I'm just making a pragmatic prescription, that being that you can't just do things because they're moral and just when it comes to international policy, when it comes to huge things like the construction of countries or restructuring governments, like in the case of Israel, like in the case of constructing the Palestinians.
Either, just to be clear.
No, of course not, dude. It's like the most complex shit in the fucking world. I can't be fucking president. I can't be a diplomat. I can't do these things, but you have to recognize that you're accusing me of supporting a fucking state that is antithetical to what I consider to be my core beliefs, which is no country should exalt in ethnicity or race or belief structure over all others and dominate minority political classes. That is bullshit. Just because I recognize that in the real world, you sadly cannot construct a Palestinian state if your goal is to minimize bloodshed, if your goal is to bring about some semblance of regularity in the region, that doesn't make me a fucking Zionist. That's ridiculous.
I just like to clarify, insofar as your solution does end with a thing called Israel, right? That is a Zionist contradiction. But I get what you're saying, right? You subjectively don't think that you're supporting that state.
Where are you getting the definition of Zionism from? Like, is this like ubiquitously accepted in academia?
Right?
Okay,
so the originally the movement for, and now the what is it? Movement policy to maintain or something like that. A Jewish state in the land that is now the state of Israel, right? True. So to be clear, it kind of goes to this logic. If what you're saying is that you're fine with 2 Arab majority states there, cool, then we have no disagreement. I've misunderstood your point. That's fine. Right. But if what you're saying is that you maintain what is known as Israel, which is a Jewish majority in a certain piece of that land, right, then that is actually antithetical to the international legal obligations.
No, that is either you didn't listen to what I said or you're purposefully mischaracterizing my argument. If Israel was a country where they cannot discriminate against a group of people, whether that be immigrants or individuals living in the country, based on their ethnicity or based on where they're hailing from, then in no world would it remain a Jewish majority state. There would be a change.
Cool. Then we're in agreement. That's fine. I thought, let me say that I
wouldn't want them to bar people from coming in because they're Arab.
If you're fine with 2 Arab states,
wait, hold on. In terms of makeup, I mean, it's the logical conclusion, that being individuals are going to integrate to Israel. But again, like it'll still be Israel, but it just won't be a state where you can exalt a particular ethnicity over all others.
I'd say just linguistically that doesn't make sense because Israel is the Jewish.
Israel is just the name.
Settler. I think the name's important if you look to what Zionists talk about it. But sure, if what you're saying is you want an Arab state named Israel that'll immediately be renamed to Palestine Part 2 and then merge with Palestine, cool, that's fine. I don't care. I've misunderstood this term.
But like you recognize that comes after like a long period of immigration into the country. It wouldn't be like an immediate.
I think it'd be pretty quick immigration.
No,
that wasn't your claim. Did I say that?
Wait,
how long did these guys talk?
The place, and then it as a
or a manifest.
We can primarily be understood as oligarchy.
Holy shit! Okay, I'm good on that. Okay. Wait, I think David wanted to come in and chat.
Flip my burger, bitch ass.
What is this?
Not a gray area. This is.
Unless if people would look at a single chat log and try to determine anything.
Ban clip on LSF. It's so funny. Here is the link.
Israel is actually engaging in an apartheid, which is a crime in and of itself. Israel's doing a genocide in Gaza.
What? No chat?
What did they react to? I forgot. 9 pounds instead at the event and somebody signed or
you played a kid's game.
I don't give a shit.
Chill, buddy.
I don't care what it says. I don't care that this doesn't agree with me.
Okay.
It doesn't matter what the context is. When it's a message that has violence in it,
10 years ago,
as a creator, it's your job to contextualize and make it at least, even if at a glance
it's your job to contextualize? The fucking link is in the fucking chat log. What are you talking about, you fucking retard? What am I supposed to do? Do I have to find a way to embed video in fucking text? Like, oh, here's DGG. I used fucking Claude GPT 4.7 to make the fucking ASCII text thing morph to the video that are linked in chat. What the fuck? The link is literally right there. What more? That is the context.
It doesn't look like that. It's his fault entirely. Like, yeah, if you want to be.
I need to learn how to do the worm. I need a worm on this guy.
Will guy, right? Oh fuck.
Oh. Hi, what's up? Wait.
I was just talking to one of the great DGers. I'm just joking. Sorry, DGers in the fucking disagreement room. He wanted me to tell you could steel man the Will guy.
I'm good.
Listen.
Yeah.
Listen. I'm not going to cause a disruption. I should be clear, good to go for this college Democrats event. I'm totally okay with this public speaker guy, this Destiny guy wearing Mal cosplay. I'm just.
Wait,
I'm
hold on.
very
Are you streaming
disappointed
right now, or am I having a schizo moment?
I'm not streaming. No.
Oh, okay. You're talking.
Yeah, I'm not streaming.
Okay. You have a college Democrat event coming up, or?
No, I was just making a joke about how
Gotcha.
They didn't let you in.
Okay, gotcha. Sorry. Okay. My brain is readjusting. Okay. Anyway.
Yeah, my bad.
You were doing a bit. My bad.
Bro,
my bad. He's doing a bit.
That conversation made me want to fucking, I don't know. It was just brutal. I think I'm very disappointed in myself because I think it was so obvious that he was being bad faith. And I just need to be way more critical of these people. It's just really fucking upsetting.
When you say bad faith and then when you say be more critical, what do you mean by that?
So essentially, whenever he's like trying to paint out an entire party as like a bunch of crazy people, or whenever he's being fucking incoherent when it comes to economics, and just not responding to any of my questions, like I definitely need to fucking hold him on that more, because I think he's being very evasive the entire time, if I'm being honest.
Gotcha. Okay. So I don't know how much I don't know how much experience you have debating like actual like socialist types, like
bro. I just started.
Yeah. Okay. So it's up to you if you decide you want to learn it or not. Because if you want to debate him, it's like a whole alternate philosophy that you have to learn. And the reason why it feels bad faith, he might be a bad faith actor. I don't know. Maybe if you dig into it more, like he starts to become bad faith. But the reason why it feels bad faith is because he's working off of an entirely different conceptual framework to you, in which if you aren't aware of the framework, you've engaged in a conversation that you literally can never win. Because tautologically, he'll define away every word in a way that you literally can't win. Like a microcosm of that was the little bit I just heard about like Israel-Palestine. It's like, oh, well, you're a Zionist if you support Israel. And it's like, well, I mean, I want them to have equal rights. Oh, then you don't support Israel because they're going to vote for it to be Palestine. Like the framework that he has set up is one that you can't really win in. So you have to take a step back and then you have to debate the framework if you want. That's just like, it's a whole other fucking thing that you have to decide if you want to do it or not, which is obnoxious and annoying because it's a framework that serious people don't operate in. It's just like DSA tier, commune tier shit.
I feel like you're going to have to, right? I think nobody in the last election cycle was combating the fucking morons to, essentially acting as spoilers for the left and preventing people from voting for Kamala Harris and shit. And I have a really bad feeling that that's going to, I guess, present itself again this time around once all these primaries are fucking over, because obviously the Zoran, Mamdani fucking back candidates are definitely getting into office. And then they'll just start shitting on Democrats again. There is literally nobody, or I guess not enough people, checking these like DSA oriented or just like left, very, very left fucking crazy people. And they're just demoralizing the voter and fucking disseminating a bunch of propaganda. It's fucking terrible, bro. And then you have a dickhead in a fucking Mao Zedong cosplay at the fucking college Democrats event. It's ridiculous.
Yeah.
I mean, I gotta talk to these people.
I agree with you to some extent. I think for election level stuff, though, I think most of those debates can probably be had on like a policy level. Like you're going to be arguing policy with these people. You're not going to be arguing the like Marxist view of the world. If you were going to argue like a Marxist view of the world, you could either learn the entire framework, which is exhausting, and it's going to be so hyper specific. Like these types of definitions and these types of debates are not going to come up anywhere else because nobody uses these words the way that they do. Like the guy even said in the beginning, he was like, the way that I define imperialism can literally only encompass capitalist nations. So you're learning a hyper specific framework by which you have to operate from to even argue with them. And then I would say that a better thing to do, and I mean, you'll develop a feel for it more, I guess, as you do it, because you seem like a smart person, but find examples. Here's my biggest issue with it, okay? And I'm not like an expert on fucking Marxism or anything, okay? But I think that sometimes people get, there's an allure to being able to analyze all of history through your favorite framework. And for Marxists, it's like class struggle. It's capitalism. And you're kind of hinting at this, or you're kind of like nibbling around the edges, but you don't quite like hammer home, I guess, as strong as you could, is that some conflicts are really, really hard to explain through class struggle. And you kind of we're getting there, or you guys danced around it, but then he was kind of able to get away with it. The Iraq-Afghanistan thing, or like Iran right now, it's hard to explain Iran or Iraq and Afghanistan by just looking at class. It doesn't really make much sense. Like the economy overall like suffered, like nobody really wanted these wars. It's not like, but he kind of like weaseled away from this by saying that sometimes fascists act irrationally, which is just stupid. The reality is there's just different things that power people beyond just class struggle or just money, like for better or for worse.
Well, later on in the conversation, we revisit it. And it also like continues to go down the line of if America descends into like an authoritarian state or whatever, like everything's fucked, a quarter of the global economy just fucking gone or whatever. And he just gets to this crazy position to where the bourgeois can openly be advocating for things against their own interest because that's just what capitalists do. It was the dumbest, most contradictory shit ever. Because we started getting into numbers. And I mean, the Iraq War was $3 trillion in the fucking hole in return for what, like 130 billion or somewhere around there in natural resources. It was just the dumbest shit ever. And then he would concede in the I guess the easiest way of not conceding. He's like, oh, that's a good analytical point right there. That's a very good analytical point. That's a good point. So it's just, I think I just really need to be more well read on this shit to be able to better counter. It's not like it's going to be significant to election debates or whatever, but I just kind of moved away from just MAGA people because we need the radical left on the front lines fighting because we're getting fucked from both sides right now. Right, it's pretty bad.
Yeah, a little bit. It feels that way. Yeah, I mean, as you do more of these debates, you'll learn them. And then if you've got like libs in your audience that are really well read on stuff, because there are people that are way better read into this than I am. But it's worth learning. Some of the arguments are easier than others. Like that whole, like he kept bringing up one of his justifications for like a Marxist analysis of history was the tendency of the rate of profits to fall. Like, from everything that I understand, this is one of the biggest kind of...
We talked about it later. Yeah, it's so stupid.
Yeah, it's a prediction that Marx made that just, it didn't really come true. It wasn't really the case that, like, all the profits were asymptotically approaching 0%. Like, the rate of profit has been pretty steady for a long time. Like, Marx in his lifetime thought that fucking sewing looms meant the end of all fucking society and that socialism would take over everywhere because there was no way to compete with fucking, like, it's just dumb. He made a lot of dumb predictions. It's not like a serious form of economic analysis. Yeah. But again, it's your arguments here are going to be hyper specific. I would recommend like one or two conflicts, like read into them really well, and you'll find that, and you were kind of like intuiting this, you'll find that very rarely is it just like big corporation wanted this thing, and that's why we did it. A lot of these are also reductive too, right? When you talk about like a capitalist country and you say, well, the capitalist country is doing this because it benefits the capitalist corporations, it's like, well, yeah, but definitionally that's going to be true. But I mean, like every single Native American war benefited the Native Americans when they were warring against each other because you're a Native American and a Native American tribe, so of course it's going to benefit you. If we have a capitalist economy, then anything that benefits the country as a whole is also probably going to benefit some corporation. Like, it's so reductively stupid, and it doesn't really explain why did the United States involvement in foreign affairs change so drastically after the fall of the Soviet Union versus before the the Iron Curtain fell. It just doesn't, you can't explain it all. It's just kind of goofy, in my opinion.
Yeah, I mean, yeah. And another reason I'm not too critical is I just don't know if I'm, listen, bro, this recent Jake Lang controversy got me in the hole. There's a lot of people saying really mean stuff to me. And no matter how nice I am to these comments.
Yeah.
Oh, it's so fucking brutal. No matter how nice I am to these people, there's just people joining up telling me that I, because I'm such a good artist, can paint the wall a really pretty color of red. Jesus. So I just, there's also the me doing the questioning the opportunity cost of being really critical of these people, but fuck it, bro. It is what it is, bro. I'm going to receive the death threats regardless. Just got to lock the fucking and fry these losers. So
for the Jake Lang type. Oh, wait, is the main criticism just that you guys like platformed him?
Getting fried for both. Yes.
Okay.
Yes, bro. It's so fucking stupid.
I mean, I guess if Hasan's behavior is any indicator, I mean, in their mind, what lefties like to do if they gain any amount of power, because they're authoritarian types, is to just oppress the people whose viewpoints they disagree with and to just not talk to them ever. So, I mean, that's kind of the MO for all authoritarian
I don't know.
types.
It's just, it feels very hypocritical. I wasn't he going to debate Charlie Kirk? Isn't Charlie Kirk a fucking Nazi imperialist or whatever? It wouldn't make a lot of sense.
Yeah, but we're probably better off that didn't happen, because I'm pretty sure Charlie was like...
Charlie would have fried him, bro.
I actually don't know if that's the case. I think they would have agreed on a lot, because Hasan...
Really? You think so?
I've never heard Hasan have a good debate with like a new Republican type. Like, it's every time he wants to debate a conservative, it feels like he really wants to go in on like the ghost of Bush, like neocons. But Charlie Kirk is going to agree with him a lot on like big corporate stuff, and potentially, I don't know where Charlie Kirk was on Israel by the time he died. I guess if Candace Owens is any indication, he was ready to turn his back on Israel, and that's why they killed him. But yeah, I don't know. I think him and Hasan would actually find quite a bit of agreement on things. Like Charlie would have been pretty isolationist. He would have thought that corporations were destroying America. You know, he would have viewed, lobbies and stuff as bad. So I don't know. Who knows? I don't know.
It is fried, bro. It is what it is. Listen, it just never happened. Charlie decided to pull out last second, you know?
I guess so, yeah.
Not much you can do. Yeah.
Well, anything else?
Amen. No, that's it, liberal.
Okay.
Have a great stream.
Yeah, have fun, be careful.
All right, peace out, America. Goodbye, everybody.
Wait.
Not a gray area. This is...
It doesn't matter what the context is. When it's a message that has violence in it,
10 years ago,
as a creator, it's your job to to contextualize and make it at least seem, even if at a glance that it doesn't look like that. It's his fault entirely. Like, yeah, if you want to be edgy, whatever. Yeah, cool. But if you're too much on the line, if you go over the line, I mean, I'll call it out. I mean, that's over the line. I don't give a shit. I literally don't care.
It's just crazy that like you have to provide the context. I literally link exactly what I'm responding to.
What I said. The message looks bad, and it is bad. And sorry. Next time you want to make an example, whatever, right? Make the context better on that one message.
You gave him a red card? Are you fucking serious?
What much on the 5? Guys, it's a long video. Guys, it's 44 minutes. Guys, it's like 15-minute video. It's like an hour video.
Is that it?
Interesting. All right. And help with God.
Okay. Okay.
Down interview with ABC's Jonathan. During a sit-down interview with ABC's Jonathan Karl, Bill Maher said that his vote is in play and that he might vote for J.D. Vance in 2028, which means I am finally officially in the fuck Bill Maher camp, and we have to talk about it. But before we do, if you end up liking this video and you want to support the channel,
just as a heads up, just based on what I heard from J.D. Vance or whatever, just as a heads up, if we cannot find a way to shake these weirdo, crazy, commie, Mao, whatever losers from our party, J.D. Vance is easily a more reasonable appearing vote based on the shit he was saying on Joe Rogan. If he can distance himself from the more problematic aspects of Trump's administration, if he's able to separate himself from the Iran war and the crazy trade policy and just kind of be like the standard slopulist, like isolationist or whatever, that's going to appeal to way more people than looking at a party that can't say no to people that dress up like fucking Mao and Stalin and say they did nothing wrong. That's fucking crazy. Like, that's going to be the case. I'm sorry. Like, even the conservatives, while courting the votes of neo-Nazis, are able to disavow neo-Nazism. Like, they're pretty steadfast on that, on trying to say, oh, no, we don't do the neo-Nazi stuff. Oh, no. Even the Conservative Party can do that in the United States. Like,
please be sure to hit the like, subscribe, and alert bells before you go. All right, folks, we're going to dive right on in. This is about 4 minutes and 40 seconds. I want to play the full segment because it's fascinating, because ABC's Jonathan Karl plays the devil's advocate. He brings up many of the problems that exist within the Republican Party and yet still probes Bill Maher about how willing he is to eventually vote Republican. It's a fascinating exchange. We'll break it down during the analysis, and then at the very end, I will conclude with where I stand on Bill Maher. But spoiler alert, I'm in the fuck you Bill Maher camp.
Well, that comes. I won, you cheated. And you pushed J.D. Vance on this. He did not... Yeah, that's what I love about those Republicans. The first thing I said to him was, it's so odd, isn't it, that like, I didn't vote for you. Yeah. And yet you guys come to the show and take your beating like a man. Yeah. The Democrats don't come, and yet they got my vote. It's just odd, isn't it? Yeah, why is that? So what is that all about? I mean, you get some Democrats. Democrats are cowardly. Yeah. They're cowardly. Their party is being taken over now by, every day I hear about a new, very radical. I feel very good about, like 10 whenever years ago, like I did lose fans because,
like how, yeah, he lost fans because in the past he was fucking retarded. He was actually crazy. But I hate how you have these stupid criticisms and then as time goes on, they start to become more self-fulfilling. And now the dumb shit in the past, people try to post hoc justify past retarded shit. Like people do this with Israel-Palestine. Maybe at some point, maybe there's like some leaked logs or leaked memos, or maybe at some point Netanyahu's like, I think we're going to lose funding from the U.S. The Palestinians need to go. We will eliminate the Palestinian people in Gaza. We don't believe that is a people that needs to exist anymore. We're in a new time and a new era. And I'd be like, oh shit, he's on some that's some hardcore genocide shit, fam. He's on some actual crazy genocide shit. Just because I have that opinion doesn't mean I was wrong 2 years ago or 3 years ago, right? But like as time goes on, there might be new facts that come out, there might be new behaviors that happen, and then you adjust your opinion, right? But now Bill Maher is and he's about to say it, right? Oh, I knew these guys were fucking crazy back when they were saying cops shouldn't be killing black people. So now I'm even more confident in the fact that I might support a Republican. It's like, Jesus fuck, guys, come on, holy shit. What happens to this era of boomer Dems that end up getting brain rotted with this stuff? I don't think most boomer Dems are. I think it's mainly young people and super white people and super wealthy people. Super white. I mean, look at all the DSA types, like the demographic breakdown from where their voters were coming from. The people online are all super white and super wealthy, like compared to the norm. This is why they hate the black people in the party too. You said you're going to talk to JVL from the Bulwark. I think that's scheduled for Thursday.
I wasn't going to go along with some of this crazy stuff on the left, too. I didn't change really on what I thought about the right, but I can't sit and just not notice stuff, which people seem to want to do because it's all about my team or your team. But, there's some crazy stuff. When we're cheering for the Intifada, I'm out.
Fucking crazy.
Saw Jay Clayton.
So I want to stop right there for just a second. So in terms of cheering on the Intifada, that is a fringe position that is not represented in the halls of elected Democratic power. AOC isn't cheering on the Intifada.
Like, this is true, but, like, the president of Harvard couldn't condemn anti-Semitism. Jesus fucking Christ, okay? The conservatives run wild with this shit. And I know that they do have the media ecosystem that I talk about, okay? But like when nobody in the party seems to be able, because we don't have a party head, we don't have like a speaker for our party that represents us, mainly because all the people that we do get, like I don't think Josiah does this, but other leftists will spend all their time trying to tear these people down, our Pelosi's, our Schumers, our Jeffries, whatever else, right? When nobody in the party can call these people out, then people will look at you a little bit funny. It's actually funny. I think if you go back like maybe like 8 years, did I say this in 2017 or 2018? There was a time when I gave a take where I said, it took me a long time to figure this out, but I was confused for why so many people have an impression of Democrats and what Democrats believe when clearly the majority of the party doesn't believe this thing. I don't know how so many people have this idea. And one of the ideas that I landed upon was that I think the reason why people don't know what the Democratic Party believes sometimes isn't because you'll get one mom to come out on Twitter. And I think this is the example I use. A mom will come out on Twitter and say like, my 4-year-old is a trans person, right? Because how many people are doing this shit? It's like nobody. This is an incredibly fringe, weirdo, whatever position, right? That's fine. But then it's like, well, why do so many people believe this? One is because the right does do propaganda well. But another thing is on the left, people will jump out and like defend it, or at the very least they won't attack it. And it's like, well, what the fuck is everybody going to think then if you don't say anything about it, you know? Ugh.
New York City Mayor Zoran Mamdani is not cheering on the Intifada. There are active...
No, but like his wife and the people around him all seem to be fans of like your October 8th parades, and like that's just not good enough. It also comes across, and I don't even know if people have made this connection yet, it also comes across as insanely hypocritical when the same people that are willing to look sideways at so much insane anti-Semitism and everything else, the platinum tattoo and everything else. Remember, I'm being told now by people that 16 years of having a Nazi tattoo is meaningless, and these were the same people that were scouring photos online of people making the OK symbol to see if they were covert Nazis. What the fuck? How did the same group of people go from A to B? What? Like that just, it doesn't make sense, you know?
This, and there are political commentators and there are political agitators who don't hold elected power, who may hold these very fringe psychotic positions, but they're not representative of the Democratic Party's base and certainly not the Democratic Party's elected leaders. So this is where it's like, Bill,
Bill, you're playing fucking RimWorld, man.
Oh, yeah. Do you want to start Rebirth? I can do Rebirth tonight if you want. Should I start Final Fantasy Rebirth, guys? Is that what we need?
How about some Minecraft, man? Yeah. Now we're talking here.
You're shadowboxing a boogeyman. I might have to leave the Democratic Party because a couple of these crazy people in a mass movement comprised of tens of millions of Americans are saying shit I don't like. Oh, are they the presidential candidate for 2028? Well, no. Okay, well, are they a Democratic senator? Well, no. Are they a Democratic governor? Well, no. Are they a Democratic representative? Well, no. Well, then what are you so afraid of? If the idea is that there literally can be no crazies in a political movement for you to support a political movement or a political...
It's when nobody can disavow the crazies, everybody looks at you weird. And they should. They're right to. I mean, like, and it's only growing as well. Like, you can make a lot of these same arguments about MAGA, right? Like, where the fuck did MAGA come from? Part of that was the Republican fucking their messaging up and assuming that movement would never get as big as it actually did. This was posted 7 hours ago by the College Democrat Association. That's what the CDA is, right? Or I'm sorry,
yep.
The College Democrats of America. Fuck you. Jewish Caucus. Statement on Hasan Piker's appearance at College Democrats of America Convention 2026. By the way, and I don't know what other branches of the CDA or whatever there are, if nobody else comes out in the CDA and says anything and it's just the Jews, it's like a million times worse. That's going to be fucking crazy. You guys really just fucking hang them out to dry. But maybe other orgs or other branches or whatever will. Who knows? We'll see. The College Democrats of America's Jewish Caucus condemns the platforming of streamer and activist Hasan Piker at CDA Convention 2026. Piker has a long-standing history of anti-Semitic rhetoric, including maligning Orthodox Jews as inbred, referring to a Jewish man as a bloodthirsty pig dog, and dismissing allegations of sexual violence committed by Hamas on October 7th as rape fantasies. Good collection of three things. Apparently Jews are the only fucking people that can coherently advocate sometimes for their interests, but that is a good set of things to fixate on and not just random shit. But okay. There's even... Okay, yeah. Piker also has a record of misogynistic and anti-American statements, including claiming that America deserved 9/11 and joking about date rape on college campuses. These two are a little weaker, but still okay. They play well to the public. The normalization of Piker and his rhetoric and CDA-sanctioned programming is a direct threat to Jewish safety and inclusion within the college Democrats community. Applying a double standard to the safety representation of Jewish students is a manifestation of anti-Semitism and is inconsistent with our shared democratic values of inclusion, respect, blah, blah, blah. Just proud to be part of the Big Ten of CDA's membership and stands firmly against political censorship. However, bigoted rhetoric should be disqualifying, and the choice of who represents this organization tells members who is welcome within it. Elevating Piker at this convention sent Jewish students a clear message that they were not welcome. Anti-Semitism has taken root across the political spectrum, and young people are particularly susceptible to its influence. The same standard CDA would rightly apply to bigotry on the right must be applied within our organization. Likewise, treating the fight against anti-Semitism as a partisan weapon only makes it more difficult to defeat. Amid attempts to organize a walkout during Piker's appearance, attendees were permitted to enter but prevented from exiting by national board members, citing security concerns. Delegates from at least one state were advised not to post photos with Piker on official accounts to avoid further controversy. Seriously? Holy shit.
They stopped the Jews from leaving. They locked him in. What the hell?
The CDA Jewish Caucus calls on the national leadership responsible for Convention 2026 to issue a formal apology for providing Piker with a platform and for restricting members from exiting the room. We further call on the newly elected national leadership of CDA to publicly condemn the anti-Semitic and misogynistic comments outlined above and commit to ongoing dialogue with all caucuses, including the Jewish Caucus, regarding future programming. Jesus Christ.
Did you see the thing that I just DM'd you?
Yeah, I haven't read it on stream yet, though. Hold on.
Okay.
Destiny, I was president of my college Dems and interact with National all the time. I don't think you understand how disconnected this all is. You're painting a brush of intention and structure that doesn't exist. No. What I'm telling you is how it will be viewed and should be viewed to the rest of the country. If it really is as disconnected as you say, then you should just leave. You should disband. And that's it. That's super simple. Why would you ever want to share a slogan or share a brand name with another entity that you have no oversight over, no control over, no say in? All you're going to be doing, the only thing that's going to happen is you're just going to be roped in with all the crazy shit they say. That's stupid. That's a stupid, yeah. Let's see. This weekend, J Street U co-sponsored the College Dems of America Convention. Since Hasan Piker be speaking, some have sought to portray our participation as an endorsement of his views. This is simply false. J Street disagrees with much of what Hasan Piker says and with the way he says it. We won't hesitate to say so, but we also reject the notion that the right answer to his invitation is to abandon the very spaces where our next generation of democratic leaders is debating these issues. Debating?
Debating?
Is this President's Sunday? What the fuck? No. Is J Street like a real Jewish org, or is this like a capo, like we're like Jewish Voice for Peace or whatever shit? I don't know what J Street is. I know that they're
political home for pro-Israel, pro-peace, pro-democracy Americans.
Okay, maybe seems good enough. We had no role in choosing speakers, no approval of the program, and no say in who was invited. Okay. And then, sorry, this was...
You're going to get a kick out of this one.
In the context of this, thank you for your support. We are proud to be a big tent. Democrats exist on a spectrum, and we hope to represent as many voices as possible. We are proud to have our convention be co-sponsored by J Street U, who has led the charge for peace that isn't exclusive to either side. What?
Big Tent, but didn't allow us entry to sit and watch? Hello? God, if Shervine joined, he would get dominated in a debate about this. Yeah, they locked the Jews in a big tent, maybe.
Stop.
Maybe that's what they're talking about. Oh, $5! Synchro recently debated Trump with an in-law and couldn't gain any ground because all they cared about is stock up. Any advice? No, it's over. GG.
What is this? Statement from KU Young Democrats 4 hours ago. believe that transparency, accountability, and respect are central to maintaining our party and core democratic institutions. Accordingly, in light of recent discussions regarding Hasan Piker's appearance at the 2026 College Democrats of America Summer Convention, we believe it is important to clarify that our chapter was not notified of his participation until shortly before the event. Upon learning of his participation, members of our delegation joined others in leaving the event. We do not endorse Mr. Piker or the rhetoric and statements which have generated significant controversy and concern among many Democrats and our fellow Americans. Members of our chapter have since faced harassment under the mistaken assumption that we supported or were affiliated with Mr. Piker and his views. That assumption is demonstrably false, and we, like our fellow students, should not be subjected to harassment based on it. We hope this statement provides the clarity necessary regarding our position and allows us to return to the work of building a stronger Democratic Party. Okay. Jesus.
Comments or someone
Hold on, somebody has a meme. He said this would trigger me.
within a comment, either comments or someone within a comment being like, well, Vanel's a millionaire, we don't need to feel bad or something. I don't
Holy shit. Is this already 2 times?
remember why I even brought that up to begin with this a while ago in the original clip.
Okay.
But a lot of people, and then when I said millionaire as in multi-million dollars, and then a lot of people were like, she makes a lot of fucking money though. Why is she, like, someone clipped it and was like, she makes a lot of money. They obviously, like, why the fuck is she acting like that's such a crazy amount? I have been doing this full time for just barely over a year, okay? It'd be one thing if I was doing this for like 5 to 10 years. I have been doing this for just barely full time a year.
Okay.
So yes, I make a lot of money. I do make a great chunk of change. But so you're a billionaire then, what you're saying? But I'm like, baby, it's only my 3rd day out here, quite literally. I'm like, give me another couple years, then I'll say, guys, now I am. Now I am. Thank you. I am now, for now. But I need that's going to take some time. And then also too, you make all the money and then all the money's in your account and you're like, woo, woo! And then I had a meeting with, cause I have to have like financial people now. And then they're like, oh yeah, actually, 40% of that, you got to give it back actually.
Oh no, she makes so much money that she has to have financial people.
You mean almost
True, dude.
Oh, Jesus
I remember 2 years
Christ,
ago,
dude.
the first tax bill I had, it was over 7 figures. It was like $1 million and 34,000. I was like, God, my life is so fucked. My life is so fucked. It feels so horrible.
Oh my
almost
God.
half of it? Yeah. Almost half of it, you have to give it back. Oh.
How do you even survive?
So you're saying the amount of money that I'm paying to the government I could buy a house with?
That's how taxes work?
This is enough money to buy a house.
Have you paid? Has she worked before?
A house, and a nice one too? Yes, that's true. And you have to give it back to the government.
Okay, from YouTube.
So that Trump can use it
Thank you for helping me pay my taxes.
to stop funding very important
Genocide.
things, and he could use it to play golf all day and
Or
shit
that.
his diaper.
LeMayo, true.
It goes right into his pamper funds, actually. Oh, okay. No, that's great. Okay.
Yeah, wait till she finds out how much a missile is.
So that's self-employment taxes are no joke. Just so for
No
anyone
joke,
who
guys.
does
It's a
want
rough
to
world
work
out
for
there.
themselves full time, I am just letting you know right now that the self-employment taxes are absolutely astronomical. It should be fucking illegal.
Damn.
And now I understand why Mike the Situation went to jail for tax fraud, because baby, you're about to catch me in there too. Because what the fuck?
That's
Wow.
crazy.
She only had to take home $2 million instead of 3.5. Oh no.
Woohoo! In 1 year,
Oh,
also.
my
Holy
goodness.
shit! How successful is
Yeah,
she?
she's
What
just
the
fucking
fuck?
crybaby.
Well, hold on. To be fair, she didn't say she made $1 million.
I'm.
She could have just made
She
like a
didn't
big
say that
6-figure
verbatim.
amount.
Sure.
Her channel. That's the woman that tried to cancel Cutie.
Okay, so each one of her videos get 1 million views.
Holy shit! Oh, but she doesn't post that often. Never mind.
No, it's like twice a month.
Damn. Still doing pretty good though. Jeez. Okay.
And that's just YouTube. She does Twitch,
Oh Jesus. Okay. Well.
Instagram.
Okay. I need to finish this video. Fuck. 'Cause I started.
Party? You can't support anybody, Bill, because any mass political movement on the left or the right will have insane
Sure, Bean
outliers.
wants to
The
come
question
in.
is how.
I have to finish this video, and then I have to do my panel at 7. You can come in after if he wants.
I gotta
How much of that fringe view is represented in the leadership? This one is not, and Bill's obsessed with it, pretending that it's a bigger issue than what it is. But let's continue.
Nominee to be the head director of national intelligence had a hearing. Just had a hearing. And he was asked, who won the 2020 election? Did Joe Biden win the 2020 election? And he can't not answer. Now, Jay Clayton is a very serious guy with serious credentials, serious lawyer, former prosecutor, and he can't say who won the 2020 election.
Either could Vice President Vance on
your show.
Yeah, they can't because they know he's watching. They know where their bread is buttered. What's important to J.D. Vance, who, by the way, we had a good time. I had a good time with him, too. You know, these are people. I always say it, you know, everybody's a monster till you talk to them. You can disagree with them a lot. But, you know, he has to do that. Trump is watching. And there's
He
a kind of
doesn't
a
have
working
to.
thing with
Pence
those kind
didn't.
of guys. You know, it's like, you know he's crazy. I know he's crazy. I know you're saying this because you have to because he's watching. You know I know. And let's just not, like, pretend this is the end of the world because this is just what the world is.
Okay, this is where Bill is almost unrecognizable here, right? And again, I'll save my full thoughts as far as Bill himself at the very end, but I want you to hear, Jonathan was very clever there. He's like, okay, so you're worried about this fringe view about cheering on the Intifada in a fringe part, a vocal but fringe part of the Democratic coalition that is not represented in the halls of power, in the House, in the Senate, in the presidency, in the judiciary, in governors' mansions. Okay, you're freaking out about it. But what about this powerful figure in the Trump administration, Jay Clayton, who was previously seen as bipartisan and respected and sensible, who won't admit that Joe Biden won the 2020 election, which you, famously, Bill Maher, have criticized and condemned the Republican Party about for years. You said that that was your big issue. He even said it here, yeah, it's my big issue with them. Well, he's not some sort of fringe random actor on Twitter. He's not some sort of fringe activist on social media. He is going to be the director of national intelligence, and he won't confirm an obvious fact that Joe Biden won the election. And you say that's your biggest issue. That's not more of a red alert for you than some Gen Z TikToker saying that they're cheering on the Intifada? How are you at the point where you're weighing something that's infinitely less important
people around
and
the mayor of
significant,
New York
heavier
now,
than something that's considerably more important and significant?
And the issue, too, is that, like, if they're dumb people on TikTok, then you should just be able to say, like, oh, yeah, these people don't represent us. But no, it feels like no liberal media person, content creator, whatever, it seems to be able to do it. And these things keep coming up to the national level where they are hurting us. Most famously, the BLM stuff and I keep saying the BLM stuff. I should say the defund the police stuff was a thing that we couldn't push back on, and it was somewhat ruinous.
You might have a point if the House Minority Leader or the Senate Minority Leader were taking this fringe position, but they're not. Meanwhile, in the MAGA movement, the fringe, crazy fascist position is mainstream, and it's represented not just in the President of the United States, but also basically pretty much every key figure in the entire Republican Party, elected or otherwise. Instead, he almost sweeps it under the rug. No, I haven't heard about that. Well, maybe you should be spending more time on that, Bill, than swiping through TikTok, triggering yourself, rage-baiting yourself with what some cringe Gen Z, leftist is saying. And also, he says, actually, yeah, the vice president does the same thing. The vice president won't admit who won the 2020 election, but there's a wink and a nod. He has to say that. No, Bill, he has agency. Vance is a man, at least on paper. He should be able to, no, fuck, Joe Biden obviously won the 2020 election, Bill. What are you talking about? That's what a man would say. And now you're giving him excuse. Oh, he's got to say that because Trump is watching. Okay, Bill, well then I guess we can just start making bullshit excuses for anything on the left that you don't like. They got to say that. It's for the clicks. They got to say that because of X, Y, and Z reason. How does it work? How do you totally strip the right from agency? They got to say that shit, man. I don't like it, but they got to say that. Meanwhile, have you seen what this 22-year-old on TikTok had to say? Maybe I have to leave the Democratic Party now. It's just insane. And then to say that everybody's monsters until you meet them. Would you say the same thing about the cheering on the Intifada, nameless people that you're bitching about? Would you like to have a conversation with them? Would you like rub shoulders and rub elbows with them and treat them with charity? It's insane. We're finally seeing the full rot of Bill Maher's brain metastasize.
Now let's move on to something substantive.
But it is a problem if you have an entire political party, an entire political movement that doesn't recognize.
Are you closer to Maher or Mayor? Maher. It's Bill Maher. Or Josiah on this topic? In terms of like where I would vote, 1,000,000,000,000% closer to Josiah. But in terms of like where the electorate is going to go, you can't lack the ability to police your party. And if you can't, it's hard for me to make the argument to an average American why we would be able to and why they should care. That's just really, really, really hard. And I think it's deservedly hard. I would argue that now we're in an area where we've spoken about this for a long time, but I would say now that like anti-Semitism is a not insignificant part of our far left movement in the United States, and we have no clearance mechanisms for these things. At least on the right, you have like a lot of Jewish, well, not as many Jewish conservative voices, but there are some, but like they have to kind of disavow the Nazism shit because Nazism is so bad that they kind of have to say something. And it's like, we don't really fucking, we don't fuck with the Nazis, and okay, Kanye's funny and whatever, but we kind of sort of disavow whatever. But on the left, that doesn't exist at all. You can say the most rancid anti-Semitic shit and call it, as long as you use, like they literally co-opted from the gamer community that in a video game to like these fucking hook nose, stab us in the back, run all of our banks, run the fucking government. I'm sick of these fucking Zionists. And it's like, oh, true. The pig dogs, the Zios, the Zionists. Oh, okay. And then it's all good. That's wild. That's crazy. Especially given that, like, the Jewish people in the United States were the most cucked progressive leftists. When people like Jordan Peterson and all these people were talking about, like, oh, you're post-Marxist, you whatever, scholars and trans, blah, blah, blah. They're all like Jewish scholars. All these people are Jews. Like, that's one of the reasons why the neo-Nazis would say that the Jews are trying to destroy the white man and everything else, because a lot of your most woke progressive stuff was coming out of, like, Jewish scholars and authors and writers and researchers and shit. So the fact that that group can get fucking ditched by a bunch of fucking LARPing losers and nobody in the party seems to be able to say anything about it, I think is not... That's not good.
I love the Jews.
That's not good. It's not good.
The legitimacy of elections.
Of course. That's been my big issue.
And it's bubbling up in too many areas as well. I mean, like, forget, like, no, yeah, it is. Fuck, I should have a link to this saved. I'm so sorry, but, like, Hasan Piker is the largest leftist influencer on the internet, at least as far as streamers goes. He is on Twitch with 30,000 whatever viewers watching the Scott Wiener guy basically get lynched, and he's cheering it on, and nobody cares. That's really scary. The operation with impunity there, that there's no enforcement action on the platform, there's no self-corrective action of the party, and none of these people sure as fuck are talking about it. No lib-left people are talking about him at all. So, like, the fact that he can run with impunity on that to basically cheer on, you know, what looks like a lynching of a super gay guy who's passed, like, pro-LGBTQIA legislation, who's going to his 23rd year in a row attending this fucking LGBTQIA march, who doesn't have the pure enough position on fucking Palestine, and nobody in the party seems to be able to address that or say anything about it. It's not good. Not good. And then for Hasan to watch it all and say, well, if he really wants us to side with him, then he needs to, he should be supportive of Hamas? Bruh.
The legitimacy of elections.
Of course. That's been my big issue.
Jonathan Karl had to remind him of that. Let's move on. Bill says that's not substantive. Accepting the outcome of elections, that's not substantive. It's just a wink and a nod. You know, I get it. You got to do it. Let's move on to something substantive. Like, again, what about these Gen Z TikTokers cheering on the Intifada? That's substantive. But the vice president of the United States refusing to recognize a free and fair election? Remember, J.D. Vance in 2024, when he was campaigning with Trump for the vice presidency, said, Bill, if he had been in Mike Pence's position on January 6, 2021, if he'd been vice president then, he would not have certified President Biden's victory. So that's a man with power telling you clearly how he would use that power to steal an election, which is infinitely more important and infinitely more dangerous than cheering on the Intifada by a bunch of powerless losers on social media. What are you doing, man? Isn't Jonathan Karl has to tee it up? Well, actually, that is pretty substantive, right, Bill? Right, Bill? Didn't you used to bitch about this all the time? Oh, yeah, actually, yeah, of course, that was my big thing. You're contradicting yourself, Bill. Let's continue.
In the beginning, before he was elected even the first time.
You told J.D. Vance you're open, your vote is up for grabs.
Yes, my vote is in play, because it can't be Trump running.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm not living in communist America. I mean, I know the talking point is, well, it's not communism, it's socialism. Okay, I've read the quotes from the DSA platform, from their own mouths. Don't tell me I'm not seeing what I am seeing. And
the DSA represent, what, single digits in elected office? So even the successful candidates that Mayor Mamdani endorsed, they made it through their primaries. They will almost certainly win the general election. So what? That's still like seven members of the elected government would be like affiliated by the DSA. Even if the DSA is the DCA, the Democratic Communists of America, whatever. They're not social. There are differences between socialism and communism, but set that aside. Set that aside for a moment. Let's just grant that they're communists. You're talking about 7 people in a body of 435. That's the House. 535 if you count the Senate. And you're willing to walk away from the Democratic Party? Your vote is in play because Mayor Mamdani's candidates won their primaries? This is where we are? That's the standard you're holding the Democratic Party to?
DSA, again, they say things like, you know, takeover of key industries, government. That's communism. You know, there is a definition.
By the way, Trump's doing that too.
Of course. Yes.
And to a degree that we haven't seen any other president or Republican do.
That's crazy too.
It's got a piece.
Like, I'm sympathetic to a median voter here. Bill Maher should know better, though. This is retarded on Bill Maher's part. But
right, a piece of the AI company.
He treats everything like it's a real estate deal, or I don't know, he's an agent or something. He always wants 10 or 15%. So
man, what am I supposed to do with it?
Not to be overly fucking woke here, too, but on Bill Maher's perspective as well, undoubtedly, him being like a decently wealthy white dude also gives him a certain perspective on this, to where the immigration stuff, the crime enforcement stuff, the tax policy stuff, Medicaid stuff, like none of this really impacts him at the end of the day. So it's easier for him to kind of just look the other way, like, oh, what do you want me to say? Oh, it's bad.
That. So the DSA, they want stake, equity, in American companies. Yeah. Okay. Well, the current leader of the party you're thinking about possibly defecting to, or the leader of the party who you say can get your vote, not in theory, but feasibly can get your vote, is actively doing these things unilaterally. I don't understand this. I don't get it. I don't care if you're centrist or moderate or progressive or whatever. How can it be that we grade Trump and the Republicans on such a fucking... What's your issue? Communism is when you have equity and stakes in American companies. Okay. So I may have to vote against it. I'm not saying I will. I may have to vote against the Democrats in the next election. Well, the Republicans are actually doing that with executive order, not even passing.
Like, I'm sorry. I'm also... This is your... You can choose. You can have one of two options. It's either a fringe aspect of the party, and I don't think Josiah is doing this intentionally, but you're running cover for these people by... It's either a fringe aspect of the party, or it's not an ideologically threatening aspect of the party. But you can't make the argument that, like, well, it's a small part of the party. Who really cares at the end of the day? These are like a fringe group of extremists or whatever. And then say, well, the only thing they want is a little bit of equity in American companies. Like, we've heard the speeches, okay? We've seen the outfits. You know, we've watched the rallies. That is not... It's not like this is like the Hasan argument of like, oh, we just want a little bit more healthcare. It's like, I'm not sure 100% if I'm buying that one. I feel like there's a little bit more radical of an agenda going on here. And I think people see that. And it's very obvious and easy to see that. And I don't think you can lie about that.
Legislation, not even doing it democratically. Yeah, that's crazy too. I can't support this person. I can't support this group because
like, it's funny because in a way, like I said, from my personal perspective, it's hard to imagine anything that would get me to vote for Vance over DSA type.
Any Democrat?
Not any Democrat, but like anybody that could reasonably make it through, like an Ossoff type or anything like that. Even like an AOC type, I'm pretty sure I would still pretty easily vote for over Vance. I'm saying that as a liberal, vote no blue, no matter who, whatever guy. People like Vosh have openly just said they would support Vance over Newsom. Like, that's it. I don't know what Hasan's position is on that. Hasan, I don't think would support a Newsom type over Vance. He just wouldn't tell you who to vote for, right? So that's where we're at right now. That one-sided, like non-reciprocated vote blue no matter who bullshit that the other side doesn't care about.
But didn't we just run through that in the last election and it didn't seem to work out too good for these fucking lefties? Wouldn't they get the hint?
It doesn't matter. Their goal is not always to win office. It's just to like attack the empire.
Destabilize the West. Okay.
Otherwise they would adjust their messaging, right? There's a reason why they don't adjust their messaging. It's because their goal isn't necessarily to win politically. Otherwise they would adjust their messaging in different areas, but they don't.
Why do Dems listen to them?
Because these people, because Dems have an issue with criticizing themselves in a way that, like, I don't know, they just get mind fucked by people beating them over the head with their own rule set. They're like, oh shit, I guess we shouldn't attack left. Like, Trump is a bigger, like, threat. It's also kind of easier to hit to the right because, like, you're expected to, so you don't get much pushback from doing it. I don't know if you saw earlier, did you see that apparently David Pakman's Discord server is being mass reported right now?
No.
Yeah.
He didn't even say anything crazy.
I know, yeah, but, like, that's what you have to deal with from the more radical. So from the more radical.
Did you send him a message at least?
No, I don't even know where I'd message him from.
Oh, you don't have his fucking contact?
Well, I might have a cell phone number. I hate texting. I don't know. Maybe I should.
You should.
His sub is being nuked too. Is that true?
You just send him like a thank you. Hey, thanks for, kind of sticking up for me. Sorry you're going through autism.
Got it. True.
Some people in this group are threatening to burn down a house. If this is the way it's going to be, I can't support that. Gotcha. So what are you going to do? Well, I may have to support this group here. I'm not saying, well, I may have to support this other group. Well, that other group is actually burning down houses. It's not even just that some have said that they will. They are collectively actively doing the thing that some members of this other group have talked about but not done. And so you're saying, it's a coin flip? What are we doing here, man? What are we doing?
You want to see Democrats win in the midterms?
Absolutely, and they will, because it will still be a referendum on Trump. So I think the Democrats will do very well in the midterms. 2028 is a different story, because by then, this wing of the party, this new wing with all the energy, and it's not just a few people anymore. Every day I read about a new person in some Colorado and Wisconsin, somebody who is saying some variation of not defund the police, abolish the police. No.
There are candidates who are running and winning who have previously said, back in 2020, during the height of...
Like, I think this is actually a loser point right here, because there were lawmaker Democrats that were complaining around the BLM era that they were losing elections because of the defund the police rhetoric. I don't think we can pretend that that was insignificant. Now, is it that significant? I don't know where it's at now. I don't feel like I hear about it as much of it now. But, like, that was a major player in at least one set of midterms, if not the 2020 elections. This was like a major player piece of rhetoric, I think.
The BLM protests after the murder of George Floyd, they would defund the police. No, that is not electorally popular. And I agree, that's not a position that the Democratic Party should take.
The defund the police was like a major lefty rhetoric that got like taken like mainstream.
Kind of. Or I would call this like, this was back when before they were all kind of made, or before they started making this big Marxist bend, they were like super progressives. Like that was our very woke wing. But the problem is that the way that they end up defending themselves is through like, it's like things that you can't like push back on, because the things they'll call you are like things that you don't ever want to be called. Like if you push back on the defund the police thing, you're like a racist. And it's like, well, fuck. I don't want to be a racist, I guess, right? And so you're in like this weird world where it's very hard. Same thing with a lot of the trans stuff. It's hard to like call any of it out or say, like, oh, I don't know if I'm fully on board with this, because people will hit you with the transphobia thing. It's like, oh, fuck, man, I'm not transphobic, damn. So it's a difficult thing to deal with. Oh, it makes sense. You agree with it?
Yeah, I'm racist.
Okay. At least you're honest about it. When does Wick want us?
Even if
Probably
you
now.
Absolutely believe that the police should be defunded, it is a loser. We cannot win on that. Don't say it. Don't advocate for it. Now, if what you're really saying is, well, what about police reform, where we, take some sorts of police funding and allocate it to, other resources so that police can focus on stopping violent crime and other issues can be handled by other people. That's different. But don't the slogan defund or abolish the police, let it go. But who's running on that now? And who's winning on that now? Nobody that I'm aware of. Nobody. So, Bill, you were like boomer Facebook. Oh, shit. Did you see what's on Truth Social? Trump has just reposted this thing. All these communists getting elected in Colorado and all these other places running on defund and abolish the police. What?
No prisons, no police. Like, what world?
Now, it is true that I believe Daria Liza Chevalier, DAC, I screw her name up every time, one of the candidates that Mayor Mamdani backed, has said that she supports prison abolition. Okay? Yes. Is that cringe? Yes. Although, I gotta say, the way the United States does prisons here, really disgusting in terms of civil liberties and human rights violation, and we are an overly penalized, society, like the rate at which we incarcerate people.
See, like, even that is a little spooky to me. And if I was like a median voter, like, I think Josiah would scare me if I was a median voter, right? Because, like, police are a thing that basically every American is going to want some form of like police. Everybody wants police. Even minorities want police. And the fact that you have to hedge so carefully, even when talking about police abolitionism, that's a little spooky to me. Like, okay, so you're not even like even that's a thing that we can't just take like a hard line stance. Like, okay, we probably should never say abolish the police. That's probably a little bit too much, right? Like, the fact that we have to hedge that is spooky, I think.
Is absurd. And I don't think that prisons should be largely private the way they are.
I don't know why. Sorry. Prisons. Every single thing I just said maps on 100% the exact same. Prisons, not police. I don't know why people in charge. Didn't he say prisons instead of police? It's the same thing. Jesus, fuck.
People is absurd. And I don't think that prisons should be.
God damn it. These motherfuckers.
Yeah, it's something else.
Yeah, you think it's about something else? I don't know what it is. Well, we can ask him directly. How you doing, man?
Yeah.
Me? Am I man?
Yes,
Here?
he's
I don't have a
talking to you,
fucking name.
man.
I'm man. I don't have a name.
Oh, Steven,
Thank
how
you.
are you?
I'm doing okay.
Sorry, I was just being. I didn't know we were going to be so formal today. Okay, it's more of a casual get.
Mr. Benelli.
Well, there are at least 3 other men in here, so when you say man, I don't know who you're referring to.
You know what? At least 3. I'm not sure about that. But okay. There should be one more coming, maybe 2, but we'll get them when they get here. I wanted to talk today to all of you because you were all directly involved in getting kicked out by the college Democrats. And I wanted to give you guys to have a chance to give your story, to give your take on what happened, and just to ask you some simple questions about it. One of the things that I kept hearing from people on the Hasan side of things is that this was like an official DGG kind of outing. I guess first things first, let's introduce yourselves, tell people who you are, what you do, and why you were there. And we'll start with North, okay?
Hey, I'm North. I do some political content online, mostly Twitter stuff. I'm trying to do more YouTube stuff. Do a little bit of live streaming. Never Trump conservative, I guess. Although I'm sort of reevaluating my relationship with the Republican Party, so we'll see about that.
Were you at the event?
Yeah, I was at the event. I was known as the guy in the Hawaiian shirt that was apparently there to threaten to kill Hasan Piker, according to the ops. So,
to threaten to kill? Yeah. Is that why you were there?
That's what they. Apparently, that's why I was here, according to the Hasan fans.
Why
there's
were you there?
a Twitter account called Twitch Crackers that was calling for my arrest online.
Fun.
So,
Is that why you were there?
No, I was there.
Did you intend to harass him?
No, that's not why I was there. You can see on the live stream. I was there to get Hasan to commit to very ridiculous questions. So one of the things I wanted to ask him was about baby settlers. Would he commit to the idea that baby settlers are valid military targets? And depending on his answer, he's either going to make his tanky audience mad because, they consider all settlers, whether they're babies or not, to be valid military targets, or he's going to make the liberals in the audience mad because he's going to say that you should go kill babies in Palestine or Israel or whatever you call it. So.
Okay. Well, we'll get into it. Mooten, hi.
What up, Wig? How's it going? I'm Mooten.
It was nice meeting you at LibCon, by the way.
It was nice meeting you. I'm sad we didn't get a beer together and have a longer chat. But I'm an important, busy man. I was working as well. Working them streets, if you know what I'm saying. I'm Mooten. I run anything else with my co-host Dan and Steve. He'll be back soon. I was denied entry by the man named Cameron Landon. He is the vice president of the College Democrats. He refused to let me into the College Democrats.
Why? Did he give a reason?
He thought that we were going to make a disturbance and yell obscene stuff at Hasan Piker.
How many of these conventions have you been to? I'm just curious.
I went to LibCon, and I've been to a lot of conventions. These were my first political conventions, I'd say.
Do you have a history of being disruptive at any of these events?
No, I don't.
No? Nothing? Okay.
Nothing.
We'll get more. We'll save Destiny for last here. Radiant, hi.
Hi. How's it going?
Oh, we're here. So you were kicked out of this event.
That is true, yeah.
Are you affiliated with DGG in any way? Digital Ground Game, to be clear.
Oh, no, not at all. The funny thing is that like we tried to like work with Digital Ground Game a while back because Darius wanted to start doing some canvassing content, but they were telling us we really don't want like Darius type content at any of the political events related to Digital Ground Game. And I believe he's currently still banned from that Discord over some memes that I don't know the specific details of. Yeah, it's just really funny when I see online people talking about us being closely affiliated with Digital Ground Game. Oh, and another thing is like all the people we talk to over there would tell us like, hey, please guys, keep our names out of your mouths. We don't work with you. We don't want anybody to think that we work with you and like all that.
No, they hate your asses.
Yeah. Why were you there then? Why were you going to the CDA stuff?
Well, honestly, it was because so we didn't really have much to do that day, and somebody that we knew told us that like there was another like convention going on that's like LibCon that would have Hasan coming to speak. And we were like, you know what, let's just go, maybe we can go see it. We can go talk to Hasan, ask him some like hot questions because we don't really like Hasan very much. And we think his politics are very corrosive to at least like the current state of American politics. And yeah, and also while we're there, we could also like do some like political outreach and all that. Mainly just like to talk to people and, get to know politicians and all that.
So no intent to harass Hasan or disrupt the event?
No, not really. Like, because I'm the one, Darius always yells at me for like for being too careful about things. But I really don't like the idea of just like crashing things and kind of ruining, because even though we're not associated with Digital Ground Game, there are people on the internet that will associate us with it anyway, because they don't really think things too hard. And so like, I try to play it safe and like, guys, we can't really do anything here because like,
Got you. Okay, well, we'll get into it as we go. Persec, is that how you say your name? I don't actually know.
Yeah, that works.
Parsec.
It works. Okay, it works. Why were you there? First of all, are you affiliated with DGG in any capacity?
Not Digital Ground Game. No, no affiliation. I'm a fan of what they do. I think there's some cool guys, but I don't have any affiliation to them, though.
Don't work with them, nothing?
Nope.
Okay. Why were you at the CDA thing?
So I was woken up, and I had no idea that this shit was going on, but I figured out that Hasan was speaking at a Democratic place, a Democratic convention. He's not a Democrat, he's a liberal. I don't like Hasan, and I don't like his politics. So we went out there, we wanted to go ask him some questions about the things that he said publicly, and that's what we tried to do, and then we got kicked out.
What was the reason that you were given for why you were kicked out?
So me and Darius went around the corner for a quick drink. We came back, and then we just weren't allowed to re-enter the building. We got right up to the security, and then they identified us as the guys who were streaming. And then they said to us, myself and Darius, as we tried to get back in, that they were informed that we were there to disrupt and that we were there to harass the attendees, which we absolutely weren't. And we didn't. It was all recorded live. There was no harassing. We asked some super easy questions to the people that were there. We were trying to kind of suss out like how they felt about Hasan being at the convention. And it was a lot of fun, and there was some cool people there. But then, yeah,
before you were being kicked out, was anyone like side-eyeing you, or anyone you interact with like yelling at you or trying to cause a scene or arguing with you, anything like that?
No, not really. Like there were some people there that like I think they kind of figured out who Darius was at a certain point, but that was like pretty late.
Okay,
on, and that was, like,
I can add like way more. I can add way more details to that because I believe at that moment I think Parsec and Darius stepped out for an hour to go like I think get something from the car and like get a drink or something. But basically it was me, North, and Mooks, another person that was with us, or the girl on the stream if you guys have seen any clips of it. And we were kind of just like doing our thing. We're just like interviewing people, whoever wants to be interviewed. Like we would tell them, hey guys, like, you know, we're streaming this thing. If you wanted to like expose, I guess like your profile to a large audience, you know, and talk about your politics and what you do here and, you know, and all that, like, we'd love to ask you some questions. People were generally very excited to do that. At one point there was like 2 people that kind of pulled us, or 3 people actually that pulled us aside, and started asking us things like, are you guys like causing trouble? We've been getting calls and texts because I think this was about an hour in of the stream about like they said that there was like they were getting texts from somebody that there was disruptive kick streamers at the convention looking to just like harass Hasan and you know just like cause trouble in general. And then the guy like there was another guy, I think he might have been like the head of security or something. He like showed me his phone and there was a bunch of texts from I think it's either somebody from Hasan's camp or Hasan himself saying like, there's this guy named Darius IRL, like at your convention, like actively looking for Hasan and just like causing a bunch of drama and like harassing the guests there. But I talked to them and like, I told them like, we'd already cleared this like stream up with a communications person.
Is that true? How'd you talk to a communications person?
Yes, I think Parsec can actually probably tell more about that because I wasn't like next to them when that happened. But I think you want to talk about like how they gave you the press badge, or they said that you can have the press badge and stuff like that, and you can.
They gave you a press badge? I did not know this.
They wanted to. They just
no, they didn't.
They gave us like press authorization. They couldn't give us a badge because they didn't have any because like this was a last minute thing. We kind of just bought tickets, but they told us like we can act as press and like record and do all that stuff. But. Okay. Yeah, Parsec, do you know anything more about the conversation? Because I think that's just how it went.
Oh, we didn't get Steve's intro. Who is this guy?
Were you given press authorization, Steven?
Nope, they didn't give me shit.
Okay, so did you guys? So I'm unclear on this. Did you guys arrive as a group, or were Steven? Were you a separate thing from the Darius thing? How'd that work out?
I think they were already in, and then we showed up. Me, Mooten, and then 2 other of our friends, and then we passed them by as they were getting kicked out, and then we saw them, and then we walked up, and the Kafea Leiden vice president was there waiting for us, and he got us, and he said, "You're not getting in here. You're not getting in here."
That guy was so mad. Like that moment we were getting kicked out, that guy was like almost straight up screaming at us, like saying like, I know what you guys are here for. You guys are not going to ruin this event for us. Like you're not going to talk to Hasan. Like you're not trying to get content for your stream.
Yeah, apparently they couldn't risk having DTGers or Destiny orbiters. They use that exact terminology.
Literally, yeah, literally.
To be in the event.
Destiny.
We were too much of a risk apparently.
Funnily enough,
do something.
Where did all the drama come from?
That's crazy. Well, I'll just ask you directly, Destiny. Were you planning to do any kind of disruptive activities? What were you planning to do? Say no one had said anything. You were able to get in. What was the plan when you got there?
Okay, so wait, I forget. Do you have a music background?
Do I have a music background?
Yeah.
Not too much.
Okay, there's this type of yodeling. Okay, no, I'm just kidding. I don't actually know. I'm gonna be honest. It's kind of funny because I got into a lot of arguments with a couple of my behind the scenes people. who were talking about different ways to try to sneak into the event to have like some huge showdown with Hasan and like ask him a question and push him critically on something. But I don't think anything would have happened if we actually got in. Like at most we would have watched the event and like I tried to ask a question in the Q&A or maybe said something to him as he's walking away. But this guy scurries away so much because he's so petrified of any kind of like challenging questions at all that I don't know. I really don't think anything would have happened. Obviously, I mean, like this is I have to remember that I'm engaging. We're on like the demagogue level of just like saying random shit. But like if we're trying to be rational human beings, I would never disrupt or do anything crazy at an event, because if I were to do that, it would give Hasan like the ultimate reason to have me kicked out of and banned from every single event in the future. Like that would just be the stupidest thing in the world for me to do. Why would I ever do that? It would be so dumb.
Have you you've been to a lot of these conventions and events and things like that? Probably dozens, you would say, at this point?
Yeah.
Yeah. Have you ever disrupted one of them? Do you have any history of doing anything, of getting kicked out from any of these events or disrupting or being a nuisance or anything like that?
One time, a long time ago, me and a friend, it was a big West Side Creighton Prep football game, and we wandered into enemy territory after Prep won the game, and the West Side kids wanted to kill us, and they escorted us out, and we almost got detentions for being on the other side of the bleachers. But other than that, I have never been removed from anything in my entire life.
So in high school, basically?
Yeah.
That's insane. So they had, I guess, what was the basis of saying you were going to disrupt then? Like what was there? Did they tell you why they thought that you were going to be a nuisance or being disruptive? Did they give you any reason?
Nope. He says that he's not having that discussion with me. So
did anyone reach out?
No, he refused to talk about it, and then he said, "You need to leave." And then he started debating Steve, and then he yelled for security.
Well, not really. He didn't even debate me, right? He said, I'm not having this discussion with you. I asked for somebody above him, and he said, well, she agrees with all my decisions. And then it's like, okay.
So one of the things I figured out while I was researching for this stream...
Oh, wait, hold on. Somebody said, well, you're not removed from Charlie Kirk events too? I don't believe I was. We snuck into that event, and then I had 2 debates, I believe. One was with a really weird dude, and another one was with... Myron Gaines. Sean Kelly hosted both of these, I believe. And after that, their head of security approached me because he recognized me because he was a big guy at the event and he knew who I was. And he kind of approached me and he chatted with me a little bit. The way that a lot of the conservatives work, Charlie Kirk especially, and Charlie Kirk security included, was they want to be on friendly terms with everybody. And so I don't believe he ever kicked me out. At first, he approached me and he chatted with me and he said, hey, here's my number if you need anything, blah, blah, blah. I'm trying to remember if they might have kicked me out after my 2 shows, though. But I don't think he did. But originally, he didn't. Yeah, that's my recollection. And that was a thing we actually snuck into and weren't supposed to be at all. So,
But... to your knowledge, never kicked out, never removed for being a disruption, except for once in high school. Okay, gotcha.
Yeah.
Well, first of all, hello, Mooks. Is that how you say your name?
Yes.
Hi. You were also kicked out of the event.
Well,
same.
Sort of.
Sort of. Well, elaborate then, perhaps.
I was the last person in our group who was left inside, and I was getting spam phone calls saying that they got kicked out. I was left with Darius's streaming setup, so I did not know what to do at that point. So I just reconnected with my group.
Okay, so you weren't actually kicked out of the event then. You were still behind the scenes, and you just decided to join them. Interesting.
I wish I stayed behind in retrospect, but yeah.
How did you avoid capture, I guess?
Oh my god, sorry. My camera shut off. Nobody was bothered by me at all. I was just being nice, interviewing people. I don't know. I just didn't cause a ruckus. I just walked out because I wanted
to.
Did
the other guys around you cause a ruckus?
No, nobody did. Nobody in our group did at all.
I can tell you what happened.
There were no issues.
Okay, so if you can tell me what happened, because I'm just wondering why she wasn't kicked out, but the rest of you were.
Okay, no, it's really silly.
Okay.
So basically...
Hold on, Radiant, you got to do better at summarizing shit, because you're the king of irrelevant details, okay?
So it's not irrelevant, okay? It's not irrelevant.
It's all relevant.
It's all relevant. It's all very relevant. Okay, basically, me and North, this is around the time when Destiny was on his way in. We're hearing chatter about him coming into the building. So I told North, can you go look for Destiny at the front? North was looking around him at the front, and at the same time, Parsec and Darius were walking back in because they were coming to also meet Destiny just to say hi. And at that moment, when they met North at the front door, that's when the security guy, I think the guy with the keffiyeh, saw them, and I think he pointed him out to security.
Cameron Landon, that's his name.
Is that him? Yeah. Okay. Yeah. He pointed out Darius like as soon as he saw Darius, he pointed him out and told security, kick that guy out. And that's when me and North, I think, walked up to say like, yo, wait, hold on, he's with us. Like we're doing this interview stuff. And then that's when me and North and Parsec also got, or no, Parsec was with Darius, but that's when me and North also got kicked out. And that meant Mooks was alone with the stream, like in the other side of the room.
Okay, so she just, it sounds like they didn't associate her with you guys, at least.
Yeah, it was very simple than that. It was strategic. That's literally all it was. Just because me and Darius were getting drinks, we left.
I was prevented from re-entry later when I tried to go in.
Okay, so when you tried to go in, why did they give a reason for why they said they prevented you re-entry?
Nope, it was a security guard that was at the door. I tried to go back in, and she just said, you cannot go in. And I was like, me too? And she said, yes, you too. And I just left because I was nervous.
Based.
Fair enough. Fair enough. I guess what has been, so I guess I'll try it this way. One of the things that I also have learned while doing research for this stream, I talked off the record to a couple people who are involved with the college Democrats. None of them, I invited them to come on officially. No one wants to come on in an official capacity to give their side. I didn't push them too hard, given the fact that if they're willing to kick out unaffiliated streamers for just being in Destiny's orbit, what are they going to do to the people who talk to us, right? I don't know. What they have told me is that this was a deeply unpopular decision. It was the board members that kind of overrode people when inviting Hasan Piker. And the second thing that I learned from reporting that I've seen in various outlets and an Instagram post made by the organization itself or one of the factions within the organization itself is that there was a scheduled walkout of the event, that people were going to protest Hasan Piker by walking out from his speech, and they were prevented from doing so by the national board members, citing security concerns. Do any of you have any knowledge of any of that, or were you, when during your interviews or talking to anyone, did you ask them about how they felt Hasan Piker being there? Anything?
Yeah, I did. I was asking around and interviewing people about like what they felt about Hasan Piker showing up to the event. Most people were saying like they didn't really care and that they just wanted to focus on attacking Republicans and that punching left was like not the time at the moment. One person mentioned to me that there was going to be a walkout planned. They didn't know how many people were going to walk out. They estimated maybe like a third of the people might walk out. Sure. You mentioned that Instagram post by the pro-Israel caucus of the College Democrats, which said that they prevented people from leaving the building to do a walkout, I guess for Hasan optics reasons, which is wild, by the way. To, like,
so just to be clear, they're the Jewish caucus, is what they call themselves. But go ahead.
Oh, Jewish. Sorry, not Jewish, not Israel. Sorry.
Damn.
Mistakes. Yeah, what are you gonna do? And then someone reached out to me privately, and they gave me a little peek behind the scenes. What I can say without revealing their information is it's a little bit worse than the organizers. It's worse than the organizers overriding like the younger people. They had a process for inviting like people to the event, and they just like ignored that process and invited Hasan anyway. And it was sort of like a ask for forgiveness instead of for permission. So it was like a very few people in positions of power just inviting Hasan Piker in. So
I guess, and this is a question. More
wait. Can I ask a question on that? Because I haven't heard much.
Go for it.
Sure.
What did they say anything about why that process was skipped?
There were people questioning it, and there were people questioning it, like, why are we doing this? Like, what's going on? Why weren't we like consulted about this? And they said it's too late now. There's nothing we can do. He's coming, and then that's all I saw.
Okay. So. I only asked because I have a theory in my mind that Hasan just didn't want to announce it in advance so that I wouldn't have time to plan. I'm curious if that was like strategic, why he didn't want to announce anything in advance. And
it might have been strategic. Yeah, as far as I know, it was within like, I'm not gonna say the exact time period because I don't know if there's like, that's gonna be too revealing, but yeah, like very shortly before they announced that he was coming and people were mad about that. So.
So I no offense to you, Destiny, but I think it probably, and this is me theory crafting here, it probably was strategic, but it wasn't from Hasan's end. It was from the national board members' end. They probably realized that this was going to be a very unpopular decision, and they wanted to kind of get it in and slide it in under the radar. If I had to guess, I don't know. I have heard similar stories from people that I've talked to off the record, so I can kind of corroborate that people are telling me pretty much what they were telling you, Mr. North. But other than that, yeah, I could only guess as to the why in that process. I
just want to say real quick from a strategic party building perspective, whatever the fuck you want to call it. So like, obviously I recognize that I'm a difficult figure for a variety of reasons to get together with. I'm never demanding credit from politicians that I'm helping, or, like, oh, me and Mamdani, we phone call all the time when we're in bed and we're chatting about girls. Like, I don't care about this shit. I do think it's particularly disgusting that when Hasan goes to these events, he always has it as like a last minute thing, because what it does is it maximizes the clout for him, and it destroys the ability for his community or anybody else to drum up publicity for it based on him. So he's like, he's harming the event maximally while giving them zero upside for inviting a controversial figure. Like, imagine, well, we don't have to imagine. It was the same thing with the Cuba trip as well, right? Like, if you're going to go on an event that's going to be controversial and it's going to bring some people into respect or dispute, or there's a word I'm looking for. It's going to cause reputational harm. There's going to be like a huge outrage about it. Why not at least have the benefit of a whole bunch of Hasan fans, or fundraising or awareness can be kicked up as well? Like he goes to collect the clout and then leaves them with like the bombshell fallout, which is, I think, disrepute. Sorry.
No, that makes sense. I think one of the things that we have to understand is this whole incident was anti-democracy, right? This wasn't just an attack on Steven, an attack on Destiny and his orbiters and all these things, but this was overriding the will of the members of the organization and having their elites basically decide for them, and in a way and in a manner, as you said, that was last minute, that maximizes his clout, but means that he can't really be questioned. People can't plan to attend, to protest, or anything like that.
Mm-hmm.
And it's a problem. It's a problem. How do we deal with that? Is there any what's the solution to that? No solutions.
The solution is you have to climb. I'm working. I'm just very far behind on this now because it's taking me so long to do it. But you have to play the politics game in the background, and you have to climb the ranks socially in order to make the connections to get people to listen to you. But I mean, that's really it. Like Hasan, authoritarian types everywhere they go will always try to maximally exercise their power to disallow oppositional speech. That's just definitional. That's how the authoritarian movements, including leftist movements, have worked in the past, and it's how they function currently. So if Hasan has the ability to cut you from an event, he will do it if he thinks that you're going to be a threat to him, of course. So, but all you can do is try to signal as hard as you can on the other side and build the connections on the ground to get people to listen to you, and yeah, that's it.
Wait, Darius is in the background.
I just hit the thing. It's unless he's on a different account.
He's on Darius' icon.
Yeah, he's on a second account.
Okay, well, we can ask him directly because there's been some questions the audience has had. Hello. You're muted on your end, sir.
Nigga, are you talking to me?
Yes.
Yeah, well, my fucking family's cuz, like, damn, I just someone just messaged me and said I need to make sure I'm in here. Give me like 1 sec.
Okay, well, wonderful, great. We have Darius with us, gang, and a lot of you have had questions, and who better to ask than the man himself? In the meantime, while he gets ready, I guess for Mooks, for North, for Radiant, for Persec, does this make you want to get more involved or less involved with the political process, being treated like you were?
Oh, more involved for sure.
Yeah, tell me why. Elaborate.
I'm very oppositional, I guess. Like when people say don't do this thing, I kind of want to do it. And like it feels again very weird to like be told to like stop. I guess like we weren't really doing anything like crazy. Like we were literally just going up to people and asking them if they want to like give them free publicity to talk about like their platforms and politics and all that. And they really loved it. So it feels really weird that they're stopping us from doing that. That's why I want to keep doing it.
Fair enough. Anything else from Persec, Mooks, or North?
I've been radicalized.
I'm really not,
sorry, you go.
I'm really not happy. Sorry, I was trying to finish my sentence and then Radiant cut me off. So, yes, I am really happy to be a liberal in liberal spaces, and the more liberals that we can get in liberal spaces, the better. And liberals being kicked out of liberal spaces should only make you, as a liberal, feel more encouraged to get involved in politics. You absolutely should, because it's not cool. It's not cool, and it's really scary. We're in a really scary spot. We gotta lock in.
Gotcha.
Tighten up.
Go ahead, North.
Yeah, this has been a bit of a radicalizing moment for me in like two directions. One, I did sort of let myself get a little bit mindfucked by this is something that conservatives usually say a lot, that like, oh, there's communists infiltrating institutions in society in order to like take over everything. And then sort of moved into the Never Trumper camp, and then I thought, okay, maybe that like line of thinking was wrong, but now I'm like, after getting kicked out of the event, I've been definitely more radicalized against like DSA types and like leftists who are trying to infiltrate institutions, especially like political institutions.
Yeah,
in order to, get their messaging across.
Well, one of the damning things that Hasan is doing is he's proving a lot of Republican caricatures about Democrats correct. Like when they talk about Democrats, they're wrong. They're just making shit up. But everything they say about Democrats, Hasan kind of is. Like Hasan kind of is infiltrating these organizations, and the people around him are infiltrating these organizations. And I think this is a great example of it, of how, again, they put themselves into places and positions of influence and power so that they can override what the organization is there for in order to get their own agenda done. But Darius, are you with us?
Is my shit working? My camera, dude, whatever.
We
I don't
can
care.
see you. Yep.
Yeah. You can see me?
Yes, we can see you.
Yeah, it's called a camera. That's what it does.
Like, you can see me dead ass right now?
Yep.
Yeah, we can see you literally. Yes.
I can't see myself at all. What the fuck? All right. Yeah, God looks sick. Okay,
Okay,
all right,
so
well,
we got a couple
anyways.
questions for you, Darius.
First, how about the first thing is, I can't answer the first question, man.
Go ahead.
Radicalization. Well, okay, so I didn't realize that I actually don't have to do anything and I could just scare people. If I thought I was gonna have to go there and like actually say something, and then he was gonna counter me, and I was like, okay, I need to think of something clever back to say to him. I don't have to do all that, and I could still own these guys. So yeah, I'll make sure I attend every single thing Hasan ever goes to in the future, because I'll just get fucking easy farm off of him if I just go over there and just attend his fucking things. And he's just gonna be like, oh, I'm just scared of this guy's presence just because. Like I'm retarded. You can easily make me look like a retard if I go anywhere. Just say like, oh yeah, like fucking what the fuck is what's the difference between a senator and a congressman? I don't fucking know. Like I can't tell you anything. But they don't even want to fucking do that. So honestly, if I just know I could just fucking troll these people just by existing, I'll just keep existing.
Oh, are you I guess I'll ask this.
Wait, real quick.
What?
On that point, because it does bear repeating. I've said this a lot too, that there are certain ways that you act when you know that people are like marks. Like if somebody told me that that like Gisticle and Aiden Underground and fucking Queeman were going to show up at some event I'm at to debate to ambush me with an Israel-Palestine debate, like that's a debate I want all day long. Like I'm always going to be excited for them to show up for that. It should say something when the go-to strategy is to ban people from even being able to attend and speak. And it should even say something more when they're doing it preemptively. Again, if Hasan is so committed to this idea that we're going to disrupt, and if his audience really thinks that, then let us go and disrupt. And then all we have to do is we disrupt one time, and then you kick us out, and then boom, like now we've given you a reason to exclude us from every single event in the future. To preemptively do it when not only when nothing has happened, but when these guys were already in the convention and streaming and interviewing people, and there's like video footage of all of it and nothing bad was happening, it makes you look so scared. And then I think I would already complain a little bit if this was like a DSA event or if it was like some commie event or whatever. But the fact that this was like a College Democrats of America event and we're getting kicked out from like a huge DC event, and we just came from arguably, I don't know, whatever, but arguably like a more prestigious event like the LibCon thing or whatever, that we just came from that and then they're kicking us out of this? Like, what the fuck? That's crazy to me.
Hasan wasn't even going to take any questions, so he didn't even have anything to like worry about.
Well, maybe, I don't know. He might have been planning to do a Q&A, and then he might have ditched because
he ran
it's
from
possible.
it.
Yeah, it is crazy that he showed up
no
at the
idea.
CDA to give a speech, and he didn't even do a meet and greet at the end. He just dipped immediately. That was that was really crazy.
Look, we had more GGGers in the audience. You know, we were
Clearly.
ready to ambush him.
Standing by.
Everywhere. Everywhere. We are legion. Darius, are you?
And then, and the final thing, and then you asked Darius. A final thing, just to do all of this on the back of wearing a fucking Mao suit to this was just beyond parody. Okay, I'm done.
Yeah.
Jesus.
I'm wearing a Mao suit to every single one I go to now.
Why?
Why not, dude? You can just do whatever
Darius,
you want.
You're gonna focus. You're not gonna distract me. Darius, are you officially, in any official capacity working with Digital Ground Game? Are you a representative of them? Are you a member? Anything like that?
Wait, let me leave and come back and see if my camera works before I answer that question. Hold up.
Oh my god.
Okay, before Darius joined, I had a part 2 to my radicalization thing. And I want to say this specifically because it's important. It's not just that I'm radicalized against leftists infiltrating like political institutions, but there was a lot of optimism that I saw as well. Because there's a lot of liberals out there that were very supportive of us after we got kicked out, and they were very mad that Hasan was allowed to attend this event in his fucking Mao suit, talking about the need to like destroy America and the Democratic Party. Like it was wild to see. So while there's radicalization on the negative side, there's also like a little bit of hope pill. So.
Okay, my camera's not working. Can you ask your question again one more time, Wick?
Sure.
Your camera is working.
Yeah.
Are you
whatever?
Are you involved with DGG, Digital Ground Game, to be clear, in any official capacity?
Yes, I'm the president.
You're the okay. Come on.
No, I'm no. So at LibCon, I tried to get involved, and they completely were literally banning me. I come into Destiny's stream like a day before, 2 days before. I was literally getting banned. I was getting blacklisted from them. I was trying to figure out what was going on because I was like, oh, I'm going to go there. Maybe I can meet some DGG people and talk to them since I've been like in the orbit, I guess. And literally all of them communicated they wanted nothing to do with me because of my reputation. And then I met some people after LibCon, and I was talking with them, and they're like, yeah, like you're cool, but like your reputation's like kind of crazy. We don't really want to be like attached to you in any way, shape, or form. So I was like, okay.
When you were streaming to go to the college Democrat event, were you streaming on the official DGG Digital Ground Game site?
No.
No?
The website for that?
I asked this because these are the accusations Daystock has made against you, that you were acting as an official DGG volunteer, that you were streaming in an official DGG stream. So I'm asking because these are the accusations that have been made.
Yeah, they were titling everything like on the official Digital Ground Game stream. The official members were on the official stream. Yeah, he was saying it over and over again.
No,
that's using a clip of me trying to say that I was not affiliated and that I've like maybe done some of the call to action things in the server that they ask like everybody to do when they volunteer, but like I'm not like there representing anything. And then that was the clip that they've been using in the tweet. Yes.
Oh, I didn't even know that. Yeah, no, the people there don't like me at all. I've tried multiple times to engage myself with them because I'm like, oh, okay, I think I can do pretty good content. But every time I've interacted with them, they've pretty much been like, hey, go do your own thing. And then, if you can fix your public image, we can maybe think about interacting with you.
Okay, I just want to make sure that that was clear and that people understood that the people, and I want to make this clear, there has been a huge amount of spin and propaganda done by certain individuals, J-Stock being one of them, but also Hasan and a lot of his lackeys, to paint you out as an official DGG spokesperson or volunteer that was going to go there for the purpose of harassing Hasan and his community. And I wanted to just clear the air and give you a chance to address those allegations directly, Darius.
Yeah, no. When I went over there, we talked to some delegates for UNCG College, and we kind of just talked to them. I talked to them about the school I'm from because I'm from North Carolina. They promoted their school, whatever the hell they were doing. We talked to people, and it seemed like we weren't trying to troll. I mean, I would probably if Hasan was up there and he did a Q&A, I'd probably say like a troll question, but I definitely wasn't there to troll anybody. I wasn't there like making fun of anyone. You watch the videos, I know.
You did say in your stream, one of the clips they used, that you were going to snark Hasan. Can you explain and elaborate?
I was probably just going to ask him, old enough to count, old enough to mount, and that was probably going to be the whole, thing. I really didn't have any other plans outside of that. That was pretty much the only thing I was planning to snark. I don't really have. When I say I want to snark somebody, I'm kind of using it ironically, so I don't really understand what that means. I'm not trying to actually go there and find him or troll him or something.
Yeah. Fair enough. I guess, were you doing what? was any of your behavior at the event that you can think of in any way disruptive or against the rules that you were given? Now, all of
No,
you.
I talked to.
Just
What's weird is when
before you answer, because this is a question for everyone. And I believe you said this directly in your stream, North, that you were given a set of rules to follow. I'm curious what those were, but go ahead and answer, Darius.
When I first came there, I originally talked to the guy with the Tel Aviv scarf, like the fucking scarf thing. What's that called?
Cameron Landon.
Kafia.
Yeah, Cameron Landon or whatever. Yeah, I talked to him originally. I told him like, hey, I'm over here. I just wanted to I came here mainly because of Hasan. But I'm also a Democrat. He was like, oh, that's cool. He said, yeah. He even offered me to get a media press pass, and he was trying to find the person for it, and he couldn't get it for me at the time. He said, just go around, and if anyone asks, just tell them I sent you. I was like, oh, okay, cool.
So Cameron Landon, the guy in the cafe that kicked out Destiny, he's the guy that said that to go and try to get a pass and to tell people that he had sent you.
Yeah, literally. We were trying to find the girl who does the media press stuff at the time, and she was like, we couldn't find her. She said she was on lunch or something because we got there like 2 or something, and we couldn't find them. So I was like, yeah, just tell him if you see him, just tell him I sent you, and maybe we can get a set up then. And then by that time, I already forgot about it.
That makes a lot of sense because the communications person was also a lady, and she came to us, and when she first talked to us about the thing after it started blowing up on Twitter, quote unquote, she said that like she never heard of the like stream thing happening, but it's because like if what you're saying is correct, because I wasn't next to you when that happened, it sounds like it's because she got overruled in that sense, or she did get overruled, but she just never they never asked her first, yeah.
Yeah, she came up to us and she was really spooked that anybody gave us any media clearance at all. She was asking me over and over who gave me permission, and I was pointing over in the general direction of the table of the people that checked us in. She seemed really spooked by it. She was like, I'm the person that's supposed to approve that. I don't know how you got approval. She ended up letting us go. So, hold on. So I have written here what happened. So the first thing that she did, this is crazy. The first thing that she asked me was, am I with Darius? Points over to him. I say yes. She asks, is he pro-Palestine? This is like, I had to ask her 2 times if this is actually what she said. I couldn't understand like why that would happen. I just said yes because I didn't know why she was asking. It felt better to just try to blend in. My actual opinion is probably that he's not that opinionated about it, but that he's probably a little both sidesy because most normies are. I don't know.
Do you know the
I didn't
name
know the
of this
answer.
person? Who was this?
It was the communications director. She had like frizzy hair.
But she called herself the communications director of the event?
Yes.
Okay.
It was her, and there were 2 other dudes with him. And that was also when we were shown the text message on the person's phone.
And he asked, and she asked, after expressing dismay that someone had approved or allegedly approved you guys of being given media passes or something. She asked if Darius was pro-Palestine?
Yes. She asked, is he pro-Palestine? And then she says, is he here to cause trouble? And I said, no, he is not here to cause trouble. And then the guy shows me his phone, and he says that he's getting text messages about Darius and has a link to Darius's Kick channel. And it says, this guy is here. I think he was here disrupting people, or I think he's here to disrupt people. And then he's saying, are you with this guy? Is he here to disrupt people? Is this true? And by the time we leave the interaction, it seems like he doesn't understand that I'm trying to tell him that, yes, that is Darius. No, he's not here to disrupt. He thinks there's no way this is the same person. So he's just like, you guys seem nice, whatever, I'll let you go. But in the text, it specifically said Hasan is concerned about this. And this same guy,
So Hasan was named specifically. Hasan was concerned that Darius was here. So one of the things that I've heard from people is there any evidence that Hasan himself got you guys kicked out? That this was just like a decision made by the leadership of the college Democrats that happened to be there. But it sounds to me, if you're correct, that the tweets you saw were that Hasan had expressed concern that Darius was here to cause trouble or disrupt.
It was text from somebody that said they were in communications with Hasan. I also don't know why this guy was even showing me this text if he was suspicious of us. I don't. But anyways, the phone, it said that he's worried about Darius. And then I explain that Darius is not here to cause trouble. And then this is the same guy that an hour before we overheard saying that he was going to pick Hasan up from the hotel or the airport. Per sec, I know you heard that part. This was the same dude.
Well, yeah, one of the weirdest things to me was like the discrepancy between like the dude when we came in versus the dude when we were getting kicked out. Because the same dude was like 2 completely different people, and the only thing that I can possibly think, like the only thing that I think could have possibly happened was that he was informed that we were there to disrupt, or that like it was a boss call from Hasan. That's the only thing I can think of, because he was so nice. He was so nice. He was welcoming to us. He like wanted to give us a press pass to stream the event. He was happy that we had eyes on the convention. And then whenever we got kicked out, it was like really weird energy, and it was like, I know what you guys are here to do. You guys are like, yeah, you guys are agitators. You guys are trying to yell at Hasan, ask him weird shit, and like, we weren't, but the energy was completely different from when we came in, and yeah, it was really weird.
Yeah, they were actually super nice to us after we explained things. It was actually crazy just how much the switch it was. But
And I tried clearing up that like I felt embarrassed that like I wasn't in the same dress code as everybody else there. I asked if it was like a problem that I had like a top with a lot of cleavage. They said there was no trouble about that. I know nobody here brought that up, but I kept seeing people talk about that, and I was like, no, we weren't kicked out for any dress code issues. We weren't being disruptive. Nobody complained about our behavior. The entire time we were there, nobody complained about our behavior. They only seemed very nice, and like they wanted to clear up that the rumors they were hearing weren't true.
Interesting. When about did it switch? Like, because you mentioned him showing you these texts,
yeah,
but they were like, well, you guys seem nice, and they kept going. Was there a moment where, was it when Destiny had gotten there, or was it before?
It was like, dude, I'm 99% sure. I think I pinpointed the exact time. It was like an hour before Hasan was going to come there, because I heard Persec was hearing ops talking in the ears, and I was like, at this point, I was like, because I just got off talking to like 2 different delegate people about like my stream, and we were like, I was like just promoting them, and I was talking about like college and shit, and I was talking about what I do with stream, and everyone was like, it seemed like we were having a good time. We were promoting them. They were talking about what they do. But right after that, Persec like hears somebody like talking about like how Destiny's here, and they're calling him like Sex Pestiny and shit. And then when I hear that, but it's like literally like a group of like 6 like of some colored haired, like obviously like 18-year-old like liberal as fuck, like probably like socialist as fuck people, like just being like just gossiping about Steven and me. And I hear from Persec, and I'm like, okay. So I like, okay, the block
bat signal. We were just like, we got to take the heat off, so we left Mooks with the stream.
So this is within like an hour before. So I was like,
wait, hold on, wait.
This is an hour before.
Did you really hear that?
Yes. Once you heard it, that's why if you watch the stream, that's when I'm like, yo, the block getting hot, team. I gotta get up out of here, because you don't know what's about to happen, man. I think like if people are around here gossiping about me,
can you
like
hear
I
on
gotta
stream as well?
No, you can't hear on stream. We're like in a corner.
I was the only one that heard it, because I walked past them on the way back from. I tried to find a bathroom down the hall. I walked past them, and then they were talking about how they knew who Darius was. They were talking about his association to Destiny, and then shit talking Destiny. I don't think they knew who I was. So as
he was
I
like
walked past them, they kept talking, but like I think they saw me then rejoin the group, and then they kind of like sheepishly backed off. So
epic.
Yeah.
It was really funny too, the investigations that they were doing to the people that we were interviewing. Like we would finish interviewing someone, they would go to like a separate table, and then like 3 different organizers would converge on them and start asking them questions about what we like. What I didn't hear.
Was this
I'm
before or
assuming
after the bat signal or what have you?
Before.
I think it was right in the middle of it, if I were to think of like the timeline.
It was around the time.
So we were at that.
Oh,
it was around that time that we were at the people with like the Costco pistos.
Just as a quick thing, I don't think I was ever able to post the footage of this, but it's funny that you bring that up, like them interrogating them afterwards. One of the saddest things in my life I saw was when I was at oh shit, somebody in chat just brought it up. When I went to University of Texas, where I was interviewing people who were like part of this big pro-Palestine group, and one guy was willing to come up and have like an extended conversation with me, and then afterwards so many people went up to this dude and kind of started grilling him, and then later on I would try to talk to him again, and he was like, I'm sorry, but like I don't think I should talk to you. And we were walking away because I guess he got scolded by the rest of the group, and as me and my camera person were walking away, I looked and I saw this dude, and he was sitting all alone in like the middle of this thing where nobody was fucking talking to him. He must have gotten insanely chewed out. People are putting defils in chat. Did I actually have a video of that, of the guy sitting there with nobody around him because everybody hated this dude afterwards? I don't remember how much we caught on video for that, but oh my god, it was so fucking sad. I felt so bad for that dude. Jesus.
Wait, I missed. Did North mention that like there was people like literally like security talking to every person that we talked to right after?
That's why I just brought this up.
Yeah, okay. I missed that part. Okay.
Yeah, I was shocked because I talked to him as soon as I got kicked out. I think this is on stream, but like one of the guys I was talking to that again was just, it seemed like it was just a delegate. He was super cool. He was just like, yeah, dude, Hasan's gonna be in there soon. I hope you can come see. I was like, I just got literally kicked out by him. I didn't get to have a conversation with him because he went in. But I was like, it's like, no, I wasn't. There was no disruption there for the event, and I was actually there supporting it. We had like 3,000 viewers of people with attention. The donuts. I was talking to Donuts for Democracy people. I don't remember the UNCG people from North Carolina, but I messaged them and I was talking to them about what I want to do for canvassing in October. And I told them like, hey, I'm really ignorant, but I just want to get involved. And I feel like I can, stream this and make it exciting. I don't even know if I can still contact those people after this happened, but I still want to be able to do that. Maybe.
I think so.
Mooks, you mentioned something that I kind of want to ask a little bit about, and this is to all of you though. You mentioned that people had been making comments about the dress code and things. Maybe you got kicked out for dress code. Have you guys faced any kind of harassment or any kind of like negative comments, and to what extent? And can you elaborate on what those are, and to like the I guess the intensity of it or not from this event, if it happened at all? I just want to, go ahead.
Generic stuff that you would expect, like people saying mean stuff about how I look and whatever. All of my accounts are like all attempted to being, people are all trying to get all of my shit. It's like, I figure that's standard for participating in stuff that's messy. So I don't really, but they're not being nice. There's been a bit of it.
Okay, but nothing over the top, right? No death threats or anything like that.
They are giving those in the Twitter DMs a bit, yeah.
Okay. What about the rest of you?
My shit got doxxed.
Streets are calling me like Timothy Chalamet, and they're saying that I look like cracked out and stuff, but nothing too bad. So I'm happy about that.
My address got doxxed, but I'm fine for it. It's all good. I'm suited up. I'm always dressed. I ain't worried about nothing, man. But they put up my whole thing out there, type shit. But it ain't good, man.
I'm not trying to propagate harassment, but there's been some really crazy stuff that I've been seeing about me and everybody else that here, and just.
What's the worst thing? What's the worst thing you've seen? Curious.
I literally cannot mention it because it's it's gonna.
It's like a privacy concern to even talk about it. Yeah.
Fair enough. Okay. Yeah. Never mind then.
There's also just a huge string of really gross sexual comments that are just flowing through. I think Jessical's Discord server, they have been all day.
Did you see that about Mooks? Mooks is getting absolutely ravaged.
Sure.
It's
Mooks
just weird when Cherries.
You don't have to be specific, but also for Stardust gets a lot of weird, disgusting comments as well. And then for Kyla too, I think they refer to her as rape meat constantly over and over again. That Officer Nasty guy is dropping so many weird, disgusting comments, and they're all just kind of
Yeah, even J-Stock was on stream talking about Stardust and
he watched all of our streams that weekend from us just hanging out, doing karaoke and stuff, making fun of us. Yeah.
Oh my gosh, that karaoke reaction that Justical did was actually insane. It's Justical Morale watching a live stream of us having fun doing karaoke, and he's like, "Look at these antisocial people who
two fucking VTubers,
dude, you're in a Discord call reacting to us doing karaoke. What the fuck are you doing?" Oh my gosh.
Loser behavior. We're going to talk more about that Thursday. I got Zug coming on to co-host some call-ins, and we're going to talk about the harassment of women from that side of the internet.
It's crazy gross. They have no standards when it comes to the people they're attacking. They'll go to any depths or whatever. You were catching strays too, Wick, in case you wanted to know. Officer Nasty, a couple hours ago. Is Wick retarded or bad faith? It's not free speech to physically disrupt a paid event hosted by a private organization. They're also harassing David Pakman now as well on Twitter. Justical quote tweeted him earlier to try to call him out, and then David Pakman's Discord mod earlier today was saying that they're getting spam reported on their Discord server, so they've had to log it down a little bit. And then somebody mentioned something about their subreddit, but I haven't gone to check that out.
One of the things you said on stream, I'm not sure if it was today or yesterday or maybe it was the day before, about all this, is that one of the reasons that a lot of liberal creators don't come out and condemn this kind of behavior or these kinds of events is because when you do talk about it, you are bombarded with hate from all sides to various degrees, right? Like some people get it worse than others, obviously, and it comes in various forms. But no matter what you do, if you speak out against them, you're going to get a huge amount of backlash, a huge amount of harassment, and it's going to be very isolating to deal with. And so I think that that's what's happening to Pacman now, is he's being iced out in a lot of ways, and he's going to take a hit. Hopefully it's not that big of a hit, right? Hopefully he can. He's a very large channel, right? And he's a very large creator, and hopefully
I'm
it doesn't
honest,
hurt him too
Pacman
much.
even said anything because he's going to get massively harassed now. But I think it's really good that he did, and I think we should support him through it.
Yeah,
that should be praised, right?
Yes, if you're out here and you have the opportunity, or like you know how to, get in the comments, like shit, support David Pacman for doing that shit. We need it can't just be like the negative comments against those who are out there trying to, tear us down. We have to also build up people who actually say the right things. So
Pichachu. Hello. Hi. You
Hey, wait. Never mind. I guess it doesn't matter. But like, I saw that someone just said the Kansas University thing. They said they didn't know that Hasan was going there. I'm pretty sure I did talk to. Maybe it was Kentucky. Maybe I'm getting too confused. But it seemed like everyone there knew that Hasan was coming, and they all seemed pretty ecstatic of it. I don't think anybody there. I'm sorry. I don't think you can disavow Hasan being there. And I heard who was the fucking person here north? Was you who talked about the fucking walkout they were doing? I didn't even see that.
I was the one that talked about the walkout.
Who's the guy who said that? Because how the fuck are they able to this Kansas University thing where they did a statement or whatever? How are you allowed to do that when you didn't do anything about it? It seemed like everyone there knew about it. At least when I was talking to people, I was like, yeah, I'm excited to see Hasan. Yeah, Hasan's gonna be here. And everyone was like, yeah, dude, I love Hasan. The staff there was like, I love Hasan. He's awesome. How is anyone there allowed to now after backlash say yeah, it sucked?
Well,
we don't support
just to be
that.
clear, from what I heard, when the announcement was made that Hasan was going to be there, there was a large amount of pushback, right, from people within positions, right, that they were like, wait, who's coming? We don't like this. We object to this. And there was a walkout planned, but they were prevented from doing the walkout. Now, again, to the extent of how many people were going to be involved in the walkout, I don't know. But this is corroborated by North hearing this from on-the-ground sources, as well as the announcement from the Jewish Coalition's Instagram and people I've talked to specifically who aren't going on the record. So it's not just out of our ass here, right?
Yeah, you also got to keep in mind, it's probably a bit by design that everything was announced at the last minute, because it probably does make it hard to organize or stage some type of walkout or protest or whatever, because now who knows what you're going to do? Their leadership might not be on the ground, and this speaker is coming on in an hour or less, or who knows? Or no, it was probably a couple hours, but you just don't really have time to effectively organize, and they probably don't even have those organizing bodies. Why would you have a sub-organized thing in the DCA event to protest inside the DCA event? You just wouldn't even have the coordination level for that. It would be even difficult to do, I think.
Absolutely. Pichachu, can you give us your perspective? You were there when all this went down?
Oh, yes, I was.
Tell us about it from your perspective. Were you kicked out? When were you kicked out? When did you?
Yeah.
Were you? Yeah, go ahead.
I was kicked out with the boys, with Moot and Steve. I was so excited to go and sit down at a political conference. I'm not as online politically involved as everyone else is, so I don't really get to do that stuff very often. And I was excited to sit down and learn stuff. And then we got to the front, and everything went really well through security, and we were having a good time talking to the security guard. Everyone was so friendly. And then when it was time to give the name and the tickets, they were like, "What's your name?" And then Steven said, "I'm Steven." And then this guy's face just got really serious, and he was like, "Okay, wait a minute." And then he looked down at his phone and he started fucking texting someone hardcore, and that's when I was like, okay, this is gonna be a problem, isn't it? And then they told us to leave.
Were you?
That was the video.
You were there videotaping, right? Were you planning to do anything disruptive there? Well, what was your plan when you got there? You said you wanted to sit down and learn and just kind of attend the conference.
Yeah, I was excited to sit there and see what I agreed with and disagreed with. I was there as a supple young mind ready to be molded. And I was excited to see if I disagreed with stuff, maybe like chuckle to myself here or there. I think I would have probably agreed with because it's liberal, and I'm a liberal, so I probably would have agreed with most of the stuff that they said. But even if I disagreed with something, I don't know,
And
I
you were
wouldn't
kicked
have
out with the
yelled.
rest of them. Did they give you a reason why they were kicking you specifically out?
No, no. But they were really. Everyone was being so calm. It was just us. But they called security on us. So I was just like, okay.
Cameron Landon called for security. Yeah.
Yeah.
Security.
No,
True.
Security.
He was really scared, man. I wasn't planning on recording anything. I just the way that he like responded to Steven, he was like, Steven? And then the way that he went on his phone, I was like, okay, some shit's about to go down. And content brain.
How come you guys were able to stay in? Like literally all of us, we got escorted out the building, and security was just standing at the door, staring at us, making sure we don't come back in. Like, it was
Well, we didn't
so
even
weird.
get badges or anything to go in at all. So I mean, maybe that's why,
Okay.
because they figured we wouldn't be able to get in anywhere.
I mean, we did. We paid for our tickets. That's the crazy thing too.
Did
is
you
we all paid,
guys?
like $60?
Did
a
any
person.
of you get your money back? Yeah,
I got mine back today. So did North, I think.
No, hold on. Official disclaimer. I did get an email from the College of Immigrants of America. My ticket and Darius's ticket, because I paid for him, were refunded to me. Now, I don't know about anyone else, but
I also got an email, and I
think
got
that some of the pressure.
I got 3 of the tickets refunded, and I think that's what I purchased.
Okay,
It
well,
was-
that
I think
was
that's,
one
I
of
think
those
it's all
was
of them. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, so we did.
Fair enough. So at least that's true. Steven, did you get your tickets refunded?
Yeah.
Good. Good.
Nice.
At least they did that.
Good stuff. Good stuff.
Let's read a few of these super chats for you guys. $10 from It's Vishy. Destiny. Would you consider doing a call-in stream or something with the many college Dems who wanted to see you or condemned leadership's protection of Hasan? The Kansas University College Dems already condemned Hasan.
I mean, if any of them wanted to, yeah, sure. I think I put out feelers through the DGG poll guys to see what the appetite was for something like that. But also, yeah, maybe, yeah.
Sure. $2 from Linus Clark. Please have IRI on these panels. I love you, Wick. If IRI wants to come on a show, I'd be happy to have him. Yeah, just he has to hit me up and tell me a time and what he wants to talk about, and we'll make it happen. €5, I should say, from Rex Gardner. Hasan kicking Destiny and any in his orbit proved everything Destiny said about Hasan. Destiny did more for Democrats. Hasan is a clown. Thank you for the $5. $5 from Mr. Chris Bennett. Unfortunately, this shit won't change unless more voices speak out. Where was Mockler's condemnation? Where was Brian Tyler Cohen's condemnation? And I'm just curious, like you're I don't know if I want to say friends, but you're associates with Mockler and you've worked with all these people in the past. Have they reached out privately to you at all to ask about this situation, Destiny?
No, but I also probably was a little aggressive over the past few days, so I wouldn't expect them to. But the consensus behind the scenes is basically it's free money to just kind of like bash Trump all day, and attacking the left doesn't do as well for your viewership metrics, and it also invites a lot of like critical blowback because some of these people will either stop watching you or they'll start harassing you or they'll like start shutting up your comment section. So it's just not worth it for a lot of them, unfortunately. I say not worth it. I mean, I would argue it should be worth it if you're embarked on a political project and not just trying to like maximize the money you're making. But I mean, it is what it is.
Because there is a argument that I have heard, and I don't know how to kind of convince people that this isn't true. But the argument is that we need to focus on Trump now, that all this talk about interfaction fighting is a distraction. It makes us look weak, and it makes it harder for us to win elections in the midterms in 2028 because we're busy fighting each other instead of fighting Trump. So we shouldn't focus any of our attention on Hasan. Trump is the president. Trump has the power. Trump's in office. MAGA is in office. They have executive power and congressional control. So why should we do anything about Hasan right now? Because
Good question.
Trump is the main target.
Yeah, I agree. I don't know why they can't do that. I don't know why Hasan feels the need to call me a rapist, pedophile every single day, or why the only people these guys seem to have any heat for are other Democrats. As soon as they start focusing more on real politics, like being substantive in their critique of other people's political positions, like mine, or as soon as they start attacking MAGA and not just constantly going after moderate Dems or attacking the entirety of the United States and trying to raise up the reputation of fucking Stalin and Mao, then yeah, I think that'd be good. But in the meantime, if they're going to be a cancer inside the party, you have to address it. You can't just sit there and ignore it and pretend it'll go away. It'll just grow, especially when all they do is attack us.
Fair enough. $5 from Audacity. I hear that vice president guy was really 3 doobies in a trench coat. Well, maybe. $5 from Dirty Deeds. Cultural Marxism proven to exist once again. It's almost like they wrote this down 80 years ago, exactly how to do exactly what they are doing. As outside of Hasan, how serious should we take things like this? This entryism, I guess, that's going on. Is this something that is more widespread than we've been...
We shouldn't have to take it seriously at all, because it should be very easy for people to just say, like, oh no, this is wacky. So, like, what should have happened when Hasan started firing off all of his text messages, and I guarantee you he probably also threatened to pull himself from the event. Not, like, directly, but something along the lines of, like, I don't know if I feel safe coming if he's there. I'm sure he was saying shit like that. It should just be an easy, like, oh, okay, well, if you're not comfortable coming, like, that's fine, but we're not going to exclude people from the event unless they engage in some kind of bad behavior first. This is the policy that I have for all my events. I don't preemptively exclude anybody from any of the things that I go to. And especially for Hasan to be walking out here talking about how brave he was doing events right after Charlie Kirk, when he used that as an excuse to cancel events for at least a month, I think. No, it's cringe. Like, it shouldn't be a big problem because we should be able to easily say, hey, this is dumb. Like, this is not how we do, this isn't how we do politics on the Democratic side. But if people aren't willing to say that, well, now it's a huge problem.
I have a question.
Go ahead.
How common is it for people to not be allowed into events because they disagree with the opinions of other people? Like the university that I went to, and I'm sure other universities, which I won't get into the specific one, but we would have speakers sometimes, and like as like a more lefty person, sometimes they would have on more like conservative speakers, but all of the like lefty friends that I was friends with, we would go to those things, or like they would go, and you would never get kicked out just for disagreeing.
Unfortunately, in the U.S., I think our colleges have had a reputation for a while for being a little bit exclusionary. Conservatives kind of dealt with this, but then they also were fucking crazy. Like Milo got excluded from a lot, but he was also like posting the information of individual trans people that ended up getting harassed and shit. So it's hard to say, but generally speaking, you tolerate like people that are at your university that you disagree with. Like, I don't think I would have, I'm not sure if I would have predicted that this would have happened or not.
But like, even like, for example, you see those YouTube videos of like Ben Shapiro, and there are tons of people that adamantly disagree with him that want to make him look like a fool on stage by asking questions, but they're still allowed in because, I mean, he feels that he can like argue with them, and shouldn't we do the same thing? To just be like,
well, isn't the fundamental nature of that like different?
Well, hold on. I would say that we should be able to do that same thing, but I would argue that everybody does politics right now in the United States. Like you see Ben Shapiro doing that. These are college events where he's going to basically smurf at like a bronze server as a grandmaster, and he won't announce where he's going until literally, well, sometimes until after the video is
like
posted.
day of.
Yeah, there's a reason why those guys, Crowder and Ben Shapiro and Charlie Kirk, all these guys pretended that they were great debaters, but they would just ambush college kids that weren't ready to deal with them. That was their MO for sure. So Hasan is technically in line with all of the weirdo authoritarian types on the right. This is just how everybody functions. Nobody wants to actually be critically challenged on anything.
Okay, but
interesting.
Just real quick before we go on, because I think this is worth addressing. $10 from Admiral Love. Can you ask Destiny to address that Discord screenshot floating around about how it would be justified or justifiable to kill Hasan in Minecraft?
Yeah, so
That's
of the big...
what I've been seeing used to justify keeping him out.
Sure. So, I mean, you can click the link beforehand. There's two ways, a precise way and a macro way that this talking about is really fucking annoying to me. So in the precise way, I'm responding particularly to a video that I've linked in there. Nobody obviously plays the video because nobody gives a fuck. But in that video, Hasan is talking about, it's just another broad justification for why you can kill essentially any Israeli citizen. And this is at a time when the harassment against Ela and Ethan Klein was at its peak, basically, after they'd had skulls mailed to them, CPS called on them. And Hasan goes out of his way to amplify his statement of like, this is why you can attack people who are IDFs and raiding the West Bank, even your favorite YouTuber's wife. And it was just like it was an unhinged statement to make. And then in watching that, because again, with all the harassment, I think I quoted this or I linked the VOD or whatever. And I was like, the same argument, you can justify killing Hasan, basically, is I think more or less what I said. I don't know the exact quote. Everybody's seen this message posted a million times, but it's basically essentially that. But I think it's the annoying thing. So that's on the precise thing. It's pretty obvious to see what I'm responding to, number one. But number two, the annoying thing is that like, if there was ever a canary in the coal mine for people on the left getting murdered, I'm pretty sure it would be me. Like I've been swatted fucking half a dozen times over the past year and a half. Like I have so much harassment and shit that shows up. I've been demonetized on YouTube. I'm permabanned from Twitch. Like Hasan is not like threatened at all. So the idea that somehow he's the one who's like under pressure or whatever is ridiculous. If anybody's going to get assassinated at some event, it's probably going to be me or somebody in my Well, I imagine it would be somebody in me or my orbit first. That would just be my guess.
It's gonna be you or Trump, yeah.
Yeah, Jesus, yeah.
Well, I'll make sure to sit a couple seats away from you. Okay, next time we're doing an event together in real life, just in case. Okay, I don't want to get any blood on my suit. Or,
I haven't watched. Apparently, I missed these, but because my editor was shouting at me. But apparently, Hasan was even making statements relating to, saying that that I'm like a Democratic Jake Lang, and that he was saying things like, "quote Minnesota knew how to deal with Jake Lang," end quote. And I'm pretty sure.
These clips? Can you send them to me?
Fuck, I haven't watched them yet, and I just got they're huge VOD links. Give me a second, and I'll like listen to it, and I'll.
Jake Lang got assaulted in Minnesota,
I have
right?
seen
Yes.
Mike from PA put out a tweet.
Yeah.
It's saying how long
calling D
before
the
it
Dem
happens,
Jake Lang?
you think? And he's quote tweeting you saying "fuck Mamdani."
So she has spare time.
It's a clip by Substance, that
Centrists are
Substance
defending
guy,
Destiny too.
and Hasan
Yeah, I
and
saw
Mike
that.
from PA is specifically kind
this guy
of
went, so this is
wondering
what
aloud
Biden
when you're going to get got, I guess.
Michael Byer, that guy.
Well, it's not just that. Like, didn't Mike PA also say on stream, like, if you live in Florida, I have like $10,000 to give you?
Yes, that also happened.
When talking about
That was a while ago.
Destiny. So
I guess
it's relevant.
Yeah, I don't know. It does seem like there's this weird double standard here where they can simply talk openly about you getting
why
hurt
are
or
you even
killed.
around Jake Lang? Like,
And
this dude is a
if
straight-up fucking
you
white supremacist, possibly a
simply
federal
make
agent,
any kind of
why would you ever
sideways
give them a
statement
platform
that
at
you
all?
they just he's going to harass us, he's going to dox us, he's going to destroy us, he's going to kill us. We need to do everything in our power to keep away from him. And yeah, that's a big problem. I don't know how to fix that, honestly.
Yeah, I don't think Michael Byer should be going on Twitter and saying like, "When's it gonna happen to Steve?" I don't think that's a good look.
Bayer, but yeah.
Bayer, sorry, Michael Bayer. Yeah, I don't think they should be doing that at all.
He is he was I did specifically invite him if he wanted to, because he said it was easy to beat you in a debate, Destiny.
Sure.
And so I invited him and said you were going to be on today, and that after we were done with the main content, I'd be happy to host a debate between you two. I don't think he's going to show, but he might.
Okay, so these are two separate comments, but the first one is him reading a chat comment calling me like they're calling him the Democratic Jake Lang, and then this was, if you followed any of the recent news, I think this was after Jake Lang got famously beat up or whatever at some event. I don't even know what the fuck happened to him.
Okay,
and then
I'll show him up. Hold on.
I'm gonna go. It was nice
Yeah,
seeing
no,
you
thanks
all
for being
again.
here.
Bye, Beach.
Be careful.
Yeah, if
I'm
you guys
sad we
need to
didn't
leave,
get
I
in.
understand.
Oh.
But
Wait,
Young supple mind.
why does he? Is that the guy who got beat up because he was at like a Democratic thing and he was just walking down the street and they were like punching him or something?
Maybe. I don't
Okay.
even know.
It was like a pride parade or something.
Okay, here's the first link I got sent. Let's see what he says. This is 3 days ago.
Is it this? Oh.
Centrists are defending Destiny too. Yeah, I saw that.
Did he already say it?
That you were the
yeah,
Dem
that was
Jake
it. That was
Lang?
it. Yeah, just calling
Okay,
me the
that was
Democratic Jake
one.
Lang, I guess. Yeah.
And here's the other one.
Waiting.
Give me a second. I want to make
Bro,
sure
that
I don't
outfit
have
is
it.
so like that triggers me so much. I hate the fact he wears that. Like,
that's why he wears it.
It's like somebody wore like a Nazi or a Hitler like outfit. Like,
Okay, let's see what he has to say.
Why are you even around Jake Lang? Like, this dude is a straight up fucking white supremacist, possibly a federal agent, right? Why would you ever give them a platform at all?
In the belly of the
He has
beast.
entered the
Jake.
chat.
Minneapolis knows how to deal with Jake Lang. That's all I'm gonna say.
Yeah, okay, that's it basically.
Okay. Yeah, I think
So
we
he's
can
like
put two to two together.
approving of violence in Minneapolis on Twitch.tv.
Yeah. I still think the crazier clip was him watching that Scott Wiener dude getting harassed and basically just cheering it all on. That was fucking wild. But like, it is annoying too that like these guys get, like, Hasan is not at risk of anything. He doesn't go to any dangerous place. He doesn't do any dangerous shit. And then, you know, I'm out here, those events after Charlie got fucking assassinated, especially that first one was pretty nerve wracking. I wasn't 100% sure if, especially that guy screaming outside. I was like, I don't know, man. so to have him like talking all this shit, and then when I'm constantly the guy who's getting dinged for like Destiny says that we need more violence, I was like, bro, I'm gonna be the first guy to fucking die. Like, no, I don't want there to be more violence here. But it's annoying that every other political actor in this space, Trump and all the MAGA people included, and then all the lefty types like Hasan, like engage in unlimited harassment with absolutely zero like accountability, and Twitch doesn't enforce anything. Like, Twitch allows these people, what is this, the 5th or 6th or 7th time that I've been, have had some type of death threat made against me by the random weirdos on this platform. I don't know, it's just fucking
Sean DeBlack, that really short guy.
Gremlo.
What the fuck is his
Gremlo,
that's the little gremlin's name, right? Fuck, like I'm taller than
It's also
that
really
motherfucker,
learning as
okay.
well. It's worth noting as well that they can do all of that and they can operate with no accountability. But if they ever do have to face accountability, they have to face the accountability as like a Democrat and not what they actually are. So even if they do get shit on for their actions, like it reflects on the rest of us, which don't hold those views.
Well, that's part of the problem, right? And it's kind of like they're holding us hostage in a way, because one of the reasons that people don't want to punch left is because they fear they're going to make the Democratic brand look bad. They're going to be like, well, we can't really talk about this right now. We can't really confront this right now because people are going to think that the Democrats have been entirely infected with commies and things like that, which isn't true, right? Most Democrats aren't communists. Most Democrats aren't these socialist people, right? They're just not. But they worry that if they are going to call out people like Hasan, people like that Gremlo, people like fucking Mike from BA, they're going to be seen as attacking Democrats. And this is what they're basically holding us hostage, saying, if you target us, if you speak out against us, we have kind of branded ourselves or been branded by the right wing as Democrats, so you're going to hurt yourselves doing this. So you have to kind of take a hit if you want to do this. And it's honestly a really good strategy, and I don't know how to deal with it. I don't know. Okay.
Kind of annoying, yeah.
Well, I think you deal with it by like making the separation just as obvious as you possibly can. Just separate their actions from us because they are not us. They will never be us. But like they're a virus, so they're going to try to attach themselves to us. But the only way that we can deal with it is by making sure that they understand and that the world understands, more importantly, that they're not us. They're not liberal. They're illiberal people, and they need to be ejected from all of our liberal spaces.
A little bit. Also, you also have to kind of start to play. I know people hated me for this for a long time, but I don't give a fuck. You have to play by their rules, which is the thing I've been doing more and more with my community. Like I have like my Clipper army now is like really active on Twitter. We're more active like brigading and commenting in spaces and pushing our message because like it's the only thing. And then like being a lot more open about talking about all this weird like snarker stuff and connecting Gisticle and Hasan. And even if sometimes it feels like they're winning on some talking points, like I mean, if anybody has followed the space for long enough, you'd know that like Hasan fucking hates bringing up my name. He hates talking about me. So even if it feels bad that he's literally just now watching straight Gisticle streams on his stream, the fact that he's had to resort to that is like killing him inside. Like he doesn't want to talk about this shit ever. So I think it's working. I think he's feeling a lot of pressure.
Yeah, it would hurt me to have to watch JStalk content too. Like I would,
Yeah.
it would be physically painful. That's why that's one of the things that I can't do react content because it just I watch it and one of two things happens. I get really annoyed because they're being fucking retarded, or it's just boring, and I'm like, why am I watching this? I have other things to do. But
Dude, I start like crying and stuff. Like when Steven's like, not Steven, Hasan's like watching my restraining order clip and shit, and he's like trying to like paint an image of me. Like, what am I supposed to do to like combat? Like, I'm honestly like, I'm down to like stand on 10 toes, but like, I like
about rape or something like you know.
Like
Well,
I'm like,
that's not what
if
makes
we're
it-
gonna start just like slashing people's characters, I'm just gonna start going to events that you're at. I'm gonna start saying that you're like raping girls in brothels. If we're just gonna if we're just gonna shit fling each other, like I'm just gonna start shit flinging as well. But like I said, I'm not gonna like sit there and like be a pussy and not like
Yeah, it's just hard because on our side, there's like hand wringing anytime you engage in any behavior that's even remotely similar. But like these guys, like Hasan is no holds bar. Like he's literally going full into the mat. Like this guy has called me a pedophile, like probably
Every
over
single day for
1,000
the past
times.
few months?
Yeah, like
Yeah.
literally over 1,000 times this year, like at least. And the idea that the fact that he gets away with that, but if you engage with anything even remotely close, and I've had this feedback even from people, and I'm like I'm sorry, like you just don't get it. Like, oh, I don't know why why don't you just ignore this guy on Twitter, or like I think that you're going too hard, or this is, and it's like you just don't understand like on the other side of this, like what we're dealing with. And there's no nobody. You're never going to see, you will never, ever, ever in your life see a Majority Report episode where Emma is like, I don't know about Hasan talking about this thing. I feel like that was a little bit of a low blow. Or I don't know about, like the way that he conducts. So there's no, they operate the same way that Mega does. There's no accountability on their side, and so they can act however they want. And they benefit from it.
Yeah, I'll be real, just real quick. I'll be real. Like, when a year ago, I was like, man, Destiny's probably overblowing this shit. This doesn't seem real, okay? This sounds fake. It sounded fake. It sounded like you were over-exaggerating things. It sounded like you were making things up, that this was just being, like, personal petty shit, and it's like, oh, he's just overblowing it. But since I've gotten deeper into it and seen the kind of behaviors that they engage in, right? No, I'm convinced now. I was wrong. And, yeah, it's insane the links that they will go to.
Yeah, and then just to reiterate, like, the closest friends in my life that, like, trusted me as much as anybody in my life could had a similar view where they were like I'm sure that there's, like, a degree of harassment, but probably because I'm, like, in the space so much, like, I'm a little bit
I thought there
overly
was
paranoid.
some
Yeah, there's some, but it's like, I'm probably, like,
okay.
overblowing it a lid and maybe downplaying, like, on my side what DGG is doing or whatever. But there'll be, like, a moment or something. It might be one was watching or seeing a lot of the outcome of, like, that Lauren De Laguna deposition, or seeing stuff come out about other figures in the space, and then seeing how connected everything was. Like, at some point there'll be a moment where, like, oh shit, wait, that's kind of fucking weird. The day after, like, anytime I bring up certain people on stream for the first time, all of a sudden their docs appears the next day in Kiwi Farms, and then people in Jiskal Space and these snarker servers are talking about it. And yeah, the level of coordination is crazy. I mean, like, just imagine the idea that Hasan Piker is the largest leftist streamer on the planet, the largest leftist streamer, socialist streamer, and he's watching and retweeting and actively engaging on his stream in front of 34,000 people or whatever, with a guy who is spending that entire night with a guy called Mauricioo, like, snarking and stalking and being weird about a bunch of girls and guys on like midnight streams. Like, it's just like it's just such a weird, unfathomable, like, it's the type of thing that people would envision, like, I'm doing, and they would say, like, Destiny, you got to be above this. Like, you don't need to be engaging in this style of content. But, like, this is, like, what Hasan is actually legitimately seriously doing. It's just, like, crazy. Yeah. Like, him, like, showing up. You saw the other day that, like, he was, like, liking the Substance tweets. He's, like, commenting under this guy's tweets. It was like, how the fuck do you even know these people, bro?
But he's been doing this for a long time with, like, Substance, J-Stock, Queenman as well. Like,
Yeah.
for the past few months.
Doobie showed the likes.
Yeah.
Oh my gosh. Yeah. It's even worse because with that morale person specifically, I'm 99% sure that they're, like, a pedophile. There's leaked audio of them requesting
A lot of them have weird shit.
So
that Doobie guy's got a lot of weird shit.
I feel like these people either they only can go after children, or they can only go after mentally impaired people, so that they can bring them to Canada and give them into a mental institution after they have sex with them. But don't worry
And
about
milk them
that.
for content on stream.
True.
One of the things that happened today, and I saw this, the Vanguard boys, I don't know if you've seen this, but they said that you were fucking kids, that you fucked kids. They called you a pedophile live on stream.
That's pretty crazy. I might have reported that, but yeah, that's pretty
That
crazy.
is,
I saw that.
Can you send me that link so I can report it as well?
It's just insane what people feel comfortable lying about other people, just making up out of whole cloth, no evidence, just because they do not like you, and simply pedojacketing someone.
But this is like, this is why I said before, and Hasan and other people try to blow this coming up, where I was like, I feel like the next step is somebody's going to die in this space. Like, I mean, somebody already has, technically. Charlie Kirk was, like, part of this space. But when you're calling people, like, you're a genocide supporter, you're a pedophile child rapist, you are abusing women all day, you have a sex cult where all you do is try to rape women and be pro-Zionist and pro-genocide, I was like, what the fuck else is there for people to do? Like, we've maxed out on this rhetorical ceiling for, like, at least a year. Like, where the fuck do you go from here besides, like, mass physical violence, or not mass, but any kind of physical violence in an event?
Yeah, there was a woman I invited to come with us to LibCon, like one of my followers and things that wanted to show up at LibCon and things like that, and she was talking to other creators about going to LibCon, and they were telling her not to go, she would get raped.
Jesus Christ.
Right? That is the kind of things that they are spreading, right? Is that if you
LibCon
go to
was
LibCon,
literally like fucking 80% people over 40. So I don't know why the hell they're spreading that.
Well, because DGG
was
there,
I
right?
guess.
DGG
Jesus
was
Christ.
And then it's especially, and then just to reiterate, like, because I'm focused so much more on the media ecosystem now than the actual facts, the fact that Hasan had that fan that gave him that fucking tour in Michigan, at Michigan State or whatever, who got arrested for calling in terrorist threats to like 12 different restaurants. That's just insane that nobody talks about it. Nobody cares. There's zero accountability. That's fucking wild.
How could he have known?
True.
Hasan tweeted this on the 18th. He called you a 40-year-old pest with a child.
Based.
Openly live streams intent to harass a speaker at an event he wasn't invited to and fails to disrupt, proceeds to dox and slander the event organizers.
Yeah, I read that tweet.
Incredible.
Almost like every single part of that tweet is a lie. It wasn't a private event. It was an open event. That's why we bought tickets for it. I didn't dox anybody. I just named the guy who was listed on their website as the vice president. He identified himself to me as the vice president. I didn't slander anybody. Yeah, just stupid.
The first half of that tweet, I thought he was talking about Mike from PA, actually.
Base.
Fair enough. I guess, do we
I just
give
wanna
any...
know.
Oh, go
Well,
ahead.
I just say I want to know why is Hasan okay with them kicking out Palestinians from political conventions? Because I am Palestinian, you know.
Good job.
That's all I want to say. But,
Thank you, Radiant.
Thank you. You're
no
brave.
problem. No problem.
Okay, there's something I want to talk about with this College Democrat event that I don't think has been brought up enough. It's not just Hasan who was invited there that was like insane. That Deja Fox lady that I interviewed, she was also like really, really weird. She was talking. We didn't really live stream. I think we live streamed a portion of her talk, and I think it might have been in that live stream of her talking about like, oh, if I couldn't be a Democrat, I wouldn't. I would be like a part of another like leftist organization. But sadly, I'm a part of the Democratic Party, and I know everyone listening here feels this exact same way. And it was like, is this your pro-Democrat event that we're having here? That we have people shitting on the Democratic Party as part of their sort of like speaking thing? And Wick, I linked you a 6-minute video in DMs. This is me talking to her, and she confirms this as well.
Yeah.
Do
you have like a timestamp? It's 6 minutes. I don't know if
it's 6 minutes. I don't have a timestamp. Fuck.
Okay, 6 minutes is a long time for content, right? Like.
Well, don't worry. I'll find it later.
Okay, we'll do another day. $20 from Per Thompson. Is it valuable to email the CDA management and complain about this insane, cowardly actions they took? I did, as well as emailing my Democratic senators. Does it make a difference to continue to ask them to respond?
Yeah, I think it's always good for voices to be heard. It's always good to have people that are emailing and saying something, so at least there's like something on the record, and they can't just pretend that like, well, we didn't hear anything because there wasn't anything that was actually sent via email or some kind of like paper trail of stuff. Yeah, so it's always good to email.
I emailed in
10 Wick TV gift memberships from Odashara. Thank you for that. I really appreciate you. $10 from Misaki Uchinaga. More mooks. Okay. Well, we can for $10 we can do that. $5 from my list.
I'd rate your personal smile, man. Oh wait, I'm actually have a great idea. I've been thinking about this for a while. Why don't we just all? I realized I'm unbanned on Twitch. Why don't I just go? Why don't I just protest at TwitchCon?
You could, but
That's
you'll
like
100% get banned. You should do it though. It would be funny as long as you don't start. You can't actually start trouble or do any retarded shit.
Yeah,
but if you just show up, I bet Hasan would
was
beg them to ban you.
I'm like thinking, like, what can I do? Like, if it's a protest about a specific person, that might be considered harassment. So I don't know if like I'm supposed to do like a protest for like the anti-Jew stuff there, or how I would go about doing it that doesn't directly name HaMao Piker. That wouldn't result in my account getting banned.
I got a question.
Palestinians against Hasan. It would make them look terrible.
Are you going to be going to any future Hasan events, Steven?
I mean, it really just depends on what shows up. Like, for most of them, I just wouldn't have a reason to be there. Like, I'm not going to be at a fucking El Sayed, like, press conference or something. Or, yeah, I don't even know what
like
else.
A Democratic event or whatever.
If there's
like
a Democratic
he's, like,
event.
at the DNC, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, if there's a Democratic event, I would like to be there, considering I put a lot of my time and effort and resources into supporting the Democratic Party, so.
Good.
Have you endorsed anyone for the Michigan primary at all? Or any primaries? Or do you not do that?
I mean, I don't know. I mean, I would prefer Stevens to El Sayed, the fake doctor guy, but I mean, I probably prefer El Sayed to Collins, obviously, because the fucking Republicans are crazy, but.
You got to mix up. Collins is in, man.
Yeah.
Or not Collins.
Rogers, I think, is
yeah, whoever the fuck. Yeah, Rogers, sorry.
I could be wrong. Okay.
Wait, did we ever
$5 for my
replace?
listening
Did we ever replace Plattner?
Not yet. Oh wait, yeah, I think we actually did. I think
Was it
we
with
did,
the Troy guy or
the Troy? I think the Troy guy.
Yeah, I'm not. I the problem I have with Troy Jackson, and first of all, he's an improvement to Plattner because as far as I know, he hasn't raped anyone, so that's leg up on that. But he comes from that same crowd, and he was one of the early backers of Plattner. So I don't know about his judgment, but I think he's still someone you should vote for in the general. But I am just kind of side-eyeing him a little bit. So yeah. $5 for my listening library. How are Dems supposed to go forward if these Democrat quote-unquote groups are giving in to the far left, allowing them to reinvent what they are to the populace?
They can't. That's simple.
You have to disavow and make your own group or take them back in like a voting way. Yeah.
Sure.
Good luck.
$5 from Alishness. I was confused because Hasan thought the event was primarily about him. Imagine there were other things happening. They derailed the event for him? Question mark. Well, thank you for the $5.
What are you gonna do?
$10 from Bad Company. People were up in arms when the uncommitted movement wasn't given time to speak at the DNC after their protest rally bombed. Now we're banning staunchly pro-Dems from Dem events, and no one bats an eye.
Not good.
To be clear, I am seeing a lot of pushback on this, at least on Twitter. Van Jones spoke up about it. Not this specifically, but leftists in general infiltrating things. David Pakman spoke about it specifically. And I've seen people like Shannon Watts on Twitter and others, Sarah Ironside, a few others just who are pretty big Democratic influencers just really go against this. So
what we need to make sure that we do is not immediately move off of this in the next 2 days. We need to keep talking about it, how we got banned from an event and how we couldn't go to a Democratic event and how Hasan literally stopped us. It needs to have a bit longer of a life cycle than a day or two.
I feel like the media life cycles are always going to be small. It's just important to remember it, and it just there has to be more fixation when there's like weird fucky shit happening from like the radical flank of the party. I think
it can't be a tacit endorsement. It has to be like open, avowed, and it needs to be public by anybody who feels some sort of way about this. It can't be like in the background, like, hey, I saw this happen. Kind of fucked up, man. You talk about it. Use your platform.
Yeah. Yeah, there needs to be
that was
more
one
like
of the weirdest things I've ever experienced was like seeing the Hasan stuff, hearing his name. That was like an internet becomes real life moment. I was not expecting any of that.
Fair enough.
If anyone would like to protest with me, please contact me. I'm going to be trying to attend every Hasan event that exists. And I just need, I know if I have the backing of smarter
Peacefully and
people than me.
patriotically, right?
Peacefully, I'm always peaceful, dude. Listen, I don't get active unless someone gets active with me. There's nothing happening there, so there's nothing to worry about. So, I mean, it's be fine. But if anybody would like to involve themselves with this and, get in my 2013 Hyundai Elantra with a lot of dog hair in it, I'm down to put you in the back seat and we can go. You can go. Just let me know.
Maybe we'll get you an anything else sponsorship.
Yeah.
Oh, we could be Antifa. Like it's like Antifa, but get it? It's like
okay.
You guys get the
$5.
joke?
Let me make a little more money, okay? $5 from the average Jake L. With Trump being as unpopular as he is, and the right dealing with infighting, wouldn't now be a good time to punch left?
Yeah, I need to even stop cooking out. I tell other people to stop cooking out. Even I still cook out too much. The time to infight is now, right? We have an election that we're almost certainly going to win because of how unbelievably unpopular Donald Trump is, and we're still in the primary season. So, like, if there was ever a time to solidify, who is the Democratic Party and what does the Democratic Party stand for, like, now is the time to do it. So, if now is not the time to infight, when the fuck is the time to infight? It's like never the time to infight, according to leftists who are always infighting.
No, it's okay to infight if it's towards the establishment, but it's not okay to punch them specifically. $10 from protests.
And then also, I'm sorry, just keep in mind two other quick points. I'm sorry. One, all of this stops as soon as they stop. Right? Like I've said this a million times, and if anybody's followed my stream for any appreciable amount of time, I don't like to do the crazy drama style content anymore. I just want to reach it and debate all the points and read the Supreme Court cases. These are the things that are more fun and entertaining to me. As much as I hate them, even dealing with the Ryan Mulale's or the Rob Noors is more entertaining to me than a guy who's just going to infinitely project his own pedophilic obsession onto other people or whatever, or is just going to keep calling me a pedophile over and over and over and over and over again. It's just not a fun way to do politics, and it's sinking the entire fucking space by forcing everybody to engage at this level. And all of it stops as soon as Hasan and other leftists are like, hey guys, I don't think this is the way to go anymore. Like, for whatever you say about him, like El Sayed or Talarico have had to say, right, where they're telling their online fans, like, hey, you guys got to chill the fuck out. Like, nobody wants to do politics like this. And it makes it impossible to come together after the primaries when you've engaged in the most vitriolic type of harassment and attack campaigns ever that you don't even do against MAGA, you know?
True. I'll say this for later. Okay, protest case for $10. Destiny, why are you going after the Lib News guy? To use your analogies, you want them to worry about a mole that's potentially cancerous, while Trump is literally mid-grape.
Okay, I don't know what the...
Like, I think the argument is, like, why are you punching left when Trump is in power? So, you know.
Like, I understand it, but it's like saying, like, why are you, like, changing the tire in your car when you have cancer and you need to go get your chemo? And it's like, well, I have to drive to the hospital to fucking get there. Like, I agree that Trump is the biggest threat, but if the left flank of our party prohibits us from even doing politics for real because we're constantly having to fend off these weird accusations of, bro, like, I'm so sorry, but the idea that in an official DNC event, we have a fucking guy dressed, cosplaying as fucking Mao, who dude, and I know that they'll never actually go after Hasan because he's such good controlled opposition for the Republicans, and they know this. The tanky SDSA people know this as well. But, like, can you imagine the nonstop ads if this guy were, like, anywhere near, like, actual Democratic politicians of, here's a guy who went to fucking China, he got the little red Mao book, he came back saying he would never criticize Mao, and he bought one of his fucking suits to give commie speeches to at a college Democrat event. Like, it's so fucking insane. It's so crazy. Like, I might have like an actual ogre giant in front of me that I need to fight, and there could be like a 4-foot dude behind me, but if the guy's got a knife in my back, like, I have to turn around and deal with that guy before you deal with the problem in front of you. Like, you can't do it fighting all fronts at all points in time. It's insane.
Yeah, I think that people need to understand that by not addressing this problem, it makes it harder for us to win the election. Beating the illiberal left is a necessary condition to beating MAGA long term and short term as well. Like, this idea that we cannot ever address the cancer in our party. The best time to deal with cancer is when it's small.
Sure.
Before it gets bigger, before it metastasizes, before it spreads. Get it out now. It's a lot less effort. Ounce of prevention worth a pound of cure. Isn't that what they say? But yeah, that's my thoughts. $5 from Alishness. Not punching left is how you get things like MAGA. We need to be externally as well as inwardly responsible because fringe groups will ruin movements. Pacman spoke about that in his segment today.
Look at QAnon, bro. Holy shit.
Yeah, it ruined them. It hollowed them out. And instead of embracing our crazies like MAGA did, or like the Republicans did with MAGA, we need to kick them out.
Yeah.
It's just crazy.
And look at, like, somebody brought this up in chat. It's a good point. Like, fucking Mamdani running in New York City against a guy who was, like, accused of sex harassment shit. Like, he had to disavow Hasan Piker. Like, imagine, and I hope it wouldn't get to that point, but, like, how many errors can we absorb between the fucking Platner shenaniganery and all of these crazy, wacky DSA type statements, and now Hasan, like, imagine Ossoff or these other politicians that are more on the national stage. I never thought the Platner stuff would hurt Talarico, but, like, all of this stuff, like, more and more and more of it, like, I don't know, man. Like, if nobody is saying anything about it, that's the damaging thing, and that's the problem. Like, I look at, Josiah did a video earlier criticizing Bill Maher for saying that he would vote for Vance because he wasn't sure about the extremists in the Democratic Party, which, in my opinion, is fucking stupid. Fuck Bill Maher. But, like, I can sympathize with a median voter who looks at the Democratic Party and it's like, okay, well, you've got a bunch of people who are literally saying, like, Hamas are the good guys, and none of you guys seem willing to say anything about it. And the second you do, you get your head fucking bit off by every single alternative media commentator. I don't know. That's kind of spooky.
Agreed. $5 from General Grievous. The tankies in the college Dems are BSing. If you had broken the rules, they had the right to keep your money. But they know you didn't, and they're wrong. Yeah, like, the reason I know that Hasan's full of shit is if he really believed that Destiny and Co. were going to disrupt the event, he would have let them do it, got that on tape, and sent it to every organization, every event organizer, and gotten him banned not just from that one event, but from every single event in the future. It would be a good casus belli or a reason, right, in order to say, hey, look, everything we've been saying about this guy is true, and here's the evidence. This is what we said he'd do it. This is what he did. here you go. And it would have been such a massive win. But they didn't actually believe he was going to do that.
Yeah.
They just use it as an excuse. I don't know. That's the. It's just.
And I think if they were really scared about it, then they wouldn't be speaking about it on stream the way that they do so publicly. Because if you're actually scared about somebody like stalking and harassing you, you wouldn't be like
covering it
publicly
every
talking about it
single
as much,
day. Yeah. You would be more like the people in MySpace that have disappeared because they're worried about all the crazy shit that goes on, which has happened with several people. Yeah.
Yeah, there are, I won't say who, but there are people who have said, "Hey, I can't come on your stream right now anymore. I'm going to be targeted if I do." Or they feel that that's going to be the case. And yeah, it sucks and it hurts look, I make my money by having guests on. It really hurts when they're like, we can't do it right now. And that sucks.
So they're fucking with your money then.
Which is not good business. That's not good business. It's not good business. Dev, you're here. What did you want to?
Hello. I've been listening, taking notes. I would have loved to have been with LibCon with you guys, but one, I'm poor, and two, I'm in the middle of moving, so that's occupied pretty much all my time right now. The bright side of that is that in my new place, I'll actually have a dedicated studio space, so I can be around more often, which will be nice. I don't have much to say about the specific Hasan kicking you guys out conversation. But when it comes to socialists subverting liberal movements, I've been talking about this since like the anti-SJW days, like 10 years ago, right? There was a liberal faction of the Gamergate and the anti-SJW stuff. It wasn't just reactionaries shitting on leftists. But nearly every liberal person that was a part of that scene in the 2010s, they either moved extremely far left, like Actual Jake or The Amazing Atheist or Thunderfoot, or they moved extremely far right, like Sargon or Tim Pool. As far as I can tell, there's only two anti-SJWs that remained liberal. That was me and Kraut. That was it. And basically what happened was that the socialists subverted liberal spaces and movements, and then they tossed the liberals out of them. And the people who remained were either convinced by the socialists to join them, or they decided to become the complete opposite of whoever had mistreated them, because for most people, politics is just a social group.
Yeah.
So
I would say I would add two more people to these lists, and then I would add an important thing at the end for what happens is, so there was Crowd and you. There was also, I would argue, I think Thunderfoot didn't get totally captured by it. Right? Like he was kind of
but he's kind of gone now though.
Yeah, but like he was like anti-SJW, but I don't think he ever bought into like the crazy, like the Brexit MAGA shit, right?
I don't think so, no, but he did become a socialist eventually.
Did he? Thunderfoot is a socialist?
I think so.
I got no idea.
Maybe we're thinking of different people.
Thunderfoot, the guy who would make the videos on like electric cars and Elon Musk and science stuff?
Let me look him up real quick.
I don't think he did. You must be. You got to be thinking of somebody different. But there was him.
I might be.
And then also the guy who was recording on his balcony when somebody broke in and tried to shotgun and kill him and his girlfriend.
Oh, Hunter Avalon.
Hunter Avalon also, I think, was like I think he was against like the SJW shit, but he kind of like became like a liberal, but not like a hardcore like.
Yeah, he was right wing, and then he had like a liberal change. Yeah, absolutely.
But these people's careers are basically, I'm sure even for you, Dev, like it hurts. Like it's very, very hard to switch sides. Like there's definitely no financial reward for it. From maintaining any kind of like left-leaning belief if you weren't on board fully with the SJW stuff. Like you basically lost your whole fucking career.
I'll be honest, I've lost about 80% of my audience over the past 2 years, yeah.
Yeah.
That's just kind of how it is. But yeah, so since this has all kind of happened before, I do want to let you guys know there's a few bitter pills that libs need to swallow to make sure this doesn't happen again. You might not want to hear this, but I can prove everything I'm going to say.
Okay, you guys ready to swallow some pills?
Swallow some bitter pills. The first one, I've written down 3 of them, okay? The first one is that despite being a right-wing nut job, McCarthy actually had a point. We can recognize the problem of socialist infiltration in the United States for the past 50 years without resorting to his crazy levels of conspiracism. I know, Destiny, you've mentioned McCarthyism in the past as being a bit daunting to look at.
I just said I was worried about digging into it because I didn't want to be like, oh, fuck, this guy was actually right about everything, because people are just going to add it to my list of contrarian takes or whatever.
Yeah. If you want to start somewhere more recent, look at Chaz, right? Because Chaz was not as bad as J6.
Jesus Christ.
But Chaz does belong in the same bucket as J6 in terms of just how much it shredded institutional credibility And in my experience, Democrats are just ignorant of what happened with Chaz. If you actually look at what happened there and how the Democrats on the ground turned a blind eye to the violence, the multiple killings that happened, the mass destruction of property, the anarchy, simply because it was far lefties doing it, and everyone was afraid of punching left right after George Floyd.
Can we get a quick explanation of what the Chaz thing is?
I think so. Basically, they decided that in Seattle, what did Chaz stand for? Something autonomous.
The something zone, yeah.
Yeah, Capitol Hill occupied protest. They decided to create a semi-autonomous region in the United States in Seattle where there would be like no government, no cops, and they would all do like mutual aid and figure out their own shit. And basically, obviously, this went exactly as you would expect. I think there was a ton of like rioting, looting, crime. And then I think eventually 1 or 2 people got murdered, and then they had to say, okay, this is enough. We got to stop this. Yeah.
It lasted a month, and it was like 6 people that got murdered.
Was it 6? I thought it was like 1 or 2 got killed at once, and then they were like, "Oh, damn, okay."
Oh no, there was 2 killings like right off the bat, and then the city still remained pulled out of the zone for like 3 more weeks.
Gotcha.
So anarchy didn't work?
No.
No, anarchy.
But like
did
the
not
way
work.
that
It was
the way that they dealt with these guys was like they like gave them, I think they gave them like 30 days. They're like, well, let's let these guys like get it out of their system and everything. It was just cringe. It was just too much. It was too much cringe. This is like off the back of this is where my one fiery, impassioned rant came from, where I was like, listen, man, if people think it's acceptable to fucking torch buildings or whatever, and you got to bring in whatever white nationalist people with fucking assault rifles to defend their property, that was where that came from. Is because the country was literally losing its mind, and that people couldn't just. That's where you got that iconic. Everyone knows the CNN guy. I think it was a black on the ground reporter who was saying, like, "Oh, I'm reporting here from Kenosha," and the Chiron or whatever was like fiery but peaceful protest with the car dealership on fire in the background.
Yep.
I remember that, yeah. It was just like
they still,
catastrophic.
Right when you're still posted today. They
it
still
was catastrophic. And then in San Francisco, they did come back from this because liberals do correct, but it's just so goofy. In San Francisco, they had this like. I don't want to say crime-friendly approach, but it was like, listen, like, do we really need to be jailing people? We're going to make it so unless you steal like a certain amount, it doesn't count as a misdemeanor or some bullshit. And obviously,
it was $950.
Yeah, and what happens? Obviously, you get fucking mass like organized retail theft and shit, and you have all these videos of like 50 people rushing a store to pull as much as they can and run out, and it was so stupid and wild, and everybody was defending this. Sam Cedar and Hasan Piker and Cenk Uygur, I remember all of them, they gave the exact same script because they basically what happened is they started shutting down stores in San Francisco, and all of them ran the same script. They said capitalists like to shut down businesses in majority black neighborhoods because they're racist, and they're just giving retail theft as like an excuse to do it. And they would cite the crime statistics. I remember this article will live in my head forever. They cited the crime statistics that showed that the amount of actual theft that was happening at stores wasn't increasing at all. So they were just like lying about closing the stores down. And then the store owners were saying, well, we just stopped reporting it because like the cops wouldn't even come and it just wasn't worth it. There was one target in San Francisco where the police tried installing like an emergency call button. A single target got an emergency call button. And in 1 month, that one target reporting theft doubled the reported theft rate for the entire like city of San Francisco. It was insane.
From that one button.
That one target reporting theft doubled the reported like theft crime in all of San Francisco. And then finally, yeah, I think they kicked out the it would have been the district attorney, not the AG. I think the DA for the city or whatever. And then because they were like, this is fucking retarded. Yeah, we need to be able to recognize this shit a little bit faster. It shouldn't take you that long to realize like, hey, maybe like theft is not good. Maybe guys, yeah.
The problem is
the reason I brought up Chaz specifically is because it was a month-long occupation where basically the sovereign, duly elected government of the city just pulled out and didn't administer 6 blocks of the city for a full month. And like it was Democrats who did this. It was Democrats who turned a blind eye to this, and this cannot happen again. Like this was a canary in the coal mine for what we're facing right now, in my opinion.
I think that it's connected to how they operate, right? It's impossible to cover any of the excesses of the left because, again, the same playbook, like, oh, Trump's more important. Republicans are more important to deal with that, right? You're just punching left and you need to stop doing it. But these incidents, these events, these failures of leftist policy hurt us electorally because we are seen as the party that enabled it or did it. And leftists ain't winning elections, but the elections that we try to run in, get hurt because of them, and
Yeah.
it's hard to do.
One thing
It's hard to-
policy-wise is a small prediction I'm making. I don't know how this will play out on the WO. Is I think everybody should pay attention to what gerrymander fights look like, because I'm curious if, and I don't know how many DSA types will even get into Congress. Maybe it'll only be a few, but I'd be curious if the DSA people give a fuck about fighting about gerrymandering, because gerrymandering is another institutional thing that only hurts moderate Dems. Nobody's gerrymandering a DSA seat out of existence. It's only going to be moderate Dem seats in the South. Okay, go ahead.
Have
Okay,
you
yeah.
seen any of these people really speak out about the Texas gerrymandering or anything like that?
I haven't kept track of it. I don't know.
Recall. No.
Okay.
Well, I've got two
there's
more
something-
pills, or do you want to go ahead, North?
Wait, no, I want to say one more
What's the next
thing,
one?
and then
One more
you
thing,
can
and then
go
give
with
us
your
the
other
next
things,
pill.
yeah.
We'll swallow it too. Don't worry.
Okay. We keep talking about left-right divides, and I feel like the framing needs to be reoriented a little bit. It shouldn't be just left-right, because what the leftists do is they'll take that left-right divide and they'll say, oh, we're all on the left, so that's why we should be like supporting each other. It should be liberal versus illiberal. I feel like that should be the framing right now. And sadly, it feels like most of the Republican Party is they're very illiberal right now. And then we see these people, these leftists, and they're also very illiberal. And I feel like we need to reorient ourselves a little bit, because people can get very brain broken when it comes to like, oh, these people are on the right, so they don't have like the correct opinion. When
yeah, look,
I think
I actually agree with
things
that.
like Chaz and all that.
Yeah, see, I agree with that, North. The problem is that when you have when you label a faction, the illiberals, you're defining them by what they aren't rather than what they are, and it's kind of hard to make a united faction around that rhetorically.
A little. I think there's actually two quick problems. One is that people actually don't know what liberal means in the United States. Like, I don't know why we did this. Well, actually, every country does this. We all just say, like, we use different terms for different things. Like, we have, like, the liberals and the conservatives. So when you talk about, like, liberalism, even Trump made this mistake. It was humiliating. I think it was in Berlin, where somebody asked him, like, do you think that Western-style liberalism is failing? And Donald Trump was like, I think Western-style liberalism has absolutely failed. Like, look at how many homeless people are in California and Seattle. And it's very obvious that he thought that his liberalism in his mind was just
Democratic Party.
liberals. Yeah, the Democrats, yeah. So I think it's hard to hit on that perspective. I think the second perspective that's hard to hit on is something that I've complained about for a long time, that it's just a fight I lost and other people have lost, is people have spent so long, like, calling people like Vosh and Hasan, obviously, and other people have spent so long saying, like, Republicans are fascists. They're all fascists. These guys are fascists. These guys are Nazis. These guys are fascists. That now when you have, I am so sorry, I hope that history judges us harshly, but, like, ICE killing U.S. citizens and then being taken away by the federal government with no investigation is the craziest fucking most un-American shit. We're having political assassinations in this country. It's just crazy. And the president of the United States can't say anything about it. It's so wild on so many different levels. But like the Nazi and the fascist words, like they don't really mean anything, right? They're still being used by the leftists to describe everybody. They describe the whole Democratic Party that way. And people have been calling, like George Bush and everybody fascists and whatever for years. So it's like, it's hard to say like, okay, we need to talk about these guys. They're liberal, they're fascist, but for real this time. And it's like, fuck. Like even the abolish ICE shit is hard now. I think there's really good justification now, and I'm fully on board. And even with all the baggage, I abolish ICE. I think it has to happen. It's just so tainted as an institution now.
Yeah.
But like, my
The
God, even
institution
that
has-
carries so much fucking baggage with it because of how abused it was in the past.
This actually relates pretty well to my second pill that I have written down here. Second one, cultural Marxism is a real phenomenon. It's not a fascist conspiracy theory. People don't want to hear that, but it's true. The subversion of various cultural institutions by Marxists is absolutely real. I've personally done several long-form videos documenting the history of these movements. The idea that it's a fascist conspiracy theory is actually one part of a larger program of socialist propaganda dating back to the Soviet Union days. It comes from the same place as fascism is capitalism in decay, libs are the handmaidens of fascism, privatization was coined to describe Nazi economics, the middle class contains within it a particle of Hitler. These all come from Lenin and Trotsky, and they come from a broader program called social fascism, where basically they tried to push forward this idea in their foreign propaganda that anything that isn't explicitly on board with the Soviet project was some flavor of fascism. And even though the Soviets are gone, this rhetoric still remains in our political discourse. I mean, most recently, Vosh has directly and openly said that the socialists should just steal the Democratic Party from the libs, and that anyone who objects to the subversion is a fascist.
I mean, Vosh has said right now that he would vote for J.D. Vance over Gavin Newsom. So did Hasan. Like, these are positions these people unironically hold. I think
did you see that Andrew Wilson comic?
Oh no, he makes that guy's weird. He's on some weird shit right
Yeah,
now.
Andrew Wilson posted a comic and he's fantasizing about Hasan like basically destroying you, and it's this whole like horseshoe thing.
They got a lot of weird shit.
Andrew Wilson has a lot of fantasies about men destroying other men. Okay?
Yeah,
it's weird.
I was gonna say though something that I would blame for what Dev just talked about. This is the thing that I would blame conservatives on. It's hard to talk about any kind of like Marxist takeover of anything. And I actually run into the same thing now when I try to describe like Hasan or people like ML types, like Marxist-Leninists, like these are crazy Stalinist people. I'm sorry, but Jordan Peterson would have called me a cultural fucking Marxist, or he would have said anybody that was talking about like fucking affirmative action was a cultural Marxist. So much the same way that like lefties abuse the fuck out of the fascist term, and I do think that we're easily at the stage right now where in the United States we need to have like serious discussions about what authoritarian ultranationalist takeovers look like. I can't really ring the bell on the Marxist stuff. Like it rings hollow. Like I really have to repeat definitions and stuff when I go over it on stream because these guys have been complaining about this for so long in such unnecessary ways that it's kind of like robbed the power of that analysis completely.
Well, this is one of the things that Hasan is taking advantage of, right?
Yes.
Like,
yeah,
like,
because
well,
it's so goofy. Yeah.
No, I agree with you, but like, I'm thinking back to the Gamergate days, right? Like there was a talk that fucking Anita Sarkeesian gave in 2015 about internet feminism and video games, and she brought up like various socialist terms and socialist ideas in this talk, and it's like, okay, there's some real critique here. We can point at these people and say, oh, you actually are like Marxist infiltrators and people who are doing subversion, and you're kind of you're going mask on in public, you're hiding your power level. But the problem with that is that the only people who are actually having that conversation are the most retarded fucking right-wingers on the internet.
Yeah, the issue, that was the issue. It was a lot of people who just didn't like to see fucking girls in video games. And then you also had a lot of bad, like you said, I'm repeating what you said, bad engagement with her critiques and everything too. Yeah.
Okay. Have we all swallowed this second pill? Gulped it down? You got a third one for us? Give us your last
There's one more, yes.
Let's
And this is actually related to that conversation you want me to have with that she's right girl, Wick. So it's kind of the same kind of thing. The reason that socialists tend to win rhetorical arguments against liberals is because, unlike the conservatives or reactionaries or fascists or monarchists, socialists and liberals appeal to the same set of values. Again, I've heard Vosh say many times in arguments when he argues liberals and sometimes libertarians, he'll say stuff like, oh, you guys want freedom or democracy or equality. Well, us socialists actually like those values more, which is why we want to see them extended into the workplace. We want to see these values extended into the private sphere and not just remain kept in the public sphere. I've seen liberals constantly appeal to freedom and equality as the ultimate moral goods, and I've watched these arguments play out before. Liberals are always outflanked on the left when it comes to these values, because socialists, at least on paper, offer more of these values. And the only way out of this trap is you have to understand that there are some values that are more important than freedom and equality. But this is where you start dipping your toes into conservatism, though, like classical conservatism, not whatever the fuck Americans have going right now.
I have
True.
Or rather, I just want to say, wait, real quick on that. Like, it's not that they're more important than freedom and equality, that their values more important than that, but that, like, I take an instrumental approach to things like freedom and equality. Like, we have the micro freedoms to ensure like the macro freedoms. And when your micro freedoms are no longer in service to those macro freedoms, then you have to take a step back and analyze, like, what are we actually doing in society? Like, I think that having it so that women should be raped by their husbands and they feel too much shame to come forth and say anything about it is not a good society. But the answer to that probably isn't at 18 years old, we should just like allow every single girl to do OnlyFans and that's probably super okay and there's going to be no harm or whatever. Like, there has to be some balancing act struck here. Like, the idea that ultimate freedom of every single possible individual right means that we can, somehow that's like in service to the larger macro concept of freedom is not true. I argue this a lot with like the freedom of speech shit. Obviously, you hear me go off on this. Yeah.
So, I agree with you, but I think you get that balancing act by having an opposing value on the other side of the.
I don't disagree at all. I agreed with
scale.
Nancy Pelosi.
Yeah.
Everybody got triggered when she was like, "We need a strong conservative party." Like, I do think that, and it's hard sometimes for liberals to like understand that because like. There should be things that are upsetting to me that people in this country believe in, that they have a right to believe in, that I just really don't. I just think is, like I think there's room to have a debate on, like, do the 10 Commandments belong in a courthouse? Like, well, in some ways, Judeo-Christian values are the cornerstone, I guess, of all Western law. But like, is it really that specific? Like, that we need like about, keeping the God, it's whatever, keeping the Sabbath holy, and you shouldn't have any other gods. Like, I think that's a legitimate argument to have, and I think there should be, like you said, somebody on both sides of that argument. I think that's important to do that. But we can't have people on both sides of like, should ICE get to, you know, summarily execute U.S. citizens and then
that's the thing.
run away from it. That's not a real. Yeah, you can't have. That's not real. Yeah.
And the reason I agree that we need a strong conservative party, because a strong conservative party would have been able to prevent Trump, right?
Yeah.
Trump is
but our
not
lefties,
conservative.
bro, dude, look at all the hate. And I'm sorry, she's an American hero, okay? That they gave for the Liz Cheney shit, and she threw her whole career away to go on that J6 Select Committee with Adam Kinzinger. And yeah, Kamala got.
The left gave her nothing for that, by the way.
No.
The left still thinks like to fuck her all the way off, right?
Yeah.
Like
and Kamala catches flack for it constantly.
For a moment, there was.
I do want to get
there was like a
rest
little
of you
bit
involved,
just before
right? I'm gonna
the.
let you step in and have a question for the rest of you, but go ahead.
Just like as one last thing, in I think like 2023 or early 2024, there was a little bit before the election, whenever everybody was more confident about how that election was going to go, and they really shouldn't have been, where the question that was being asked was like, Americans need to kind of step back a little bit and kind of come to a larger consensus about like what they want the future of their country to look like, and more specifically like what it actually means to be an American. And I think that conversation, unfortunately, in the last couple of years has been lost, because it's all been like kind of like a reactive sentiment towards Trump, instead of trying to figure out where we go from here, because from here now is way different than it was. That's a conversation that I really hope that people get back to.
Yeah,
I agree. For those of you who are less like politically savvy in here, whose kind of main thing isn't politics, what do you see the political landscape like in America when it comes to your interactions? Do the people you interact with talk about these issues at all, or is this something that you only hear when you go into these spaces? I'm curious what Mooks, Radiant, and the rest have to say. Go ahead.
Yeah, people usually don't want to talk about these things with me. I have to find spaces to want to do it. People are really exhausted.
When you say exhausted, what do you mean?
If I make normie friends, or if I make friends like through internet stuff, work, anything like that, then they usually don't want to. They're usually like, "Oh, the news nowadays is so crazy." They don't want to talk about it.
What about you, Radiant?
I actually totally missed the question. Can you repeat it, because I was reading something?
Okay, well, Radiant.
Wow, I see how it is.
One of my roommates personally, every time I try to talk to him about politics and the news and like why it's important to engage in all these things, he just like he's so doomer about it. It ruins his mental so much that he doesn't want to engage in politics at all.
Oh man,
because it is true. It is kind of like depressing to like be engaging in like all this news all the time, and there's like no one really offers a path forward policy wise or like prescription wise or like what they can do. They just like see all of this and just like despair. So.
Yeah, I also think there's an issue where there's this funny saying that used to be like the problem with philosophy is that even if you don't study it, you're always practicing it to some extent. We all, like, our personal philosophies guide our life, the way we vote and everything else. I think politics has become a lot like that. In the past, if you didn't want to engage in politics and just fuck it, you just want to watch anything political and you'd be a relatively politically apathetic person. But our politically apathetic crowd today in the United States all have very strong political opinions because it's being force-fed to them across these social media platforms. Like if you're on TikTok or Instagram.
Political just means like conservative leaning nowadays. Yeah.
Sure. Yeah.
I have,
but
my best friend used to be, like a super strong conservative person, and like that literally just destroyed our friendship. Like we were friends for like 5+ years, and like around like this year or last year when Trump got elected, and came into office, and just mentioning anything about politics, it just turned to like a crash out session. Like it's just crazy just how insane things have become. And she tries to not be, or at the time she was not very politically involved, but she's had these extremely strong opinions over stuff she probably saw on like Twitter or TikTok or whatever, about like, I don't know, Trump doing like being a Giga Chad, being based or whatever, something retarded.
And it's impossible to argue against because they don't even have any facts in their mind. But by the time they're bringing this opinion up to you, like people don't realize it, but they've had this opinion told to them and then reinforced like 1,000 times through different memes. And it's a lot.
And she tries to say, I'm not political, I want to have this argument, you know, like, but then she goes ahead and has like a super strong position on so many retarded things. But
yeah.
We were at a bar in DC, and as we were at that bar watching the World Cup finals, like I think like a group of like 30-40 strong National Guard soldiers like just walked by the bar, and like kind of naturally I asked like the people around me, like, how do you guys feel about this? Like, is this like alarming to you at all? And the answer mostly was just, unfortunately, apathy. They're like, well, I don't know what I'm supposed to do about it. It was like the biggest, you know, like, what do you want me to say? Like, and I think that sucks. It was,
well, this is another thing I think that Hasan can play on is he'll be like, well, look, the Democrats have no answers for you for this, or the answers they give are hard, right? But the answers that Hasan offers are very easy. Just, hey, just vote my guys in the office and we'll fix everything. We'll wave our magic wands. We'll get healthcare for all. We'll get, cradle to the grave coverage, all these things.
Yeah, look at this
we'll
like
stop all
DSA
these
platform
wars.
and shit that they just published just came out. Like, give me a fucking break. Like, we're gonna abolish the Senate and like imagine a world where you wake up and you go to the hospital for free and maybe you have to work or maybe you don't, and then you engage in like your hobby and like the fucking kind. I was like, are you fucking kidding me? Like, what the fuck is this? Like, another thing earlier to the point that I said where it seems like even if people don't want to be political, they say they're not political. There are like political ideas that have been conveyed to them and they all have them. Every single one of those types of people hate the United States, if not like overtly, in a way where it's like, well, what do you think about like our pharmaceutical companies? It's like, I'm glad Luigi wasted that UNH guy, or UHC or whatever the fuck, United Healthcare, UHC guy. Or it's like, oh, what do you think about our politicians? Like, oh, the ones that all went to Epstein Island every single fucking day. And it's like, oh, well, what do you think about like the Democrats or the Republicans? It's like, what's the difference? It's like, oh, what do you think about our, like, I guess like our taxes? Or, oh, you mean the ones that billionaires never fucking pay? It's like, okay. Do you think America has any good foreign policy? Oh, you mean the genocide? It's like every single fucking thing is bad and horrible. Everything that this country is involved in is bad and horrible and terrible. And that's if you don't even like know anything about politics. Like, you have all of these opinions transmitted to you, and it's like, Jesus fucking Christ.
Can I ask a question real
Not
quick?
wrong. Not wrong.
Oh, yeah,
It's a
ready, you
problem.
go.
General
Wait,
Gates,
Destiny, do you remember a long time ago when I told you that I feel like 99% of like online politics, whatever, is just like a foreign operation? And like, does that feel any more true or not? I don't know if you just agree with me or not, but it's like it's literally people are just like absorbing just negative American propaganda, and like they have no positions, they just hate things.
Yeah,
it's
and it's
crazy.
like when do you see
had a
things?
chance to look at it yet.
When do you see things? Or no, real quick. When you see things posted about like other countries, it's always way more positive. When you see things posted about China, it's always
literally.
like, look at the crazy view in this city. Did you know that Chinese buildings have windows? And they can fucking see outside. Look at this crazy new technology in Beijing. They've got stoplights that are fucking have numbers on it. Whoa! And it's like, what the fuck? Are you serious? Yeah. And it's like, these are the people that had to fucking had to hammer like iron walls into apartment buildings to keep people from leaving because they were so fucked by COVID. Like, this is the people that we're worshiping now. It's so, oh my god, it's so crazy how fuck America
got
every
windows, but
single.
then they also have like the nets around the factories.
Yeah,
that,
it's
like,
just
make
so.
sure
Oh, true.
Oh
Yeah,
my
the
god! Did you see
anti-suicide nets.
one of the
Yeah.
cringiest fucking things? And I think Austin was even here, which is so cringy because he's a really good like pilot on these fucking simulators. When I think, or no, it might have been Will Neff. It was Hasan, and it was either Will Neff or Austin. There was some like single engine plane that bounced off a building, and they were like, "Whoa, Chinese buildings can't even be taken down by planes like American buildings are." And it's like, oh my god, are we? Is this for real right now? It's so fucking cringe.
Precision Chinese engineers.
In the same vein, have you guys seen Tucker Carlson in
Oh
Russia
my
like being
God.
amazed at the
No.
bread?
No,
Like,
bread,
"Sure, the
yeah.
bread, guys! Oh my
Bread.
god!"
The grocery stores.
This is an issue that we have in our current media landscape, is that it feels like there's nothing of substance in order to like inform people's political opinions. It's how many clips you have and how many clips you can like get out there, and then as long as they see enough clips, they'll like get to your side.
Yeah.
Like no one's reading books, no one's
I
like
don't-
reading any sort of like theory.
I don't know
it's
how.
Just, it's just
I don't
very
know
I'm
sad.
reading
how
books,
to get
but
people
it's
excited
not many
for
people are reading
America
books. Yeah.
again.
Not the average person.
We need to get people excited for America again and the American project. And to like, conservatives aren't necessarily wrong when they say things like America, the country, has been a force for good worldwide. It has. It has stood up against the fucking dictators in the USSR, right? And yeah, it's done some fuck shit too. But overall, it's improved the world. And I don't know. Every time I say that, I get accused of being like MAGA or something like that. And it's like, no, Trump wrote in on that America was like a wasteland and he was going to make it great again and things like that. So I don't know how to get people excited on the Democrat side to be basically, no, we need to pump America up. We need to be patriotic again. We need to really kind of wrap ourselves in the flag in a real way.
Wick, are you at all in contact with those like NAFO people, North America Fella Organization people?
I know a couple. Why?
you know, a couple those they have good shit. At least I think like leading into the whole like international liberalism and like NATO shit, like promoting American values across the world. I don't know. That's the only thing that I can think of like hyping up America.
Okay. To Persek's point about the foreign influence stuff too, one thing that's really annoying for all these populist types, if you look
Radiant's point,
if you look at all of MAGA, if you look at all the tankies, every single thing they say, every talking point they have, inexorably leads to weaker foreign American influence every single time. Like pull away from it's never like pull away from Israel so we can strengthen our relationships with other countries in the Middle East. It's just abandon it completely. It's never like we need to help Ukraine and figure out what they should do against Russia. It's that Ukraine should capitulate and surrender everything and we should disband NATO. It's never we need to establish stronger trading relationships with people in the West. It's like all of our trading relationships are actually abusive. ISDS, these international dispute resolution things or whatever, the WTO, the IMF, all of these things are capitalist imperialist tools. Get rid of all of them. Like every single prescription from like the MAGA people or from the tanky people are things that conveniently always leave the rest of the world in a slightly weaker spot because America is completely and totally withdrawn. And they never have these same things to say about China or Russia ever.
There was a report that came out recently about Cuba's influence on leftist politicians and influencers. I haven't had a chance to look through it, but given Hasan's recent Cuba trip, I do wonder if there's anything there. One of the problems, though, is it comes from the Trump administration, and everything that comes from the Trump administration, you gotta check like 5 times.
Listen, man, listen. The Chinese trip, okay? Like, if anybody watched that, come on, bro. Like, the Cuba trip is just like icing on the cake. You know what I mean? Like, it's just so obvious. Like, bro is like getting tours around. Like you. I don't even think can you live stream most stuff in China without like. I think.
No,
can you Starlink, but. It's just like, yeah, you can't even. Oh yeah, that too. Yeah, I forgot. You can't get internet there like normally. You have to
watching
like,
Hasan simp for their fucking social media when his fans started to complain, like, well, isn't it kind of bad that you're not allowed to post on Twitter or whatever? And it sounds like you guys don't understand. Like every country has rules. And then on day one when his fucking phone got seized, that was a conservative fucking wet dream, bro. Are you serious? Like. I can't, and he's making excuses for him. Then he comes back to the US, he's like, well, as a guy who's gotten shot by US police. And I was like, give me a fucking break, bro. Oh my God, this guy. You got shot by the cops and you're afraid of me? Like, give me a break. It's like so performative and cringe. Oh, I hate these motherfuckers.
That mouth photo.
$5 from General Grievous. The tankies in the college den. Oh, well, I already read that. Sorry. $5 from Knots Confusing. Centrist, voted blue. But I feel like separating the far left from Democrats is easy. You guys overcomplicated it, and I don't have money to keep typing. Thanks. Well, okay, thank you for the $5.
I mean, I think it is, so why don't more people do it? Just say like, oh, that's cringe. We disavow that. Oh, the fact that people won't is what makes people look at you kind of weird. Rightfully so. I think it's worth. I think you should look at people kind of weird for that.
There's a reason.
Actually, no. Actually,
hold on. Even today, I tweeted out. I quote tweeted. Chevrolet, Kyle Kalinske, and a bunch of in Progressive Victory had a little meeting. I don't know if you saw that, where they were talking about how we're all imperialist, Nazi adjacent, blah blah blah. And I was like, this is damaging us. This is going to help Trump win with this kind of rhetoric, and I think it is. And Soypill quote tweets me is like, bro, you're retweeting Fox News, bro. This is your wake up call. But I think he says, buddy, this is your wake up call. You're retweeting Fox News.
Yeah, I think some people have been. I think like Soypill, I think, and Pisco were like the two biggest victims of the macro political environment that just aren't able to meet the moment. I think, but
Soypill was willing. Hold on, Soypill was willing to vote for a rapist in order to win an election, but he draws the line at me retweeting Fox News to try to win an election.
Oh yeah, that was what I was going to mention. Yeah, that Soypill tweet was
wild.
A little insane.
I mean, okay. That's a weird line to draw, but fair enough. Okay, sorry. $2 from Audacity. I agree with the furry. Get Hasan out of here. Okay. Maki Hilden for $10. Thank you for the work you've done to bring everyone together to discuss this wick. True. $2 from Audacity. Bro, why are you driving around on cancer tires? Okay. $2 from Protest. I said
my analogy,
guys.
Good one.
$5 from Dirty Deeds. Did someone ask why Destiny doesn't engage in zero-sum politics? Crazy. Sounds like a cultural Marxist.
I don't know what that means.
Well, yeah, what do you mean by zero-sum politics? Well, you can tell me later, chatter, I guess. Protest for $2 says, I didn't say don't punch left. $5 from Black Pilled Kiwi. Can we run some op asking any politician and pundit what they think of wearing a mouse suit? I want to find out who's going to hedge and who's going to sweep.
Fuck the mouse suit.
Yeah,
I'm buying one. So modern day debate is this weekend featuring Steven. I'm buying a mouse suit. I'm going there, and I'll just talk to them myself. I'm wearing a mouse suit to that fucking event. I don't know. The only time I know about mouse is
the only thing for this event is that this is like a left versus right event. Like I think I'm gonna.
Yeah, I don't think it's gonna matter, but I think people have opinions, and I'll ask them. So sure, there'll be like people outside I can talk to, whatever interview. Yeah.
My guess is going to be that these are going to be mostly conservatives, and the libs there are going to be my supporters who are going to be like libbed out. So.
Oh yeah, probably yeah, true.
I think it's like someone who's wearing a Hitler mustache, and then when you like, why are you wearing a Hitler mustache? You're like, well, bro, it's Charlie Chaplin.
It's Charlie Chaplin.
It's Charlie Chaplin.
I like Hugo Boss.
Yeah, it's like
it's the most annoying thing about all of this, and I complain. It's fuck, dude. It's the same thing with Trump. This is why I'm so harping on the media ecosystem instead of the messages mattering at all. The thing that is, it's nice, I guess, when you're having formal debates, but otherwise it's annoying. Is when Trump does shit and their supporters are always bringing up like, oh well, it's not that bad, or oh this isn't whatever, or they try to like say, well, didn't the Democrats do this? There's like a million insane examples that you can bring up where it's like, bruh, there's like a billion examples to just show you how ridiculous you're being. And the same thing exists now with like Hasan, where every time you try to point out a thing and he like denies it or whatever, there's like such a clear example of him not being truthful. Remember that the Catan, fuck, somebody had a good name for this. The swastikana, the sword or whatever that Ethan Klein pointed out.
Yeah, with Ethan Klein. Yeah, I remember.
And he was like, I don't even know like that this thing looks like a swastika. You guys are crazy. And it's like gaslighty behavior. And then somebody found the fucking VOD of him buying this sword. And the very first thing he says when he sees it is, oh my God, bro, a swastika sword. And it's like, Jesus fuck. There's like an actual video for every single example of this. Or today we watched a video of him in China where he's buying this Mao suit. And the guy's flipping through a book of like, well, here's all the people who, wore it. And it's like the pictures of Mao and shit are there. And it's not like, oh, I want this in this color. Yeah, the traditional color. Yeah. And it's like, bro, what the fuck? And he's getting one like custom fitted for him? Jesus.
Okay. $5 from Travaka. Dems who are indifferent to Hasan need to be alerted how angrily spoken Hasan was towards Dems rather than Trump in his vitriolic speech. They need to wake up. Yeah, I did listen to the speech. He was very like, yeah, we don't need Trump anymore, but those Democrats have betrayed us.
The collaborators.
Right? It was definitely with the cadence of his voice. First of all, he's not a very good speech giver, right? I don't know if he's had any formal speech training or anything like that, but he's very stilted. He's very stiff. But the times he does get animated is when he's attacking the Democrats.
Yep.
Right. Otherwise,
he's normally a little bit better, but there might have been like agents in the crowd that were, DGG agents and whatnot.
He could have been nervous, right?
True.
Very scared. It was.
Also, he will get better.
As tough questions.
As bad and as cringy as he is at some things, he will get better. He has gotten better. He's gotten a lot better at subversive propaganda. I don't know if they gave him a fucking, what is it? The Civil War movie, an Avengers Civil War Bucky training or whatever, where they fucking incepted his mind to do better propaganda when he was in China. But he's gotten better at it, a lot better at it. So
the language that he uses specifically is very precise. And
yeah, he's very big on like cramming in all these.
That he keeps repeating and repeating.
Yeah, it's cringe as fuck.
It is. Radiant, you sent me something. What is this?
It's the video. Apparently today, I got a message from somebody. Sent me a clip of Hasan watching the David Pakman response, to the thing that happened.
This is gonna be a whole last stream, I think. I don't think we can go over all this now on Wick Show.
Okay,
but apparently Hasan is like at war right now with David Pakman. Oh, if it's a small clip,
of
I
course,
guess go for it.
Because any criticisms given to Hasan, right? It has to be met. They have to deal with it. But if you criticize Hasan, why are you punching left?
No.
That's how it goes.
It was just him saying the same thing as usual, like about we were like we were planning out to harass and like disrupt the convention. Like it's literally the words he said, and it was all on film. And
I am worried about you guys because they're going to keep repeating this lie, and people, it's like a permission structure. It's a soft justification to come after you, right?
Yeah. There's
Because
a whole lot of us being nothing but respectful. Like I feel somewhat confident that people can just look at that and see, but like I guess that's not what's being clipped.
Well, they prime it, right?
Yeah.
So before they show the information, they'll prime it by saying these harassers, DGG doxers are coming to disrupt, and then that frames what they show, and it primes the audience to see it in a certain light. It's propaganda, right? And so there is a higher than likelihood chance of people who are friendly towards.
Hey, Wick.
What?
I'm sending you a message. Can you go to like 2 minutes in here so I can finish watching this? I just got incredibly pissed off.
Jesus.
So like 2 minutes in the streamable.
Oh, yeah.
And like just started from there, honestly. Actually, maybe you could start like 158. Maybe we could just start it.
I think we should watch the whole thing, honestly, because like I know towards the end he starts talking about Darius coming to harass him, quote unquote, which is stupid.
But I'm like, bro, like here's the thing, dude. Like I'm so tired of people just like saying like these guys stalk and harass me. Like, can we just do it? Can we actually stalk and harass these people? Like, I know one's doing right now.
He didn't mean that. He was trolling.
Nothing's happening. Nothing's happening.
I know what you mean. No. Stop. We get it. We get it. Yeah. But I know what you mean. Like, it is crazy that they can say it over and over and over and over again, and like nothing is actually happening, and it's like, Jesus Christ, yeah.
Okay, where do you want me to go on this?
I think we should watch the whole thing, honestly. Like,
It's like 2
we're
minutes?
gonna get there. It's 3 minutes, yeah.
2 minutes is where I got like I skipped through because
Okay,
I was
well,
like,
let's see what they have to say. So let's go.
Nasty thing for him to do is to make it seem to his own audience that the guy who spent the last fucking 7 years stalking the living fuck out of me, who has actively said that I deserve death, that I have made statements that are worthy of killing, okay? Worthy of killing me. Guy who has openly demanded people in his community stalk me everywhere I go. Guy who has said I should be bullied and humiliated and yelled at if I'm going out to protest. I'm sorry, David Pakman, you know that shit, okay? You know he's been doing that. And if David doesn't know that, he should hear about it, okay? Because that's crazy. David Pakman, I don't think you are in favor of the targeted harassment that this fucking sex pest has conducted over the last 7 years. Because if you were aware of it and you're still making this video, that is the most disingenuous thing I've ever heard from you. It's worse than when you said, I don't know what IEPAC is. Okay? I don't know what IEPAC is. What is that? Those guys literally filmed themselves with their intent to disrupt an event that they were not invited to. They filmed the entire process. There's videos of it everywhere. Okay? That's crazy.
can you pause? Can you pause for like a second?
Are there
like why are there zero videos? Why are there zero videos of us interviewing and talking to the people? The videos are under JCLK's thread. That's it. The guy with no reach.
Those weren't like those were nothing.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Those are the videos. Me trolling about how I'm gonna snark him or whatever. That's the disruption I'm doing. I'm like, bro, I don't spend any, like, actually when I went there, I was just like, hey, what's up? I'm Darius. I do streams. Then I want to get involved, and I even gave people my plan on what I want to do and how I'm gonna go ahead and do it. I said I'm gonna ask Hasan to, I guess on my stream, I said I'm gonna ask Hasan, old enough account, old enough to mount, and then, but even then North the whole time was like, bro, like I just want to ask him about his opinions on if he supports Ukraine and like yada yada yada. And even then I'm asking him like, oh, if I want to ask him serious political questions, what would I ask him? Like what would I ask him? Like, what would be a question to ask? I'm asking North this for help for me to ask, like genuinely talk to him.
Questions are not harassment. I can't stress this enough. Going to a political influencer who is at a political event and asking them questions about their politics or their statements in the past is by no means harassment. And to frame it as such is dishonest.
I would
Hasan
also say
a liar.
These guys do support harassment when their side does it. Remember one of the most cucked moments in all of politics was when fucking Bernie Sanders was trying to give a speech and the two black ladies ran up and they stole his microphone to do their weirdo, whatever the fuck, talking to the crowd about, I don't even remember, white supremacy or some stupid shit. It was literally the most cucked thing in the history of all of Bernie politics.
It was Black Lives Matter.
Was it a BLM thing? And then look at the
think so.
look at the Scott Wiener thing again. This is like just the craziest, most recent story. Like this guy is getting almost like lynch mobbed out here, and Hasan is watching it on a stream, cheering it on. So they're actually super cool and fine with harassment. It's just they want their side to be the only one doing harassment. And also, like, think about it. Like, let's assume, okay, or not let's assume, but say for sake of argument that people were planning to go to an event and disrupt it by like standing up and shouting or whatever. It's a political event. Like, is it not to say that anybody should disrupt an event, but like, isn't this like? Wouldn't this be the most expected thing to some extent at like a politically heavy event? It's just so cringe and weird. What?
Yeah, does he disavow when Free Palestine goes
Absolutely
to the DNC?
not. Bro, this guy
Right?
watches terrorist attack. This guy won't disavow the Houthis hijacking ships. Why would he disavow protesters? He watched the RAF, the Royal Air Force, get sabotaged by a pro-Palestinian terrorist group in the UK. It might have been one of the reasons why his ETA was rejected, by the way, is because this is a designated terrorist group in the UK now. He watched them do the terrorist acts on stream, on Twitch, and cheered it on. He thought it was cool. Like, it's just insane. Yeah, don't let them beat you over the head with your own standards. It's so cringe.
It is.
And here's another thing too.
I think he also claimed in a sly way. Remember the two Israeli? Were they Israeli or just Jewish Americans that got shot outside of the in New York?
I think they were Israeli. I think they were connected with Israel. I believe.
Okay, I don't know if that was true or not, but
they worked at the embassy. I believe.
Sure, he implied that was like an APAC false flag. Is what he said about it. So
yeah. Oh my gosh. Okay, no. Wait. Before
I want to finish the clip before.
Notice what Hasan does in what he did before. He's telling his audience to go and harass David Pakman for doing this.
That is
this is
true.
Perfect justification
Pakman
for
should
us
be
to
made
go
aware
in and
of this, right?
No, it's not just being made aware. Like,
need
if
to
you
let him know.
want to counter this. No, it's just if you want to counter this, you have to get into the comments and be like, "Yo, these people are like fucking retarded." It can't just be that like we let David Pakman and his like mods be able to do this. There needs
Don't
to be
say retarded though, because
counter narrativization.
They'll report you. They'll report you if you say retarded. So don't say retarded on Reddit. That's an Insta account ban. Careful. And they do spam reports.
Discord.
They love reporting. They love spam reporting. I don't type in that no offense, but I don't type in the Melting Pot Discord anymore because they'll report you for any comment that even looks. They'll go through the whole thing and Justical and his crowd will go through that.
Sure. But yes. This is North is absolutely correct. This is a call for mass letting Pakman know about what's going on. So he's about to get spammed a bunch of links. He's about to get spammed a bunch of out of context clips. All that's about to happen to this.
Like, the thing that sucks is like I'm live for 9 hours, bro. Like you can't and it's insane because like the little segments you could just like clip it out, but like nobody has clipped out like us talking to people and actually because we did it for like literally we were there for 3 hours of the event. For 2 hours of it, we were talking to people and just like I got like people's ads. Like I'm like supposed to be like sending stuff. I've been like Instagramming the UNCG people. Fucking like it's annoying. Okay, watch this video though, because I gotta crash out.
Okay.
Around defending a guy who has an active court case distributing revenge porn
to a minor. Oh, he missed.
Yeah, that guy. His guy Darius is threatening to go to people's houses.
Ryle Kittenhouse. He knows such obscure lore, but he gets it from Justical. Justical is feeding him all these talking points.
I know, dude. He's like talking about the Ryle Kittenhouse thing, where it's obviously that was like the dude. I wish I went to his fucking house. I did. I was choking. I literally just did a loop around my fucking parking lot just to get engagement, bro, because it was funny. It was like if this guy's fucking sitting there on the internet telling him I'm a fucking like rapist and shit. Like yeah, I'm gonna pretend like I'm gonna fucking go to his house to fucking scare him. It's fucking funny. Fuck you, dude. And I did. Obviously, all of them are so scared, but they can go on the internet, call me a rapist, do whatever they fucking want. Like fuck you guys. Like post around my fucking police records and then make videos dedicated for like fucking snarking the shit out of me. But I can't like troll for literally that was like 40 minutes of me just baiting. Oh yeah, what am I gonna do, guys? What am I gonna do? Like fuck you guys.
Yeah.
Let's finish.
One of his fucking friends, unironically, is now talking about moving to Los Angeles to stalk me more efficiently. That guy who has actually received a restraining order from his ex.
Pause. This guy is banned from the UK. This guy is banned from the whole fucking country.
And had a suggested bill in Congress to call him and Candace Owens anti-Semitic. Like, yeah.
Like, dude, like, are we fucking serious? We're talking about me getting a restraining order for the dumbest shit, mind you. And then you're fucking banned from the United Kingdom for being like a fucking like terrorist.
He's not banned.
His ETA got rejected. His ETA got rejected. But to borrow from his language, I mean, yeah.
Yeah. Separate.
I got Google it. Look at his band. But okay, but anyway, it doesn't matter. He got rejected.
That's what he wants you to believe.
Okay, we got like it's 52 seconds left. Let's watch.
Come on, man. Come on, David.
I wonder if David
We've
will
always
come
had
talk
our
to us.
disagreements, but I've always been cordial because David's been cordial. This is definitely, I don't think David, I'm going to be charitable. I'm going to go ahead and say, I don't think David knows the extent of the madness presented by this cult. Okay? I'm going to be charitable and I'm going to say that because if he did, he probably would not be defending this.
But this is, dude.
Okay,
let it finish!
It's like
Holy shit, let it finish!
Tactical. Oh my
Man,
god.
I can't, dude.
Republicans are going to put these clips everywhere. Like, people seem crazy when they.
Okay, that's it. Okay. Fair enough. Yeah.
Also, you can show just the times on these are fucking. It's too much, bro.
It's just like, bro, when you're saying like the extent to anything, all the organization, all the like harassment that's directed towards Hasan, nobody from DGG fucks with this guy like at all. I think that one time he ever got fucked with was some guy like did a drive-by and said like Destiny made you or something. And I think Xena was that they were at like a basketball thing at TwitchCon and she like said like Destiny owns you. That's like the like extent to any time I've ever seen this guy get pressed in relation to Destiny ever in real life. Like nobody's actually doing it. So it's like, bro, like at this point, it's like, dude, like what do you like if someone starts actually like pressing him, like it's like, are we gonna like I don't like no what the fuck are you supposed to do? Like I don't know how if they just keep repeating it.
Yeah. He's a baby.
Okay, here's Hasan tweeting, "Hey, David Pakman, why did you criticize the College Democrats of America making a similar decision to the one you made in 2025? What changed?" And then David Pakman drops out of an event. He was co-headlining with Destiny in June, citing reputational concern. The CEO of the event released a statement, blah, 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 blah. Okay, well, what's...
Oh, I didn't even realize
relevant?
that was the thing that he was citing. Wait, was it about my stuff? Because me and David Pakman were going to do an event, and then they spam emailed him, and then he pulled out. It was the same time also that they spam emailed, and I had to cancel my plushie launch from the last organizer that I was working with because they were all spamming emails.
Oh, about Israel Palestine or whatever?
So sad, the makeshift one.
I don't know what we were going to talk about, but I know that the spam emails were about my fucking rape court case or whatever. So yeah,
yeah, this was what he's referencing. He's
nice,
like,
king.
But there's a difference between I don't want to work with a certain creator on a project and things like that, and banning someone from a public event. These are not the same thing. These are not the same sorts of decision making that goes into deciding what you're going to do here. Like to try to draw a comparison between these things, right? Or try to say that these are similar events. They're just not, right? It's very fine to be like, hey, I don't want to be on this person's stream or I don't want to work with this person. Okay, cool. That's an entirely different thing from I'm speaking at a public event. I don't want this person in the building. I don't know. To me, that's different. We got one more thing here.
Oh, the logistical. Wait, just look at the tweets. Look at the times on these.
Oh, he immediately tweeted. It was
the
2 minutes after.
9:02, and then where were we before here? 8:14, so an hour after.
Look at the time difference between the logistical and the Hasan tweet.
9:01.
Yeah, see?
Okay. I see what you're saying.
9:01, and then the other one is...
They work together.
9:02.
Yeah.
Yeah. 9:02
I think ESTOK
from
DM'd it
Jason.
to him.
9:01 from Hasan. They wait for their marching orders, and then they go. Yes, absolutely. How close, and this is to Destiny, how close, like, they can do this without any formal connection or formal, like, DMs being sent, you need to tweet this now. Sometimes they just understand the assignment and they go. How close of a collaboration do you think that Hasan is with JStalk and all those snarkers?
Probably fairly close now because the communication, the back and forth is so fast, and he can probably justify it because he feels like things are getting more serious, and like he's coming out with these points and they're coordinating on it a lot quicker now. And this was kind of like Gistical's dream, was to finally make it in with another big crowd because he was simping for this guy for a while. So it's probably...
Well, that's how he can survive, right? Like he needs...
Well, and because now he can be like the leader of like this whole other little like lefty snark squad, despite the fact that his personal politics are like neo-Nazi-ish adjacent, which is funny. But
hey, there's R2.
Yeah, true.
Here we go.
Oh, I got it. Nice, good one.
$10 from Real Determinatus. We need to publicly put socialists to the question of you say you want X. Once we achieve that, what's next? Make them either say socialism or disavow it.
Yeah, you can push them on any position. They're not going to have any policies. Like, they'll say it's not important or they'll whatever. But, I mean, they don't ever have, like, any actual policy positions. Like, just ask them, like, what should we do for Israel-Palestine? Like, they don't have anything to say meaningfully on that.
Well, we need to boycott Israel. That's what they'll say. We need to disconnect with Israel. We need to defund, all that. $5 from The Dramatic Dream. I'm Dr. Pibb, kick chat boys. I don't agree with Destiny. Trump is not the bigger threat. Trump has played his cards. He's beatable. Hasan is dangerous.
Okay. I mean, it just depends on how you identify bigger threat, right?
Sure. $20 from Grassroots Hegemon. I do think there is something to be said. Normal conservatives who said college campuses had places that are breeding grounds for these sociopaths were right. We failed to police ours. Good luck.
True.
Yep, I think that's true. I mean, I don't know if you guys remember, we're going way back to 2017 now, but there was that massive fire that was started at Berkeley because Milo was going there to speak. It was by a bunch of leftist students. Like, that was unacceptable, and the libs didn't push back on it, and here we are 10 years later. Those leftists are now out of school, and they're doing crazy shit in real life.
$5 from Headless Chicken. Tankies would rather let the country burn in hopes of ruling over the ashes. Act like professionals, and don't make it so obvious who you're with. Okay. $10 from Morally Neutral. Hasan is Mossad. Maybe. Possible. Upstate Trash for $10. Jew Stalker is morbidly obese. Did the guests have analysis of that fact?
Like what? Dude, JSTOK will not talk to anybody that's in this call right now, and he's consistently going online
He'll talk to me.
talking about what. He'll talk to you about this.
He wants to
About
talk
what-
to me, actually.
He wants to talk to. He wants to debate Dev. Yeah.
Really?
He won't talk to. He won't talk to the guy who knows. Like, look, he wants to. He mentioned that if I disagreed with anything about the court case allegations he's made, that I could come on stream with him. But the problem is I haven't followed the court case, and
Why? If I can't,
I just don't know enough about it.
Well, that's what these people do, right? They go after the weakest link, and their goal is to convince them. So,
Well, I don't
if
know
I came there to
the
disrupt
weakest link,
and like,
but I just don't. Frankly, it's drama stuff, and I don't cover drama stuff a lot, right?
if I came there to disrupt and cause a commotion, why did I not like press people about their support for Hasan or like try to like get more information from Hasan on everybody? I was just like, yeah, I support him, and then I just talked to people about what they're here for. I was just conversing with people and just having a normal time, like actually, I guess, supporting the actual event that was going on. I mean, my intention there was to speak to Hasan and then say like a little jokey comment. But as I came over there and I was interacting with people, I was like, okay, this is like, yeah, it's fun. I'm just talking to people that work here, and this is also in line with what I want to do in the future with canvassing. So I'm going to keep talking to people.
It is telling that the strongest piece of evidence that they have presented to make their case was you saying, I'm going to snark Hasan. And I guarantee you, Jew Stalker does not believe that snarking is a bannable offense or should be a bannable
Or is
offense.
even a real thing.
And we've been throwing around that word like super playfully this entire trip. It's obviously like an ironic thing.
Sure. Absolutely. Well, absolutely, yes. But they have the
At least to some
ability to
extent.
understand jokes and irony when it's made by their side, but they suddenly lose that ability when it's made by any one of their enemies. And it will always, context is something that they demand you deal with them in.
Well, what are you going to? What are you guys talking about? So what does he want to talk? Does he want to talk about our intention and if we deserve to be kicked out?
No, he doesn't want to talk about this. He wants to talk about the court case, the Destiny's
What the fuck?
Court case with Pixie. Well, yeah, because they go around because it's like this is another thing I'm a little worried about. Like when this court case ends and they don't get the result that they wanted, like I don't know if someone's gonna lose their fucking mind. It's like, well, yeah, mission heard, sir. We have only one way to go now. Yeah, and it's like Jesus Christ. But like that, yeah, that court case is like the most important thing to prove that I'm like a long-term pedophile rapist. They use that whole thing. Hasan, I think Hasan is. I don't know if Hasan has repeated this point yet, but I know Jessica says it a lot, so Hasan will be saying it soon if he hasn't already. That the whole reason why that DGGP organization was created was to just provide cover for my sex crimes.
Hasan has said that, or well, no, it was Juice.
Dude, by the way, mind you, Dude, I was expecting when I went to any of the DGG event things that are publicly available, you can see wherever they're going. I expected to see Destiny at least one of them. I did not see him at any of them. And I was like, oh, okay. Since people were saying that he's like super involved, he wasn't at a single one. And then when I talked to people there, I was like, yeah, you probably know me from Destiny. Some of them were like, no, I'm here because I'm a friend of a guy that was like a fan of Destiny that like I'm now involved in. So now I'm involved in the group. It's like this place.
When I was asked to do streaming at LibCon, I didn't think Destiny was going to be streaming with me at all. Like, that wasn't communicated to me or anything. It was supposed to be me and SoyPill. Me and SoyPill were going to co-host a stream for a few hours. And they were going to get us guests, and we're going to interview the guests. Yeah, Destiny just didn't come up.
That's weird, Darius, because everybody knew me.
Damn.
Well, I remember from when I was talking with some people from Digital Ground Game, one thing they mentioned was that the last members that they want are DGGers, because they say that DGGers don't seem to be like as good at doing the whole, I guess, politics thing than the other people they found. But
Bullshit! I don't believe that. The majority
I
of them
swear
are
to
still
God, bro. I
DGGers.
swear to God, bro. I swear to God. Well, it was one guy.
Who told you this? Who told you? Name names.
My guess is it was probably Bryce, and I know why. It's because he was talking to you, motherfucker. Guaranteed.
Oh yeah, maybe.
And I fully support Bryce when he said it, because you know what? He probably was talking to you. So.
Bryce was like, no, it's fine, man.
Who else could call
You're
the controversy like this? Who else?
$10 from ECP. Lived a few blocks away from Chaz, and it was so dumb. It ended in 2 shootings. The second, a black kid died, and the shooter is on camera picking up shells trying to hide evidence. Pure hypocrisy. $5 from Dr. Dick
What, you can't pick up the trash
Maydongdong?
anymore?
Jesus.
What's up?
He said, is it a crime to pick up trash? Is what he said.
Yeah.
He's saying the black kid that he got killed.
Yes,
He's saying that black kid
I
was
get
trash. I don't know why I thought that
No,
was so
you
funny.
fucking moron. I was saying you dumb fuck.
Shit. $5 from Dr. Dick Maydongdong. I thought we were giving up our
Alright.
liberal principles because of the Dark Knight and movies and stuff. I sure hope Destiny and Dev will make up our minds.
Okay. Thought we were what?
I don't know.
It's not even Dark Knight.
$10 from Robert Paulson. Please ask Dev to say, I am about to have a bowl of soup.
Wait, Dev, so are you getting involved in this stuff or what? Like, you're gonna get around? Like, you're gonna get like tacked in or what, man? What's your situation?
What the fuck did you just say?
Like, are you like gonna be like here, like, dude? You're gonna show up at the events, man. You're gonna get like lit. Like, you're gonna. Like, what the fuck am I supposed to say about that?
If I get enough money to do it, sure. I'm pretty poor right
Dude,
now.
that's so, dude. That's literally just if you just go live and you're like, hey, I want to go to a Destiny thing. Give me money. The people will do it. People like you and people want to see you show up.
Maybe after I get settled in my new place, yeah.
You should do it.
You should.
Okay, I'll
I'd
keep in touch.
I got to hang out with Kraut. I want to hang out with the other guy who survived Gamergate, right? So.
Oh my god, the crowd thing was so awkward when he was talking to me at first, because he's just like, I thought it was like a schizo dude, because I had no idea who this guy was, and he's just like talking to me like so friendly, and then I didn't realize it, and then I heard him talk to somebody else, and
You didn't recognize the voice?
Well, yeah, the voice clicked after a second, and because he started talking to someone else, I was like, wait a second, is that Kraut? And then I realized, I was like, oh shit, what's up?
You hadn't seen him before?
No, I never have, no.
Never seen him.
You ever heard of Kraut?
Nice guy. Like one of the guys who hung out with me, I think the most at the event was Kraut. He's a good guy. Very cool.
Chiller, I like him. Very nice.
Yeah, like a
Very kind.
smooth German
very
voice.
sweet.
As soon as he started talking, like I didn't know what he looked like either, but as soon as he started talking, just instant, like there's nobody
Very
else
good
got a
vibes.
voice like
Very
him.
good vibes all around. It's funny how a Jew stalker and them were basically calling him a creep the whole time though. That was
Shit, that dude.
Oh
all
yeah,
of
they're
that
trying to
behavior
say.
of that-
They're saying something about
I
him, like,
accuse
Whoa, whoa,
Kraut
whoa,
of
one at a
like
time, one at a time, one at a
sexually
time.
also lit. Dude.
doing something weird, some weird sexual shit with Stardust, and it's like they've been friends since like 2018.
Yeah, they were.
I have a positive story about Kraut. Okay, so like yesterday when we were cleaning up the Airbnb,
God, bro.
Kraut was with us. Okay, no, but this
Oh
is
my
good.
God,
Okay,
he
I'm gonna
likes
fast.
this.
I told Kraut, or like I said, Kraut, you do not have to help us clean up this place. You know, we're gonna check out at 11. You can leave whenever you want. It really doesn't matter. This guy stayed until 11 o'clock just cleaning up all the trash and garbage that everybody's leaving around, like putting all the stuff back and like picking up clothes. It's pretty awesome.
Did you
So-
clap afterwards?
Yeah, man. Well, I did clap. No,
I would have
but,
told you to get fucked. That's your mess.
I didn't tell him to do it. No, I said, bro, stop doing this, bro. You need to stop. He's like, I don't care. I don't have anything else to do. Like, I don't know why he was helping. It's pretty nice.
I've always liked Kraut's content, but like interacting with him, he is like a genuinely good person.
True. $10 from
I
No
also
Fucking
locked
Way.
up. I
Question
also
for
locked
Destiny.
in cleaning that morning.
Question for Destiny.
Thank you.
Let me make a little one. Just off the top of the dome, why did Trump happen? And then same question to Dev.
Why did Trump happen? I mean, it's always multivariate, right? But I mean, I would say, or multifactorial, I guess. I mean, I would say that the biggest issue was that Republicans have been playing a dangerous game for too long and pretending to be retarded while not actually being retarded, but appealing to retards. And then when an actual retard came along, they realized that they had spent so much time pretending to be retarded that the voting base couldn't tell the difference anymore. So a party full of Romneys that were acting like Palins suddenly found themselves surrounded by a bunch of Sarah Palins who were eager to vote for Donald Trump, I think.
Yeah, they courted retards and then were
I think that's
surprised when
partially
they
true.
elected a retard.
I think another big part of it was that basically the entirety of America was suffering from Iraq war fatigue, and the fact that Trump during those primaries was willing to go up and tell the entire Republican establishment to their face that they are wrong about the Iraq war, that earned him a lot of credibility with people who were like undecided.
Fair enough. $5 from Word of the Wise. It's so fucking pathetic that D and others were kicked out from the CDA while Timu Mao gave his speech. The time to punch left is now or never.
Timu Mao.
True. Lancy Pelosi for $5. Bear in mind, Bill Maher stated he would vote J.D. Vance because of people like HaMao Piker. We need to vehemently exercise these demons. Optics matter. True.
Peacefully.
Well, here's the thing. Like, a lot of leftists will say, well, you need our votes, right? It's a numbers game. For every one leftist that we kick out of the party, I think we get 3 other votes that come back in.
Yeah, it's just never been the case in any of these primaries or elections that like the extremist wins the primary or the extremist like outperforms in the general. Like it just doesn't happen. So I don't know, like when people say this shit, like Biden was one of the more moderates, maybe the most moderate of the 2020
I think
primary.
he was the most moderate.
Maybe, yeah. I mean, he was coming off of like Obama's record and everything else. I mean, maybe Bloomberg or whatever, maybe one of those others was more, but like definitely compared to even Harris or Warren or any of these other people at the time. And then, you know, Hillary pretty handedly beat Bernie. Hillary got 3 million more votes than Trump, regardless of how you feel about the Electoral College. Like, she outperformed electorally. And, you know, for all this, like, you run to the center and you're losing votes or whatever, that's just not true. Like, and you even the polling data today, when you look at where the Democratic Party is at, like, it's 2-1 or 3-1. People want the party to be more, they say moderate or centrist, but I'm pretty sure what voters actually mean is they just don't want to see, like, culture war, trans issues and shit all the time or whatever. But, you know, this idea that there's some huge hunger for socialism, for actual socialism, is just not true. They'll show the polls where it's like, oh, but a lot of Americans say they think we should be a little bit more socialist. But when the average American says that, they're saying that, like, we should keep funding Medicaid and shit. Not we need to have workers seizing all the capital from the fucking capital class.
I think the average American just wants a little bit more money in their pocket so they feel like they're doing a little bit better.
That's
It's like
right.
it's a lot
and
of it's
feel like,
economic.
yeah, and feel like the government is doing something for you and it's not just like some impediment or vehicle
Yeah.
for the rich to get richer or something, yeah.
And their money's going somewhere that they like it to go to, yeah.
$5 from Apex Valkyrie. My best friend will rarely talk about politics, but when Trump said he was going to make Canada a state, he said, that's really cringe. I agree. True. $20 from Semidius. It seems like being aggressively, annoyingly persistent is the meta. Snarkers, QAnon, social media, they sow seeds of informational social influence of BS. Why not organize, annoyingly, persistently weaponize that?
Yeah, I think I've been doing that in my community for months now. Like, we've been really big on the retweeting people and staying on message and basically, like, reiterating this over and over again. I've had a few Twitter people who've been, like, phenomenal at this. Yeah, it's an intentional strategy. I pointed this out a long time ago, and I remember going through the phases of, like, it's so stupid, why does he do this? Like, oh my God, this is cringe, he's senile, to, oh shit, I understand it now. Where every single time Trump gives a speech, it's like, America's the hottest place it's ever been. Nowhere's ever been hotter. Biden failed this. Like, he says the exact same talking points over and over and over again. But the reason why is because if you repeat it enough, it just gets picked up by everybody else, and then it's like a brainwashing thing, basically.
He's done the same speech 50 times in a fucking row, and he always hits the hits.
It's the same,
We gotta
yeah.
get the Save America Act passed. It's the Save America
This was a
Act.
dead
every fucking time.
country. Yeah, so many millions voted. 2020, nobody knew what the hell was going on. We're not going to have a country anymore. Yeah, it's the same talking points. And Hasan does it too now. When you listen to him speak, he's like a little Markov chain machine when it comes to hitting the same points over and over and over again. It's so annoying. You listen to the Katos when he talks. It's very intentional the way that they do it. Ugh.
$5 from Fire Burn Ouch. Who promoted Soy Pill, Pisco, Vosh, and Piker? In this corner of the internet if this corner of the internet had never entered political streaming, they wouldn't exist.
Wasn't me.
That's you,
$10
Steve. You did that.
We need to publicly put social... Oh, I already read that. $5 from Gazzle Burner. We need to start asking the far left candidates, influencers who won the 2020 Iowa caucus. Okay. If you know, you know. $10.
If you can't answer who won the 2020 election, that should be disqualifying, by the way.
Sure, not the election though. Wait. Does anybody know the memes he's talking about? Oh no.
Not off the top of my head. No,
wait.
not the
What is it?
Iowa.
Radiant.
Certified the winner.
Okay, is it?
Biden was certified the winner. Yeah.
Yeah, literally, yeah. It was that thing.
Wait,
there was like some like
was he?
regularity for the caucus.
I thought that was the one that Pete Buttigieg won. No.
I don't think Buttigieg won that. I thought it was. Actually, wait, no, you actually might be right. 'cause
It
I
was
do remember
Buttigieg. This was a huge dude. Bernie bros lost their fucking mind.
They're going crazy, man.
On this shit.
Yeah, Pete
Twitter fraud about
won.
the caucus.
But wait, how did Bernie get more pledged delegates, but Pete technically had the most percentage?
Won the caucus in Iowa, not the whole.
Iowa caucus result 2020.
Mm-hmm.
Pete had 26.2%. He got 9 pledged delegates. Bernie Sanders got 26.1%, 12 pledged delegates. Elizabeth Warren 5 at 18%. Biden 14 at 15.8%.
So you have delegates. Okay, you have to be careful. You have to be careful here because there's a lot of trigger people.
Yeah.
You have a thing called super delegates, okay? We don't talk about the super delegates. But basically, delegates are apportioned based on the percentage of votes, and the super delegates are free to vote in the way that they see fit. A lot of people really don't like the super delegates for a variety of reasons. But
So super delegates went further for Biden and further for Bernie.
when the Bernie math shows up, usually super delegates are who they'll point towards. They'll say, well, more people would have voted for Bernie, but because the super delegates were voting for Hillary or for Biden, that's why they all thought it was hopeless, and then they all started voting for Biden anyway. They'll bring that up, yeah.
Cool.
$5. From Dwillow. What if the only way forward is someone like Ossoff or Talarico who masks up to lefties with the right rhetoric, but are actually strong liberals?
You can do it a little bit, but you got to be careful. It's a dangerous game. You can't flirt with the fucking retard rhetoric with the populist shit. I just think, I don't know. I think Ossoff is probably taking about as far as I'm comfortable going, but we should be able to win on strong liberal messaging. We just have to actually message well and then have a bunch of other people that are willing to stay on topic and not constantly fucking capitulate to these crazy loser lefties. It's so cringe.
Liberalism is good, actually, okay? And I'm a proud liberal.
I think if you make social media require ID or something to sign up, I think things will be
maybe
a million billion times better. I think that would literally be groundbreaking.
I was talking about that. I was trying to talk to some of the larger political people at the LibCon event about doing advocating for ID being tied to social media stuff. The problem is that advocating for that now, it feels like it's more of a futile thing. We need to be focusing on things that we can achieve more in the short term and within our own ability instead of advocating for something that's a little bit more out there.
Sure.
That's going to require major legislation, a lot of political power to achieve.
$10 from Lib Trucker. Should we, as libs, start treating people like Soypill and Pisco like the enemy? In my opinion, they are enablers. Show of hands if you think we should treat Pisco and Soypill as enemies. Raise your hands.
Okay, what do you mean by enemies, though?
I don't think you treat them like enemies, but they're not good allies, is what I would say, I guess, yeah.
Fair. Okay, and hold on. You raised your hand, Parsec. Sorry. I'd look.
Berserk. Yeah, I did.
Okay, elaborate. Tell us why.
They facilitate the virus spreading. That's the biggest problem that I have. It's sort of like a middle ground. Sort of like the way that a cell works. You know how osmosis works, where you kind of have those gates that let things in and out of the cell. If you facilitate those gates, and if you facilitate the people who sweep for the virus in your party, I think that they are just as bad as the virus itself, and I wouldn't want to be associated with them as a liberal or as a Democrat.
I wouldn't say osmosis personally. I would say more like excitations of fields that exist through the medium of space-time. But yeah, I kind of understand what you're saying there. But I view it as a wave function where you have to make these choices. But thank you, true, indubitably.
Well, no, that wouldn't make any sense though, because then you would have to collapse the wave function.
Okay, enough.
I don't know how you would do that.
Enough.
Canadian, okay, he's Canadian. That's his vocabulary.
Oh, okay.
$5 from Oscar Rivera. Sorry. The best part of the tweet where CDA said their VP didn't speak for their organization. LOL. That was wild.
Yeah, it was pretty fucking stupid.
$2.
Well, I don't know. The funny thing is, I don't know if that was supposed to be about the VP or about Hasan, but either one of those would be equally funny. It's you're bringing in a speaker that doesn't represent you. why would you bring in the speaker then? He's like sanctioned by the event. You're inviting him. Like what? That's just so.
It's not like it's a debate.
Well,
either.
hold on. I think they were also under the impression that some of us might have been CDA people, so it could have been that like the CDA members, because they specifically said members, like at the event, maybe they thought that we were intentionally being disruptive and they didn't want us to ruin their reputation.
Oh,
I don't know. Just throwing it
no
out
idea.
there.
$2 from Two Jeds Tom. Does D regret hitching up his Zog wagon yet?
What does that mean? That I'm too Zog or not enough Zog or?
Probably too Zog.
The Jews are my
$5
friends.
still of the
I'm
Jews?
ready. I'm getting ready to move to Israel, bro. Those are my people. Okay.
Yeah.
I don't like when they lock the Jews in a room at the College Democrats of America
That's
event, man.
really
That's
fucking
crazy.
weird. And if anybody's listening or friends with anybody where any of that happened, if anybody has any like cell phone footage or anything of that, I'd be super interested in. Yeah.
Okay.
That ain't good.
$5 from Rapscallywagus. There's a clip of J-Stock saying he will obsessively cover and snark Hasan for years before he became an anti-fan. Someone find it and let's watch. We'll watch it another day.
They're out there.
$5 from Ravek. Do you think Hasan would rather have Sam Hyde at this point or Destiny at events?
He'd probably rather deal with Sam Hyde.
Maybe actually, yeah. Unironically,
I think he's too scared of you, man.
That's crazy.
I mean, Sam Hyde might hurt him physically, but you would hurt him reputationally, and I think that's where he would protect more than anything else. $5 from Hurting Unit. HaMao Piker is such a dishonest punk. That's all true. $10 from Lawson Harrison. These losers show their ass when they attack the most innocent, family-friendly streamer, Hutch. For why I still have no idea.
Damn. Hold on. I thought they were exaggerating. SoyPoint was full on defending the CDA in the on Twitter too.
Wait,
Jesus.
how? Read it.
No
Oh,
way,
yeah, are you talking about the Wick retweet? Is that what you're talking about?
No, that's what people said, and I looked at his thing and I saw that, but then I looked at replies, and then like he answered he answered some person on Twitter. He says in quotes, "You seem very defensive of the government cracking down on free speech, but not a thing at a convention. That seems like intentional disruption that the host disagreed with," end quote. Implying, I guess, that we were going to intentionally disrupt. And then somebody replied to him and they were like, "How is it a disruption to show up and ask questions at a political event? Exactly. Do you think 10 people were going to have a sit-in? When has Destiny ever known to be disruptive in real life?" And then SoyPoint said, "Was there a Q&A? I don't know what he's implying, but yeah."
That's the thing that I've seen a lot of the snarkers in my chat earlier were saying, prove that there was going to be the
Okay, so I can tell you,
it doesn't matter, even if there wasn't a Q&A. Why does that matter?
Every speaker, pretty much like every speaker that I was watching there, they had like a Q&A types like section or like thing at the end of their talks. Like
you
the
were
fact
there
there was
for
no
a few
Q&A is
hours,
just
right?
awkward. Yeah. The fact there was no
Before you got kicked
Q&A
out.
was like extremely out of the norm. Yeah. So like, and I've never seen like a political type
you want to
thing where
know
you
an
have people
example
coming in,
of
there's no
you know a it's so funny actually. Can you think of a really crazy example where there is a guy that did an open event? I think it was like was it within a week after Charlie Kirk was fucking assassinated, where everybody was like the tensions were fucking high, okay, at the college right of this event. And the Soy Pill was one of the people who came up to ask me an ultra critical question about my rhetoric relating to Republicans when half the people here weren't sure if I was gonna get fucking assassinated. And he asked me all those questions while he was there. Like, what the fuck? Like, it's insane to me, bro. Yeah. I don't know, dude. That's crazy. But Hasan wouldn't be able to answer a single question if they did an open Q&A. Like, come on. I'm sorry, but it's not even close to the same, bro. That's wild.
$10 from Brad.
Did the Soy Pill talk to you about this at all, or did he just tweet about it?
No, he hasn't.
Oh.
$10.
Maybe you could get him on a panel, Wick.
No.
I shook that man's hand. Okay, I thought he was cool. Like
I will have Soy Pill on anytime
should
he
reach
wants
him
to
out.
come
Good.
on. I've no beef with Soy Pill. He's a little annoying right now, but I've no real beef with Soy Pill. But I don't know. Yeah, the panel thing, I don't know about that. $10 from Brad Fulton. This is an incredible T-shirt, Mooten. Bravo.
Thanks. It's my Destiny merch that I got for being in the cold.
Oh, I have a notebook of that back there.
Okay.
Wait until Luke shows you all of Destiny's merch. She has so much Destiny merch.
Stop.
It's so cute.
$5 from National.
Holy shit. Wait, I'm sorry, real quick. I know you're making money. Wait, read this one and then go through this after. Jesus.
Okay.
Pull that up, Wick.
$5 from Natural Phenomenon. Trump spawned from the internet, fueled distrust in government, exacerbated by right-wing power plays, systematically damaged education, and trickled-down econ. Okay, wow. What am I bringing up here?
I think he DM'd it to you. I'm pretty sure.
Hold on. Give me a second. Let me put it on the screen. Let me make it big. Is this from Hasan's chat? Fuck David Pacman. I'm genuinely disappointed with David. He's not beating these Argentinian allegations for me now.
That's a neo-Nazi. That's a Nazi joke, by the way. Yeah.
I don't get that. Don't fight with David APAC on your days off.
David APAC? Because he's a Jew,
Fuck
by the
David
way.
Pacman.
He's Jewish.
I know you're already on it, but can't wait for you to light David's ass up, calling out his bullshit. There's just hundreds of, like, we don't.
Yeah.
I'm scrolling.
Fuck this shit-ass platform, dude. Twitch is crazy. That Dan dude, that's just insane,
Dan
man.
Clancy.
It's like
Fuck David APAC-Man, David APAC-Man over and over again. Fuck David Pacman. David Pacman does support socialism, but only in Tel Aviv. What? Housing as a human right is good, David. There's like hundreds of these.
Yeah.
It's insane.
Yeah.
That's crazy.
This reminds me. I think they're like saying this like similar stuff about like the Zuggerite person in the JLCOK's chats. Like, it's just crazy. Like,
oh, the
bro,
comments
these
about
people
her.
do it
Yeah.
so much. Yeah. Like it's either that like oh Destiny slut or that fact that she's Israeli or I think she's Israeli or Jewish. It's just crazy.
I think she's Jewish.
And she doesn't even talk about politics. She has a strong opinion about Israel Palestine, but she doesn't really talk about it that much. It's just like just stupid.
That's insane.
It's weird.
A lot of unhinged sexual comments.
So
of
well,
that
yes.
nature. It was
So this
really
is why I just want to kind of like harp on this and kind of like really hammer down. If you criticize Hasan, this is what you're going to expect to happen, and that's just one little section, right? Imagine what he's getting in his Twitter replies. Imagine what he's getting in his inbox. Imagine what he's getting in his YouTube comments. Imagine what he's getting in his Reddit sub.
Well, look at the fucking thing I just sent you too.
What did you just say?
Oh, is it this? The picture of the... If I'm president, I'm putting... Yeah.
Daniel 2 in Hasan's chat says, if I'm president, I'm putting David Pacman in a camp.
Yeah,
Someone's
you both
saying,
sent me the
sue
same damn
him.
thing. Okay.
Jail. Treason doesn't require a prison. Yeah, these people are nuts, man.
Treason does... Yes.
shit.
This is... When we talk about calling for violence, right? When we talk about dangerous communities, okay? All I'm saying is that it's almost every week I find out someone new to me has been either doxxed or they're attempting to dox them, right?
Yeah.
It's insane. And they'll just do it on Twitter too. They'll just throw it out there. Okay. Oh, sorry. Ugh.
Get your money.
5 Wick TV gift memberships from the Trib one. Thank you. Mantis Praise for $10. Destiny. I warned you about JStalk when he was still in your community, hosting your little DGG after show, and was harassing me and tomfoolery. You even repeated his snark. You suck. I love you.
I don't recognize New Zealand people as humans, so I don't care. Get fucked.
People from Digital Ground Game are sending me the things that they're getting. They're getting tweets such as "Die DGG scum," things like that. It's insane. Right.
One thing that's kind of annoying too, because this stuff does work, is that like I laugh it off and you guys are laughing it off or whatever, but like it is pretty spooky to normal people. Like I had a huge overhaul of mods in the past because a lot of them just had to quit because it was too much pressure. Like they got scared of a lot of shit. Like there's a lot of pressure to be moved out of these spaces. I mean, you see how like Jessica and all them act like to anybody, and there's like also too there's no boundaries for these people. Like they will find your socials, they will try to find your friends,
kids.
like they'll do it's, and nothing is off limits, right? Doobie running around in all these chats arguing why you can A-log my son, Hasan bringing up my kid constantly, like there's
Can I show
literally
this
nothing.
on,
What?
Moves, can I show this on screen?
Yep. Sure.
Yeah, I mean, someone was in David Pacman's chat literally saying like, oh, or sorry, not Pacman, Hasan's chat saying David Pacman has 2 beautiful kids. Like these people are unhinged and crazy.
Yeah.
Oh my god.
Yo, imagine talking to a streamer and then like the next day your mom gets a phone call from somebody telling them you need to kill yourself. Like it's crazy, bro.
Would you do? Where is this from? Would you do a? This is Dispel saying, would you do a snarking job for me, please? Is this guy Mooks's husband? And they're linking this Sharpie V guy. I don't know who that is. And Rar Moxie. Well, he's in my Discord, so he must be a good guy. Well, no, I don't want to say that. There's a lot of people in my Discord that maybe aren't good guys. Never mind. No, disavow. But yeah, they're just basically. Would you do a snarking job? Where was this posted?
I would not like to say.
Okay, that's insane though.
Wait, can't you tell where it's posted because of the icons next to the person's name, or no?
No,
that's anybody can click the. That's like a clan tag.
Oh, I suck at Discord. I don't know. You guys are weird. Okay.
Boomer.
This is 9:49 p.m. So this was like 20 minutes ago.
This is while I was on this panel, yeah.
Well, yeah, you're gonna get harassed
This is
because
why-
you dared talk about Hasan.
Yep.
Yeah, this is
Yep.
why it's hard for me to get some guests now. Is because
I
if you
barely
come
said
on my
anything
show-
too.
Yeah.
If you come on my show, they're just gonna fucking target you. And
Give
what
you
do
a
I say
fucking
to
snack
people?
job.
Like, how do I fucking with my business is not good business, Mr. Moot.
Not good business.
Well, I've got to take off though, but thanks
Go
for
ahead,
having
thanks,
me.
yeah.
Thanks for
Everyone
having me on for a little bit. I will say right at the end here though, Wick, like I do get a little bit of harassment as well. Like in reference to all of this, but it's almost always drowned out by the right-wing harassment that I get from my former associates and like their followers. I mean, you've had Ace on your show. You know how unhinged he is.
He's working with the JStalk community, to be clear. They
Well,
connected up.
After you interviewed Ace, they linked up. Yeah,
They linked up.
Yeah, some of them
that
are
was,
starting
that was your
to, yeah.
fault. That was your
The
fault. Wick.
supervillains are working together.
Yeah.
That's crazy.
Yeah,
I'm sorry.
a lot of the right wingers who are mad that I kind of left the Sargon orbit, they've now linked up with JStalk as well, from what I understand.
Yeah, and keep in mind, like the
Yeah.
nicest dude on the fucking planet. Hopefully, Dan's not here. Like I don't know if you guys are aware of like Dr. K on Twitch. Like there's that LSF clip of him talking about how streamers have confided in him in the background about how scary Hasan's community is. And that's to Dr. K. And that was like a year or two ago. Like, that's crazy. I'm sorry. Like that. And then also, I saw one comment. I think it was on LSF. It was probably by a Destiny Dick Rider or whatever. They said they weren't, but maybe they were lying. I don't know, because you guys do whatever. But like, it was funny because somebody had mentioned, like, I hear all the time about like the DGG community and how scary they are and everything. But like, I've never actually seen anything ever of the DGG community. Like, I don't know where these things come from. But the Hasan shit, you see everywhere on Reddit. They're everywhere, where if you make a bad comment about him, no matter what subreddit you're in, these people will show up. They immediately start going through your comment history, calling you a fascist, saying whatever bullshit. Like, and the idea that like my fans, like they have this, it's like you're more likely, if a DGGer shows up somewhere to make a comment, there will be 10 people that will show up and be like, oh, you're a Destiny Tech Writer. And they're all like DSA, like Marxist-Leninist, like tanky posters on the fucking deprogram subreddit or whatever. It's crazy, dude.
Yeah. The most unhinged thing that I've seen, aside from you getting swatted Destiny, but I don't know if you guys heard about this, but Stardust was sent a cow head.
Jesus.
What?
It was a picture of a cow head. I don't know.
Oh, okay, yeah. She talked about it on stream, and like because she's Indian, right? And it's like, holy shit, dude, that's pretty crazy. I think that's some.
It was by that
some pretty crazy
substance guy.
reasoning.
The
It is
substance
crazy. Oh,
guy
was
that
it?
Hasan loves to retweet and like.
Yeah.
and quote.
Oh,
This one
okay,
keeps the
all right.
Discord.
Jesus Christ.
Like he sent it to her address?
Yes.
Oh, well then that's, I mean, what do you want me to say?
Yep.
Listen,
I gotta go
could
though.
you
See you
think-
later, guys. Have fun.
Okay, have
How
fun.
could you think? How could you think that this
Smart.
guy? How do you guys think that this guy here could be?
Dude, you are so
Come on,
gay.
like look at him, man.
Okay, that's too homosexual for me. Okay, $5 from John Smith's basement. Any plans to target right-wing influencers like Mr. Metacore and Kino Casino in the future? They've also contributed in stalking culture online.
We're a bit busy
wait.
right now, bud.
Yeah, we'll come for them next, okay?
Hey, Wick, you're kind of like not like a pussy. Why didn't we hang out at all during the thing? Why didn't you come with me through the CDA thing?
You should
Actually,
have came to the
I
rave,
thought-
Wick.
So,
No,
two
I
things.
should have came to
I
the
didn't
rave
come to the
actually.
CDA thing because I was on my way home when I found out it was happening, and I wasn't gonna fucking turn around. I was like,
And you
okay,
didn't think like, oh, maybe I should stay around a little bit longer to see Darius? I mean,
I was-
everyone I know moved their
was
flight to
there
the next one for the rave because it was the
from
most lit
Wednesday
thing ever.
night to Saturday morning. You had ample opportunity to
Dude.
come see me. You did not.
I know you were just like randomly. You never communicated with me until you were
because
blitzed
people
out
said-
drunk,
hold
saying
on,
your random
people
areas.
told me that you wanted to contact me, so I texted you, hey,
Reminder
you wanna
that.
hang out? You want to meet
Hey,
up?
dude, you
Nothing.
okay, motherfucker?
Nothing.
Think about this, dude. You only did this while you were drunk. Never at all did you do this while you were sober. You only think of me while you're intoxicated or your fucking instincts are down. You don't think of me. You don't think of me as a guy that can come close to you whenever you're in your most like guarded up because you know I'll penetrate you.
I think he would have hung out if
It does make sense.
That doesn't
Okay.
make sense because everyone knows I would be the top in this situation. But fair enough.
Cap, Caparino.
Okay.
But no, why
well,
don't you? But I'm being serious. Why don't you? Why don't
we
like
can hang
I'm
out next time next time you're in the area.
No,
You just
no,
gotta
I'm
make
not
sure-
talking about hanging out. Like I want to go to the events and I want to go do these things. Why aren't you doing that? Why aren't you at the modern day debate thing? Isn't this like your job?
I wasn't in. Well, first of all, I have no
He's
interest
not
in
here?
going to debate those people. They're not fun. They're not interesting. There's no one new there. I can.
Come the fuck on.
They're not. They're not. They're not interesting. They're just not. Those right
Loner
wingers.
Box is
They're not
going.
interesting. I've
Loner
seen
Box is
Loner
going?
Box
Really?
before. I've met Loner
Yes.
Box.
Oh damn.
Yeah, how are you? Yeah. Yeah, so that's fucking dude, just come over. It's good. It's gonna be good to stream and just talk with them, man. People want to see you. People want to see you get around and
Tell
get
you
like
what, you buy my plane ticket and maybe. Okay.
fine, sure. It's like that was weak. Yeah, all right, message me.
Yeah, I will.
I'll bring you back home. Me.
If I never, you guys won't ever hear from me again.
Yes, yes.
I will be a statistic. Okay.
Come to the Airbnb, Wick.
$10 for Trib 1. For the group, libs need you guys more than ever to spread your projects. One way to hurt leftists is for us to flood the zone. Insane that libs don't get to go to lib events anymore. Super gay W Wick. Well, we just went to one. LibCon. It's great.
I don't even know what.
Thank you for the gift membership, aka Batozai, and Card Academy Ace, W Darius, truly the drunken master of political snarking. Keep it up. Also, Mooks had good, friendly interviews. Planning on more political content, Mooks?
I am so sorry. I'm so sorry. Please repeat. Political content? Yes.
Yes.
I've done a little bit of talking to people on my channel so far, but yeah, I just started. I would like to do more. Trying to mingle around with people like you.
Mooks.
Wow, I'm watching my next generation of anti-fans born right before my eyes. Oh boy.
Look at them.
I'm so proud.
Well, that's them, man. But listen, I
We're
got
gonna-
them under control. Don't worry about it.
We're gonna look at the bridge burning will be glorious. Okay, when it happens. $12 from Wolf Shacker to say $12. That's a weird amount. Thoughts on Matten Evan? He's been my guilty pleasure watch of late.
Don't know who
Don't know who that is.
I don't know who it is. Trib 1,
You,
$5.
you know who Matan Evan is, dude? He's the guy with the fucking.
Oh
thick
no,
accent.
you guys,
He's
you
like-
all know who that is. He's the guy who
He's
gives
like
the really
15.
goofy interviews,
Bill
and he's got
Clinton
like
kid, yes,
the.
I do know.
Yeah, he does like the in the fucking tent thing, and everyone here knows who he is.
I don't know who this guy is.
You do, you do. Don't make me show him, and then you're gonna be like,
the one from the Game Awards.
nobody knows
just
who's
looked
the
him
Bill
up.
Oh, he went
Clinton.
on stage during the game thing.
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh, yeah.
Shut the fuck
Okay,
up.
I don't know this guy.
You do know him. You've seen him before. He
I
remember the
just
guy.
looked him
Remember
up.
the
I
kid.
know.
Look at his interview with Matt
Getting
Gates.
old,
So look at his.
dude.
Oh no, because you're new. Never mind. Maybe not. I don't know.
I'm
Fuck
new.
you. Shut the fuck
Thank
up.
you.
$5 from Trib 1. Also, no crank yank Wick, but the reality is many people don't have the spine you have. Keep doing what you do, bro. Also, this dono is sponsored by the Jews. Well, thank you for the $5. And it's true, not everyone can
Jews.
tank like I can.
Wick,
Okay?
can you name a book you've read?
Oh shit.
The Empire of Silence. Boom.
There it is. Boom.
Okay. I can name the Demon in White I'm reading now. I'm doing the 50-book challenge this year.
Ooh,
Okay?
nice.
I'm on book 15, 16. I'm a little behind, to be clear. But no, I've read a lot of books. This is what I do. $10 from the Trib 1. CDA cucked themselves hard, though. There won't be people like Jamie Raskin showing up to their stuff from now on unless they make this right and have Destiny as a speaker next year. LOL.
True.
W.
They should have him.
Yeah, true.
That would that mend the bridge between you and College Gems if they invited you to speak at one of their events? Would you go, Destiny?
It would depend on the event. I have a place in the world for the type of stuff that I do. I don't want to be an attack point against the Democratic Party. So if I feel like my presence in some area is going to cause trouble for Democrats, then I wouldn't want to be involved in that way. So it just depends on the event. Like, I think this event would have been a perfect event for me to be a speaker at because Hasan was going, right? So you could argue that, oh, we have a diversity of viewpoints, and here's a guy who's like a crazy moderate Zionist guy, I guess, and here's a guy who's a crazy Stalinist Maoist guy, I guess, and then maybe some other types of people. Like, I think it would have worked fine. But like, if it's supposed to be like a big like unify the party moment or some shit, I don't know. I'm a pretty controversial character, but it just depends on the event.
We'll get Steve to show up in Hugo Boss. Hasan can wear his Mao
Jesus.
outfit, and we'll get him to debate.
Yeah, I'll get my imperialist Japan military uniform.
$5 from Barbed Wire Barracuda. Never change, Wick baby. I won't. $5 from Lawson Harrison. Remember, the bad guys are the ones that say UDGG scum. True.
True, Lawson.
Die.
True.
UDGG, to be clear. Senator from West Vagina for $10. On Soy Pill. Early 20-something-year-old sock dems often spend a lot of time around further left artist hipsters, and they're under a lot of social pressure to defend DSA Hasan fan types. I don't know if that's true.
Then you grow up.
Real serious for 100 ARS For a sec, I was imagining that scene from The Godfather with Stardust waking up to a cow head in her bed. Nope, it wasn't mailed a cow head. It was a picture. Finally, or well, two more. $10 from the Skeletal Big. Speaking of Gamergate, this unhinged type of shit has been happening since at least back then. I sometimes wonder if malicious foreign agitators learned from that bit of internet history.
There are definitely amplification schemes that are helping people like Hasan 100%. Like, obviously, his stuff is botted. We see the weird subreddit shit going on. I'm curious how much of that is, like, by his talent agency or the people that he works with directly versus just other foreign actors. And, like, it's not even, like, weird to say. Like, it's weird to not say. Like, how do you have, like, what is most obviously, like, a subversive, like, you even admit to being part of a radicalization pipeline on the D platform, and then you take, like, a paid trip to Qatar, a paid trip, a sponsored trip to China, you get Mao's little red book, you take a paid trip to Cuba. Like, it's so fucking weird. It's so weird that nobody seems to ask any questions about this.
$5 from the Chief Bin Chicken. Hasan's community is the reason for great creators such as Aristocracy stop streaming due to massive harassment. It's not stalking, it's harassment.
True.
And $10 from Marlo Kurtz. Seems like the internet is pushing further into reality lately.
Wait,
what
seen...
can regular people do?
True. Comment and vote and show your displeasure in the comment section. The internet battlefield is the most important one. I'm only half joking there, unironically. Wait, you've seen this, right? This shit? The Reddit search shit, Wick?
Oh, give me a second.
Can you explain that to us, Steve? What the fuck does that mean?
So basically, I don't know, I guess people could do it or bots could do it, but basically what I'm doing is, if you type in one of these things, what it's doing is you're running a search for any time Hasan is brought up, but outside of the Destiny, Asmongold, Livestream Fail, H3H3 Productions, Hasan Piker, Leftovers H3, DGG Snark, or Fear and subreddits. So you're basically running a search to try to find Hasan being brought up anywhere on Reddit outside of like those main places. And then my guess is to brigade after that. It's to search for
no idea
mentions, and then you show up and then you support him there. But the fact that, like, if you open that on an incognito tab, or wait, so Wick, to understand what I'm saying, hold on. So Wick, just go to reddit.com or whatever.
Okay, give me a second. Okay, I'm there.
And then in the top bar, just search for the word Hasan.
Here, I'll do it live so you guys can see.
Sure.
Why not? Fuck it. Okay. Oh, and there it is.
Yeah, so it's because these are so frequently searched that they just pop up. It's automatically populated in search terms because other people are searching it so often. But like, who the fuck is searching this other than... It's just people trying to find Hasan mentions on Reddit without it being in like the popular Hasan-related subs so that they can find him being mentioned outside. This is why you see their fan base pop up so often to defend him in every single fucking subreddit.
Wolf Shacker says, for 710,
Was
you
it
took the bait
trending on
wig, you noticed
Twitter,
the
or was it trending on Reddit when you pulled it up there?
Was it trending on Reddit? I didn't.
Yeah, when you just pulled it up.
How do I know if it's trending on Reddit?
It had a little icon next to it that looked like it might have been.
What the fuck?
I don't use fucking Reddit, okay? It has a it has a little trending icon. It does. It does.
Nice. Based. Bots are working overtime.
Trying to get rid of the dog shocker in the algo.
Okay. We are winding down. I love you all. Last thoughts. We'll just go around quickly from the room. Last thoughts. And tomorrow, just before I go, tomorrow at 6 p.m. Eastern, we're doing some MAGA versus the world. We have that Dragon Fist guy. You guys remember him? He debated Destiny on USAID. He has agreed to debate all his critics tomorrow on my show at 6 p.m. Eastern. So if you have issues with what he was saying in that debate, if you have issues with him in general, show up 6 p.m. Eastern and he'll debate you. He's braver than Hasan, so you got to give him that.
True.
Okay.
Oh wait, one more little meme. You saw this too, right? Sorry, I'm pumping you full of the DGG narrative right now.
Pump me.
Open up.
Oh yeah. I did see this. Give me
Share with the class.
It's the Bobby John Dev. Since the first H3 Snark subreddit opened in 2023 of April, 11.3% of everyone active in Hasan Piker has also posted in the HC Snark subs. Leftovers, HC Snark 2025. 9,478 shared users out of 83,000. That's a large percentage, gang. That is not insignificant. 10%. 1 in 10. Over that, right? It's crazy stuff.
And those are
It's not
comment
just
posters. That doesn't have people who make like a totally different account or whatever that you wouldn't catch. So it's like, yeah, pretty spooky.
Yep. And it's not just drive-by comments. 2,337 users have 10 plus posts. 655 have 50 plus. 334 have 100 plus, and 8 have 1,000 in each. And these are in each community. 1,000 in each community. 1,000 Reddit posts.
Power users.
What if you can like filter by like active? If you can like filter by like the active members in each community, and like, see how much greater it probably grows.
53% are more active in the Snark subs. 38% are more active in Hasan Piker. About 9% are split evenly. I pulled every post and comment from all 4 subs. 3.7 million items. Same era comparison only. Bots and deleted excluded. Full history numbers are lower. 7.7% because Hasan's sub predates the Snark sub by years. And here's the full data extra. And if we turn it around, that means that nearly 30% of active H3 Snark users have posted in the Hasan subreddit. And that's people actually posting and commenting, not passive subscribers padding a number. Damn.
Yeah. And nobody will say anything about any of this because all of it is just silly, goofy internet memes. So no
That's not
actual
true.
liberal commentators give a fuck.
David Pakman cares.
True. DPAK said something.
I mean, like, he did say something. You
No,
gotta
that
give
no,
him
no. I'm
reason.
sorry. He did. I'm disappointed that it's taken longer, whatever I'm saying. But no, he did, and props to him for that.
He did.
We got to defend our boy.
Okay. Let's start with Darius. Darius, last words, final thoughts.
Good one. Next.
Cool. Radiant, what do you got?
I just want to say I'm a Palestinian that would love to participate in politics, and I'm really upset by Hasan Piker, the very famous dog abuser, is keeping me out.
Diddy Piker, dog striker,
Jesus.
Palestinian preventer. There we go. Okay, let's give it to Persec.
Yeah, you got it. Yeah, all the people in here are great, amazing people. I had a lot of fun in DC with everybody. Yeah, fuck tankies, fuck campus, fuck Hasan in particular, and ask Jay Stock about Cherry.
Important. That's an important question.
Mr. North.
Also, ask Hasan about fish.
Yo, for real, actually.
That dog was like 4
For
years
real,
old.
what happened to that dog?
That
That
dog was
poor
like 4
dog,
years
man.
old. What happened to him? We know that he was abused. We saw the marks. We saw the bloody indents from the spike collar and everything. We saw the tail pulls.
I died early.
Just saying.
What do you got, North?
Okay, yeah. Final thoughts. Look, if you're out here and you see all this shit happening and you aren't involved in like social media and shit, start getting involved. You know, like they say, like the battleground of ideas.
Get
Ideas,
involved.
like a real thing. Yeah.
By
Start,
tweeting
like-
now, you can do it.
Start like boosting shit. Yeah. Start reposting shit. Start tweeting shit on your own or going on Reddit or whatever you need to do. Just get actively involved because if you don't, then these other people are going to control the narrative. So.
Okay, well, thanks for being here. Mr. Mooten.
I'm really disappointed in Cameron Landon, the vice president of the College Democrats, for not letting us in. 4 liberal people who just wanted to come and sit down peacefully and listen. Our minds are ready to be molded, and I'd like to thank all of the DGG Taliban warriors who are out there on Twitter peacefully informing people of, what's kind of going on. So shout out to the Taliban.
Peacefully and patriotically.
The Taliban.
Mooks.
Yeah. I'm sad I got kicked out, or that my friends got kicked out, and then I wasn't allowed to return, because this was like the first time I've tried going out and doing something like politically active, and I just don't know how to participate. I'm trying my best, so it sucks, but I'll keep trying. So
Please do. We need more people in the space and outside of the space to step up, go to these events, volunteer, all these things. But thank you for being here. And finally, last but not least, Steven, go ahead.
Yeah, I think the participation online is important. You finally are in a world now. We've always dreamed that our participation can just be Twitter wars. Well, here you are. The war is here on Twitter, and you can participate. I'm grateful for everybody that showed up or came to this event. It was kind of weird getting pressured out of something once for no reason, and not because Darius was doing some crazy shit where you guys deserve to get kicked out of something. Yeah, hopefully we see more liberal content creators join in on this as well. We're going to provide some critical support to DPAK today. I know that in my community, there's like a lot of things that we've gotten used to because I'm such an unbelievably humble person, but it really is an ungodly amount of harassment and abuse to deal with. And although we're used to seeing crazy unhinged shit or people talking about why my son can be A-logged and harassed indefinitely into the future, or why it's okay to like rape and murder my family members, or why it's okay for my docs to be posted and for me to laugh about it, for a lot of other people that participate in this stuff, that shit is really weird and it is terrifying. So I can't imagine. I'm sure David Pakman has fought with people on the right before who have like been weird or whatever, but I think I already kind of outed him. I'll say there was a very large CNN journalist that I spoke with. I don't know if I said this publicly. I think I did. But he told me that after his interview with me, that was the most harassment, like bar none, including all the neo-Nazi interviews and shit he'd done in the past. It was the most harassment he's ever gotten in his entire life. So I mean, like these the people on the far left are out there and they're doing work and they're trying to shape and mold things behind the scenes, or now in front of the scenes. I guess you see Hasan on camera, his fucking MaO outfit. So keep fighting. Don't feel discouraged. That's what they want. And when you see them lashing out like this and you see them being so unhinged and crazy, it's because you're getting to them. Okay. Also,
one last question before
true
you go.
Americans should always be asking just what happened to Cherry. Yeah. Okay.
True.
One last question before you go. If you could change one thing about LibCon, what would it have been?
What would it have been? I don't know. What, like
more tickets?
Oh, sure.
Yeah, more tickets.
None of us
True.
could go.
Yeah.
None of us could go.
Yeah, the only reason I was able to go is because I emailed the people and they gave me like a little code to like bypass the wait list.
Okay, fair enough. Fair enough.
Okay. Let more people stream the event. I think the coverage would have been good if you let more people stream
Maybe, yeah. They're trying to make it like it's supposed to be like a really professional thing. So
Official,
yeah.
yeah.
But yeah, there's probably a way that they can better integrate. They need to figure out how to integrate that stuff in the future because you have fucking influencers streaming all the Trump shit and everything, right? So yeah.
Yeah, I think if you have just like
Who's
the
it-
it's a
who's-
little too boring.
Every person at the college convention thing we were at, they loved the fact that we were streaming because that was like their chance to just like basically get a free platform to just say everything they want, like show their Instagram and stuff like
if you
that.
want to deal with new media, you have to deal with the streamers.
Yeah.
Yep. You just have to.
I think Darius unironically did like more good for that event than Hasan did because Hasan just gave his lame little speech and Darius let a lot of people use his 3,000 viewer platform to share whatever the fuck they wanted. So
for real.
Who I forgot. Fuck. Goddamn.
It's okay. I gotta go. I love you all. I'll see you guys tomorrow, 6 p.m. Eastern. Bye-bye.
Be
careful. Bye-bye.
Bye.
Thank you.
Thanks for having me.
DGL.
Bye.
Radiance won't leave.
Steve, you're debating Sherveen, right?
I knew it.
Yeah, tomorrow I am. Yeah.
I'll wait for you, dude.
All right, have fun.
No.
Jesus. Okay. I need to go eat. Nathan is going to starve to death. But first, holy fuck. So, if you missed it earlier, I don't know if this was linked on the subreddit yet. Oh, just kidding. It's the fucking front post.
Watch the whole video, listen to the whole segment before you send me hate mail. You know when it starts that way, it's going to be good. Our reasonable receive follow, you know.
Fuck, there's a whole segment to listen here. But he called out the Hasan MaO outfit thing and the DSA stuff or whatever. He did do this, I think maybe for the first time. He mentioned Hasan by name and everything. And me by name too. And now you have like it is a full court press on David Pakman now via Hasan. Fuck, hold on.
Also, David Pakman, we're gonna watch this Unfuck America tour is now hyping up. Dude, I love that like all of these Destiny affiliated organizations, they just almost exclusively work to do PR for this fucking weirdo. Okay, this weirdo and his cult. David Pakman has joined in on the call to action, and so did Parker Get a Job. You know, as you guys know, college Democrats invited me, and the Republicans are obviously freaking out. Some of these like liberals are freaking out too, and I think the Sex Pestiny Epstein community did like a boss call to all the liberal commentary sphere to be like, why won't you guys also shit on Hasan? Are you too scared or some shit like that? And it's really funny because like the idea that I'm not like eating it from both ends here is so funny. Like the notion that people are too afraid to stand up to Hasan is a hilarious take because I'm, you know, a priority target for the State Department. And
priority target. I can't say what I want to say because I'll get fucking banned on all these platforms. Imagine saying that from your multi-million-dollar mansion, your dual citizenship, generationally wealthy, billion-dollar family net worth, spoiled Nepo baby bullshit, that you're a prime target by the administration when people were being picked up from Minnesota and then kicked out of a fucking van in Texas 2 weeks later without fucking clothes. Right? Like the idea that you would actually have the audacity to call yourself a primary target of the administration is such an insult, a slap in the face that people are actually dealing with crazy unhinged Trump shit right now. I don't even think he's been fucking indicted over the Cuba shit. They just keep posting random fuck statements about it. Oh my God.
Also, prominent liberals yell at me all the fucking time. Okay, but anyway. What is this? They literally admitted getting harassed by the D community. Members of our chapter has been harassed under the mistaken assumption that we were supported or affiliated with Mr. Piker and his views.
Wait, real quick. I'm sorry. I brought this up in the show. This was the guy who talked to me.
Nope.
Who
They actively told you that, like, some people just came up and said that you're not welcome here.
Yeah, but now they're talking.
I had I think it was this guy, right? I had like a 15, 20 minute conversation or 5 or 10 minute, I don't know, whatever. But I talked to him for a while. And then after we had our conversation, they had to pull him aside and they were like, you shouldn't have talked to Destiny. We don't debate Palestinian issues here.
It's a public area. I have as much right to be here as you do. So I'm going to continue to be here and talk to people as long as people want to talk to me. And I'm not going to leave.
Some people just came up and said that you're not welcome here.
Yeah, but now they're talking and telling people not to talk to me. So now it's a little annoying because now these people that come up and talk to me, now they're walking around talking to every single person saying, don't talk to this guy. He's like Hasbro making pro-Zionist propaganda, which is now it's like, okay, well, I guess I'm not talking to anybody else, which is kind of annoying, but.
Okay, well, sure, I'll give it a public sound. Yeah. This guy does take his media, twist what you're saying, and publish it, so I just want to warn you.
He takes your media and twists it before he publishes it, the out of context. What? Like, dude, all my content is so long form. What the fuck are you talking about?
Comes up and start saying this. Yeah, you can hear. Obviously, I think you hear that. Yeah.
This guy does take his media, twist what you're saying, and publish it, so I just want to warn you. Be careful what you say, because it will be hurt.
Yeah, literally posting full clips, full video things, everything. But okay.
Clip chip thing, as it were.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. I think you can be genuine, right? I don't think. Maybe I'm being too naive, but like I think you can be genuine. Right? Yeah. So like I don't know. I think you have a big platform.
Why do you rewind everything 10 seconds after you pause? It triggers the fuck out of me. Because you autistic. If I stop a video and start talking in the middle of the sentence and I replay, it's starting right there. You might not even have heard the sentence. So I back up 5 or 10 seconds to like catch what I just paused to go back over. How is that really that hard to understand?
True. Good job. You tell him.
Areas should probably be expected. And it's like, how's it twist? Like really?
So you're just twisting things around. I'm calling it off. You don't be sure to include that part. There has to be an external.
I think people felt that, but I don't think it has to necessarily be an external thing. So like, even the
they're making an announcement to their camp. Please do not talk to him. Please do not talk to him.
I think people felt that, but I don't think it has to necessarily be an external thing. So like, even the HaSLOP words. Thank you.
Not the guy in the blue pants.
One of the.
No one cares, bro. You read a Wikipedia article.
And you're like,
fuck. Okay, show the guy.
Okay. So this guy in the background people have been like talking to him, and I've seen him talking to people, and now he's come back again, and yeah.
Conduct outside of work. I'm sorry.
Show the guy. No.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, that's fine.
Like, hey, like he's doing agitprop, don't trust him. The guy that gave me that first interview. For the rest of the time, me and my friend were looking at other people interview. He was just like sitting completely alone in like the middle of the group. Like, nobody was talking with him. He was just sitting there kind of like on his phone. And I feel like he got chewed out like hardcore by the protester organizers. And that's why he was like working overtime to try to get people not to chat with him.
Oh, we didn't get footage of him. But he was sitting alone in the middle of like the whole thing, and nobody's sitting like in a circle with him. Everybody's sitting around him. Oh my God, it was so sad. Okay, sorry. Anyway. But this is what they do. It's the isolation shit, the hardcore political programming of like, you have to believe in this all or nothing view. That's not even like a political reality. It's not even like politically feasible, but it's just like, this is our marching order.
That assumption is demonstrably false. And we, like our fellow students, should not be subject to harassment based on it. We hope the statement provides the clarity. Wait, what? So the fucking sex pest community was coming after the Kansas Young Democrats? Is that what it is? What the fuck? They were yelling at them? Are they going to like every Young Democrat chapter to be like, disavow Hasan? Okay, man. All right, well, let's see. So David was one of the guys that bit. They were emailing all of them. They're actually going after other people too. It's not even just about you. It's outright dangerous at this point. You got to do something.
Dangerous? Like, notice that the danger here is making our voices heard. Like, fuck you. What do you mean? We don't have the right to email people? We don't have a right to a redress of our grievances? We can't email and say, hey, we're just... Like, it's not even like brigading. Like, this is the democratic process. It's like... Imagine complaining. It's like, we lost the primary because the moderate Dems brigaded at the ballot box. All of them showed up and they brigaded the fuck out of us. And they trolled us. They brigaded the ballot boxes and they all went and they spammed their fucking votes or whatever. Like, what the fuck are you saying right now? Hello? The fuck is wrong with you?
Yeah.
Listen to the whole segment before you send me hate mail. You know when it starts that way, it's going to be good. Listen, the Democratic Party is showing the early signs of the same disease that destroyed the Republican Party. I've got so many friends on the left texting me and saying, David, we're not going to allow the same thing to happen on the left that
Oh, I didn't even text him.
Trump did to MAGA. That Trump and MAGA did to Republicans. Are we? Republicans.
What, you mean winning? Like, I'm sorry. They have an odious worldview.
God, where did this odious word come from? Oh my God.
Hate mail. You know when it starts that way, it's going to be good. Listen, the Democratic Party is showing the early signs of the same disease that destroyed the Republican Party. I've got so many friends on the left texting me and saying, David, we're not going to allow the same thing to happen on the left that Trump did to MAGA. That Trump and MAGA did to Republicans. Are we? Republicans.
What, you mean winning?
They won their first election in 2016. Then they lost horribly their second election. And then they won their third election. And now their party is like on the brink of a total collapse / evolution into something completely different, right? Like the Republican agenda has been served in the long term for sure, but like in a very morphed and mutated and non-ideal sort of manner. Like I like the idea here also. He's so much more honest now with his propaganda, which I appreciate. It's like Asmongold, right? The people who are disgusting will just be discussing your face. So they do want to be like MAGA. They do want to eat the party from within. He wants to be like the Tea Party now of like the leftist movement. Ironically enough, as much as Pisco the retard would use that blue MAGA talking point, this is the blue MAGA, right? He'll never apply it to them ever. For some reason, I don't even know who the fuck he would apply that to. Radical moderates. But this is like the blue MAGA movement. And it's not just owns it.
Like, I'm sorry. They have an odious worldview on the right. The reactionaries do, right? They're horrible monsters. But the one thing you can't say is they're unsuccessful. Donald Trump literally owns the government, okay?
Because he's an authoritarian. What do you mean? He can't pass legislation. He sucks, even with his own agencies, he can't do that much. He's literally just in the White House. He's in the White House, running the country from the White House. I guess it's successful from an authoritarian perspective, but...
Donald Trump owns the government. Donald Trump almost single-handedly rewrote American politics for the last decade. Every aspect of American politics has changed for the worse because of Donald Trump. So when you say, oh, we can't let these fucking leftists do the same, what are you saying? Do you disagree with the policies?
As in, we don't also want to destroy the part of the country that is holding the country up. We don't want to destroy the only political party that's actually governing, is what we're saying.
Is that what you're talking about? He thinks getting everything they campaigned on in a 6-3 majority is bad because they actually got what they wanted? Perfect Dem influencer. Yeah, like, no. I wish the Democrats could fight like the Republicans do. But instead of for odious, horrible, repulsive...
I wish they could fight like the Republicans do. Like, what do you mean by that? Because there are some good ways the Republicans fight, and then there are some horrible ways Republicans fight. And I'm not sure which fights you're talking about.
...of toxic and outright awful plans. I wish the Democrats would fight like hell for good shit. Medicare for all.
Medicare. Oh my God, bro.
Housing for all. Federal jobs guarantee. And also cutting all aid and sanctioning Israel, holding Israel accountable, abolishing ICE, punishing ICE. I wish. Oh no. Oh no, we can't let the Democrats be too sweet. We can't let the Democrats be too successful. What will the Republicans do?
Why don't you try being successful in a contested zone and not in a +30 blue district? And then maybe we'll take like notes from you guys. Fucking moron. Wait. You can catch a glimpse of the kid sitting. At 1:11:58.
Don't let these guys out, yeah. Yeah.
Oh, that's him. I swear to God, later on he moved more towards the center and nobody was sitting with him. But I think because he gets up and he goes back. But that's him.
This guy did it. Yeah, he did it.
He's all alone. Oh my God. After spending so much time trying to come back and tell people like, hey, like you can't talk to him anymore. You can't talk to him because they were bullying the fuck out of him for having the conversation with us.
It's going to be...
Oh my God, that's so painful.
Ellie doesn't like me. She's telling everybody to be careful. I'm a Zionist. We're doing our Hasbro propaganda, and...
Okay, it was at 118. Yeah, but Jesus, sorry. How sad.
Republicans got real Chinese with it, okay? I'll tell you why.
Ugh.
What does the Communist Party of China do? 5-year plans, okay? They write it out like Babe Ruth. They call their shot, and they swing, and they do not miss. Republicans did this.
Really? Like China has only enjoyed success after success after success for the past few decades? It's not really true. There's been a lot more success predicted for China than what they have ultimately experienced. They're doing pretty good, but like The United States has done exceptionally as well. I remember hearing, well, there were two big rumors about China. The first was that the middle class would get money and then they would become politically aware and they'd want democracy. That never happened. But the second thing was that China's economy would surpass the United States. I don't think that's happened yet either. And I've heard that for like over a decade, that the Chinese GDP would finally pass US GDP. Damn, it's actually not even close. Holy fuck, the US is still crushing it. But like, we hear a lot of the good things about China. I'm not here to shit on China all day. I'm not a fucking propagandist or whatever. But it's not like everything is perfect. Like they do have a lot of issues with their Belt Road Initiative. They do have a lot of issues with making a 5-year plan and then setting out to do it. And they can do it. But when you do, there are pros and cons to market economies. There are pros and cons to demand economies. One of the cons to demand economies is the government is saying that like, hey, this is what we're going to do, and we're going to do it regardless of how people feel about it. And then hopefully like the people kind of fill in afterwards. But there's reasons why. Like China had these like fucking the empty city problem for a while because they were overbuilding on
from a fake
real
replica
estate
of Paris and New
that their citizens ultimately could never afford, and they had to like demolish like some of these like huge cities with they had all these real estate problems and shit. Like I'm just saying that it's not as clear cut as like China just does things and they win. That's not true, bro. Not to mention the fact that China has massively propped itself up from two major things: from American consumers, the fact that our economy was so powerful, the fact that our consumer has so much buying power allowed China to export a lot of things to us, okay, which helped them, but also from stealing, as much as you might want to hear it, might not want to hear it, from stealing American intellectual property. That is true. It is one of the things that Trump called out in the beginning, and not just Trump, a lot of people called it out, but it is true as well. They've stolen a lot of U.S. innovation as well, and that's how China operates. So to sit here and pretend like they're all good, all on their own, bullshit, fuck you. That's not even remotely true.
Same. They said Project 2025. Here is all of the awful shit that we're going to do. We are going to Nazify this country, and there ain't a dang thing you can do about it. And then they followed through on it. It's horrible. It's awful. It's unbelievably bad.
But you failed the easiest GED trolley problem in history, which was Harris versus Trump. How the fuck can you complain about the outcome now? Like, why are you screaming about Project 2025 now when you didn't have shit to say about it before the election? You didn't have anything to say about any of this before the election. Like, it's your socialist candidates or it's the highway. And we've already seen it happen. You didn't support Harris in the easiest trolley problem, the easiest electoral trolley problem in all of human history. Harris or Trump? And you don't do it now, right? Homo-fascism for California. Everybody knows that you're not going to support any fucking moderate Dems in the general. The APAC Dems. Now APAC has become the splitting point, which donate to what percentage of fucking American politicians? Is like, I don't even know. I'm making numbers up. It's like 70, 80% of American politicians have at some point taken money from APAC. Like, come on. It's an unworkable standard. It's so fucking stupid.
But it is successful for their agenda. So yeah, I wish the Democrats would have their own Project 2026, Project 2028, which featured socialism
what?
heavily in it, and then we
oh my god, bruh. Give me a break.
Had enough fighters that could get together and push for that. Okay? So no, when you say, oh, we can't let the fucking MAGA style situation take over the Democratic Party, what are you talking about? We believe in the opposite things that they believe. We believe in the opposite things that they believe. We want to advance the opposite things. But if you're going to talk about success, MAGA has been unbelievably successful.
It's like, that's who you want to look like? It's so sad, too. I feel like I fought this for so long in saying that these are what these people want to do. And then finally, Asmongold was like very honest. Like, okay, look, now he's being honest about it. And now Hasan is being honest about it. They want to be leftist authoritarians. Like, if you look at MAGA and you're like, that's the template, bro, you're the problem. Excuse me. I don't want that to be the template. But the problem is, this is the level that everybody is fucking fighting on. And you almost have to go here to do it. It's so cringe. So we've got like right-wing MAGA. We've got left-wing MAGA. We don't have the moderate MAGA. It's just so fucked.
Let's continue.
Back in 2010, their leaders laughed at the Tea Party. Conspiracy theorists, they're far-right internet trolls, they're not going to do anything. And then the Tea Party took over local organizations, threatened primaries, built their own media universe, and eventually were part of a process that gave us Donald Trump.
Yes, that's insanely successful. Donald Trump has been unbelievably successful. What are you talking about? Like everything that you cover on your channel about every damn day, there is a new thing, okay? Every damn day, there is a new awful thing that this fucking psychopath does. That's success for him, okay? So you know he's successful. All the bad shit he's doing, that's success for the Trump movement, for Trump, for MAGA, okay? We hate it because we have a fucking conscience. They don't. But one thing you can't say is that they're unsuccessful. What the hell?
The left and Democrats can't make the same mistake. There is a small group of far-left extremists gaining influence inside youth groups and party organizations because they spend all day online organizing and enforcing ideological purity and attacking anyone who disagrees. Now, let me be very
liberal, happy fun, la la la, human smuggling, fentanyl gas.
He's also not mentioned the fact that you're on the left-wing lunacy thing.
I am not talking about people who want Medicare for all and affordable housing. I want all that stuff. I'm with all that stuff. I'm a social democrat in the style of Northern Europe. Of course I want those things. These are folks who treat political warfare like a full-time job. And when they can't build...
Dude, you're literally a political commentator. What are you talking about? Mention the fact that you're on the left.
Democrat in the style of Northern Europe. Of course I want those things. These are folks who treat political warfare like a full-time job. And when they can't build...
Dude, you're literally a political commentator. What are you talking about?
Like, I hope that I got it. I wanted to get shipped out so bad. I hate this motherfucker. Like, we can never go back to politics as normal with these people in our country. Like, we can't do it. Like, this is it? Like, oh, bro, you're a political commentator. Of course you have to be obsessively fantasizing about your political opponent's cock all day fucking long and talking about the sex cult that you want to be in and injecting yourself with fucking Ozempic and TRT and fucking all your fucking hair products and everything. Like, Jesus Christ. And shocking your fucking dog to release some stress in the meantime. Like, of course, this is how politics works. Don't you look at how MAGA's operating? Like, don't you want to be the same as them? Like, oh my God.
You're a political. That's your full time. That's literally your full time job.
Political commentator, not war commander, bro.
Does David Pakman do something else other than this? This is his job, right?
Well, say something about Israel, maybe. Israel Jew. Hold on. David A. Pakman would kill Rosa Luxemburg with his bare hands if he got $1,200 for it. What the fuck? Isn't this guy a genocide supporter too? Old A. Pakman. A. Pakman strikes again. Bro really said, "You Vanguard too bad. Your agitation too buttery." He's mad. Argentina lost. That's an anti-Semitic dog whistle, by the way. That's. I don't care if he actually supports them or not, or because he was from Argentina. That is 100%. It's a Jew equal Nazi trope, especially in this fucking chat. I like Northern Europe, social service, while we still enslave the global South and participate in imperialism. Like, bro, you are not with us.
Yeah. He said the left is really bad because they're locking in. Okay? The left is bad because they locked in, and they have an agenda. They seek to accomplish that agenda, and they're pushing for it. And now, perhaps most terrifyingly, is they're winning. He has said that if he didn't do political commentary, he'd be in finance. Okay, Central Committee, you know too much about David Pakman's background, and I know this guy. I've been around him. Basically,
their own.
Oh, he read my. Oh, Mike from PA had his. Oh my God, dear leader, read a message from me. Oh,
he has said that if he didn't do political
$7K a month, by the way,
commentary, he'd be in finance. Okay, Central Committee, you know too much.
He said that if he didn't do political commentary, he would be in finance. Okay, is that even true, or is this just literally a Jew bad, Jew bad, Jew? Has he actually said this? Please, somebody find me this. David Pakman, finance. Also, even if he did, why the fuck are we even bringing this up? What a weird thing to even bring up.
About David Pakman's background, and I know this guy. I've been around him. Basically,
their own coalition, they attach themselves to popular causes. They take real concerns about healthcare, housing, police misconduct, and use them to sell what is actually an authoritarian worldview. Now, there are things in
Social Democrats collaborating with Nazis again. That's me, the Nazi.
DSA, for example, Democratic Socialists of America, that are good.
Can you please explain the Argentina thing? You've mentioned it being a dog whistle, but Pakman is actually Argentinian. So the meme was that after, I don't know how many actually went, but the meme was that after the fall of Nazi Germany, all of the people, as many Nazis as possible, fled to Argentina. Some people go as far as to say that Hitler was one of them, was secretly fled, and that Argentina welcomed them with open arms, and that a lot of the descendants from Argentinians are like these Nazi fucking Gusano traitor to the South and Hispanic people and crazy subversive Nazi people that still live there and come from there. And yeah, so it's like the people, that's the meme. Like, oh, you're very Argentinian of you.
That I agree with. But there's also some stuff in there that I think doesn't make any sense. I saw their new platform. It promises a country where you have no debt, you pay no rent, no mortgage, you receive publicly funded housing, publicly funded retirement.
Why won't anybody think about the landlords? Why won't anybody think about the big corporations that are buying out all the fucking readily available housing?
He's so gross, dude. Oh my god, this fucking platform is insane, bro. We got to put together a... Oh, apparently the meme now is also Argentina equals Israel as well. There's some shit there too. But classically, I know that for a lot of you guys who don't know any of the anti-Semitic dog whistles, you think right now it's just about the Argentina equals Israel because of the current football shit or whatever. But historically, this was like the dog whistle. So yeah, I'm sure there's some current shit going on, but historically, this is the thing as well.
Okay, here's the thing. It's good to have ideals and a goal that you are setting out ahead of time, okay? What feels impossible tomorrow could be probable, okay? So here's the question. Why don't you like that final goal that we should move towards is the real question. Because like, you could just be like, how do we accomplish it? Fine, that's okay. That's a healthy and productive conversation that we can have. But if you just cut it down to be like, dude, fucking what? Like public housing? Gross. then that just comes across like you are just in opposition to a thing that exists in those same Nordic-style social democracies that you just started off defending. Like, can you...
Hot take. Anything required to live should be provided to everyone no matter what. Guaranteed. That's it. That's my platform. Oh my God.
Imagine being like, oh, public housing, absolutely not. Get the fuck out of here. It's like, I want social democracy. Okay, well, they have public housing. So it turns out maybe you don't like some of the fucking...
How much of the housing... I'm sorry, I don't know. What is the answer? How much of the housing in Sweden and Norway? What percentage of the population lives in public housing? What is there... Percentage of Sweden lives in publicly provided housing. Is it all of it? It is higher than I thought. I see anywhere from 15 to 20%. Does this count as like which is open to any income level and essentially means affordable housing? I should look up. I don't know what public housing necessarily means over there. Public housing is different here. It's very normal in Europe. What do you guys mean when you say public housing? Is this just subsidized? Yeah, because I feel like when these guys talk about public housing, they mean decommodified housing provided for free. So like they wouldn't consider Section 8 doesn't count as like public housing to these guys. It has to be like free.
Social democratic policies. Like, which type of social democracy are we talking about? Right?
But their taxes and everything is very different. No, it's definitely not free, though. Well, free at the point of, you know what I mean.
So it turns out maybe you don't like some of the fucking social democratic policies. Like, which type of social democracy are we talking about? Right? Because many of them have that. Many of them have this. We should have it too.
Nobody has the style of government that you're looking for in Europe. Like, I don't know what... Nobody has the Medicare for All plan that he is interested in. Nobody does, like, decommodified housing. Nobody does... Like none of the things that he's asking for are done in any of these countries. They're all capitalist countries.
And as far as like debt abolition, we have a real problem with debt. That's unironically a huge working class issue. It's actually pretty reliable that DSA has identified that as a major problem that they are seeking to solve.
No more debt.
Also. So this is...
Wait, what if we just abolish the U.S. debt? Holy shit.
Why I get very frustrated. But our plank of the Biden campaign, them have this. We should have it too. Then that just comes across like you are just in opposition to a thing that exists in those same public housing. Absolutely not. Get the fuck out of here. It's like, I want social democracy. Okay, well, they have public housing. So it turns out maybe you don't like some of the fucking social democratic policies. Like, which type of social democracy are we talking about? Right? Because many of them have that. Many of them have this. We should have it too. And as far as like debt abolition, we have a real problem with debt. That's unironically a huge working class issue. It's actually pretty reliable that DSA has identified that as a major problem that they are seeking to solve. Debt abolition was a pivotal plank of the Biden campaign. Student loan debt abolition. He said he was going to do that. He ran on it. He tried to do it. He dropped it. Okay. He should have been like Trump. Successful. And he should have said, fuck it, YOLO, we're doing it. What are you going to do? I run the Department of Education. Suck my dick, Supreme Court. Roll the tanks, bitch. You in what army? I'm doing it. Look, that's what Trump is doing half the fucking time.
Jesus.
So this is why I get very frustrated when I hear from people who are like, I'm a social democrat, but I think the DSA platform is untenable. It's like, well, okay. So I guess you're not a social democrat because the DSA platform, at least like a lot of the stuff that they're presenting here, already exists in some way, shape, or form in social democracies, or were advanced by,
In
ironically
some
enough,
way,
socialists
shape,
in the
or
past,
form?
and therefore
How
it's not really that
broad?
big of an issue in other countries. Like debt is a major one. Debt obviously exists in other countries to a certain degree, but it's not to the same degree as it is in the United States of America, and that's a real problem. Democratic Socialists of America, with like some exceptions thus far, have not run a single candidate that has run on anything but social democracy, because that is what is achievable in the short term. It's not like people are running around being like, abolish the commodity form, seize the means of production. Like, that's not how Zoran won the New York mayoral race. He wasn't like, we're going to seize the means of production, baby. But you got to do that, because then what does Zoran do? He established tenants unions. He does the landlord shaming. Incredible stuff. And the way that he got people comfortable with that was by not LARPing like a fucking Maoist, ironically enough, which is something that I admire about the way he operates, which, contrary to what the last couple of days fucking arguments would show, I am not a Maoist, nor am I a Maoist LARPer in general.
Like, if you wanted to do, do I want to give him this ammunition? I don't know if this is pronounced Takia or Takia. There's this claim that people use in the West against Muslims that you can't trust anything they say because a Muslim, in order to protect one's faith, is authorized basically by God to lie, that it's seen as a noble or acceptable thing to lie, to conceal one's true beliefs in order to protect one's faith or to protect the Ummah, the people of the fucking faith or whatever. This type of shit that he's talking about, this is the most cancerous. Like, I know that Republicans are going to be running ads against like a fucking New York City mayor because they're never going to win that seat. But like, this is that concept. And if I was running against Mamdani, bro, I'd be playing shit like this nonstop. You guys think that Mamdani is just a moderate social democrat? Well, look at what he's really doing with this guy that's next to him, Hasan. He actually lies about it. This is just what he thinks is possible right now. He's on the way to true socialism and communism. Look, you can actually tell he's just doing the lie. He's lying to you about what his true plans are, and he's getting the little thing in first so they can sneak in the full socialism later, just like Hasan says it. Like, it's actually insane.
The last couple of days fucking arguments would show I am not a Maoist, nor am I a Maoist LARPer in general.
Although Hasan did say a long time ago,
I am a Maoist third worldist. I'm in favor of all Maoist third worldist emancipatory movements, okay?
Maybe he wasn't joking.
Wow, Hasan, I'll be watching my favorite streamer, David Pacman. Yeah, mine too.
Food, education, energy, medicine, transportation. And it sounds incredible because it is incredible. How would they create it? Government ownership of the largest corporations and of entire industries. Universal.
Again, literally exists in social democracies. Norway owns the entirety of the extraction industry. It is completely nationalized, down to the motherfucking bone. It's not like Norway is Maoist. My man started off by saying, I love social democracy. I'm a social democrat. And then literally looked at the DSA social democracy line and went agenda item by agenda item and said, I fucking hate all this shit.
Jesus.
Hello? Yeah, Switzerland owns its entire electrical grid and production. Bro, the Tennessee Valley Authority, we have this in America. We have publicly funded public housing in America too. Like, we can expand on the existing social democratic policy that exists in the United States of America. That's what's so fucking crazy about this. You don't even need to go to Norway. But these guys love posting about Norway. It's literally this meme. It's this meme. Yeah, it's the socialism never works. Norway's socialist. They're doing great. They're not, by the way. Norway's not socialist. But whatever. They're not socialist. They're capitalist countries with strong welfare policies. Then let's adopt those policies. No, that's socialism. Every single time. Every single time. Yeah, Trump did this. Yes, Trump just nationalized U.S. Steel.
Yeah, we don't like that.
What the hell?
Rent control, abolishing police and prisons, and abolishing the Senate, and replacing our political system.
Like, the abolishing police. I'm not in favor of police.
Bro, the anti-Semitism, it's crazy. His name is David A. Pacman. Oh, and they even spell it. Oh my God. Is that really his middle name? Does it start with an A? If you read it phonetically, you'll know the sole issue that really animates him. Oh my God, dude. Why does he seem exceptionally ass-mad about DPAK? They'll get this way about anybody, but the biggest fear is that, like, the biggest thing that you have to prevent is anybody jumping ship. Because as soon as, like, one or two people jump ship, it becomes easy for a whole bunch of other people to jump ship. This is why they're so hardcore rigid. Why Doobie and all of them went so crazy for Connor and my community, or went so crazy for Wick, is because once one or two people manage to jump ship and survive, it signals to a whole bunch of other people that, like, oh, wait, hold on, maybe we're a little bit safer right here than we thought. So anytime you see any kind of disagreement, you have to like hardcore crack the whip and bring these people back in line.
It's abolition, okay? But I understand where these guys are coming from, and it doesn't matter because I'm not crazy, okay? I don't spend a good deal of time being like, I can't believe some of them said abolish police, what the fuck? Like, I'm not losing sleep over it, okay? Why do you lose sleep over it?
Some of these ideas are reasonable to a degree. For example, I support universal healthcare, and I talked about 4 or 5 ways that we could get to it. I want affordable housing, and I've done a dozen interviews with housing experts on what would and wouldn't work to get us there. I support progressive taxation. We need to collect more taxes from the very rich.
Hit him with the Netanyahu being the real, make pretend president realize he's just a city mayor.
Is that it? Are we
You
done?
spelled his
Oh, no, hold on.
name wrong. Benjamin Netanyahu. Oh,
Any social democrat like me will tell you we got to do that. But you bundle it together, and this fantasy in which capitalism, private industry, and major parts of the government simply disappear, most Americans don't want that. Most Americans understand that there is no way that you could impose that without extraordinary authoritarianism. My one hesitation...
He's
wait,
fine
what,
with
what
that.
are we imposing with
We
extraordinary?
gotta do that. But you bundle it together, and this fantasy in which capitalism, private industry, and major parts of the government simply disappear.
I mean, you're just describing laws. You're just... describing, again, you're describing a policy agenda that you disagree with.
Like cock and ball torture. You're just describing like ways that you can walk on things. You're just talking about like tools that you can use for compression.
Without actually explaining what you disagree with on the policy agenda, and you're just simply saying people oppose it and you want to be authoritarian. Yeah, okay. It's how is it any different than when fucking libertarians say, "Oh, taxation is theft."
We don't like libertarians though. Wait, I don't understand. What do you? We think those people are retarded too. Wait, what is that the comparison? Hold on, let me replay.
But you bundle it together, and this fantasy in which capitalism, private industry, and major parts of the government simply disappear.
I mean, you're just describing laws. You're describing, again, you're describing a policy agenda that you disagree with without actually explaining what you disagree with on the policy agenda, and you're just simply saying people oppose it and you want to be authoritarian. Yeah, okay. It's how is it any different than when fucking libertarians say, "Oh, taxation is theft. The authoritarian government is utilizing the monopoly of violence that it holds in order to force me to fucking steal my money."
Nobody takes libertarians seriously because of that. Why would he even use this comparison?
Money, my hard-earned money. Like, okay, that's authoritarianism. Technically, they're not wrong. Okay? Yes, public ownership of key sectors is authoritarianism, I guess, for the fucking executives.
Like, keep in mind, dude, oh my God, the propaganda game. Holy shit, he speaks fluent bullshit, right? So it is authoritarian to just have rules and laws. So when you do the actual authoritarian shit, is that the same thing? You don't see a distinction? That says way more about you than it does about Pac-Man or lawbertarians.
Of said companies. But guess what? Many other social democracies do this because it's good, okay? I'm sure there was a point in time when the motherfucking private profiteers of the fire departments, the private fire brigades were really frustrated that the local governments came down on them and authoritarian style took over and said, "No, we got to do this. It's got to be a public service. Sorry." They were like, "No, authoritarianism." It turns out sometimes it's good.
Oh,
yeah, I know. Nordic model wasn't conjured by liberals is 100% correct. I already made that point. But yes, Boschgar says it here as well. Nordic model.
Oh, true. Every good thing that liberalism has given us actually came from socialists and communists. True. True. The Finns famously loved the fucking Russians. True. Remember this? All these people love communism and socialism and Marxism. True.
It wasn't conjured by liberals. It was built by parties rooted in Marxist Second International that, through decades of class struggle, built unions powerful enough to discipline capital and expanded state economic involvement. Socialist governance within capitalism. Also, homogeneity explains little. Finland is bilingual. Nordics have their own national minorities.
This is the worst counter to a neo-Nazi talking point I've ever seen in my entire life. Neo-Nazis will point out that the only reason why the Nordic-style countries work is because they have a homogenous white society. But he's like, they're not homogenous, actually. Finnish people are bilingual, and there are minorities in Norway. Like 7 of them? What definitionally, what are we talking about? Oh my God.
None of that explains why they built social democracy while other wealthy, homogenous countries didn't. Difference was organized labor and socialist parties, not demographic.
Yeah, I think for Norway, the difference was some fucking Iraqi dude wandered up in that country like 30 years ago and kicked a rock and a fucking explosion of free fucking oil came out. And there were like 12 people living there who were like, holy shit, we could fucking cook with this shit. What the fuck? Our country's gonna be rich forever.
Misspelling his surname is anti-Semitic? Okay, shut the fuck up.
Most Americans don't want that. Most Americans understand that there is no way that you could impose that without extraordinary authoritarianism.
Yeah, I hate the extraordinary authoritarianism of the fucking postal service and the fire department, even the fucking police department and public schools. I hate that. We need to stop with this authoritarianism. Dude, are you a libertarian? No. Are you an anarcho-capitalist?
Like, it's the inverse of the conservatives. From 20 years ago, Obama is a communist. Why? Because he wants to expand government. That's not communism. Hasan. Oh, you hate communism? So then what? You hate public schools and the postal service and the fire department? Like, none of this is communism.
No. So obviously there's a level of authoritarianism that you're actually comfortable with.
Oh, it's levels of authoritarianism. Oh, so when we vote on a thing, then the law gets passed. That's a kind of this is why he only talks like theory, not even theory, like empty, bland rhetoric. This is cringe. This level of political engagement is fucking retarded. Like, this is actually lol tier worthy shit. Like Babby's first libertarian fucking political analysis of like, you think that you hate authoritarianism? Well, why don't you tell that to the cop that pulled me over for driving my car at 70 miles an hour when the authoritarian speed limit that I didn't vote on said 55. It said 55 and I went 70 and I got pulled over. And you're telling me that that's not authoritarianism? So you're okay with some authoritarianism, right? Like,
right? And I thought you were far more open to the...
This guy, what a stupid comparison. This guy is not political Brian from Family Guy. This guy is political DSP. I did steal that from a chatter. This guy is political DSP. This is what this is.
Level of authoritarianism presented by the likes of FDR, or even presented in countries like Norway, Sweden, Finland, and many of these other places that social democrats love to point to and say we should do the same thing that they have over there. But now, when DSA is putting out a platform that's identical to the things that already exist in these other social democracies to a certain degree, you're like...
Where was this stupid fucking... Imagine you wake up one day... Imagine taking a day off from work in a future without capitalism. It might not feel as badly needed as it does now. You enjoy your work. It's interesting to you and you're well trained for it. You work as much as you're able and no more than needed. And you would control your own labor and see it going to good use, whatever the fuck that means. It's not just a job to pay the bills. Oh my God, I get to do art in the commune? Speaking of bills, you don't really have them anymore. You have no debt. You don't need health insurance. You don't pay a mortgage or have a landlord because comfortable housing is a human right. Your retirement is publicly funded. Food, education, energy, medicine, goon material, and transportation aren't for-profit businesses. They are common goods and utilities. Okay, enough about bills. What do you do on your day off? Maybe in the morning, you walk your kids to school, run errands, or go to a doctor's appointment. In the afternoon, you might play a sport, practice a new skill, read, plan a trip. In the evening, you could meet up with friends or family and eat together, maybe go to the movies or down to the park. These are all familial, everyday activities. A socialist day off could be like any good day now. But what if you were free to spend your time how you like without worrying about cost or dreading going back to work? What if you didn't have to think about paying rent or loans at the end of the month, or saving for college, or affording groceries? What would that be like? It's been said that it's easier to imagine going a whole month without coming than it is to imagine the end of capitalism. But just because it isn't easy to imagine chastity cages for all doesn't mean that we shouldn't try to lock everybody in. Workers deserve more. How did we get, like, this whole platform is like fucking... Just like, it's like a pipe dream for everything. Like, oh, paid family leave for all workers, a 32-hour work week with full pay and benefits, and a living minimum wage. Whoa! So I work less, get paid more, and we have family leave, and we get free education for everybody, and all student debt is eliminated. Free all the way from pre-K to college, universal healthcare at no cost at all the free healthcare, and expanded access to, and all medical education and training is public and free. I don't know, all this training's already free anyways, and now it's double free, I guess. And you get free housing. Oh, wait, universal rent control? Maybe that's not free. Then I guess you have to pay something for rent. Finish Reconstruction, and the legacies of slavery and colonialism. Reinforce anti-discrimination laws. Honor all treaties and tribal sovereignty. Oh, we're giving half the U.S. back, boys. Hell yeah. We need to take steps towards fully abolishing the police and prison system, which protects the rich and jails the poor. Feminism for all. And the Green New Deal. Ooh, free Palestine. No! Oh, yes. And throwing abolish ICE on there, too. Thank you. Oh, my God. Multi-party system. You're only going to need one party in our democracy, though. And abolish the Senate. Hell yeah, get rid of them. Fuck me, bro. Sorry, Jesus Christ.
Like, that's authoritarianism. So apparently, you're not in favor of that. But this is also ideologically inconsistent because there are certain things that I know he's defended. There are certain things that I know he's defended, whether it be Medicare for all or numerous other.
And just in case you guys don't know, I'm sorry, because I know a lot of you guys don't travel or whatever. This is genuinely what it's like up in Sweden and Norway. I was shocked. We would just see people swimming over to the country, and I'd be like, oh, fuck, where was the open borders part? No, fuck. Did I miss it? End blockades, embargoes, and sanctions. No, there were no open borders here. Fuck you. But basically every single thing was free. People were going to the hospital every day. No cops. Actually, you know what? There were a lot of cops in Sweden, but they're stealth mode. If you ever... I have never in my life been in a place that has as many... I don't even know where these guys are. They're like ninjas that ticket you than I was in fucking Stockholm. You cannot park for more than 5 seconds on anywhere without getting a fucking ticket there. Listen, I park legally all the time. I do it in Miami. I've done it in LA. I think I've gotten like 1 or 2 tickets in the US. Like never. I barely get ticketed here. In Stockholm, in 2 weeks, I had like 15 fucking tickets. It was crazy. These motherfuckers are wild. That's how they pay for all their fucking bullshit. Oh my God. I think they look for rental cars and they must ticket us extra. Oh, that's not true actually. There's one other place in the US that I've ever been at where they ticketed you as aggressively, and that was at UNO, my college. You illegally park on college campuses. If those guys would have been in charge of looking for fucking Bin Laden or whatever the fuck, or freeing Palestine, bro, the college parking guards, oh my God.
Numerous other policies like that. That's authoritarianism. Medicare for all, universal healthcare is authoritarian by that exact same principle that you're mentioning.
Hesitation about confronting this now and why I went back and forth is
this was a question I asked David Pakman a very long time ago. I said, you understand inelastic demand. You love, Econ 101. He said, yes. I said,
is he saying this shit now because I've challenged his like foundational knowledge? I said he can't do policy because he doesn't have like a high school understanding of things. Well, actually, I'm here to talk about inelastic demand.
For that reason, you're in favor of Medicare for all. He said yes.
Most healthcare is not necessarily like an inelastic demand. Like there is elasticity tied to different, like not every piece of, I know that it's hard because a lot of people are rich and they can't think of any healthcare that's not related to like a fucking medical emergency, but there's plenty of stuff that you don't necessarily have to get, or stuff that you can choose when to get it, or different levels of care and service that you can opt in or opt out of. Like it's not like every single part of the healthcare system is not like an inelastic demand. Like this is demonstrated in fucking econ studies. Like you put more price in front of things and people don't engage with the healthcare. Like,
or universal healthcare. He said, yes, inelastic demand. So why don't you apply that same principle to housing? Housing is shelter. Shelter is a necessity for survival. There's inelastic demand for shelter in the same exact way that there's inelastic demand for healthcare.
What do you think you need more of, like, to survive in the world? What do you think people had first? Medicine and healthcare or shelter? Like, even comparing these things is fucking retarded. Like, excuse me, you can't survive without a fucking house. Well, you could survive, but Jesus Christ, we're on rough times there. Like,
he had no answer for it. This is the whole reason behind why government-funded housing initiatives has to exist, to normalize the market, for example. The market is completely out of control. It's not a secret that every other country that has some semblance of public housing has a way higher rate of ownership, home ownership, as opposed to the United States of America.
In terms, publicly exposing the rot could make moderate voters think the entire Democratic Party has been infected. But I don't think silence is really going to hide it. I saw a crazy thing from the weekend where there was a college Democrats convention that I was actually invited to participate in, and I couldn't make it. Hasan Piker was dressed like Mao, and
dude, this is Fox News, brother. What is happening? What is happening? This is tan suit, Fox News style.
Fox News tan suit, you disgusting, you roach fuck. Oh my God, tan suit, Fox News stuff. You wore a Mao outfit that you bought in CCP China while looking at pictures of Mao. What the fuck? Are we serious here? What? That's wild. That's crazy.
It's literally a Chinese suit, brother. Do you disagree with the things that I said?
It's a Chinese suit. How many people in Beijing? I'm sorry, I haven't been to China recently. How many people in China walk around in the Mao fit?
In the College Democrats of America.
It's a Chinese suit?
America speech that I delivered. Did you watch the speech? Did you disagree with the things that I said in the speech? That is the question, okay? Hyper-focusing on the Zhongshan suit is unbelievably silly, and you would make 17...
You're the one who chose to wear it. Sorry, fuck. You chose to wear it. Just wear it. And this is after you've made some huge statement about how I need to wear suits all the time so that I can be professional. People love me when I wear suits. Like, you're so aware of your fucking image now. You chose to wear the fucking Mao suit. You chose to wear the Mao suit.
1,000 fucking videos if the Republicans were doing it to somebody else.
Wikipedia literally calls it the Mao suit. Like, I can't just... Bruh.
Okay?
You bought it when you were looking at pictures of Mao.
If the Republicans were doing this to a centrist Democrat, you would make a million videos about it. Like, this is ridiculous.
Fuck. Where is the,
by the Japanese.
I'm flipping now. But you know, fire.
We're gonna be here.
Yeah.
Fire.
Yeah.
There's a lot of slang here.
Yeah.
Yeah, we've been trying. We've been trying. Cool.
We're gonna do the good.
the Chinese tailors that you're buying a suit from are wearing American suits. They're not wearing the Mao suits. Like, what the fuck?
That's fire.
We're gonna be here.
Yeah.
Fire.
What was it?
Focus on what you guys are doing. You're killing people in the streets instead of fucking talking about some centrist Democrat wearing a type of suit that you don't like. Yes, dude. Yes, Deng Xiaoping.
Centrist Democrat. He's comparing stuff to Obama. Oh my God.
Also wore it, and liberals love him, so they should love this. Talking about some centrist Democrat wearing a type of suit that you don't like. Yes, dude. Yes, Deng Xiaoping also wore it, and liberals love him, so they should love this. It's so funny. Liberals love Deng Xiaoping, but then they always talk about Tiananmen Square.
Because he doesn't believe that any of that shit actually happened, by the way.
Anyway, I guess they have nuance when it comes to Deng Xiaoping. Anyway, let's continue.
I guess Destiny tried to show up and he was banned from entering allegedly because the Mao-dressed Piker didn't want him there.
That's a crazy thing to do, by the way. You know better, David. That's really fucked up that you're out here straight up. OG made a video on the tan
I was
suit.
stunned, Lewis, upon my return. Got himself embroiled in a huge political controversy. Republicans completely up in arms, angry over the disrespect.
Called it. This man has been around for a long damn time. Look at this. 2014. Look at that.
That the president had the audacity to commit against them. And what this was President Obama wore a tan suit.
Well, that's it, David. I'm leaving the country. I'm defecting to North Korea.
Republican Congressman Peter King went on an extended rant about President Obama's decision.
Bro, if you wear a thobe, will they say you're MBS? Yes. Anyway, nasty thing for him to do is to make it seem to his own audience that the guy who spent the last fucking 7 years stalking the living fuck out of me, who has actively said,
stalking the living, roll the clip for the editors when you play it. Roll the clip of Hasan talking about, I would be nothing without DGG. I would be nothing without these guys. If it wasn't for them, the Destiny's the greatest guy in the world. I would be, oh my God, bro. 7 years. 7 years a slave. 7 years a stalking victim, this guy.
That I deserve death, that I have made statements that are worthy of killing, okay?
Every replay, all the lies. You know they're lies too, because if they actually had like the videos of these clips as unhinged as he says they are, he'd be playing them. Which is funny because sometimes he does have like the 2-second fucking Destiny versus Destiny clips that he can play, but
who has openly demanded
actively.
People in his community stalk me everywhere I go. Guy who has said I should be bullied and humiliated and yelled at if I'm going out to protest. I'm sorry, David Pakman, you know that shit, okay? You know he's been doing that. And if David doesn't know that, he should hear about it, okay? Because that's crazy. David Pakman, I don't think you are in favor of the targeted harassment that this fucking sex pest
Targeted
has conducted
harassment.
over the last
The
7
sex
years.
pest.
Because if you were
7
aware
years.
of it and you're
Oh my
still making
God,
this
bro.
video, that is the most disingenuous thing I've ever heard from you. It's worse than when you said, I don't know what IEPAK is. Okay? I don't know what IEPAK is. What is that? Those guys literally filmed themselves with their intent to disrupt an event that they were not invited to. They filmed the entire process. There's videos of it everywhere. Okay? That's crazy. I don't think you want to be running around defending a guy who has an active court case distributing revenge porn. Okay?
Distributing revenge porn.
Yeah,
Keep in mind that the revenge porn incident, there is only one person that's even accused of doing revenge porn, and that's the guy that actually posted on Kiwi Farms. Even the retarded plaintiff, as stupid and mindless as she is, has not accused me of revenge porn. She kind of did in her Substack, but that didn't show up in the complaint, which was already full of fucking lies anyway. I don't know why she didn't just fucking throw it up in there. But like, I like how he's trying to morph that event. Like, I'm the one that posted this shit on Kiwi Farms, that his whole audience, by the way, attacks me for, that fucking Adam Mockler's girlfriend jokes about me fucking Nick Fuentes in. Like, all these disgusting subhuman fucking people have no problem riffing off of all of this shit about my life. Meanwhile, this guy brags about fucking whatever women he can find in brothels and then soliciting nudes from his child fan base on Twitch to show off to his weirdo fucking coworkers like Ludwig that are too much of a fucking pussy to actually say anything about it. Fuck all of these people. They're so weak. Holy shit. Speaking of, I'm sorry, I didn't play this earlier. I haven't watched it yet. I don't know what he actually says here. Maybe it won't be that bad.
You can say what they want to say, even if they're wrong. Keep in mind, there's a lot of incels in this community, and I think that has a lot to do with me being a World of Warcraft streamer. But either way. Yeah. So you like Epstein. What type of motherfucking jump was that, bro? Why is everyone saying ban?
I wonder if that was supposed to be a reference
Do you
to
guys
me.
really hate Hasan that much? He's so nice. Really. He hates this country. Don't most of you hate this country too?
Mod him, he is a rule enforcer.
Really? So you guys like living in America? He's manipulating you. I'm a 36-year-old man. Do you think I can be manipulated by a tall, sexy, good-looking dude? There's no way.
Does anybody have the actual Israeli like mini documentary that showed Nick in the corner just watching the fucking Houthi propaganda?
I do things that you probably don't like.
But like,
yeah,
like we took that fucking stuff.
I like how he just leaves him here.
Did he leave me alone in a room with like a propaganda video What is going on?
Like on Twitch, by the way, like this platform is literally watching this dude who has no fucking idea what he's watching, like trying to get radicalized for on this crazy. I don't even know which terrorist organization this was for. Are these the Houthis? Houthis? Okay, yeah. The Yemen flag.
This is a 3-minute video of. What do you mean a music video? When you said music video, I'm expecting like bad example, Chris Brown dancing. You know.
No. They do like
What is
they do
this?
musicals. They're very musical people.
Are you being serious?
Dog, what do you look? You think I made this?
This isn't music. I know they're singing, but I'm seeing just guns and shit. This isn't a music video, Hasan.
No, it is. They do musicals about like their fucking
musicals. Are you fucking retarded?
Like their actions all the time.
What does he think a musical even is?
And they love walking over. They love walking over like the American flag and the Israeli flag side by side. They will always like march on it. I'm surprised they haven't done it yet.
Song where he literally just explained what he was doing and he cut a body about a minute ago.
Listen, he's saying they do not care about the heavy missiles. Like they
Yeah.
will literally take the war to them no matter what. It's an act of for them. It's an act of resistance. You know what I mean?
Active resistance, because when you're
Oh, for
resisting
sure.
anything. But I'm sorry, but for Nick to be like, "What? I'm a grown man. I can't be propagandized."
At one point, because they're so kind to me. deserved. But like, I know these guys as people, as human beings, not just streamers. I'm not fence sitting. How is that fence sitting? I've known them forever. I knew it wasn't always this way, guys. You know, it wasn't always so political.
Who made it that way?
It just keeps going in like this way, like this. This is where everyone was at one point. Then slowly, it just kind of kept going like this. And little.
I like how these spineless fucking cucks won't actually say what's going on, and they just pretend it's like randomly happening. Like Hasan is literally like, he comes up to this guy's table, he takes a shit in his fucking cereal, and then he starts eating it. And he's like, I don't know what's going on, guys, but I feel like cereal just doesn't taste the same way it used to. I'm not really sure. Hasan like takes his third fucking diarrhea. Man, I don't know what's going on, but like something's definitely up with the cereal. We got to talk about this guy. Like, bro, like spine the fuck up. Holy shit.
Nikki's here in the middle, just getting crapped on both sides.
Oh my god, bro.
We're keeping Hasan.
It's just spineless behavior, dude. Holy shit.
His guy Darius is starting to go to people's houses.
Pussy,
yeah, one of the guys, one of his fucking friends, unironically, is now talking about moving to Los Angeles to stalk me more efficiently. That guy who has actually received a restraining order from his ex.
That has nothing to do with any of this. Like, what, bro, you fucking wellness checked your porn star ex-girlfriend because she stopped returning your fucking phone calls. Like, this is a matter of public record. She's tweeted about this. We all know this, little bro. Like, Jesus Christ.
Come on, man. Come on, David. We've always had our disagreements, but I've always been cordial because David's been cordial. This is definitely, I don't think David, I'm going to be charitable.
Janice, is it Janice Jackson? No, Jesus Christ. Something Janice? I don't know my fucking porn stars. Hi, please don't mention Hasan Piker to me. It's really hard for me, emotionally, because he called the cops, wellness check, on me when we were dating, plus has avoided my attempts to privately talk about it. I'm not a fan of doing this publicly, but we share a lot of our audience. I didn't need the wellness check, by the way, and I can't escape it online because of the nature of the leftist internet. I'm not trying to cancel him. Please just leave me out of it. This was like years ago that she tweeted this as well. So way before he even had the same amount of like rapist crazy influence that he has now on everybody's brain in this stupid fucking space. But like, he pretends he's so clean on all this shit, but it's just because all the people around him are so, like, he launders his reputation so much through people like Pokey and stuff, and Maya and fucking Valkyrie, all these people that are too scared to say anything about him. So he trades on all their reputations to make himself look so much better than he actually is. Oh, Janice Griffith. Yeah.
Charitable. I'm going to go ahead and say, I don't think David knows the extent of the madness presented by this cult. Okay. I'm going to be charitable. I'm going to say that because if he did, he probably would not be defending this. Bro,
why is he talking like a mafia boss to DPAK? Because this is what they do. But his fans understand the mission. Like, I mean, we've got... He doesn't have to give the orders directly. This is why I get so mad when fucking Connor is like, show me where he says go dox the person. He doesn't have to say it, bro. None of them have to say it. Like, they understand the mission. They got it. Like, this level, this is insane. David Apakman was on the gamer side during Gamergate. Is that even true? Was he even involved in gamer communities at all? Pacman still frequents the subreddit. David Pacman pays APAC. David Crackman is a chorus stooge. David Apakman, friends with Sex Pestity. He's spiritually part of the silent generation. Apakman, just say you want to lick the boot. Like, this is insane, bro. Oh, David Pacman posted in my subreddit. The brigade is incoming to my subreddit. Does anybody have a message from the from his Discord? Fuck, somebody sent this to me earlier. Damn, why do I type so much in these fucking chats? Holy shit. Hold on. Fuck. Who has the... Does anybody have the message from his Discord server? Ooh. Hold on. I'll find it. Oh.
Oh, Overlord, you really want to send it to my thing? I read this earlier on stream, but heads up, Discord TOS violations seem to be becoming fast and hard. There seems to be either an uptick of scrutiny or an automated enforcement of specific phrases. We've had situations where users receive Discord strikes and even temporary suspensions for messages that quote hate speech or repeat it in an obviously sarcastic/mocking manner. Hasan's fan base joined the Discord server and they started mass reporting it. And I guess if Pacman is to be believed here, I guess they're spamming his subreddit. I haven't gone over to check that. I bet if you look at David Pacman's Twitter account, I wonder what his mentions are like right now. The Pentagon is now reportedly out of money. I wonder what could have caused this. I wonder who was behind the Iran war. David A. Pacman. Oh, stay strong through the hate. Hasan's going to send your way, soldier. You're a spineless freak who is now just a mouthpiece for the right wing. Jesus. Is this just a bot? Is this really just a... I don't believe these are real accounts when I see shit like this. Where did you get that ridiculous stat? And what did that study list voter ID as? Very disingenuous interpretation of the facts if you ask anyone with a brain. Oh, this is, and that's it. I don't believe check the country and the bot accounts. Don't they all just VPN them to normal countries? What does this mean? This means it's not VPN'd, right? One username change, that could be normal. I don't trust any of these fucking accounts. I don't even think that one girl is real, the socialist one. I don't believe she's a real person. And also, I think the rot here is you claim to be independent media when you were caught lying about the dark money from Chorus you were receiving and the narrative controlling you and Brian Tyler Cohen were doing. You going to start a right of left of center campaign funded by other dark money now? Hasan thoroughly dismantles your hypocritical bullshit. You're the establishment's last breath. Jesus Christ. Epstein orbiter pivots to fuck Hasan for relevance. Remember when you pretended you didn't know how to pronounce APAC? No wonder you never got a career in acting. You support the serial rapist destiny. Like, this tweet didn't even have anything to do with me or Hasan at all, or anything related to that, by the way. Like, the Pentagon, the tweet was, the Pentagon is now reportedly out of money. I wonder what could have caused this. Like, it's not, nothing here was even related to him, but like, Jesus Christ.
Come the fuck on. Okay, guys, just be fucking tactical. Oh my God, shut the fuck up.
Yeah, be tactical.
Republicans are going to put these clips everywhere. Like, people seem crazy when they see this stuff. And they're...
Really, they did put the clips everywhere. We saw on Facebook, people fucking seemingly loved how stupid it was. They did this exact same thing to Fox News. Oh, another Tansu controversy. So why don't you feel that way? Why don't you feel that way, David? Why don't you feel that way? That you know, that the...
Here's the thing to look for my media thing, for my media idea. See if you hear any other leftist people, Majority Reports, Vanguard people, Pisco or Soy Pill. See if you hear them repeat this talking point of like, oh, when like Obama wore a tan suit. This is an example of kind of like the seeding. I guess streamers can do it organically on their own platform. They don't necessarily need another person to talk to. And then see if you see other people pick it up uncritically and repeat it. Even though like we all know that this is a fucking lie of a talking point. Like this is like, it's not just a random suit you're wearing that they happen to think is not kosher or not a good color. You chose the mouse suit. Like...
Republicans are manufacturing outrage again. Republicans manufacture outrage professionally. Perhaps it's because you also, not dissimilar to the Republicans, find my kind of politics to be repulsive, dangerous, bad. Perhaps there is a disagreement here that goes beyond reason from your perspective. I don't know what it's about. Probably has a lot to do with foreign policy because that was the one.
And I feel like this is some kind. I feel like I've seen a movie with a scene like this or whatever, where like you question, dear leader, you think I'm wearing a mouse suit? Huh? Interesting. Is that because you want homeless people to starve to death in the street by chance? You Jewish financier wannabe? Huh. Interesting that you would say that. So anyway, David Pacman, he's from Argentina, by the way. seems to want people to die in the streets because he didn't like my suit. Just like how Rush Limbaugh, who wanted people to die in the streets, didn't like Obama's suit. Interesting. Interesting that when the conservatives attacked Obama for being a socialist, because he wanted to give us the ACA, he defended Obama. But when they attack me for wanting to give you Medicare for all as being a socialist, he attacks me. What's going on here? What's the difference? Israel and APAC. Like, it's so fucking stupid, bro. Get me out of here.
Major avenue of disagreement between myself and David Pakman, whether it be Bolivia or numerous other instances where he took a State Department adjacent position where I did not. Disagreement here that goes beyond reason from your perspective. I don't know what it's about. Probably has a lot to do with foreign policy, because that was the one major avenue of disagreement between myself and David Pakman, whether it be Bolivia or numerous other instances where he took a State Department adjacent position where I did not.
Going to take
like follow the U.S. State Department. Okay.
Abolish the police and abolish borders and abolish prisons and play them on a loop for 6 months.
I didn't say that. I didn't say abolish borders on that speech. I didn't say abolish prisons on that speech. I want to put motherfuckers in prison.
Yeah, re-education camps. We know, buddy.
No mistake. There's a lot of motherfuckers that need to go to prison, okay? Many of them ICE agents, actually, and people who are in this current government. They need to go to jail. So I'm not abolishing prisons at all. Okay?
Abolish the police and abolish borders and abolish prisons and play them on a loop for 6 months.
I didn't say that. I didn't say abolish borders on that speech. I didn't say abolish prisons on that speech. I want to put motherfuckers in prison. Make no mistake. There's a lot of motherfuckers that need to go to prison, okay? Many of them ICE agents, actually, and people who are in this current...
He opposed Bernie Sanders to defend Israel. He's obviously just being paid off. These guys aren't dumb. You're low-hanging fruit. They know that you're nuanced from the extremists.
Government.
No one has ever said abolish prisons.
Jail. So I'm not abolishing prisons at all, okay? I'm not in favor of that.
Yep, Pepe. Facts. Yep. Of course, they're just talking about like the current Trump admin, by the way. They don't mean anything else by that.
At all. I want to put...
Once he sees a boost in metrics that he can sell to his advertisers for more bucks. Is that I don't even know what that's a reference to. I see him becoming a part of the anti-Hasan cancer for the ad break to reach 20 minutes.
Motherfuckers in prison. The right kind of people in prison.
Epstein for starters.
Okay? So make no mistake.
Under the jail. Rich ass mofos too. Stop listening to his podcast 3 years ago. His Twitch numbers are pathetic.
Hey, David. Never said abolish prisons. He did not play the speech. Is the narrative being set?
Has he always been this right wing? I never watched him, but I thought he was sort of like establishment progressive. I love these tweets of like, so I don't know anything about this guy, but isn't he a fucking cultist rapist? I haven't watched this guy's stuff before. I didn't know he was a Nazi. Has he always been like a Nazi cultist rapist murderer that hates poor people and minorities and is Islamophobic, guys? That when you phrase things as like a question, I feel like it's like how Gesticle talks now, where it feels like every time he's talking, I think I can't tell what he's saying because he asks everything like a question, because he has no self-esteem, because he's a fat fuck. 1,000 likes. Jesus Christ.
Yeah. I didn't say abolish borders. I didn't say abolish prisons. I didn't say none of that. I said abolish ICE. Maybe he has a disagreement.
Re-education, gulag, comrade. Not prison. Sex offenders, etc. Oh, we should build prisons for sex offenders. Holy shit, this guy's so smart. Somebody make that guy the president. Re-education, residential accommodations. Ha ha ha. The jokes, by the way, here of like re-education is like just jokes in a community where a guy went to China and says that he would never criticize Mao and defends things like the Cultural Revolution, which involved jailing political opponents and murdering political dissidents, which is everybody that disagreed with the current party and ideology of Mao, by the way. But, you know.
With that, I don't know.
Hilarious, epic. Ha ha ha. Can't suit, by the way.
I took it one step further. I said punish ICE, abolish.
David is so disingenuous. This is the all lives matter shit.
ICE, but also, you know, hold them accountable.
I were an average voter with no...
I can't wrap my mind around this, that fucking, that Twitch just like fucking greenlights all of the insane harassment. It's just crazy to me.
Get snarked!
Good one.
knowledge of these online personalities, which most of these people are. Most people don't follow this sort of thing. They're busy living their lives and working and doing all this stuff. If I were an average voter with no knowledge of these online personalities,
One step further, I said punish ICE, abolish ICE, but also, hold them accountable.
I were an average voter with no knowledge of these online personalities, which most of these people are. Most people don't follow this sort of thing. They're busy living their lives and working and doing all this stuff. If I were an average voter with no knowledge of these online personalities, I would find these images and a lot of this stuff very alarming. So as I said last week, and so many of you agreed with me, Democrats must act now and intelligently. The centrist don't
David A. Pacman hasn't been progressive since October 7th. Destiny and the Cultural Revolution destroyed tons of actual Chinese history, but Hasan thinks Chinese because authoritarian types hate actual honest history. It is in an authoritarian's brain to always rewrite history anytime you can. That's why the Soviets or whatever, when they talk about Russia and everything, they never want to go back to the Russian Empire. It's just when the Soviet Union started. And they have to rewrite as much history as possible in order to make everything fit. Hitler did the same fucking shit when it came to Germany. Palestinians and Israelis, depending on how far left or right you go, do the same shit with fucking Israel, Palestine. People will do the same shit with every country. It is every loser fuck authoritarian because they can't cope with reality. They can't cope that there was some imperfection in some model or ideology that they admire or fantasize about. They can never handle reality. Reality is never good enough for these people. So they have to invent some fictitious past that gives them some fantastical endeavor to aim for in the future. It's loser behavior. I'm sorry, but it's loser behavior.
really do anything, make very milquetoast fringe suggestions that you don't even really push for. Not working, okay? This other thing of like end everything, it's sort of destructive accelerationism, that's also not gonna work. So I think that what we need here are no apologetics for dictatorship, no apologetics for authoritarianism, no harassment, no anti-Semitism, no allowing online factions to decide which liberals may enter the room. You know, what would I even have been allowed at that college Democrats thing? They invited me months ago. I don't know.
Does the average voter know what the mouse suit is, David? I like how people are saying this. Honest to God, that's probably the only fucking thing the average American knows about China is communism and fucking the mouse suit is like the only fucking immediately recognizable thing when it comes to China. That and the fucking Chinese CCP, the fucking logo. It's probably the only things that an average American even fucking knows about China. 30% of Americans probably think that Beijing is in fucking Japan, okay? Like, the one thing that they probably recognize is the literal fucking mouse suit.
I mean, I couldn't go, so we didn't find out. So we just need normal people to participate, join local committees, attend conventions, get involved with state parties, and let's turn
the irony. He's McMorrow maxing
the DNC into something that works. Many reasonable people doing a little can defeat.
Yeah, anti-Semitism. Oh, mega lol. Yes, Epstein is normal. The libs are not all right.
Both the centrists do.
What a fucking freak. Fake lying ass. Such a whiny, weak man. Can't stand him, man. As this guy here, his body is fucking fading away, withering away on the cocktail of injections that he got from his little CCP buddy, as he's too afraid to even... Do you see this guy scurry out of... The only time I will ever compliment Hasan Piker is I've never seen, outside of Kenya, a man run so fucking fast. When that speech ended, and he took off for that fucking door, security could barely open the door in time. He was glancing over his back, petrified somebody would show up with one of my fucking plushies. Jesus Christ.
Nothings. And the hardcore extremists who would get...
Bro. He's trying to play the victim and he didn't even go, yeah, bro, you were invited. Clearly they don't fucking hate liberals. What do you mean? Like Jamie Raskin was a speaker at this thing, right? Like the idea that the Young College Democrats of America, the College Democrats of America is some radical fucking organization is ridiculous. I am probably the most radical person that they allowed to speak at the event. Most of the other people are just like regular Democrats.
Jesus Christ.
You were invited to it. You chose not to go. You had other obligations. That's fine. But like very clearly, it's not a anti-liberal space at all. It's not an illiberal space at all. There's many different ideologies, and it sucks for you that, my worldview is also being represented more and more within the Democratic Party. He's saying that Destiny should have been let in. Yes, the reason why I'm bringing up the fact that he was invited and Destiny was not let in is because I don't think David Pacman would ever be so fucking stupid as to literally live stream himself and his weird psychopathic restraining order having besties openly film themselves with their intent to disrupt a speaking engagement.
I wasn't even on a live stream before I got barred from entry, and none of the people on the live stream were disrupting the event. Like, you're just lying, bro, because you're a pussy-ass bitch. Above all, above everything that you know, just know at the end of the day that I am a 5'8", weird little, comes from fucking Cuban white trash family, brokey fuck, okay, who flunked out of music school, okay? And Hasan is mad because he's not as smart as me, because he gets cucked and he feels bad about it. He was crying on Trainwreck's podcast because he dated a porn star. This guy calls me a pedophile, and he was openly bragging about going to fucking Diddy parties. This guy tries to pretend that I'm a fucking sex pest, sex freak, and this guy was talking about finger banging trans people and sending nudes to all of his friends on his fucking on his nepotism granted frat boy show for Jang. All of these things are documented online. Every single thing has been seen. He's the most insecure, weak-willed motherfucker on the planet. This guy can't handle the slightest, tiniest bit of pushback anywhere. But it's not even just him. Every single authoritarian is like this. They're all like this. It attracts the worst fucking people. And then the anti-Semitism is like the brain rot on top. That's how you know they're like truly the most brain-rotted fucking people. It's the same thing as Trump in the fucking press rooms where he'll only talk to the media people that he knows, that he likes, that are friends with him. And he's probably texting on us. I bet this guy texts more than a fucking 15-year-old girl. Like, hey, I saw your video today. I saw that you said something mean about me. Yeah, I wanted to, what was going on? Hey, Philly DeFranco. So there's a lot of talk about the DNC. You're not making a video on that, right, Philly? You haven't, I hope you know. You know that everything about this is a lie, right? I hope you haven't done a video on that, right? Hey, Ludwig, I know we're just coworkers. Okay, and Nick, yeah, but like, Jesus, this guy is like, oh my God, kill me, fam.
Okay, because obviously if I were to do that and I got fucking, stopped, I would understand why, okay?
Nothing done. Republicans believed they were going to control the extremists. They were like, we got these people under control. The extremists took over the party. Democrats can still...
I love how much of a centrist he is, that he's trying to create a second center. He's like, no, I don't like the centrist either, but we got to find a center between the centrist and the left, the extreme left. So he talks about the harassment you got, but also that you are Mao who prevented from being there. Makes zero sense. Yeah, none of it makes sense.
Prevent that outcome.
Extreme left.
Wait.
So he talks about the harassment you got, but also that you are Mao who prevented D from being there. Makes zero sense. Yeah, none of it makes sense.
Prevent that outcome.
What doesn't make sense about that? What? I'm so confused. Wait, what? These guys say that 5 times 5 equals 25, but then they also say that 1 plus 1 equals 2. But also, if you put 2 1s together, it forms an 11. None of it makes sense.
But we've got to get them to get things under control right now. I've said before, I've never been a Democrat. I don't care about the Democratic Party beyond who offers the better candidates, and usually it's Democrats over Republicans. But we've got to make sure that we don't allow that party, if it is the vessel, at least for now, to something better than what Republicans are offering, to be hijacked. This is about,
Again, big dog. Timeline of what caused him to be banned from the event. Someone made this. Is very helpful.
Oh, we got a timeline on the subreddit. Yeah, a timeline. Hold on, I can't read that. Those numbers. Sorry, they're behind the chat. What does that say? 8/17. Is that like a timestamp? August 17th. Did I do that in the future? Oh, this is a fucking year ago. That's what they banned me for a comment I made a year ago?
His location should be publicly available at all times while he's streaming. If Dan wants to do something useful and still be a sound hater, yeah, someone should send this to Dave Pacman.
This is what you already do, little bro. You do all of this shit. The only difference is I'm not a pussy about it. The only difference is I don't have to have people like Gisticle fucking live stream obsessing. Oh yeah, if you're trying to infiltrate Democratic audiences, people should be aware of that. And I stand by those comments. People should be aware if you're trying to infiltrate. They do the same thing with ICE. They do the same thing with the feds. They do the same thing with the cops. They did them with the BLM protests when weirdo agitators like you, and you admit to being an agitator, show up. Yeah, they should be aware of it, and you should be ejected from these movements. Go start your own or bring your own fucking people, and don't try to be a weird fucking cancer that sneaks its way in up the asshole of the Democratic Party.
To David Pacman to be like, hey man, do you think this is defensible? Yeah, saying stuff like, just a heads up, I'm gonna be doing some mass harassment campaigns on every single journalist who gives this guy free interviews from now on.
True. You should ask real fucking questions. Just like, by the way, you want to know what a mass harassment campaign looks like on a journalist that you don't like? By the way, it looks like this. And this isn't even what I'm doing, right? My mass harassment is, you should have to ask a real question if you're going to interview this guy, okay? Otherwise, he's too dangerous, and drop it. Don't do it, right? Nothing that I've talked about is even remotely approached this level of crazy anti-Semitic obsessive shit. This is crazy, bro.
Is the College Democratic event today open to the public? Smile. This is the fucking, this is...
What does this have? This is the timeline? I feel like I'm watching the intro to fuck, what's the DC Avengers? Not Deadpool, the guys. What am I thinking of? What's the retard DC Avengers show called? Not the Justice League, the Suicide Squad. I feel like I'm watching the intro to like the Suicide Squad 2, where they get like the 4 random people together and they die instantly. What are we looking at? This is Destiny. Says he's gonna harass journalists that don't ask me fair questions. Here comes Darius. Got into a fight with his ex-girlfriend on stream.
The guy that's a part of his cult. This is him harassing other people.
Grace David Kenneth Lovell II. He did nothing wrong.
Yeah, doing fucking harassment campaigns against Destiny's enemies. Like trying
That was the harassment campaign?
Trying to get physically in their space. And here he is.
Get physically in their space as he walks by her.
Filming himself with intent to fucking...
I feel like there was a higher chance of me getting killed at that fucking Trump rally that I went to like fucking 20 years ago or whatever. Jesus Christ, I really even remember that. What was that? I feel like it was an event with, I think it was with Bose and some people. I thought they were gonna kill me at that event. But then they told me to leave and I was like, hold on. I shouldn't have to go anywhere. I'm an American citizen.
Disrupt this event. The entire...
Oh yeah, Booksmarts is there too.
The entire timeline of different clips.
Wearing the exact thing that Hasan dog uses and ran around in it.
I told him.
Oh, not these guys. Oh my God! Whoa! There he is!
And then they pull her over, they would be
There you go.
Whoa! Whoa! Oh my God! Oh my fucking God!
I literally told him that. And they said like, nah, don't pay attention to yourself. I literally told him that. We should have been more positive signed up, honestly.
Yeah, they're like, oh, next time we got to get better at our harassment ops.
How can he watch that with a straight face, bro? And not feel humiliated? Seriously?
Anyway, yeah, of course, even if all the other previous things that Epstein has said about me didn't exist, just the fact that they fucking filmed themselves with intent to disrupt the event alone would be sufficient evidence in and of itself to say, yeah, I'm sorry, big dog, can't let you in, you know?
Except no, because there was no harassment at the event. They were in the event. Nobody was getting harassed. Nobody got kicked out for harassment or disruption. That's why you're only playing footage of a bunch of people that, honest to God, look like they just walked out of a fucking gay bar in San Francisco as your number one fucking ops. I'm sorry, this is the guy that's gonna fight Trump and ICE? This is the man who stands proud and tall with his $20,000 PTSD tortured dog who's supposed to be fighting the fascist administration, is scared of a fucking gay Cuban kid and a guy in a fucking Hawaiian shirt who looks like McLovin from Superbad? Are we serious right now? And then the 4'11" wannabe elf girl? What? Like, these are your ops that you're petrified of? That the guy at the front with the keffiyeh that's probably never been worn more than once in his entire fucking life is out here saying, security! Security! Real security! Give me a break, bro. Give me a break. Are we being real right now?
It's so funny. It just escalated? What just escalated? Self-incrimination is the new meta? Yeah, I know. It's so weird that they're like literally filming themselves doing this shit.
I just don't understand how he has this video up and it's not like the most humiliating thing in the universe. Destiny click.
I fucked up too many times. What are you talking
Damn, he got right to the security room. He didn't stop at it. He didn't even wait for this clapping to finish. He was like, get me out of here. He was like, I gotta leave. Look at him. Oh my God. My favorite part, wait, does it play long enough? He hears the door open. He's like,
what did you guys think, Chad? Did you guys like it? So I don't know what we're going to do with DSA. Like, I thought maybe we could... Oh, okay.
He really doesn't stay to shake hands or do it. Shut up, loser. No one cares. Watch.
Dicks.
Shut up. No pictures, no nothing.
Coming here?
Damn.
Or hotel.
He said, I gotta bounce. Get me the fuck out of here.
Okay, well let's all right, chat. We're gonna head back to the hotel because I have a next guest. Next guest
No,
is
it's
going
edited.
to be
Oh, you
Aparna
edited out
Raj.
Oh, there it is.
Aparna Raj, DSA, DSA DC.
What is he actually? I'm so curious. What does he actually think is gonna happen? He heard the term and he's like, he's traumatized. Jesus.
Also, that motherfucker literally celebrated the State Department releasing their document on Cuban terrorism. So I don't know why anybody...
Is this about me? Oh, wait, is he talking about the accusations of Hasan and the Code Pink people? Is that what he's referring to?
But he thinks this guy is actually in any way, shape, or form even a fucking liberal, okay? He is unprincipled as shit. Didn't Nira just last week say she supports APAC over you? Yes. There's a war.
There's another one of his fucking enemies on Twitter that he's constantly beefing with.
There's a war America itself has started and is in right now, and it's frankly shocking that there are no protest IRL on here about it. No one seems to care because every Democrat Fetterman has voted against the war. That silence really lets Trump off the hook. The audacity of New York candidate to spend 90% of the time boosting APAC back candidates and the other 10% complaining that there aren't enough anti-war protests is breathtaking. David Pacman knows. I don't think he knows the full details. I think these guys are fairly sophisticated in their mass harassment operations. Like
the mass harassment operation was David Pacman saying, I kind of think it was not good that the DCA banned Destiny from their event, and then that Trump, that Hasan was in a Mao suit. That's the mass harassment campaign. All criticism is harassment and stalking, by the way.
They find people that they find to be like ideological allies or close enough ideologically. And David is somewhat of a boomer. I'm sure he knows.
Oh, always listen when he's talking about these accusations, because he's telling you this is his blueprint. This is how he operates. He's not even creative enough to fabricate another bad action. He just has to project whatever he does onto the other political actors around him. So let's see. How does he function here?
Knows. I don't think he knows the full details. I think these guys are fairly sophisticated in their mass harassment operations. Like they find people that they find to be like ideological allies or close enough ideologically. And David is somewhat of a boomer. I'm sure he knows a big part of it, and he does agree with Destiny on many of these issues. And that's part of the reason why he takes this oppositional stance. He's literally in the past told me, or he's told his audience that I said that he was being paid for by APAC or something, when it's ironic that I said the exact opposite. I just jokingly referred to him as David A. Pacman.
Oh, it was a joke. Oh.
So you don't think it's pandering to his liberal Epstein audience? I don't think Epstein has that big of an audience. I think he relies on all these other much larger groups.
How am I controlling larger people? Like, I'm simultaneously the most terrifying person in the world, but also like irrelevant. Like, yeah, that's me, bro. Behind the scenes, subtly twisting the wires over the brains of all of these larger content creators that I have so much influence over. Oh my fucking God, bro.
Much more influential groups. And even if David himself knows, I don't think his audience knows as well. I don't think his audience knows that this is what Epstein is up to. What APAC man knew, logs. Here's David knowing about Destiny's issues from 2025. David Pacman drops out of an event he was co-headlining with Destiny in June, citing reputational concerns. Official statement from Pangburn regarding June 22nd event in Queens, New York. I regret to inform ticket holders that David Pacman has chosen to withdraw from his scheduled appearance at the anti-Trump tour event.
Yeah, this was the event that he pulled out of because you guys started mass emailing him. What is this? Somebody said, my YouTube guy said, this is what Hasan thought would happen to him.
Destiny, I have one question.
Hi, what's up, buddy?
Why did you tell the IDF soldiers to turn off their cameras because you're pro-genocide?
Well, that's why, I guess, because I'm pro-genocide, right?
So you're pro-genocide. Okay, thank you. Thank you for putting that on camera.
Yeah.
You're awesome. I love you, Destiny.
Thank you so much.
Sex Pestiny.
Thank you.
Shout out Hasan Piker.
Nice headband.
Stop. Okay.
It doesn't hide the balding.
Yeah.
What the hell was that? I like him.
Oh.
Destiny, thank you for helping me along my own political.
Hasan is such a fucking pussy, dude. Oh my God.
Wow. David, why did you pull out of this event, David? That's crazy. That's crazy. So the guy you chose to defend. So when the College Democrats of America do the same thing you did last...
He didn't even defend me, by the way. I don't even think he really defended me. He said that going up in a fucking Mao LARP suit is a bad look. Well, it's not. It's intentional for Hasan.
Last year, when the College Democrats of America did the same thing you did last year.
And this isn't David Pacman canceling me from an event. It's him deciding not to appear with me after getting email campaign harassed. But this isn't the same thing because he's not pulling me from an event, you fucking retard. It's not even remotely the same thing.
You side with the guy who you said you couldn't be around?
Notice the sides, too. The campism comes out here, right? It's the sides. You're either with Destiny. Notice, for a guy who says that my politics are spite-based and my entire political outlook is defined literally by my personal petty opposition to Hasan, and now he's taken David Pacman's entire issue with the whole DSA weirdo extremist shit, and he's boiled it down to, well, you just must be friends with Destiny, and even though he's a way smaller creator, I think he controls you, because you don't like me because of Destiny.
On May 9th, Yeah, prior to signing his contract, David was fully informed of the event details, including some of the public accusations that Destiny is currently defending himself against. With full knowledge of these circumstances, David agreed to participate and sign his contract, allowing us to proceed with a formal public announcement and ticket sales. On May 9th, shortly after the announcement was made, David informed us that he had received some negative feedback regarding his participation. Despite previously indicating that he is not troubled by this and suggesting that the negative feedback may have been instigated by agitators, David and his team later cited reputational concerns as their reason for backing out.
Oh, so he was worried about getting mass harassed.
Should I tweet at him and say, hey, David, why did you criticize the college Democrats of America making a similar decision to you?
Downloading new CCP talking points.
David Pakman still frequents the subreddit? The brigade is incoming to my subreddit. Wrong. Show is bigger than ever, fortunately. Oh, so he's still in Destiny's subreddit. He's still posting in Destiny's subreddit. Oh, so he does know everything. Okay.
Oh, because if you posted the subreddit, you must be a frequent poster who knows everything about Destiny and all of his drama. And I'm sure he's read every fucking filing.
No. I don't think his audience is probably going to be fond of David Pakman's back and forth opinion shift on this issue, but...
The audience. These are all signals to his audience to go and do the mass brigading and harassment, by the way.
In any case, I got to go. I got to do a podcast, okay? Love you guys. Again, I'm done. Wait, what the fuck? What is it? For Hasan Contents bag postcard. Okay.
Who just gave... Hold on. Who gave him that?
Love you guys. Again, I'm done. Wait, what the fuck? What is it?
Is it Cutie or Caroline Kwan? I wonder if Caroline Kwan is fucking that on some weird shit. Ooh, man.
For Hasan Contents.
His CCP provided... I actually don't even know if she's fucking Chinese or not. But
postcard.
That's Cutie?
Okay. Okay. Kaya. Not everything is for you, lady. What is this? There's a lot of stickers in here. Okay. Dylan, designer and machinist.
Cutie spineless Dorella just casually walking over here as he finishes his mass harassment campaign with a journalist so she can walk off to film her $20,000 a month net profit podcast with him. Based. So nice. Good job, Twitch. Great platform, by the way.
To Hasanabi. Anyway, as I was going to say, so I am going to try to be live tomorrow, but vacation starts. This is what he gave me. Oh, hell yeah. Okay. I'm going to try to be live tomorrow, but we shall see. Well, vacation starts officially tomorrow, okay? Unless there's a major war or something like that, I might not be live. But
shiniest rain, telling Kyle place. Sun and again, the sun is streaming. The sun is streaming. Can't.
Okay. I need to go. I need to get food. Wait, hold up. Hold up. Wait, why have I not seen this before? United States District Court versus Blake Govia. Do we know what this guy even looks like? Criminal complaint. The defendant did threaten to assault and murder ST. I don't know what that means. A member of the immediate family of a United States senator with intent to retaliate against the United States senator on account of the performance of his official duties. I am a special agent with the Federal Bureau of Investigation, currently assigned to the Charlotte Division, Raleigh Resident Agency, Safe Streets Task Force. I've been an FBI law enforcement officer for 9 years. During my time as a law enforcement officer, I've drafted or assisted in drafting arrest and search warrants that have been presented to and signed by federal magistrate judges. Also, I've conducted and assisted in numerous criminal investigations. I make this affidavit in support of a criminal complaint and arrest warrant for Blake Aaron Govia. Based on the information detailed below, I submit that there is probable cause to believe that on or about November 22nd, 2025, in the Eastern District of North Carolina, subject committed the crime of retaliating against a federal official by threatening a family member in violation of Title 18, USC 115A1A, applicable statute, probable cause. On November 24th, 2025, the United States Capitol Police contacted the FBI regarding a threatening phone call made to ST's personal cell phone, assigned number, blah, blah, blah. ST is the wife of a current U.S. senator. USCP relayed that they were contacted by the staff of U.S. Senator who disclosed the following. On November 22nd, 2025, at approximately 10:54 a.m., ST received a phone call from an unknown male using an unknown telephone number while at her residence in Huntersville, North Carolina. The call lasted for approximately 13 seconds. During that time, the caller used explicit language and stated in effect that ST needed to die and the caller was going to kill her. The caller also made reference to Medicaid before ending the call. Before the call ended, the Huntersville Police Department was contacted and responded to the scene, or after the call ended, ST was afraid and shaken after the call concluded. Law enforcement conducted enhanced patrols of the ST's residence following the call. U.S. Senator's staff also disclosed in May of 2025, subject left voice messages and sent emails to the office of U.S. Senator. In addition, subject called the personal cell number of one of U.S. Senator's staff members. USCP submitted an emergency disclosure request to Verizon Wireless, the service provider to ST Cellular Telephone. They traced the call, and they found the guy. They've provided further data. They figured out where the guy lived. Subject stated he was the sole user of the cellular telephone and the phone was protected from other individuals utilizing it by a PIN code. Subject expressed to investigators his frustration with being removed from Medicaid due to his multiple physical and mental illnesses. Subject informed investigators that he was suffering from stage 4 cancer and multiple mental health issues, including post-traumatic stress disorder or syndrome. Oh, he typoed. Attention deficit hyperactivity disorder, bipolar disorder, depression, and autism. Subject said that he could not receive treatment for his mental health concerns due to a lack of funds after he was removed from Medicaid. Although subject could not afford medication for his mental health disorders, subject stated he regularly took prescribed opioids and benzodiazepine, which subject described as a hypnotic medication to treat his cancer. Subject could not say for certain who he may have called on November 22nd, 2025. He denied calling ST, though did state that he had previously contacted other appointed or political figures to express his frustration. He stated that he never threatened anyone. Subject owned a firearm, which he kept in his room. Subject declined to allow investigators to search his cellular telephone and advised investigators that his phone was located inside of his car. Subject asked if he was required to continue answering questions, to which investigators advised he could stop answering questions at any time and the interview was consensual. Subject elected to cease answering questions and the interview was terminated. Investigators conducted subsequent interviews of Brewer and subject's other family members. Brewer informed investigators that subject was bipolar and had cancer. In addition, subject once was sexually assaulted by his cousin, and Brewer believed that this may have contributed to his antisocial behavior. Brewer did not feel comfortable with subject owning a firearm and had asked him to dispose of it on several occasions. Brewer informed investigators that subject was the only person with access to his phone or his firearm. Subject's brother, Ryan Govia, expressed that he was unsurprised that Subject would make a threatening call to a politician or politician's spouse. R. Govia opined that Subject had anger management issues in addition to other mental health concerns. Subject spent most days isolated in his room playing virtual reality games. Subject regularly listened to the social media influencer HaMao Piker, who R. Govia considered to have a far-left political ideology. Subject's stepfather, Dallas Wetherington, also expressed that he was unsurprised by Subject threatening to kill a politician's spouse to the behavior Subject regularly displayed around the household. It's crazy that, like, Taylor Lorenz and Hasan all supported that, like, making death threats. You see Hasan has made the threats. He's, like, posted the pictures of the gun and shit and talked about, like, the Rick Scott memes and everything else. And then you have, like, people in his audience. This isn't even the first one, right? We had that news article before of that HaMao Piker fan. Gee, fucking kill me. This guy?
It looks like it. He's got credentials.
Hi, are
What's
you the
good?
guy?
Becky, good to meet you guys.
Nice to meet
What's
you.
going on?
Good to meet you, man. There you go, Marsh. Good to meet you.
Marsh,
Here you guys go.
Kids,
Whoa.
Okay.
You guys.
Let's
Do
go.
you happen to have like a tote bag or something?
Yeah. Big
Oh, I would love to.
Oh, you don't want to carry all that around the whole time?
Well,
A Michigan man has been charged with making terrorist threats in Illinois. This was published on September 9th of 2025. Police say the threats caused many businesses to close early. The investigation began in July when businesses began receiving threatening phone calls. Evidence was seized. Blair was arrested. Mackey was arrested and taken to the Madison County Jail. He was charged 11 counts of making a terrorist threat. Blair received the same charges.
because our bag is just
Let's go.
filled to the brim right now.
Welcome to Ham Chamak. Welcome to Keyworth. Have you guys found the city so far? Good time?
Amazing.
Yeah. It was funny. I was dying earlier when you were talking about the Detroit sign because the whole city got fooled on AI on that.
Yeah.
The concept that everyone saw was AI, and then they put that out, and everyone was like, dude.
Okay, that's the thing is, it's ass.
No.
I just hope that, like, if it finally happens, if something does happen with one of these people, I hope that Twitch falls for it. Like, I hope the fact that they keep in mind they preemptively like permabanned ICE from everything, just because the threats and everything, because they thought ICE Poseidon was too much of a liability. But like Hasan is out here like, and it's not. It's like so stupid because if one of his fans does like haul off and murder somebody, people are gonna look back and they'll be like, where were the signs? And it's like, okay, well, he was tweeting out makeshift weapons that were used to assassinate the Japanese prime minister. Sure. Okay, yeah. He was watching terrorist propaganda on stream saying that these people were based. Yeah. He was on a podcast with another guy saying that even baby settlers were valid military targets. Yeah. He was justifying every form of resistance against oppressive fascist forces. Yeah. He refused to disavow violence on his side at any time ever, in saying that all forms of resistance are justified. Like, oh, shit. Actually, wait a second. This was the most obvious fucking radicalization event ever. It was actually the most obvious thing in the universe. It was actually the most foreseeable thing fucking ever. Who would have guessed? Yeah, the ELA comments and everything else. And then these fucking losers, and then, I'm sorry, generally he's an ally, but I'll call him out for it. I'm sorry. The spineless fucks like XQC, who are too lazy to read anything, will look at my comment in chat and go, well, actually, I think Destiny, it doesn't matter what the context is. Destiny's making death threats. Fuck off, fucking loser. If you don't have anything to say, if you're not even gonna fucking look at the video, if you're not even gonna watch the context, like, it gives such a free pass to all of these fucking lunatics. How much do you think I would have to advertise this show for them to cancel? Because they're doing a fucking live show on August 29th. Do you think he would cancel it? Oh my God. So fucking cringe. I never want to hear again in this country. Maybe it's once you get to a certain age. I never want to hear people go, how could people have ever gotten radicalized by Hitler? How could people have ever fallen for this stuff? Meanwhile, like 3 random normies just like collecting an easy 20K, 25, 30K a month because of the amount of money they make being on a podcast with this guy, like saying nothing. It's just actually fucking insane. So cringe. What is this? One of Hasan's mods? User, Gorby Chav. Mod Flare. Oh, it's the sword. Moderator, 4.5 year subscriber. Ela Klein when she sees an unshot baby. You guys need to stop pretending like what Elias Rodriguez did was bad, hasty, or negative anyway. There's only one path forward, and it isn't through fundraisers for aid. They'll block or raising awareness, so people attend protests they'll ignore. You need to get real. This is the guy who shot and killed Yaron Lachinsky, the Israeli diplomat, and Sarah Lynn Milgram, the guy who shot the 2 Jewish people. Elias Rodriguez, 31 of Chicago, was charged in a 13-count superseding indictment unsealed today in U.S. District Court with multiple terrorism-related offenses in connection with the May 21st, 2025 fatal shootings of 2 Israeli embassy staff members outside the Capitol Jewish Museum in downtown Washington, D.C. Most of us will never muster up a fraction. Where the fuck was this posted? Is this Twitter? Most of us will never muster up a fraction of the courage displayed, but the least you can do is shut the fuck up about optics or not wax poetic about how this will lead to more repression. The only way out is through, not by accepting that things get 0.5% worse every single day. Where's the,
I think that when you say harass journalists, it's actually kind of bad optics, and you're giving Hasan a free way to attack you. I think that when you call Hasan like when you say pedophile or whatever about the brothel stuff, I think that it's actually bad optics, and you get people to attack you.
Hasan fans, actually, I think assassinating Jewish people in the street is fucking based, and that guy is beyond reproach. We should all be supportive. The only thing he could have done more brave is set himself on fire afterwards. .5 year subscriber and Hasan mod, by the way. Shira Bibis? Where is my beautiful baby? Me hiding my conspicuously Kafir Bibis shaped belly. Burp. Hamas rape camp. Hamas rape camp. Was this one of the hostages' parents? Are you serious, bro? Oh shit. She was was she one of the people seen on one of the motorcycles going back to Gaza? The Bibis family kidnapping was 2 different events. The top is the first kidnapping. Yarden Bibis, behind the man driving the motorcycle and holding a gun, being kidnapped to Gaza. And then Shira Bibis holding her 2 young children during their kidnapping. Oh, were all 3 of them killed? Or... In November of 2023, Hamas claimed that Shiri Bibas and her children had been killed in an Israeli airstrike. They offered to return the bodies. Jesus fuck, bro. I don't even fucking know all this shit. What the fuck? This is on, by the way, this is on fucking Palestiniapedia that's been mind raped by Palestinians and everything and all the weird pro-Pali fucking losers. So this is like this is the Pali safe version. On November 30th, the last day of the 2023 Gaza war ceasefire, Hamas offered to return their bodies and release Yarden Bibas, but Israel insisted that all living female hostages be released first. As part of the January 2025 Gaza war ceasefire, Hamas released Yarden Bibas on February 1st, 2025, after he'd spent 484 days in captivity. On February 20th, it handed over coffins that it said contained the bodies of his wife and sons. Israel verified the remains of Ariel and Kfir Bibas through DNA testing, but accused Hamas of violating the ceasefire agreement after finding that the female remains did not match Shiri Bibas or any other Israeli hostage still held by Hamas. Hamas handed over another body the following day, which DNA testing confirmed as that of Shiri Bibas. Jesus Christ. Bro, hold on. You're about to fucking radicalize the fuck out of me. By the way, just a real quick thing. If stuff like this looks fucking disgusting to you, imagine seeing this stuff like 1,000 times over. This is why a lot of Jews went more right-wing after the Second Intifada, because this was their fucking daily life. But the fuck is this? Hold on.
Fuck Twitch and fuck you. Go back to the desktop. We really do IRL. Go home. Go home.
What?
Did you say somebody should kill Charlie
Dog
Kirk?
abuser!
No. You didn't say that?
No, I was about to debate Charlie Kirk. Why the fuck would I want anybody to kill him? I was supposed to. I was supposed to debate Charlie. Listen, I know this is a difficult concept for you to understand, but I was actually supposed to debate Charlie Kirk 2 weeks prior to his assassination. Obviously, I have a very different method of going about things than the way that you're trying to present it, because if that was my mentality.
When stuff like this gets dug up and you go over it on stream, it seems like Hasan basically never needs to answer for it because no other liberal repeats it, because everyone else is a fucking pussy. They are pussies. They are here for money. Maybe there is one piece of correctness that you could say that the leftists say about liberals is that they have no fucking values and they're just here to collect a paycheck and grift and then fuck off. But none of them will talk about this shit. So of course he never has to answer for it.
I would never try to debate him. Charlie respected that. And it's really sad to see the rest of the remnants of the conservative movement refusing to carry the flame in the way that Charlie Kirk wanted it to be carried. I, on the other hand, do carry that flame because we are Charlie Kirk.
By saying disgusting things like America deserves 9/11.
We carry the flame.
By saying
we fight for the gospel.
Like America deserves 9/11.
We honor his name.
By working with the
Do you know those words? Do you internalize those words?
I can't believe he's such a fucking pussy, dude. Oh my god.
Charlie Kirk is used inspiration, and he didn't work with the Cuban
He's
government.
an inspiration to me too.
With the Cuban government.
He inspired us all.
Why won't you say
Certainly
anything
myself.
about your involvement with the Cuban government?
I mean, you're making shit up. What do you want me to say? Like,
did you work with the Cuban government? Are you conspiring with the Cuban government?
No, dude. What the fuck are you talking about?
I don't think embassy staffers should be murdered regardless of the war crimes their country is committing. Why, lol. Trying to appease my less edgy moots? Okay, fine, it's a Zionist-occupied Republican government. How did she predict the color? Because she only dates thoroughbred white men. Next question. I wonder if this guy's Xvids account is actually accurate. Because if it is, this dude is literally a 47-year-old male. Holy fucking shit. Oh, Moats is mutuals. It's just so fucking cringe because, God, dude, if I I hope I don't get killed by one of these motherfuckers. Because if I do, no one is even going to make him answer for it. No one is going to look at all this shit. They're going to be like, oh, that was a crazy guy. And then fucking retards like the soy fucking loser and Pisco the fucking loser are going to be saying, well, there's no way that he could have actually known. Not the poor man that was upheld at TSA for 16 minutes. There's no way that we could have ever known that Hasan was being radicalized while TSA pulled over for extensive 16-minute interrogation questions where Hasan volunteered up a whole bunch of unnecessary information and literally nothing fucking happened to him. There's no way that anybody could have called him out. It's actually so fun. The funny thing is that I don't even have to hate him on like a political level. I just hate him on a personal level. I have enough reason to personally hate him. And I think anybody would understand. The guy that calls you a pedophile 24/7, the guy that like doxes and harasses people constantly. All right, it's all good. What a depressing state of affairs, bro. Our shit is fucked. I didn't even watch these videos. We'll figure it out. Fuck me. All right. I'm going to bed. I'm going to go get food. I love you. Be careful. Jesus. Connections. Sierra, shackle, sequence, jig, range, leash, chain, C, series. Okay, leash. I think this game is too easy. I think trying to do like all the words connecting with one word, I think makes it too easy. Shackle, leash, chain, a series, a sequence, and a range. It has to be this, right? Are you fucking serious? Oh my, I'm not even thinking. What was I looking at? Range? My brain just wiped. A sequence? A series? A chain? Ugh, whatever. Shackle, chain, leash. A mountain? That is fucking retarded. White stripes, hole, pins, strokes, hives, hooves, vines, score, snaps, rash, mane, tweets, par, redness, tail, and itching. There's like a social media thing, like a vine, a snap, a tweet, and a stroke? Is that a thing? A pin? A hive? A rat? Okay. Symptoms of some disease or, I don't know, allergic reaction. Something with golf. Zebra things? Okay. All right. Representative Cappuccino, Pappuccino, Hoppuccino, Boppuccino, Dappuccino, Cappuccino, Appuccino, Appuccino. Am I doing this? I'll catch you guys next. Streamerino. If I'm still alive and Hasan fans haven't found me in real life, be careful.